Chapter The Corrupt Cultivation System. Boss, Madam just called and said. Get out. Ding Ho exploded in air. The secretary, Hyung, trembled at the outburst and hurriedly to her neck Tolif. Ding his countenance darkened, filled with the rage thought made his teeth grind. He had been reincarnated. Just before his rebirth, his wife, Su Fei, had plunged a dagger into his shirt. She held cold liar marked that if he didn't take action soon, Themi couldn't be fresh beset me from the library that is last. Next, he witnessed, from a third-person perspective, the horrific scene of Su Fei and her family, alongside his close friend Song Ji, tearing them apart. And to make matters worse, his son was feeding his legs to 3 dogs. Wait. That wasn't the son. The treacherous child belonged to Su Fei and Song Ji. These ways explicitly revealed to him by Su Fei while she was stabbing him. Wretched woman. Filthy scoundrel. He swore he would not rest until he avenged this betrayal. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Ding has slammed his fist undoubtable. He vowed to ensure fatal how conspired against some would but performance in vain. Ding. Detection acknowledges a profound change in host's disposition. The cultivation system's focus has been altered to corrupt cultivation. Ding Ho was momentarily taken aback by the voice. A fiancé of Hippocalipse, he had obtained the system. However, at that time, the system's cultivation direction was righteous. That the mad righteous system demanded gratitude for mothers to boost his abilities. But world ways and ruins. Outside, it was shailing fist-sized, and dark city crane, alongside the rampant mutated beasts. Moreover, even among humans, conflict was a constant. In such circumstances, garnering appreciation from mothers was nearly impossible easier said than done. It was nothing short of an insurmountable challenge. As a result, his strength had developed a agonizing slow pace, and each venture for supply is way sought spirit gamble with death. Ultimately, he suffered grave injuries while encountering a mutated creature. With great effort, Heber escaped back home. Yet, upon realizing he had brought back any supplies, Su Fei and their family, in collaboration with Song Ji, bound him and subjected him to brutal humiliation. Despair overwhelmed him. Before Su Fei killed them, he had endured a relentless week of torment. With only a fragmental life remaining. Had it not been known the brink of death, Su Fei and Song Ji might have continued their ruthless torture for some time longer. System. Wonderful, truly buzzing. Ding Hao initially assumed the system would vanish with his rebirth, only to discover it remained. Loyal and unyielding. It was 1,000 times more reliable than his wife his ex-wife. Overjoyed, Ding hurriedly opened the system interface. Host Ding Hao. Gender male. Cultivation direction corrupt cultivation. Current realm mortal. Negative emotion value required for cultivation improvement 10,000. Current accumulated negative emotion value 500分。2500. Why so much? Ding He couldn't help but be astonished. Before his rebirth, he had painstakingly accumulated only 1, while by gratitude points over half a month. Now, upon being reborn, he instantly had 500 negative emotion points. Just as parentheses, the negative emotion value fluctuated to 600. What was going on? Curious, Ding Ho kept further. System reward 500. Negative emotion from Hyung 1,000,000, 100,000 分. Their words from the system were easy to understand. But was Hyung's negative emotion contribution by taxive? He had merely cursed at him. Well then. Why not try something even more intense? Ding Hao mused, rubbing his skin and glancing at the desk. Excellent, fish tree seemed perfect. He picked up fish tree, weighing injecting his hands, finding it suitable and well balanced. Then he called for Hyung to come back in. Hyung arrived promptly. Boss, you. Get out. As soon as Hyung stepped in, Ding Ho hurled fish tray at him. Bam! It struck Hyung squarely on the forehead. Hyung instantly crouched down, clutching it. Instinctively, he looked at fish and then saw bright red blood. Amiibo Ding. Hyung stared blankly at Ding Hao. What are you staring at? Who the hell told you to enter with your left foot first? Ding He shouted profanely. Hyung, taken aback, felt completely bewildered by this abuse. But Ding Ho was in high spirits. Negative emotion from Hyung 2,000,000, 2000 分. Current accumulated negative emotion value 600分. These all outbursts and assault instantly netted him 4,000 negative emotion points. Ding He herself depressed and scolded, still crouching there. Gaffy Helutan come back in properly. Yes, boss. Hyung was practically submissive. Despite being treated this way, he dared not resist. He left obediently knocked down the door again. Boss. Come on. Ding He sat upright in his chair, intently observing Hyung. Hyun hadn't did he added Ding his advice and checked his foot before he stepped in, confirming he led with his right foot. However, upon entering, Ding has fury reignited. Damn! Ho told to step in with your right foot. Ding Ho sees Ding near Bikup and Der Lady Tonsmary. This time, Hyun had learned this lesson. Has waved like that, and thick up narrow limited home, shattering Goggins' stool. Crash! Ding had one tension of letting Hyun go easy, have loud. You director evade, forget be in guest secretary, don't clean Harrstrom. Clean Harrstrom. Hyun was momentarily stunned, and then his expression soured. Ding Ho, however, paid no heed, his face curling into a sardonic smile. What, do you have a problem? No. Hyun quickly bowdished. Negative emotion from Hyun R, 000. Negative emotion from Hyun R, 000. Negative emotion from Hyun R, 000. In that instant, Hyun provided Ding Ho with astic jarring 6,000 points of negative emotion. This clearly demonstrated how enriched he truly was. Yet he chose to endure, and Ding Ho couldn't help but admire him for it. For a true ninja warrior. Well, since there's no objection, we have a deal. No get out. Ding Ho of the Shant, no longer paying him any attention. Hyun said nothing more, though in shade she has still exited. Delightful. Which was satisfying. Ding Ho banged Edishan unfitable, laughing until tears nearly streamed down his face. At last, he understood how to fully utilize a thick corrupt cultivation system. He realized just how pitiful the righteous I stem from before us. Doing good deeds garnered fleeting gratitude that people offer a casual thank you, only to forge tight moments later. What value could thought possibly hold? Yet if one commit go wrong, like walking up to some union delivering gasolid smack, they would forget that treatment me soon. Some might even harbor hatred for a little time, never letting it go. How immense a mass negative emotion value. As they say in Ghost Gold and Silver community, but building roads and bridges is devoid of corpses. Such was the way afterward. As for Hyun, Ding had felt no qualms about his treatment. In fact, he thought it insufficient. This was because Hyun was an informant for Songji. He had been bribed by Songji, reporting easy Virai move back to ensure Songji could frolic with Su-Fi at their leisure. This was divulged to Ding Ho by Su-Fi and Songji themselves as before his rebirth. Hyun! You have sent the path to your demise. Ding has lent like promised to make him pay the price in the most tormenting manner possible. But before a thought, he needed to elevate his strength. Confirm consumption of Shi, 000 negative emotion points to enhance cultivation. Confirm. Ding Ho clicked to confirm. Congratulations, host, on successfully enhancing your cultivation. Realm Chi Refinement Level E. Current negative emotion points remaining 2, 600分. Negative emotion value required for further cultivation 000. Reward 1 lottery ticket, Wu dial a luck to draw. Ding Ho was surprised that the righteous system had this feature too, and this previous draw yielded down frank reward a pack of tissues. Talk about worst luck imaginable. But now the thief had been reborn, he would fall pretty such a shed fortune again. Draw. Just draw, damn it.
Chapter 2, Is this fruit delightful? Infinite space? Quite marvelous. Ding Hao beamed with an exceptionally bright smile. With a mere thought, he transported his consciousness into a realm devoid of air, temperature, and any tangible presence. It was a void of darkness, where time itself had come to a standstill. Ding Hao felt immense satisfaction with this state of affairs. As the impending apocalypse loomed just a month away, the system could not guarantee his ascension to the level of fasting within such a short span. Thus, he still required a substantial amount of resources for sustenance. He had been troubled about how to store those resources, but this predicament had now found its resolution. From F grade to SSS grade, fortune has turned in my favor. Next up is the storage of resources. Ding Hao mused silently. He was not lacking in funds. Following the demise of his parents, he had inherited a wholly owned trading company, boasting a staggering total asset value of 3 billion. This meant he had complete discretion over this wealth. Even winning the lottery would not yield such a sum. However, once the apocalypse struck in a month's time, all the money in the world would be rendered useless, mere scraps of paper unfit for even the most menial purposes. I must spend it all. Instantly. Ding Hao was known for his decisiveness, and he promptly dialed the CFO's number. Come to my office at once. Yes, boss. The CFO, Qin Yun, though only 27, was remarkably competent. She arrived swiftly, within a mere 2 minutes. As Ding Hao observed Qin Yun entering, he couldn't help but be momentarily captivated. She was already a striking beauty, but today, clad in the company-issued uniform, tailored blazer, form-fitting skirt, black stockings, and high heels, she exuded an additional allure. Boss, here are the items you requested. Ding Hao nodded. However, his gaze lingered on Qin Yun, her cheeks flushed under his scrutiny, yet she did not shy away. Instead, she boldly inquired, Boss, is there something on my face? Indeed. What is it? Quite beautiful. Ding Hao candidly replied. Xin Yun burst into a melodic laugh, teasing, "Boss, has a celestial being descended to Earth?" Ding Hao chose not to respond. Before his rebirth, his heart had belonged solely to his wife, Su Fei, and he had never paid attention to any other woman. Even a talented and attractive woman like Xin Yun had elicited only distant courtesy from him, but times had changed. In his current view, Su Fei was utterly insignificant. To describe her as worthless would be an understatement. She was even less than that. He. Ding Hao suddenly laughed again. He looked at Xin Yun and said, "Yes, I have indeed taken a fancy to you. Is that a problem?" "Of course not. You are the boss. How could I possibly say otherwise?" Xin Yun initially assumed Ding Hao was jesting, but upon witnessing his earnest demeanor, she hesitantly remarked, "Boss, are you serious? If the boss lady finds out, she has been unfaithful." Ding Hao stated calmly. "Who? Su Fei." "What?" Xin Yun gasped, taken aback. "That can't be true?" She found it hard to believe his words. Ding Hao, being young, handsome, and wealthy, Su Fei would have to be deranged to stray, but just then, Ding Hao added nonchalantly, "The object of her infidelity is Song Ji. The child is not mine. He is Song Ji's." This Xin Yun struggled to articulate a response, yet, she found herself believing Ding Hao's words. After all, even if Ding Hao had genuinely taken an interest in her, there would be no need for him to fabricate such a story to deceive her. Observing Xin Yun's astonishment, Ding Hao smiled and asked, "Is this fruit delightful?" Could it not be delightful? It was exhilarating, but why was he telling her this? Xin Yun felt a mix of anxiety and despair, nervously questioning, "Boss, you won't silence me, will you? What do you think?" Ding Hao feigned a sinister tone. Xin Yun's face turned pale in an instant. At that moment, the system provided an alert. Negative emotions from Xin Yun 1000, negative emotions from Xin Yun 1000. Wow, he truly frightened her. Seeing the system notification, Ding Hao was taken aback. This woman had an exceedingly timid disposition. Of course, even if he had such intentions, he would not dare to act on them. After all, the apocalypse had yet to arrive. Adhering to the law was imperative. However, after a month, well, that was uncertain. "Enough. I was merely teasing you." Ding Hao did not wish to continue intimidating Xin Yun, so he waved his hand and stated, "Let us discuss business. Please update me on the company's financial status." "Yes, boss." Xin Yun displayed commendable professionalism, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as she began to elaborate. Currently, the company has total assets amount to 3 billion, with liquid assets at 1 billion. Fixed assets, which comprise the warehouses and their contents, total 2 billion, with no liabilities. "Could you specify what goods are present in the warehouses?" Ding Hao inquired. "Certainly." Xin Yun confidently nodded, recounting the inventory with precision. Warehouses 1 to 10 contain fresh meat. Warehouses 11 to 30 hold grains, warehouses 31 to 40 are stocked with clothing, warehouses 41 to 60 house food items, warehouses 61 to 70 contain vehicles, warehouses 71 to 80 are designated for alcoholic beverages. Warehouses 81 to 90 store electronic products, and warehouses 91 to 100 accommodate entertainment goods. Warehouse 101 is for adult products. As she reached the final item, Xin Yun's cheeks flushed slightly. Ding Hao, however, remained unfazed, feeling a sense of joy. He had initially worried about the time constraint. After all, procuring resources required time, and only 1 month remained until the apocalypse. How fortunate! He was grateful to his parents for leaving him this trading company. With a total of 101 warehouses filled with diverse goods, he need not procure anything further. Yet at that moment, Xin Yun added, "These supplies will soon be dispatched to regional warehouses across the country." "What?" Ding Hao was suddenly alarmed and quickly asked, "When?" "At 11 o'clock this morning." Xin Yun replied swiftly. Ding Hao glanced at the time. It was already 10 o'clock. He immediately ordered, "You must notify everyone right now to halt all distributions, keep everything in the headquarters warehouse." "Huh?" Xin Yun was taken aback, perplexed. "Boss, if we don't distribute, our cash flow might be affected." "Enough chatter. Are you the boss or am I?" Ding Hao's gaze turned frosty as he coldly remarked, "Did you not hear what I said?" I will go at once." Xin Yun's voice trembled as she hurriedly exited. Negative emotions from Xin Yun 1000, negative emotions from Xin Yun 1000. Ding Hao observed the system notification and realized that Xin Yun had been frightened again. Yet, he was unconcerned. In comparison to the resources that pertain to life and death, Xin Yun's negative emotions were trivial. Nevertheless, this woman is quite impressive. Once this matter is resolved, I shall properly appease her. Ding Hao stroked his chin, contemplating his next steps when, suddenly, the door was flung open. In walked the administrative director, Su Wei. She was another striking beauty, renowned alongside Xin Yun as the supreme goddesses within the company. However, her temperament tended toward the tempestuous. Observing her furious demeanor, Ding Hao curiously asked, "What's the matter?" "I'm infuriated." Su Wei slammed the items in her hands onto Ding Hao's desk, exclaiming, "What nonsense are your wife's family up to? They dare bring me invoices like these for my signature. It's as if they wish for my demise." "Let me see." Ding Hao grabbed the papers and, after merely glancing at them, his expression darkened. "Office supplies of 50,000. Uniform procurement 100,000. Business banquets 500,000. Good grief, are they eating gold or silver? How can they spend 500,000? Damn it." Ding Hao was equally enraged, slamming his palm on the desk, cursing, "These scoundrels. I will have them all dismissed today." Chapter 3 is an apology enough. Suddenly, Ding Hao erupted in anger, startling Su Wei in the process. From Su Wei's negative emotions 1000, the system chimed in. Yet, Ding Hao paid no heed, continuing to berate, "These bastards really think they can take me for a fool." "Boss, please, calm down," Su Wei urged, hastily pouring him a glass of water. "While they are indeed being unreasonable, are you certain you want to dismiss them all?" "Absolutely." Ding Hao had no time to drink, declaring with resolute finality, "Tell them to get lost. Immediately. Getting rid of them is easy, but what about the lady?" Su Wei hesitated slightly. Such incidents had occurred before, and each time, whenever Su Fei created a scene, Ding Hao had ultimately compromised, leading to unresolved matters. "What lady? This has nothing to do with her." Ding Hao coldly retorted, "Go find human resources right now, and bring security with you to expel these scoundrels." "Understood." Su Wei recognized that Ding Hao was serious this time. Wasting no further time, she turned and left to notify human resources. After venting his frustration, Ding Hao felt a pang of hunger and decided to head downstairs for a meal. However, as he reached the first floor, he was suddenly met with a cacophony of insults. "You old hag! Are you blind? Can't you see this place is still filthy?" The commotion emanated from the restroom. Ding Hao frowned and hastened over. Sure enough, it was Yong, standing at the restroom entrance, unleashing a tirade upon the cleaning lady, while occasionally casting furtive glances towards the women's restroom. What an insufferable scoundrel! Does he really think himself important? Ding Hao's anger flared, and he quickened his pace, landing a swift kick to Yong's lower back. Ouch! Yong cried out, stumbling forward and crashing into the bucket of dirty water used for mopping the floor, leaving him drenched and reeking. What the hell? Who dares? Yong spat out a mouthful of filthy water, struggling to rise, kicking the water bucket aside, ready to curse. But upon seeing Ding Hao standing before him, his words caught in his throat, astonished. "Be boss? Secretary quite the authority you wield." Ding Hao remarked icily. I dare not." Yong quickly averted his gaze. From Yong's negative emotions 2000, from Yong's negative emotions 2000, oh? More to gain, then I shall not hold back. Ding Hao rejoiced inwardly, though his expression remained icy. "What else are you afraid of, Secretary I could hear you cursing from my office on the top floor." "And no, absolutely not." Yong protested vehemently, waving his hands. Ding Hao turned to the cleaning lady, who stood there dumbfounded, and inquired, "Auntie, speak plainly, did he not just insult you?" "Indeed." The cleaning lady replied, her voice tinged with grievance. "He hurled the most vile insults at me. At my age, if it weren't for my 2 daughters in college, I would have quit long ago." "Excellent. Very well." Ding Hao was thoroughly pleased. He turned back to Yong and asked, "What do you have to say now?" Nothing at all." "Then hurry up and apologize." Yes. Yong nodded frantically, bowing deeply towards the cleaning lady as he uttered, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," but at that moment, Ding Hao's thunderous voice interrupted him. "Is an apology enough? If saying sorry sufficed, why would we need the police?" Yong was momentarily taken aback. "You wanted me to apologize, and now you say it's useless." Ding Hao was unperturbed, gesturing towards the cleaning lady. "Go, slap him twice to teach him a lesson." "All right." The cleaning lady, unafraid of trouble, brandished her mop and charged forward, swinging her arm to deliver 2 resounding slaps. Smack, smack, the sound was sharp and crisp, utterly flawless. Yong was left dazed by the blows. Perfection. Ding Hao was immensely satisfied. Truly, the working class possesses strength. "Auntie, from now on, this scoundrel is under your command. Keep him in line and make sure he cleans the restroom. If he dares slack off, give him a good thrashing." "Absolutely, no problem." The cleaning lady responded promptly. As she saw Yong regaining his senses, she thrust the mop into his hands, scolding, "You brat, look at the mess you've made. Hurry up and clean it." "Boss," Yong desperately looked towards Ding Hao for rescue, but Ding Hao merely crossed his arms, enjoying the spectacle. "Get to work, or I'll slap you again." The cleaning lady suddenly raised her hand, startling Yong, who quickly set to work. "Now you're getting it." "Exactly." Ding Hao cast a look of approval at the cleaning lady before turning to leave. Upon stepping out of the company's entrance, he casually opened the system panel. Host Ding Hao, gendered male, development direction evil cultivator, current realm Qi refining level 1, to elevate cultivation requires 12,000 negative emotions, current accumulated negative emotion value 30,000, 25,000, so much, all thanks to Yong. Ding Hao was taken aback. However, after checking the records, he soon understood. From Yong's negative emotions 10,000, from Su Sheng's negative emotions 4,000, from Su Zhao's negative emotions 4,000, from Su Dafeng's negative emotions 4,000, from Su Xiuhan's negative emotions 2,000. So, it turns out Yong contributed only 10,000. The remainder was all from the Su family. It appears the news has spread. I wonder if Su Wei can manage them. Ding Hao smiled slightly, not lingering on the thought, and drove away. If she can't manage, so be it. How the most pressing matter now is to satiate my hunger, and perhaps level up as well. Confirm consumption of 12,000 negative emotion points to elevate cultivation? Confirm. Confirm consumption of 14,000 negative emotion points to elevate cultivation? Confirm. Ding Hao confirmed twice in succession, raising his cultivation to Qi refining level 3. Feeling the surge of power within him, Ding Hao was immensely satisfied. He was utterly convinced that, at this moment, he could take on not just 10 men, but even 100 without breaking a sweat. Yet, he did not let pride overtake him. After all, his goal was to survive the impending apocalypse, where danger lurked not only in humans but also in formidable mutated beasts. That was the true terror. As Ding Hao glanced at the dwindling negative emotion points, he couldn't help but shake his head. What a waste. In the blink of an eye, it's gone. I must find a way to gather more. Chapter 4 Wealth Can Move the Grindstone. Ding Hao International Hotel. Good day, sir, how may I assist you? As Ding Hao entered the hotel, a beautifully attired waitress approached him promptly, her uniform accentuating her charm. Her voice was soft and melodious, a delight to the ears. I would like a meal. This establishment was the most opulent hotel in the city, and the staff's demeanor was exceptionally courteous. Ding Hao was quite pleased, yet amidst the throng of guests surrounding him, he felt an inexplicable sense of dissatisfaction. Ah, by the way. I have a peculiar habit. I prefer to dine in solitude without anyone within a kilometer radius. Would that be a problem? Ding Hao added. The waitress's expression turned awkward. She appeared somewhat bewildered. Ding Hao shook his head, stating, "Go fetch your manager." Of course, please hold on. In a short while, the manager arrived, accompanied by a genial smile. Mr. Ding, what brings you here personally? The manager, a portly middle-aged man with a balding head, was eager to greet Ding Hao, who was a figure of considerable repute, drawing the attention of many who sought to curry favor with him. If I don't come myself, who will eat on my behalf? My sincerest apologies, Mr. Ding, that was not my intention. The manager's face flushed with embarrassment. Enough. Ding Hao, disinterested in further pleasantries, stated directly, the waitress must have informed you that I prefer an unoccupied dining space. Henceforth, I am reserving the entire hotel for 1 month. What? The manager was taken aback. This hotel was renowned for its lavishness, and the cost of a single day's reservation was astronomical. The last time the venue was booked entirely was for the wedding of the wealthiest magnate's daughter, yet here was Ding Hao, requesting an entire month. Mr. Ding, you jest, surely, I am quite serious. Ding Hao produced a banknote and tossed it lightly towards the manager. Hurry, do not waste my dining time. From Lu Mingjian's Negative Emotions 100, can this truly be allowed? As Ding Hao pondered whether to test the waters further, the manager, with a sycophantic smile, hurried off to process the payment. Before long, the manager returned, his face alight with an ingratiating grin. When he looked up at Ding Hao, his smile radiated warmth akin to the sun. Bowing respectfully at a 90-degree angle, he declared, Mr. Ding, I shall now escort the other guests out. Please wait a moment. Wait, how do you intend to ask them to leave? Ding Hao called after him. The manager patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Mr. Ding, I will explain to them that it is due to a hotel maintenance issue, and it will not tarnish your reputation. Do not. Ding Hao interrupted. You must clearly state that it is I, Ding Hao of the Ding Group, who has reserved the venue, and thus they must vacate. Do you understand? The manager's face displayed hesitation. The fee for the reservation will be doubled. Ding Hao remarked nonchalantly. In an instant, the manager's demeanor transformed into one of solemn reverence. Mr. Ding, from this day forth, you are our esteemed deity, and we shall be your most devoted servants. Should you require anything, we shall not hesitate to oblige. With that, the manager hurried away to carry out his orders, while Ding Hao reveled in the satisfaction of his wealth. Ah, the power of money, it could not only move mountains but also warm a lonely bed. Alas, 1 month hence, when the apocalypse descends, all the money in the bank will merely become a string of meaningless digits. The manager was remarkably efficient, and shortly thereafter, the hotel was filled with disgruntled voices. Who is this Ding Hao? Why must we be expelled? I swear I'll teach him a lesson. Keep it down. This is Mr. Ding we're talking about. He could easily buy several lives with a mere fraction of his wealth. Money allows for tyranny. This is a society governed by law. I fear no one. Indeed, wealth grants the ability to act without consequence. Just endure, it's not the end of the world. I once witnessed my girlfriend in bed with another man and felt no anger. What, you're quite the stoic, my friend. Who was she with? Your boss, an ex-boyfriend? Neither, it was her husband. 10 minutes later, Ding Hao, now escorted to the top floor for his meal, felt an incessant stream of notifications in his mind. From Li Gang's Negative Emotions 400, from Zhao Jingming's Negative Emotions 1000, from Li Zhang's Negative Emotions 250, from Chen Li's Negative Emotions 300, from Chen Rong's Negative Emotions 600. In mere seconds, he absorbed the negative emotions of over 100 individuals. Ding Hao quickly checked his system panel. Host Ding Hao, gendered male, nurturing direction evil cultivation, current realm Qi training, level 3, to advance requires 16,000 negative emotions, current accumulated negative emotion value. 42,500, what a boon. Ding Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Over 50,000 emotion points. In his previous life, he had not amassed even a fraction of this before meeting his demise. Soon, he arrived at the most luxurious hall on the top floor, adorned with exquisite dishes laid out on the table. The manager stood by attentively, akin to a devoted butler. Mr. Ding, do these dishes suit your palate? Quite delightful. Ding Hao nodded. I am fond of this cuisine. Instruct the kitchen to prepare 500 more servings and deliver them to my company. 500 servings? Mr. Ding, surely I misheard. The manager nearly gasped in disbelief. Each table represented a fortune for an ordinary person, and 500 would be an unimaginable sum. Their profit margins would skyrocket. You heard me correctly. Ding Hao asserted emphatically, not just today. From now on, every day, prepare 500 servings of the finest ingredients and send them to my company. Though the warehouse was stocked with enough supplies to last him several lifetimes, his own culinary efforts paled in comparison to the luxury of the hotel's offerings. Occasionally indulging in a change of flavor was a delightful prospect. Yes, sir. Ding Hao's words nearly sent the manager into a jubilant dance. 500 servings daily would equate to their hotel's revenue for 2 to 3 years. His commission would soar to astonishing heights. Mr. Ding is truly extravagant. Had he not feared incurring Ding Hao's wrath, the manager would have kneeled to proclaim, should you not cast me aside, I would gladly accept you as my father. Alright, do not forget to package them for delivery. Having sampled just a few bites, Ding Hao felt satiated and prepared to leave. A stunning waitress with golden waves immediately brightened at the opportunity to accompany him, casting flirtatious glances and brushing against his arm. What a delight, Ding Hao lamented, reflecting on the beauty of the world. Why had he fixated on a venomous woman in his previous life? Did your mother forget to nourish you? Put some muscle into it. If the floor isn't spotless by the end of the day, you can kiss this month's salary goodbye. Upon returning to the office, Ding Hao spotted He Yong laboriously mopping the floor. Under Ding Hao's scolding, He Yong's face twisted in dismay, akin to one who had bitten into a fly. Yes, boss. Yet, he could only suppress his grievances, biting his tongue. From He Yong's negative emotions 1000, Ding Hao nodded, feeling jovial as he ascended the stairs. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. He Yong dared to leak information. There would be repercussions. No sooner had Ding Hao settled in his office than a commotion erupted outside. Ding Hao, you think you can bully us without consequence? Why don't you come out and face us? The voice of his father-in-law, Su Dafu, boomed. Here we go. Ding Hao chuckled, stepping out of his office to witness a cadre of Su family members, their faces twisted in rage, being thwarted by security. Boss, there are too many of them. We cannot hold them back. A security guard approached. Ding Hao waved dismissively, no need to block them, let them through. Understood, boss. The guard hesitated but complied. Humph, you're quite perceptive. Ding Hao, I have a question. Why haven't you approved our invoices? Su Dafu glared angrily at Ding Hao. His brother-in-law, Su Shang, chimed in, those are crucial for our work, we cannot bear the costs ourselves. If you refuse, I will certainly inform my sister. Exactly. Sign the papers quickly, otherwise, this matter is far from over. Other members of the Su family echoed in fervent agreement. You lot are truly something. Observing their brazen demeanor and grotesque expressions, Ding Hao could not contain his laughter. For the company? I see you are only serving your own interests, using my funds to indulge in debauchery and line your pockets, and you dare claim it's for the company. Ding Hao, what do you mean by that? Ding Hao's sharp retort left them visibly shaken. What do I mean? Ding Hao smiled, nothing of consequence. I can't be bothered to explain. Close the door and deal with the dogs. With that, several security personnel swiftly blocked the exit. What do you intend to do? I'll call my sister. Bang. Before Su Shang could finish, a punch landed squarely on his face, blood gushing from his nose as he writhed on the floor, howling in pain. Ding Hao, you scoundrel, you dare lay your hands on Shanger? Su Dafu was furious. In the next instant, a forceful slap struck Su Dafu's face like a whirlwind. Old fool, I not only dare to hit him, but I also dare to strike you. Su Dafu clutched his face, wailing, you ungrateful wretch. How dare you attack your father-in-law? Do you hold my daughter in such disregard? Mentioning Su Fei ignited Ding Hao's rage, and he charged forward, delivering another resounding slap that sent Su Dafu spinning. What a thrill! Ding Hao had long harbored resentment towards this old fool. Subsequently, Ding Hao unleashed a flurry of blows, knocking the remaining Su family members to the ground. Having reached the 3rd level of Qi training, his physical prowess had significantly increased. These miscreants were no match for even a single finger of his. At last, he felt a small measure of satisfaction. Throw them all out of the company. Ding Hao commanded the security personnel. A minute later, silence enveloped the vicinity once more. What a relief! Ding Hao checked his system panel, discovering that in this brief interlude, he had absorbed an astonishing 17,500 negative emotion points. His spirits lifted considerably. I shall allow you to linger for another month, and when the apocalypse descends, I will reclaim my due. At that moment, Ding Hao's phone rang. It was Su Fei calling. Ding Hao, how long do you intend to act irrationally? Not only have you struck my father and the others, but you also assaulted Song Ji. What on earth do you want? As soon as he answered, Su Fei's voice radiated with indignation. What do I want? Ding Hao replied coldly, since you are so concerned about Song Ji, I shall facilitate your union. Let us divorce at once. Chapter 5 A Frantic Decision. What, divorce? Sophie exclaimed in disbelief, taken aback by Ding Hao's unexpected proposition. Ding Hao, have you lost your mind? I know that my father and brother have embezzled a little money from the company, but given your wealth, why would you concern yourself with such trifles? Could you not behave like such a petty man? Moreover, what will happen to little Bao if we divorce? Sophie's words tumbled out in a rapid-fire manner, revealing her genuine panic. Ding Hao simply smiled. In the past, he had always been forgiving of Sophie's transgressions. However, this indulgence had only fueled her arrogance, leading her to increasingly disregard him. Yet now, the mere mention of divorce sent her into a frenzy. Indeed, a sycophant deserves no mercy. Ding Hao retorted coldly. First, what do you mean by a little money? That is my money. Even if it were just a penny, the decision should rest with me, and it is not for others to judge. Second, little Bao is not my son. You ought to take him to Songji instead. What nonsense are you spouting? How could little Bao not be your son? Ding Hao's words left Sophie momentarily dazed, her voice tinged with a hint of panic. It is pointless to discuss this further. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, you will come to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce. Prepare yourself to leave with nothing. Ding Hao replied coldly. Ding, Sophie attempted to say more, but the sudden beeping of the phone interrupted her. Weakened by the unexpected turn of events while shopping for designer bags, she felt as if her legs might give way beneath her. It's over. How did he find out? A wave of regret washed over Sophie, not for being caught by Ding Hao, but for the prospect of being left with nothing. The thought of returning to a life of poverty was unbearable. But if that were the case, she might as well be dead. No, I refuse to divorce. I absolutely will not. Sophie's expression twisted into one of grim determination. In the office, Ding Hao hung up the phone, amusement dancing in his eyes. Sophie, this is merely the beginning. I intend to lead you step by step into the abyss of despair. Indeed, merely divorcing her was insufficient to satisfy his wrath. There were still many more surprises in store for Sophie and those who conspired with her. At that moment, Ding Hao checked the system panel and discovered that the negative emotion value had reached a staggering 65,000. How delightful it was to be a rogue. Why bother being a so-called good person? He would harness this emotional energy to enhance his abilities. Confirm the consumption of 16,000 negative emotion points to elevate cultivation? Confirmed. Confirm the consumption of 18,000 negative emotion points to elevate cultivation? Confirmed. Confirm the consumption of 20,000 negative emotion points to elevate cultivation? Confirmed. Ding Hao ascended 3 realms in an instant, reaching the 6th level of Qi refinement. In the next moment, he felt a surge of terrifying power coursing through him, becoming an integral part of his being. He had grown stronger, not just by a small margin, but several times over. He could sense that the strength within him had multiplied explosively. His seemingly ordinary physique was now capable of withstanding regular bullets. This newfound power bolstered his confidence. However, mere physical strength was not enough. When the apocalypse descended, a noxious, dark acid rain would fall, possessing corrosive properties so potent that even typical metal structures would be rendered ineffective. This acid rain contained toxins that even scientists could not identify, which would prove fatal to ordinary individuals. Though Ding Hao could endure some of it, he saw no reason to live a life of unnecessary hardship. Thus, he resolved to construct an iron fortress to withstand the impending disaster. Of course, his notion of an iron fortress was not the typical safe house depicted in novels. While such safe houses boasted excellent capabilities to withstand most disasters, they would be as fragile as paper in the face of the black acid rain and terrifying mutated beasts. In his previous life, Ding Hao had witnessed a mutated beast covered in red fur effortlessly breach the door of a safe house, devouring everyone inside. Qin Yun, come to my office. Ding Hao dialed Qin Yun's number. Boss, what can I do for you? Within moments, Qin Yun, clad in a gray office lady uniform and alluring black stockings, entered the office. Ding Hao couldn't help but steal a few glances at her, while Qin Yun felt a twinge of discomfort under his gaze. Surely, the boss wouldn't. Recalling Ding Hao's earlier remarks, her cheeks flushed slightly. Well, it's nothing too urgent. I just need you to assist me with some matters. Ding Hao averted his gaze. Qin Yun was uncertain whether it was her imagination, but she felt a slight pang of disappointment. Ding Hao placed a thick stack of documents on the desk, fixing his gaze on Qin Yun. I need you to sell the company within 3 days. Can you manage that? What? The boss intends to sell the company? Could it be that the betrayal of his wife had deeply affected him? Qin Yun was taken aback and quickly urged, Boss, that's not advisable. Even though your wife has betrayed you, it doesn't warrant selling the company. Ding Hao interrupted impatiently, I'm asking you if you can do it. I can manage it. At that moment, a terrifying aura emanated from Ding Hao, compelling Qin Yun to lower her gaze. Unable to meet his eyes, the boss was becoming increasingly intimidating, she thought. For some reason, she felt that the current Ding Hao was somehow different from the one she had encountered earlier, though she could not pinpoint the change. Surely, the boss wouldn't resort to violence, would he? From Qin Yun's negative emotion value 500, gathering her courage, Qin Yun finally spoke up, Boss, while it is feasible, the time frame is quite short, and there is a significant risk of being heavily underpriced. There's no need for that. Ding Hao waved his hand dismissively. Tell me how much I can get for the company, along with my properties on the table, within 3 days. I mean the amount I can receive immediately. By the way, do not include the goods in the warehouse, I will have them transported immediately. With the apocalypse approaching, not only would money lose its value, but his company's properties would also become worthless. Therefore, he decided to sell everything off and utilize the funds before the disaster struck. He had retained only 2 houses, one with a large garden to construct the iron fortress, and another for temporary residence, which would also be sold in due course. Boss, I've calculated that excluding the goods in the warehouse, all your assets are valued at approximately 2 3 billion. However, given the tight timeline, I estimate you will only receive around 1.5 billion. Xinyan hesitated, her expression a mix of concern and reluctance to speak out. Ding Hao nodded in satisfaction. That will suffice. You are responsible for executing this transaction as swiftly as possible. If you do well, I will reward you with a bonus of 1 million. Thank you, boss. Xinyan's eyes lit up instantly. A million was an amount she would need 10 years of relentless work to accumulate. The boss was truly generous. Chapter 6. Setting aside the facts as Xinyan departed the office, her high heels clicking against the floor, Ding Hao immediately began to scour the internet for information regarding safe houses. With only a month remaining, time was of the essence. Before long, a plethora of information on safe houses appeared on the screen. However, as he scrolled down the page, he was met with a barrage of advertisements from a certain search engine. The titles contained the keyword safe house, yet upon clicking, he was confronted with a collection of utterly nonsensical content, including ads for pig farming. There was no connection whatsoever to what Ding Hao was genuinely seeking. Undeterred, he appended the word apocalypse to his search for safe houses. Unsurprisingly, this yielded an array of web fiction sites. What use are these to me? Ding Hao thought in exasperation as he closed the tab. Just as he was about to abandon his search and inquire with someone else, an unfamiliar phone call abruptly came through. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Ding? Our company has noted your interest in safe houses. Do you have a need in that regard? Upon hearing this familiar opening line, Ding Hao nearly hung up. Yes, who are you? Well, we are Flying Eagle Company. Stop, have your manager come speak with me directly. Do not waste my time. Ding Hao interrupted firmly. The caller on the other end was momentarily taken aback before responding. Sir, please hold. In less than half a minute, a gruff male voice resonated through the line. Hello, sir. I am the Deputy General Manager of the Huaxia branch of Flying Eagle Company. Our primary business is the creation of safe houses, and we rank second globally among similar companies. How may I assist you? Second, never mind, I no longer require your services. Ding Hao promptly hung up. The person on the other end was left baffled, not expecting Ding Hao to dismiss them so readily upon learning they ranked second. Ding Hao found this reaction wholly reasonable. When it came to matters of safety, there could be no room for compromise. He intended to seek out the most capable company to construct his safe house. Quickly, through the trail left by the second-rate Flying Eagle Company, Ding Hao was led to the most formidable firm, Haixing Group. To his astonishment, this company was domestic. They had previously achieved remarkable feats, having constructed a safe house for a wealthy Middle Eastern magnate that withstood a small nuclear warhead without sustaining any damage. This was precisely what he needed. Ding Hao clapped his hands, immediately resolving to proceed. It was simply too aligned with his preferences. He located the official website of Haixing Group and soon made contact with a manager named Chen Fanghua. Without preamble, Ding Hao stated, I wish to build a safe house, but my requirements are exceedingly high. Can your company meet these demands? Mr. Ding, you just die in the realm of safe houses. There is no project that our Haixing Group cannot accomplish, Chen Fanghua replied dismissively. Ding Hao then briefly outlined his vision for an impenetrable fortress, leaving Chen Fanghua momentarily speechless. After several minutes, Chen Fanghua finally regained his composure and asked, Mr. Ding, are you perhaps residing on Mars? Is it unfeasible? If it cannot be done, I will seek someone else. Ding Hao coldly retorted. He was acutely aware that the impending apocalypse must remain a secret. The post-apocalyptic Earth would not necessarily offer a better living environment than Mars. Let us make it happen. Realizing the lucrative opportunity was slipping away, Chen Fanghua hastily responded, Mr. Ding, your concept is extraordinary and presents a significant challenge for us, but we will do our utmost to fulfill it. However, this project will require substantial funds. I wonder, Mr. Ding, rest assured, I am not short on money. As long as the quality meets my standards, I will not shortchange you a penny, Ding Hao asserted resolutely. Receiving such a substantial order left Chen Fanghua elated. Mr. Ding, please provide me with an address. I will personally visit tomorrow to discuss the details. Very well. After hanging up, Ding Hao promptly sent the location of the villa to be renovated, as it would be convenient for discussions. Once this was settled, he glanced at the time, 2:30. It was nearly time to head to the Civil Affairs Bureau. A slight smile crossed his face. Today, some would rejoice while others would lament. Fortunately, he was among the joyous. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, four individuals anxiously awaited. This quartet comprised Sophie's family. Fei, when you see Xiao Hao, be sure to sincerely apologize. Men, can often be pacified with a few kind words, said Sun Hongmei, clad in vibrant red. Having just endured a severe reprimand from Ding Hao, Su Sheng had become considerably subdued. Sister, our family's happiness rests entirely on your shoulders this time. You must win over your brother-in-law, or we will lose our entire source of income. Listening to their words, Sophie felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, yet she said nothing, for she knew that a mere thought from Ding Hao could indeed sever their family's financial lifeline. After all, most of Ding Hao's wealth was acquired before their marriage, leaving their shared assets pitifully scant. Their son, Xiaobao, was the offspring of Song Ji, and thus, no child support would be forthcoming. He could even face countersuits. This day, Sophie remained puzzled as to how Ding Hao discovered her affair with Song Ji. Fei, may I ask why Xiao Hao wishes to divorce you? Su Dafu, lost in thought, suddenly posed the question. Dad, Sophie averted her gaze, a hint of guilt lingering in her eyes. At that moment, a voice interjected, since she is unwilling to speak, allow me to clarify, she has been having an affair with that scoundrel, Song Ji, behind my back, and Xiaobao is nothing more than their illegitimate child. Ding Hao approached slowly. What? Aside from Sophie, the other three were taken aback by this revelation. Just as Ding Hao thought they might possess a shred of decency, Sun Hongmei nonchalantly remarked, I thought it was something significant, turns out, it's just this. Xiao Hao, a man should not be so petty. Xiao Bao has called you father for so many years, what more do you want, is blood relation really that important? Exactly, setting aside the facts, doesn't T brother-in-law share any blame? If you weren't so engrossed in your work and had spent more time with your sister, she wouldn't have strayed so easily. Su Sheng chimed in. Xiao Hao, let us consider today as Fei Fei's fault. I apologize on her behalf, please, let us not pursue divorce, you can raise Xiao Bao as your own son, after all, few people are aware of the truth. Su Dafu also stepped forward to mediate. Little did they know, Ding Hao was nearly doubled over with laughter upon hearing their remarks. Chapter 7 of the premarital agreement. Indeed, when one is brought low, they become invincible. Ding Hao was aware of their shamelessness, yet he never anticipated it would stoop to such depths. Do not waste your breath in front of me. This marriage must be annulled today. Ding Hao stated coldly this time, he would grant the Su family no room for negotiation. Upon hearing Ding Hao's words, they erupted as expected. Ding Hao, do not overreach. We have already humbled ourselves to plead with you, showing you considerable respect. Do not be ungrateful. Su Dafeng shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Ding Hao. Sun Hongmei chimed in, indeed, do not forget your gratitude. Had it not been for my daughter's silent sacrifices over the years, your company would have long since collapsed. You cannot annul this marriage, I insist. With that, Sun Hongmei collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Everyone, come and judge this matter for me. This ingrate son-in-law is tearing down the bridge after crossing it, using my daughter and now intending to cast her aside. It was Monday, and many were present to process marriage and divorce. Sun Hongmei's cries quickly attracted a crowd, who began to point fingers at Ding Hao and utter unkind remarks. Old hag, have you had your fill of drama? Ding Hao, unfazed by the stares of the onlookers, strode forward and slapped Sun Hongmei across the face. The blow left her momentarily stunned. You dare strike me in front of so many people? What is there to fear? Ding Hao raised his hand once more, delivering another slap that made Sun Hongmei see stars. You dare hit my mother? I will fight you. Su Shang yelled as he charged forward, only to be sent flying by a swift kick from Ding Hao. Are you all prepared to defend her? Ding Hao surveyed the indignant crowd, which immediately fell silent. Excellent, they understood their place. Ding Hao felt quite satisfied. As he stood there, a troop of middle-aged women clad in pink attire, playing drums and gongs, approached the leader, a woman in her 50s, gasped upon seeing Sun Hongmei on the ground. Hongmei, what has happened to you? Let us see. A throng of women quickly surrounded her, clearly old acquaintances. I am fine, do not worry about me, ah. To her surprise, several of the women burst into laughter. We are not worried about you at all. We would love for you to suffer even more. Sun Hongmei, everyone in our community knows what kind of person you are merely reaping what you have sown, we will only celebrate your misfortune. Their words rendered Sun Hongmei's face pale with shock. Those who had previously sympathized with her now exchanged bewildered glances, sensing something amiss. At that moment, the leading woman taunted, isn't your son-in-law the owner of a large company? He used to flaunt his wealth before us. How did you end up in such a state? Has he abandoned you? Another woman chimed in, if he has left you, it must surely be your fault, you are a woman with a heart full of malice. You all possess keen insight, Ding Hao interjected with approval. Young man, who are you? Ding Hao replied confidently, I am her son-in-law. I have been married to her daughter for several years, only to discover that the child is not mine. What? The expressions on the women's faces transformed dramatically. They began to once again point fingers at Sun Hongmei, while those who had previously rallied to her defense now turned against her, hurling harsh words. Sun Hongmei's face fluctuated between crimson and pale, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. Su Fei and her companions felt similarly. Come, let us proceed to finalize the divorce paperwork, do not waste my time. Ding Hao turned to Su Fei and said blandly. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Fei could only follow him, her scalp prickling with anxiety as she signed the documents. Upon receiving the divorce certificate, Ding Hao felt elated and reminded her, I almost forgot to mention that prior to our arrival, I had already petitioned the court for asset preservation. The funds in your bank account, along with the villa I provided for your family, have all been frozen and seized. Therefore, you must carefully consider where you will sleep tonight. Impossible. Upon hearing Ding Hao's words, Su Fei was rendered speechless. Over the years, she had saved a considerable sum and believed that even if she divorced Ding Hao, she could still manage a decent life, albeit with a slight downgrade in lifestyle. She never anticipated Ding Hao would cut off her financial resources entirely. Su Fei questioned, even if these are premarital assets, what about the marital community property? Surely I am entitled to a fair share. You best give it to me quickly, or I will take you to court. No need for that, I can provide it directly. Ding Hao chuckled, producing a single 100 yuan bill and flicking it at Su Fei. Is this all? Do not think you can deceive me, hand over the proper amount. Su Fei shouted. Ding Hao merely shook his head, do not forget, we signed a premarital agreement, wherein my salary is 1 yuan per year. When divided, you would receive only a few coins, offering you 100 is already an act of great generosity on my part. This, Su Fei recalled the agreement, forced upon them by Ding Hao's parents, which she had dismissed at the time, never realizing its implications until now. The weight of her world seemed to collapse around her. Ding Hao, however, felt a surge of emotion in his heart. A parent's love for their child is often profound and far-reaching. Regrettably, he had no opportunity to repay that love now. This is how it shall be, I must take my leave. Su Fei's state elicited no sympathy from Ding Hao, who turned and departed. Meanwhile, Su Fei returned to Sun Hongmei and the others, her heart heavy with despair. Daughter, how did it go? Sun Hongmei inquired with concern. As Su Fei suppressed her inner turmoil and recounted the events. Upon hearing her story, their expressions shifted dramatically. Fei, are you saying that you have not a single cent to your name? At Sun Hongmei's worried question, Su Fei nodded. Father, mother, I can rely on you both now. As her words sunk in, Su Dafeng's expression darkened, and he scolded, rely on us for what? Were it not for you, we would still be living comfortably. Once you return home, take that little harbinger of misfortune and find her paramour, let him support you both. Sun Hongmei's demeanor turned icy as she echoed, your father is right. Hurry and remove that little harbinger of misfortune from our home. You should leave and never return. Hearing their words, Su Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. They were so quick to abandon her when they realized she had no money. Were they truly her family? Upon returning to the company, Ding Hao received a call from Lu Jianming, the manager of the Jinhao International Hotel. Mr. Ding, the meals you ordered have arrived. Excellent, please place them all in warehouse 102. I will come down shortly. After hanging up, Ding Hao waited about 10 minutes, ensuring the crowd had dispersed before descending the stairs, his heart racing with excitement. He intended to use the meals to test his spatial abilities. If all went well, he would empty the warehouse that very night. Chapter 8. You are terminated. When Ding Hao arrived at warehouse number 102, the surroundings were devoid of any personnel, as per his instructions. He produced a key and unlocked the warehouse door. Instantly, a rich and aromatic fragrance wafted through the air. The perishables were meticulously packaged by the table, resulting in the warehouse being filled with approximately 1 cubic meter of food crates, an impressive total of 500. Ding Hao nodded in approval, his gaze fixated on one particular crate, and with a mere thought, it astonishingly vanished into thin air. His consciousness entered the boundless expanse of a grey realm, where a solitary crate stood undisturbed, as though time itself had come to a halt. In the context of this infinite space, the crate occupied an infinitesimal fraction of the whole. How incredibly useful! Ding Hao could hardly suppress a gasp of amazement. Subsequently, he proceeded to retrieve crate after crate, and within just half an hour, the entire warehouse was cleared. However, Ding Hao soon encountered a few issues. Firstly, living creatures could not be transported into this space. Earlier, he had spotted an ant within the warehouse and, driven by curiosity, attempted to bring it inside, but regardless of his efforts, the ant could not cross the threshold. He returned to his office and conducted an experiment using the fish from the aquarium, only to find the same result. The second issue was that transferring items into the space required time, which correlated with the mass of the individual items. As the mass increased, the time taken for the transfer exhibited a terrifying upward trend. He ventured to warehouse number 65, attempting to store a 1-ton small car, which took him a full 10 seconds. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that he had not chosen to relocate at the last moment of the apocalypse, otherwise, any complications could have proven disastrous. No, he resolved, the warehouse must be empty tonight. The night is long and fraught with uncertainties. Resolute in his decision, Ding Hao announced a 2-day holiday for the entire company. This action immediately incited a frenzy of joy among the employees, who praised Ding Hao as an exemplary boss. Ding Hao offered a slight smile, unfazed, for in just 2 days, he would no longer be the owner of the company. Finally, under the pretense of an impending client visit to collect goods, he took possession of all the warehouse keys. Stop right there. Did I permit you to leave? As Ding Hao sat in his office awaiting the opportune moment, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. He Yang. In recent days, He Yang had been relegated to mopping the floors, having practically taken on half of the company's cleaning duties, leaving him utterly exhausted. And now, with the company collectively on holiday, he was eagerly preparing to return home for a much-deserved rest. Yet, he was met with that devilish voice. Boss, the entire company is on holiday, I shouldn't need to mop the floors, right? He Yang inquired, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. The whole company is on holiday? Ding Hao mused, it seems that is indeed the case. However, the floors are rather dirty, so please finish mopping before you leave. What? He Yang's expression transformed into that of a bitter melon. Not allowed? Fine. Noticing the dangerous glint in Ding Hao's eyes, He Yang quickly acquiesced. From He Yang's negative emotion value 1000, it was astonishing that making this rascal mop the floor could yield 1000 points of negative emotion. It seemed he harbored quite a bit of resentment toward me. Watching He Yang fetch the mop, Ding Hao stroked his chin, deep in thought. He Yang soon returned, working diligently to expedite his departure. The floors gleamed under his efforts. Boss, is it done? He asked with joy after half an hour. Yes, quite satisfactory. Ding Hao nodded approvingly. Pack your things and go home, you are terminated. He Yang, who had been elated until that moment, found his smile frozen in place. Boss, why? Ding Hao replied coldly, I said you are terminated. That is the final word, no further explanation. Additionally, I hereby announce that your salary has been entirely forfeited. Hurry and seek your next employment, lest you find yourself unable to afford a meal in the near future. Boss, He Yang's face contorted in rage, his chest heaving violently. From He Yang's negative emotion value 500, from He Yang's negative emotion value 500, from He Yang's negative emotion value 500, in mere seconds, he amassed an additional 1500 points of negative emotion. Ding Hao had no intention of milking the sheep's wool too quickly. Changing his tone, he smiled and said, I was merely joking with you earlier. As a key member of the company, how could I bear to let you go? Come to work as usual in 2 days, and I shall promote and increase your salary. A joke, He Yang was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he had been played for a fool. From He Yang's negative emotion value 500, however, upon hearing Ding Hao's promise of a promotion and raise, he immediately beamed with joy. Bowing and scraping, he said, thank you, boss, Alright, now hurry home. Ding Hao waved his hand dismissively. Then, watching He Yang's departing figure, Ding Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. It was impossible for him not to terminate him, and He Yang would receive not a single penny. If one dares to act as a traitor, one must be prepared to face the consequences. Ding Hao examined the system panel. Host Ding Hao, gendered male, nurturing direction evil cultivation, current realm chi refining level 6, negative Ding Hao recalled that after using the system previously, he had only 11,000 left. How had it risen to 26,500 now? He checked the sources of the emotion values and discovered that the majority stemmed from the Su family, with Su Fei contributing the most. She alone had provided 6,000 points. Clearly, she harbored a profound enmity towards him. How amusing. Ding Hao chuckled. The more she loathed him, the more delighted he felt. That should suffice. Thereafter, Ding Hao commenced a frenzied retrieval of goods from warehouse number 1. 100,000 tons of chilled meat, collect. 300,000 tons of grain, collect. 100 million designer garments, collect. Not even the warehouse locks were spared. His pace was rapid, yet it still took nearly 5 hours to complete the task. By the time he finished, it was already 11 o'clock at night. However, there was not a trace of impatience on Ding Hao's face, rather, it radiated a sense of fulfillment. A typical person, assuming a lifespan of 70 years, would consume around 50 tons of food. The total food he had gathered amounted to a staggering 500,000 tons, enough to sustain an ordinary person for 10,000 lifetimes. Reflecting on the previous apocalypse, where hundreds had fought over a single pack of instant noodles, Ding Hao couldn't help but chuckle. This time, the story would unfold anew, but he was no longer the person he had been in his past life. Chapter 9 The Adorable Sisters. After diligently organizing the items in the warehouse, Ding Hao began to contemplate what foremost on his list was water. Shortly after the apocalypse struck, the terrifying black acid rain had polluted 99% of the world's water sources. The 4 great oceans, along with numerous seas, had all been tainted, turning them into a dark abyss. Scientists had found themselves utterly incapable of extracting pure water from the contaminated supply, and ordinary individuals were left with no recourse. Ding Hao had witnessed the tragic fate of those who, driven by unbearable thirst, drank the polluted water, only to be reduced to mere remnants of their bones within mere minutes. It appears I must devise a method to procure some water, Ding Hao mused, shaking his head. The bottled mineral water he had just secured would suffice for drinking, but it would be inadequate for other purposes. Besides water, it would be prudent to acquire some gasoline and diesel. Diesel could be utilized for generating electricity, while the absence of gasoline rendered the 1,000 vehicles in his warehouse nothing more than scrap metal. However, aside from these 1,000 cars, Ding Hao also planned to customize a vehicle capable of traversing the post-apocalyptic landscape. Having considered all of this, Ding Hao set off towards the hotel to rest. Even though his physical condition had reached an extraordinary level, the effort of transporting such a substantial quantity of goods had left him somewhat fatigued. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the hotel and parked his car downstairs. Upon entering, he was surprised to find 2 youthful and stylish girls broadcasting live from the hotel lobby. They bore an uncanny resemblance to each other, being identical twins, and their beauty was striking. By Ding Hao's standards, they would undoubtedly score above 9. However, wasn't this hotel reserved exclusively for him? How had they managed to enter for a live broadcast? With a slight frown, Ding Hao recalled that the hotel manager had mentioned, during a previous meal delivery, that there would be 2 beautiful streamers live in the lobby. At that time, he had been so preoccupied with his infinite space that he had unconsciously agreed. Well, it was of no consequence now. Ding Hao shook his head and prepared to ascend to his room. Excuse me, young janitor, could you kindly clean the floor? One of the girls, clad in a blue dress, called out to him as he passed by. A janitor, Ding Hao paused, glancing down at himself. Indeed, he was a bit disheveled, having changed into a moving worker's uniform for convenience, yet, he was not a janitor. Apologies, but I am unavailable. Ding Hao replied coolly. Please, don't refuse so quickly. We're not asking for your help for free. If you assist us in cleaning, we'll offer you a reward of 100, the girl in the pink dress chimed in, attempting to charm him with her appeal. Most would have succumbed to such a lure, hastily agreeing to help, but Ding Hao merely furrowed his brow, responding coldly, I shall reiterate, I am unavailable. With that, he turned on his heel and departed, leaving the 2 beautiful streamers exchanging bewildered glances. Their live stream erupted in chaos. What a cold and aloof janitor, he is clearly just a cleaner, yet I sense the aura of a high-powered CEO about him. Ha, Xiao Chang and Xiao Shui must be questioning themselves now. They teamed up, only to find that the janitor couldn't even be bothered to glance their way. Support the heartbroken streamers, 1 meal should suffice. I'll support them too, 1 meal plus some pickled vegetables. To the one above, what are you on about? Let us not get sidetracked. The charm of our Xiao Chang and Xiao Shui is indisputable. That individual must have issues, perhaps playing hard to get. That's a valid point. This person is despicable for deceiving everyone. Let us collectively denounce him. Xiao Chang and Xiao Shui finally regained their composure after glancing at the barrage of comments in the chat. They clarified, please refrain from hasty speculation, perhaps the janitor truly had important matters to attend to. Moreover, helping is a courtesy, while not helping is a duty. There's no need to tarnish his reputation. That one do, let us switch to another program. The girls' rational words garnered unanimous approval, though they felt a slight flush of embarrassment. They had truly embarrassed themselves. Meanwhile, Ding Hao was riding the elevator upstairs when he suddenly heard the system's notification chime. Negative emotion value from Chu Qing 500, negative emotion value from Chu Shui 500, negative emotion value from the water-squirting cuttlefish 100, negative emotion value from the leading figure 50. Were these the emotion values stemming from the two streamers and their live broadcast? Ding Hao was taken aback. He had not anticipated this, although the individual contributions were minimal. The sheer number of people involved made up for it in just that short time. He had accumulated. As inspiration struck him, Ding Hao returned to his imperial suite, not rushing to implement his idea. After a long day, it was time to unwind. He first called the hotel manager. In less than 10 minutes, a sensuous woman clad in a black sheer dress entered his room. Boss, she greeted, bowing respectfully. In that moment, her alluring figure was laid bare before Ding Hao, perfectly proportioned and enticing. His hand instinctively reached out, yet, just as the woman was about to undress for him, Ding Hao called out, no need to disrobe for a massage, let us begin. Without paying heed to the woman's longing gaze, he lay down on the bed. Ah, this feels delightful. The woman's skilled hands worked their magic, filling Ding Hao with an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if his very soul were floating away. He couldn't help but marvel at the pleasures wealth could afford, particularly the joys of being single. In his previous life, he had devoted himself entirely to Sophie, disregarding the beauty of any other woman before him. Reflecting on it now, he realized what a grave mistake that had been. That will be sufficient, you may leave now. Satisfied, Ding Hao waved the woman away. By his standards and taste, she simply did not measure up to warrant his attention. To be worthy of his affection, one would need to reach the caliber of the two girls he had encountered downstairs. Subsequently, he took out his phone and downloaded a live streaming platform called Tiger Fish. It was reputed to host most prominent streamers, and while he rarely watched live broadcasts, he had a general understanding of the scene. After logging in, he searched for The Adorable Sisters, and as expected, the live stream of the delightful pair appeared. The name of the stream had caught Ding Hao's attention earlier. Not bad, he thought as he casually chose the nickname Little Ding for himself, and then proceeded to watch the earlier recording. The twins' remarks prompted a subtle nod of approval from him. Their character seemed commendable. With that in mind, Ding Hao clicked the recharge button and deposited 200,000, purchasing 100 super rockets to shower them with gifts. Having completed this, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. My emotion value shall depend upon you. Chapter 10. The vision of the steel fortress in the grand hall below. However, their reaction was swift, and they promptly expressed their gratitude. Thank you to our fan, Old Ding, for the 100 super rockets, we appreciate it, moi. Their excitement was palpable. Despite their pleasing appearance, having been streamers for 2 years, they remained relatively small-time hosts. With 200,000 yuan, even after the platform's cut, they would still net 100,000. This amount equated to half a year's salary for both of them combined. Most significantly, they had never received such generous tips in their streaming room before. At that moment, the chat was abuzz with fervor. I said it, our little Chang and Xiaoshui are so beautiful, they are not lacking in charm. Just look, the wealthy gentleman has generously tipped them 20,000 yuan in one go. Exactly. That cleaner must be blind to overlook our Ching and Xiaoshui. By the way, despite streaming for 2 years, they have never received such a bounty. How did it suddenly happen? I heard that the Jin Hao International Hotel has been booked by a tycoon for a month. Could it be that he has taken notice of Xiaoshui and Qing, leading to this bounty? It's certainly possible. If this tycoon has developed an interest in Xiaoshui and Qing, their fortune. Qing and Xiaoshui exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with joy. Meanwhile, Ding Hao, reclining on his comfortable bed, paid little heed to the commotion and gently set down his phone. He decided to let the excitement simmer for a while. Just as he was about to succumb to slumber, he suddenly opened his eyes. I almost forgot about my beloved wife. With that, he retrieved his phone and dialed Qin Yun, instructing her to contact a construction company to build a villa in a village in the southern part of the city. Money was no object, but it had to be completed within 3 days. After hanging up, Ding Hao sent the precise location to Qin Yun. That moment, in the urban village Ding Hao mentioned, a van had parked by the roadside. After unceremoniously dropping off 5 individuals and their belongings, it sped away. These 5 were none other than Sophie and her family. Following her divorce from Ding Hao earlier that day, they had been ejected from their former villa and, with nowhere else to turn, had returned to the filthy and dilapidated urban village. In comparison to their days in the villa, the atmosphere was laden with silence. Mom, what are we doing here? I don't like this dark place. Where's that foolish dad? Hurry and let him come pick us up, or I'll pull his ears again. Little Bao was the foolish dad he referred to was, of course, Ding Hao. His words only served to ignite Sophia's father, Su Dafu's fury. He raised his hand and slapped Little Bao across the face, exclaiming, "It's all your fault, you little bastard. If it weren't for you, how would our family have fallen to such depths?" Little Bao burst into tears, seeing Su Dafu prepare to strike again. Sophie quickly intervened. Dad, he's just a child. Why are you hitting him? And you call yourself sensible, you consort with other men, and look where that has led us. Su Dafu showed no mercy. Immediately take this bastard to find his biological father. Do not dirty my doorstep, and preferably, never return. Sophie was taken aback. She hadn't expected Su Dafu to be so mercenary. When they had money, he lavished her with affection, but now that they were impoverished, he sought to cast her aside. The other two family members watched her depart without any intention of stopping her. With only 100 yuan, a small sum given by Ding Hao, Sophie found herself unable to afford even a hotel room. She had no choice but to seek refuge with Song Ji. To her dismay, upon seeing her, Song Ji reacted as if he had encountered a plague. What are you doing here? My wife is at home, you need to leave immediately. Sophie, seething with anger, retorted, Song Ji, Ding Hao knows about our affair now that we are divorced, and I've been kicked out with nowhere to stay. What? Song Ji was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered. Then you definitely can't stay here. You should know my wife's temper. If she finds out about my infidelity, I'll be out on the streets. Here, take some money and find a place to stay, but don't come here and disrupt my life. With that, he tossed Sophie 500 yuan. Grabbing the money, Sophie tore it to shreds, exclaiming, You scoundrel, Song Ji, little Bao is your child, how can you be so heartless? This struck a nerve with Song Ji. This is all your fault. You wouldn't let me bring you along, saying it would be more stimulating. Now look, you're back to trouble me. With that, he turned and retreated to the villa. This isn't over. Now that I'm divorced, you can't expect to have an easy life either. Sophie ceded to herself, and Ding Hao, I love you, I will find a way to make you pay. Sophie laid all the blame on Ding Hao's shoulders. Resolutely, she approached the villa's front door and, upon seeing a woman answer, she realized it was Song Ji's wife. Immediately, she divulged everything, including the fact that little Bao was Song Ji's child. Furious, Song Ji's wife slammed the door shut, preventing Sophie from entering. Inside, a fierce argument erupted. The shouting continued until midnight, at which point it abruptly ceased. Song Ji, covered in blood, opened the door. The following morning, as Ding Hao awoke, he received a call from Chen Fangui regarding the construction of the safe house. He hurriedly made his way over. Are you Mr. Ding? Chen Fangui was taken aback upon meeting Ding Hao, shocked by his youth. Chen, let's skip the pleasantries. I'll outline some basic requirements for the project, let us see if you can accommodate them. Upon confirming that Chen Fangui had no objections, Ding Hao began to elaborate. To clarify, I do not wish to create a traditional safe house, I intend to construct a steel fortress. Firstly, the outermost layer of the fortress must consist of at least 3 layers of high-strength acid-resistant material. It should withstand even the strongest acids in the world for at least a century without corroding. Secondly, the fortress's exterior walls must not only utilize the highest-grade materials but also possess increased thickness. Your company has previously constructed a safe house in the Middle East that can withstand a nuclear warhead, but I require a design that is 10 times more fortified. Lastly, the entire steel fortress must be self-sustaining, requiring no external resources such as air or water. Of course, I will address the water issue internally. Ding Hao's words left Chen Fangui momentarily speechless. Was this a plan for complete isolation? Sensing Chen Fangui's skepticism, Ding Hao smiled and explained, I am an avid enthusiast of apocalyptic survival, and I happen to have a bit of money, so I want to bring this concept in my mind into reality. Very well. Though Chen Fangui was not entirely convinced, he certainly would not turn down the prospect of financial gain. Chapter 11 At the cost of 1 billion. Chen Fangui did not delve into the details but candidly Chen Fangui hastily added, Ding, if you find that too expensive, we can certainly, you misunderstand, my astonishment stems from the fact that I did not expect it to be so affordable. Ah. Chen Fangui was taken aback. Ding Hao pointed at several areas on the blueprint. The materials you are using in these sections are rather ordinary. Do not skimp on expenses, use only the finest materials. Moreover, if your company possesses any highly effective security systems or advanced technological devices, install them all. I'm not concerned about the cost. Understood. Chen Fangui readily agreed. This order would undoubtedly be the largest since the company's inception. Upon completion of the project, he anticipated a promotion to vice general manager. Ding, is there anything else you wish to instruct? Chen Fangui inquired, unconsciously. Ding Hao nodded. How long do you estimate the construction will take? With the apocalypse looming in just over 20 days, he needed to prepare swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fangui replied, Ding, if you are not in a hurry, the construction period will be approximately 2 years. And if I am in a hurry? If you are pressed for time, we could complete it in as little as 6 months. Ding Hao shook his head. That is still too slow. I can only grant you 20 days. 20 days, that is far too little. As Chen Fangui was about to refuse, he was met with Ding Hao's unwavering voice. If you can meet this deadline, I will provide you with an additional 100 million as a rush. If not, I shall have to seek another company. 100 million as a rush fee. Upon hearing those words, Chen Fangui's breath quickened. Very well. Chen Fangui gritted his teeth. 20 days it is. I will immediately summon my team and commence work right away. Subsequently, the two discussed the blueprint further, finalizing the details, with an anticipated cost of around 1 billion. After signing the contract, having received the funds, Chen Fanghua was invigorated, mobilizing a dozen workers within 10 minutes to begin planning the construction. Witnessing this scene, Ding Hao couldn't help but smile slightly. Although he had promised a deposit of 300 million, with 700 million to follow, he understood that once the apocalypse arrived and societal order collapsed, no one would be concerned about pursuing mere numbers. Furthermore, who would still be alive by then remained uncertain. To his surprise, 300 million had sufficed to establish a formidable fortress. Now, with 14 billion remaining, Ding Hao found himself troubled, unsure of how to spend such an amount.
In a village in the southern city. Could you keep it down? It's so noisy, as if someone has died.
Su Dafu stood at the entrance of his dilapidated old house, angrily pointing at the construction crew nearby. Since returning last night, a crew had begun demolishing the adjacent house. The cacophony of machinery had deprived his family of sleep.
You old fool, dare you speak to us like that? Are you tired of living?
4 or 5 burly men, adorned with tattoos, emerged from the crew and surrounded Su Dafu. Su Dafu, known for his timidity, trembled upon seeing the glint of knives at their waists.
This is your first warning. Should you dare to complain again, I'll slap you.
The group cursed as they walked away. Su Dafu, too frightened to retort, retreated into his home. Upon hearing the story, Sun Hongmei plopped down on the floor, wailing loudly, "How are we supposed to live like this from now on?"
Su Dafu's expression mirrored that of someone mourning a loss.
In truth, the construction crew's actions were not the worst of their troubles. What truly pained them was the fact that some scoundrel had leaked news of Su Fei's infidelity. By morning, the entire village was gossiping about them, condemning Su Fei for her lack of virtue and shamelessness, while also denouncing their family as a den of snakes and rats. Whenever any member of their family stepped outside, they were met with a deluge of scornful gazes, making them feel like pariahs. Damn it, this is all my sister's fault, otherwise, how could we have fallen to this state? Su Shang, with dark circles under his eyes, emerged from his room, clearly having had little sleep himself. At that moment, Sun Hongmei chimed in. "This morning, while buying groceries, I overheard people talking. Apparently, a wealthy businessman is constructing a villa next to us. It was originally supposed to be on our property.
If only we had that kind of money, we wouldn't have to worry about anything." Sighing, Su Dafu lamented, his resentment towards Su Fei and her illegitimate child growing. Had it not been for them, the 5 million would have been firmly in his grasp. "Dad, Mom, Xiaofang agreed to marry me yesterday, but she demands a dowry of 500,000. Su Shang suddenly spoke up. Su Dafu nearly jumped out of his skin. 500,000? Why don't you go rob a bank? Our entire family has been drained. We barely have over 100,000 left. Where on earth will I find 500,000? I don't care. You need to figure out a way out. If it doesn't work out, I won't marry her, and our lineage will end.
Su Shang said stubbornly. Su Dafu was infuriated, ready to strike, when his phone seeing that the caller was Su Fei, he cursed under his breath before answering. However, after hearing what was said on the other end of the line, his attitude took a complete 180-degree turn.
Okay, you're coming back tomorrow? We'll all come to pick you up. The little one has to come back too.
Sure, no problem. I've missed him after just a day. I'll ensure he is well taken care of and grows up healthy.
After hanging up, Su Shang immediately inquired, "Dad, your dowry is secured."
Su Dafu shot him a glare and continued, "Your sister has struck it rich, so from now on, you are not to speak ill of her, understood? Also, you're coming with me to pick her up tomorrow." He then relayed the same news to Sun Hongmei. Before long, the room was filled with jubilant voices, as if they were preparing to celebrate with a grand feast. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Jinhao Hotel, Ding Hao reclined on the soft, comfortable bed, once again after feeling that the timing was just right, he left a comment in the chat.
"Are you free tomorrow? I'd like to invite you to go shopping with me." Chapter 12. I wonder if you are free tomorrow. I would like to invite you both to accompany me on a shopping trip.
These few words detonated in the live broadcast room like a deep water bomb.
Oh my, what do I see?
This mysterious tycoon is actually inviting Xiao Chang and Xiao Shui to go shopping with him. This must have been premeditated. I knew it, every free gift has its price, secretly marked in advance. Look, Xiao Shui and Xiao Chang are hesitating.
Indeed, the goddess of the poor is the plaything of the rich.
Woe is me, my goddess, I've subscribed for a year without so much as a thank you, and now she is about to run off with a man she has known for less than 2 days. A myriad of emotions coursed through the live stream, dominated primarily by extreme resentment towards the wealthy and the desire to claim the goddess. Meanwhile, Xiao Chang and Xiao Shui were undeniably stirred by Ding Hao's words when they first began their streaming careers. They despised such unspoken rules, consequently, they missed the optimal period for growth. Otherwise, given their beauty, they could have easily earned much more than they currently did, provided they were willing. Most importantly, they were already 23 years old. Streaming is a business that thrives on youth.
If they did not seize the opportunity now, it would be forever lost. Beyond these objective reasons, there was a more pressing issue. They were in dire need of money. Earlier that afternoon, they received a phone call from home. Their father, back in their hometown, had suddenly been diagnosed with liver cancer and urgently required $2 million. Yet their savings amounted to a mere $500,000. Negative emotional value from Li Ergo 250, negative emotional value from Sun Hao 200, negative emotional value from Lu Daju 100. Ding Hao, reclining on his bed while watching the live stream, felt a surge of joy upon hearing the system's announcement. It appeared his strategy was sound. Inciting anger within the live stream audience to collect emotional currency was indeed feasible and remarkably convenient. Ding Hao calculated that, in that brief moment, he had amassed over 6,000 emotional points. This was merely the beginning of his plan. Contemplating, Ding Hao's fingers twitched as he sent out another 100 super rockets. Please don't misunderstand, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to invite you two beautiful streamers to accompany me on a shopping trip. As expected, once his message was dispatched, no one believed him. However, Ding Hao was unconcerned, for the sisters promptly shut down their livestream and contacted him privately. Hello, may we meet with you? Their straightforwardness took Ding Hao by surprise. Initially, he intended to decline, but suddenly realized that this was not his previous life. With this thought, Ding Hao recognized the natural allure of the twin sisters' stunning figures and flawless faces. It seemed he needed to undergo a shift in mindset. Ding Hao stroked his chin. In his past life, during the apocalypse, the honest were among the first to perish. Those who survived were often twisted by the pressure of the end times. A once popular actress, known for her fair skin and ethereal beauty, who typically resembled an untouchable ice queen, was the dream goddess of countless men. Yet, within mere days of the apocalypse, she succumbed to despair, her defenses crumbling as she sold herself for a box of instant noodles. Throughout my life, I, Ding Hao, have witnessed the worst of humanity. Let me be the one to rescue their tragic fates. A wicked smile crept across Ding Hao's lips. I am in room 9601, feel free to come directly. The building comprised 96 floors, with the first 95 symbolizing supreme authority. The 96th floor represented a status that transcended even that. Room 01 was the finest room on the 96th floor. In nearly a year, only Ding Hao had resided there. Minutes later, the doorbell rang. Come in. As Ding Hao's voice faded, the door swung open, revealing a pair of breathtakingly beautiful twin sisters, one in pink and the other in blue. Despite their experience facing hundreds or even thousands of fans in the livestream, they appeared somewhat anxious now, heads bowed, unable to meet Ding Hao's gaze as they entered, their expressions heavy with concern. Please introduce yourselves and explain your purpose for— By the way, my surname is Ding. Ding Hao began that he was not naive enough to believe that their late-night visit was solely for gratitude over his monetary contributions in the livestream. From their demeanor, it was evident they had something they needed from him. How fortuitous for him. Mr. Ding, I am Chu Qing, and this is my sister, Chu Shui. We have come to ask if we might borrow some money. After a brief silence, the girl in the blue skirt spoke up without hesitation, directly stating their intent. The girl in the pink skirt, Chu Shui, quickly added, as long as you are willing to lend us the money, we will repay you in the shortest time possible, with interest, so that you will not incur any loss. No. Without a moment's thought, Ding Hao declined the sisters' request. They were strangers, why would he lend them money? If they believed that his financial support during their livestream meant he had developed feelings for them, they were sorely mistaken. Upon seeing the sisters' spirits plummet at his refusal, he recognized it was time to change tactics. Exchange must be equitable. If you wish for me to provide financial assistance, what might you offer in return? How about this? I can lend you the money, and in addition, I will provide you each with a monthly salary of 200,000. From now on, you will be mine. Upon hearing Ding Hao's words, the sisters were momentarily taken aback. Though he had not explicitly stated it, they understood the implication. To be his meant becoming his canaries. They had anticipated merely accompanying him, but this was an unexpected turn. Although they were reluctant, they found themselves with no other choice. Moreover, the amount Ding Hao offered far exceeded what they could earn through their grueling streaming efforts. Sister, it seems we have no choice but to agree. We cannot leave our father waiting much longer. Yes, it appears we have no alternative. Perhaps this was inevitable. Based on Mr. Ding's voice, he does not seem very old. Following him will surely be better than being a lover to an old man. The sisters exchanged hushed words, and ultimately, they resolved to raise their heads. Mr. Ding, we are willing. Just as they began, their voices faltered in disbelief as they exclaimed, the cleaning boy, how could it be you? Chapter 13. From now on, you shall be our benefactor. What's the matter? Is there a problem? A wicked smile crept upon Ding Hao's lips. The two girls widened their eyes and inquired, You're not the janitor, are you? They distinctly remembered him passing by in a staff uniform. I never claimed to be a janitor. I simply chose to ignore you at the time, otherwise, I would have had someone escort you out. Ding Hao replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Chu Qing and Chu Shui felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment. However, they soon stole furtive glances at Ding Hao. Indeed, he was young, wealthy, and exuded an undeniable charm. Most importantly, he was quite handsome. In an instant, both felt a flutter in their hearts. Suddenly, following Ding Hao didn't seem like such a bad idea. Compared to an old man, Ding Hao was 1,000 times more appealing. Moreover, they were acutely aware of their own situation. Wealthy individuals were never short of beautiful women, especially someone like Ding Hao. Thus, perhaps being with him could turn out to be advantageous for them? Send me your bank account details. Ding Hao's voice broke through their thoughts. All right. Chu Shui, clad in a pink dress, murmured shyly. Her slender fingers gently tapped a few times on her phone. My father needs 2 million for surgery, but we have 500,000 in savings, so before she could finish, her phone dinged. She glanced at it, her eyes widening in disbelief. 3 million. Chu Ching, too, was momentarily stunned. Mr. Ding, you've given us too much. Not at all. If the I am simply providing the funds up front, you can repay me through your work later, Ding Hao said nonchalantly. With billions at his disposal, 3 million was hardly significant to him. However, for the two sisters, it was as expected. Once Ding Hao finished speaking, the two girls' faces lit up with gratitude. 3 million. The average person would toil their entire life and still never earn such an amount, yet they had only known Ding Hao for a day, and he had given them this without batting an eye. He was indeed a true pillar of support. Exchanging glances, the two girls knelt before Ding Hao. Master. From now on, our lives belong to you, they declared, tears streaming down their cheeks like rain on a pear blossom. Please, just call me boss. There's no need for master. Ding Hao coughed lightly, taken aback by their fervent reaction. No, you will be our master from now on. If it's inconvenient, we shall refer to you as boss in public, but when we are alone, we will call you master. We earnestly request your consent. Chu Cheng and Chu Shui spoke in unison, their resolve unwavering. Very well, Ding Hao replied, casting a lingering gaze over the sisters' figures ensconced in their elegant dresses and stockings, a hint of inscrutable meaning in his eyes. Perhaps, unbeknownst to them, they had made a fortuitous choice. Had they not aligned themselves with him, when the apocalypse arrived, their beauty would likely have forced them into a life of servitude. In such dire circumstances, they would be truly powerless, yet, being by his side ensured they would be well-fed and clothed, significantly better off than 99% of the population. Alright, you should change. The garments he produced were far from ordinary, they were costumes he had previously acquired from Warehouse 101. Change into these. Ding Hao handed the outfits to the twin sisters. Yes, master. Upon seeing the costumes, their faces turned crimson. The following morning, as Ding Hao awoke, Chu Ching and Chu Shui stood by the bedside, holding breakfast and waiting respectfully. A moment later, after finishing his meal, Ding Hao, inspired by a sudden whim, instructed, I'd like to take a please arrange it. Chu Ching blushed, but quickly understood. Though Chu Shui was somewhat bewildered, she nonetheless followed suit. Before long, they had prepared the bathwater for Ding Hao, and then a multitude of unmentionable events transpired. At noon, Ding Hao, feeling refreshed, remarked to Chu Ching, there is still some time before lunch, you both should rest well, I'll take you out for something different. By the way, when do you typically start your livestream? Master, we don't intend to livestream anymore. We'll be making a statement shortly that we will remain by your side, the sisters replied in unison after a thoughtful pause. They had only livestreamed to earn money and disliked the daily exposure to the camera. Now, with the funds from Ding Hao, there was no longer any need to continue. Most importantly, they feared it might displease him. To their surprise, Ding Hao insisted, let us not rush. We'll do one more livestream during lunch, and we can discuss the rest later. Yes, master. With that, Ding Hao allowed them to take their rest. At the village entrance, the Su family wore bright smiles, shaking off their previous gloom as they awaited the arrival of their daughter. Su Shang, remember to treat your sister with utmost respect. Otherwise, you may find yourself scavenging for trash to make up for the bride price, Su Dafu instructed anxiously as the time drew near. Su Shang nodded earnestly, Dad, I understand. When my sister returns, I'll do whatever she asks, ensuring her utmost comfort. Here she comes. Just as Su Shang finished speaking, a luxurious Maybach glided into view. The sight of the opulent vehicle brought smiles to the faces of the trio in unison. Chapter 14 An unexpected reunion. Before long, a luxurious Mercedes Maybach came to a halt before them, and the elegantly adorned Sophie descended from the vehicle, holding little Bao's hand. Shortly thereafter, Song Ji also stepped out. Fei Fei, Xiao Bao, I've missed you terribly. Sun Hongmei exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she rushed forward to greet them. Sister, let me help you with your things. Su Shang chimed in, eager to ingratiate himself. However, Sophie shot him a sharp glance, retorting, there's no need for that. After all, you are my dear younger brother, it would be rather unseemly to impose such labor upon you. Hearing the sarcasm in her words, Su Shang managed a sheepish smile, saying, Sister, it's not that I refused to help yesterday. I had just been unceremoniously ousted myself and was rather disoriented, you must understand. Moreover, we are family. If you do not permit me to assist, then who else could? Su Shang's demeanor had shifted dramatically compared to the previous day. Yet, Sophie remained silent. After all, he had a point, if one could not rely on family, then whom could they trust? Very well, there are some gifts in the trunk, please take them home. I shall not be returning with you, Sophie stated with a nod. Su Shang was taken aback, exclaiming, Sister, are you not coming back with us? He worried that if Sophie still harbored resentment towards them, his bride price might be in jeopardy. Su Dafeng and Sun Hongmei exchanged glances, equally concerned. Sophie scoffed lightly, replying, Why would I wish to enter that dilapidated house? It would only tarnish my shoes. After you dine at the grand restaurant, please tidy your things. We shall move to the villa where I reside tomorrow. As she spoke, Sophie inadvertently revealed her wrist adorned with a watch worth millions. The three of them were momentarily stunned before erupting with joy. Sister, you are too kind. I sincerely apologize for my behavior yesterday. I vow to be unwaveringly loyal to you from now on. Wherever you point, I shall follow. Su Shang hurriedly pledged his allegiance. I spoke without thinking out of anger yesterday. I regret having driven you away. Even if you had not prospered, we would still have welcomed you back. He wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye.
This scene tugged at Sophie's heartstrings. Ding Hao, it's all your fault. Were it not for your foolishness, our family would not have encountered such misunderstandings, and little Bao and I would not have faced such turmoil.
I have money now.
Just wait, I shall exact my revenge.
Sophie seethed inwardly, placing the blame for all her troubles squarely on Ding Hao. At that moment, Song-ji approached. Sophie declared, "Father, mother, little brother, I will be with Song-ji from now on. Little Bao is his son as well." Song-ji quickly echoed, "Father, mother."
Su Dafeng expressed his delight, saying, "Excellent, young Song is an outstanding man, far superior to that ungrateful Ding Hao. Had I known this earlier, I would have arranged for you to marry him."
Sun Hongmei and Su Shang nodded in agreement with Su Dafeng's words.
Little did they know, when Song-ji graduated from university, he had lofty ambitions and sought to borrow money to start a business. Ding Hao had advised against it, but Song-ji did not heed his counsel. Within months, he returned defeated. Were it not for Ding Hao's assistance, Song-ji would likely still be mired in debt and never have entered Ding Hao's social circle, thus becoming a son-in-law of a wealthy family. Hearing Su Dafeng's praise, Song-ji shamelessly remarked, "While that may be true, I still wish to express my gratitude for your kind words, father." With a sigh, he continued, "It is unfortunate that I once considered Ding Hao a close ally, only to witness his decline into his current state. Rest assured, for any wrongs he has done to you, I shall ensure he regrets it." Sophie nodded, saying, "Let us not dwell on him, let us dine instead. I have reserved a table at the renowned Tianshangrenjian. Let us savor the culinary delights." Tianshangrenjian is one of the finest high-end restaurants in the city, a place ordinary folk could scarcely afford. Upon hearing of the sumptuous feast, the eyes of Su Dafeng and the others sparkled with anticipation after a day of subsisting on plain buns. Inside the Tianshangrenjian, a man and two women entered, immediately capturing the attention of all present. The man, dressed in a tailored suit, possessed a strikingly handsome visage and an air of nobility. The two women, one in blue and the other in pink, were breathtakingly beautiful, exuding charm and allure. Their presence stirred envy in the hearts of many men. The man was, in fact, Ding Hao. He had long heard of the restaurant's exquisite cuisine and had brought Chu Qing and Chu Shui along to indulge in a delightful meal.
"Mr. Ding, it is an honor to have you grace us with your presence."
"This way, please," a formally attired manager approached, bowing respectfully upon recognizing him.
"Yes, I have reserved a private room in the Tianzi Hao," Ding Hao replied, accustomed to being recognized in such esteemed establishments. As the manager announced his identity, whispers erupted among the patrons. "I wondered who was dining so ostentatiously, accompanied by two beautiful women. It turns out to be Ding. No surprise there. Mr. Ding is truly a prodigy." Though he inherited the wealth from the previous Mr. Ding, managing it to flourish is no small feat. Isn't Mr. Ding already married? How can this be? Hush, do not speak carelessly. Mr. Ding has divorced. I happened to see it at the Civil Affairs Bureau a few days ago. I overheard him saying he raised a child for several years, only to find out it belonged to someone else. He had that woman leave with nothing. How ruthless. Even if the child isn't his, he had called him father for years, and just like that, he cast him aside. Are you out of your mind?
Or are you perhaps the illegitimate child of that woman? I better keep my distance, lest Mr. Ding overhear and bring trouble upon myself. Though the whispers were hushed, they reached Ding Hao's ears with crystal clarity.
However, he was unfazed by their idle chatter. What did it matter? After the apocalypse, all would be rendered meaningless.
"Boss, the restaurant manager has informed me that the private room is ready.
Shall we proceed?"
Chu Shui chimed sweetly, yet, if one listened closely, they would detect a slight stutter in her speech.
"Very well."
Ding Hao glanced at Chu Shui's cherry lips, pondering what thoughts lingered in his mind.
"Ding Hao."
Upon seeing Chu Qing and Chu Shui beside Ding Hao, Sophie could not suppress her derision, exclaiming, "Ding Hao, how can you still dare to accuse me of infidelity, and who, pray tell, are those women beside you?" Ding Hao, growing impatient, retorted, "What they are is of no concern to you.
Mind your own business."
"Ah, you're flustered." Sophie laughed heartily. "It seems my words have struck a nerve. If I am not mistaken, those two women have long been in your life. Your pretentious divorce from me was merely a pretext to be with them, wasn't it?" Chapter 15. The final live broadcast. Upon noticing that Ding Hao remained silent, Sophie spun around in delight, showcasing the luxurious items adorning her. "Ding Hao, you must never have imagined that even after leaving you, I could thrive so splendidly," she proclaimed.
"And now that you see me flourishing, does it not stir discomfort within you?"
With those words, Sophie felt a surge of satisfaction, as though she had gained the upper hand. However, Ding Hao coldly retorted, "Are you finished? If so, it's time for you to step aside. A good dog does not obstruct the way." "You," Sophie's expression shifted dramatically. She quickly regained her composure and sneered, "Ding Hao, you must be deeply troubled inside, yet you feign indifference on the outside, am I right?"
"Your pretense is transparent to me."
"Think what you will, but I stand by my words. A good dog does not obstruct the way." Ding Hao replied indifferently. He truly regarded Sophie as inconsequential. Even if she had suddenly acquired wealth, what did it matter? When the apocalypse arrived, she would inevitably return, seeking his aid. That would be the moment for his revenge. For now, he merely entertained himself at Sophie's expense. Ding Hao's words incensed Sophie to her core, yet before she could unleash her fury, Song-ji couldn't contain himself any longer. "Ding Hao, once a couple, there is a bond that lasts 100 days. Even though you are now divorced from Fei Fei, how can you demean her as a dog? I truly misjudged you. I once considered you a good brother." Every word from Song-ji positioned him atop a moral high ground.
After hearing this, Ding Hao let out a cold laugh. Indeed, you regarded me as a good brother, which is why you bedded my woman and had me raise your son for several years? How about this? I sincerely wish you well, may you always be surrounded by such good brothers. Just as Song Ji was about to erupt with anger, he recalled the day he was effortlessly knocked unconscious by Ding Hao at his company, which instantly subdued him. Your heart is too narrow, and you will not go far. Let my words linger here. With that, Song Ji instinctively took a step back, wary of Ding Hao's potential retaliation. Ding Hao, I believe Song Ji is correct, you should reflect on your own actions. Sophie chimed in. Subsequently, the group departed in a sleek Maybach. Watching their retreating figures, Ding Hao's eyes glimmered with contemplation. Interesting point, one who has left me with nothing, and another merely a son-in-law, yet they can afford to drive luxury cars and dine lavishly. It seems there is something amiss with the source of their wealth. With this thought, Ding Hao dialed Qin Yun's number. Boss, what can I do for you? Qin Yun's warm and melodious voice soon filled the line. Well, it's nothing urgent. I just need you to spend some money to investigate what Sophie and Song Ji have been up to lately, Ding Hao replied casually. Qin Yun on the other end was taken aback. Was the boss planning to take action against these two? Understood, boss, please give me an hour. Qin Yun promptly responded, showcasing her efficiency, one of the reasons Ding Hao preferred working with her. Alright, you can decide how much to spend, but aim to achieve the best results. Do not skimp on expenses. Also, come by my villa tonight, I need to discuss something with you. Certainly, boss. After hanging up, Ding Hao sent Qin Yun the location of the villa he was currently residing in. He then entered a private room with Chu Qing and Chu Shui. Master, was that woman just now the mistress? As soon as the door closed, Chu Shui immediately altered her address. Ding Hao nodded, she was, but she betrayed me, so we are now divorced. Chu Shui tightly pressed her lips together, she must be blind, how could she betray someone as wonderful as you, master? Chu Qing quickly added, we will always remain by master's side and will never betray you. Hearing their words, even with his heart hardened by rebirth, Ding Hao felt a warmth spread within him. Soon, the dishes were served. Once the server closed the door to the private room, Ding Hao nodded, alright, let us begin the live broadcast. Chu Qing and Chu Shui were well prepared, they swiftly opened the live stream, showcasing themselves and the exquisite meal before them. Unlike their usual evening broadcasts, the midday timing resulted in a smaller audience. Nevertheless, even this modest crowd was astounded. The first thing that caught the viewers' eyes was the lavish spread before them, an array of the restaurant's most expensive signature dishes, amounting to over 400,000. How can they afford such an extravagant lunch? This must be the top-tier VIP room in heaven on earth, and this meal alone would cost at least 4 or 500,000. What the hell, it's so expensive. What happened, and why did Xiao Chang and Xiao Shui abruptly end their stream last night after that wealthy patron spoke? Are you all genuinely this dance? Xiao Chang and Xiao Shui ending their stream is definitely related to that wealthy individual. And these dishes were undoubtedly covered by him. Does that mean my Xiao Shui and Xiao Qing are no longer pure? Oh, the stench of money has ruined my goddess. Ha! You just a loser, how could you possibly ruin your goddess? The chat was rife with speculation and chatter. The number of viewers gradually increased, while he then pulled out his phone and began to shower gifts upon Chu Qing and Chu Shui's livestream, sending an astonishing 1,000 super rockets in quick succession. Not only did the livestream explode with activity, but the entire Tiger Fish platform was also set ablaze. In one go, he gifted 2 million. Such a level of extravagance was exceedingly rare in the annals of Tiger Fish's history. In an instant, countless viewers rushed into the livestream, eager to join the excitement. Within less than 10 minutes, the audience multiplied several times over. Upon entering, they were immediately captivated by the charming image of the twin sisters. As more and more viewers flooded in, half an hour later, Ding Hao felt it was time and said to the twin sisters, that's enough. The camera slowly shifted, finally settling on Ding Hao. A smile played on his lips. The game was about to commence. Chapter 16 is Song Ji's wife. As the camera pivoted, all gazes converged upon Ding Hao's visage. In an instant, the entire live streaming room fell into silence. No one anticipated that this enigmatic wealthy magnate would be so remarkably youthful. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Ding Hao, with his head unbowed, continued to leisurely partake of his meal. Just as the audience was engulfed in confusion, a pair of stunningly beautiful twin sisters, one clad in blue and the other in pink, suddenly knelt beside Ding Hao. Master, allow me, Xiao Shui, to feed you. Xiao Shui gently lifted a morsel and brought it to Ding Hao's lips. Master, let me, Xiao Qing, wipe your mouth. Xiao Qing, resembling the most demure of maidens, respectfully dabbed at the corners of Ding Hao's mouth. This scene, witnessed by the viewers in the live broadcast, erupted like a tranquil lake suddenly beset by tumultuous waves. Oh my goodness, is this truly my favorite goddess, kneeling before a man and serving him like a servant? I can only imagine what happens at night. Did none of you notice? Compared to before, Xiao Qing and Xiao Shui are walking with a noticeably wider gait, and their voices carry a hint of huskiness. Need I elaborate further? This is disastrous. If what you say is true, Xiao Qing and Xiao Shui have likely become this wealthy man's playthings. Oh, dear mother, the city's waters run too deep, I long to return to the countryside. Humph. These affluent individuals are truly despicable, showing no fairness to us of the lower class. Should I ever encounter this vile creature who toys with women on the streets, I shall end him with a single blow. As they read the barrage of comments in the livestream, the twin sisters felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment.
However, it was not guilt that coursed through them, but rather the recollection of the previous night's wildness provoked by the comments. Master is truly remarkable, the two girls thought shyly.
Shut it down. Ding Hao commanded at that moment.
In those brief minutes, he had amassed over 20,000 points of negative emotional value, yet, he understood that continuing the broadcast would not yield favorable results once the audience's emotions settled. It would be better to terminate it, allowing them to indulge in their endless speculations. Ding Hao surmised that in the days to come, a steady influx of negative emotional value would likely continue.
Yes, Master.
After shutting down the live stream, Chuqing and Shushua summoned the restaurant manager in accordance with Ding Hao's instructions.
Mr.
Ding, how may I assist you? The manager inquired respectfully. For affluent clients like Ding Hao, the restaurant endeavored to fulfill their every request. Well, I simply wish to inquire if anyone will unexpectedly interrupt our meal, Ding Hao asked. Of course not, the manager began but suddenly snapped back to reality, earnestly assuring, rest assured, Mr. Ding, our restaurant prides itself on providing the highest quality service for our clients, and the soundproofing of the private rooms is exceptional, particularly in the Tianzi room.
Even if you are engaged in construction inside, not a whisper will be heard from outside.
Very well, I appreciate your assistance.
Ding Hao nodded.
The manager then respectfully exited, closing the door behind him.
Master.
The twin sisters felt their legs weaken as Ding Hao approached them, yet, their excitement was palpable, especially Chushua, whose eyes sparkled with a dreamy allure. Half an hour later, after Ding Hao had completed his tasks, he called for the manager to arrange a vehicle to take the sisters back to their hotel. They had dined to their fill, yet Ding Hao had only just begun. He settled down to enjoy his meal with gusto. Midway through, Ding Hao's phone rang. It was Qin Yin calling. Boss, I'm here to report progress. As per your instructions.
Get to the point. Ding Hao interjected.
Yes, boss, according to their investigation, they discovered some irregularities. After you severed ties with Su Fei last night, she was subsequently cast out by the Su family. She sought out Song Ji, who initially treated her with disdain. However, by midnight, he suddenly allowed her into his home. But Song Ji's wife, Li Su, has not been seen all day. The detectives utilized all available resources to investigate but found no evidence of Li Su having left the premises. Hence, there are only two possibilities: either Li Su was being held captive, or she is no longer among the living. Upon hearing this, Ding Hao stroked his chin. He had not anticipated that so much had transpired the previous night. How intriguing! Of the Su family, indeed, could not change their nature. For the sake of wealth, they would forsake even their own flesh and blood. Most notably, Li Su had vanished. Ding Hao chuckled softly and remarked, instruct the detectives to cease their inquiries and report to the authorities instead. Assert that Li Su has fallen victim to Song Ji, and that her body should still be within the villa. Let the law enforcement personnel search. Boss, this go ahead, I will take responsibility for any repercussions.
Ding Hao declared with confidence.
While others might believe Li Su still lived, he, having lived a past life, understood the malice of those two. When driven by hunger, they would not hesitate to consume even him. There was no chance Li Su could still be alive. In fact, it would be a struggle to even find her remains. In the urban village, a Mercedes-Benz Maybach once again rolled into the vicinity. Su Fei had initially been reluctant to return, but the persistent coaxing of Su Dafu and others proved irresistible. They claimed to return for belongings, yet in truth, it was for ostentation. As they traveled, Su Dafu and the others reveled in the envious glances from passers-by, their postures straightening with pride. Particularly, upon encountering those who had previously spoken ill of them, Su Dafu could not resist mocking them aloud. Noticing Su Fei's attire, the others could only suppress their retorts, further inflating their egos. Before long, they arrived at the dilapidated old house. Heh, you pack of bullies preying on the elderly, let me inform you that I shall be leaving.
No matter how you carry on with your construction, you shan't disturb me.
Su Dafu shouted at the construction crew erecting a villa nearby. Immediately, several tattooed men descended, knives tucked at their waists.
Su Dafu instinctively recoiled, yet bolstered by the support of his daughter and son-in-law, his courage surged anew. What, in broad daylight, do you intend to lay hands on an old man?
Come, test your strength. My daughter and son-in-law are no pushovers. Should you dare to strike, I will ensure you spend your days behind bars.
The menaced gazes shifted to Song Ji and Su Fei.
Upon observing their attire, they faltered. After all, they were merely thugs working in construction. They could not afford to offend the wealthy. Realizing this, they turned back to their work.
Bah, a bunch of impoverished fools, thinking they can contend with me. Su Dafu spat, brimming with self-satisfaction.
Chapter 17. It is better not to be a good person, father. Please hurry. At that moment, Sophie urged, pinching her nose. The air was not only filled with swirling dust but also carried a foul stench. If it had been the previous night, Sophie might have endured it, but she was now a wealthy individual. Sensing her displeasure, Su Dafu and the others hastily began to pack their belongings. Before long, everything was tidied up. Just as they were about to leave, Sun Hongmei suddenly recalled something and said to Sophie, by the way, Feifei, I heard from others that tomorrow, when this villa is completed, there will be a grand event with a lottery open to everyone. Let us come back tomorrow and try our luck. I've heard the grand prize is 300,000. Upon finishing her statement, a look of longing appeared on Sun Hongmei's face, wishing fervently that she could win that sum. However, Sophie dismissed it with disdain. 300,000 is merely a few days' worth of my expenses. You expect me to come to this filthy place for such a paltry sum? Have you lost your mind? Indeed, how could my daughter possibly regard such a trifling amount? I misspoke. I apologize. Sun Hongmei quickly backtracked, her face still adorned with a smile, entirely unfazed by Sophia's reprimand.
Upon hearing that Sophie had become quite affluent, Su Dafeng and Su Sheng felt a renewed sense of hope. Su Dafeng remarked, Feifei, you mustn't hold it against your mother, it's just that she has grown fearful of poverty. If UNT returned, our family would be struggling to get by. In truth, Su Dafeng still had some savings, and his words were also intended to evoke sympathy. As anticipated, Sophia's expression softened, and she nodded, saying, fine, once we return, I will arrange some funds for you. Hearing this, Su Dafeng was nearly ecstatic. Seizing the moment, Su Sheng added, sister, I need 500,000 for my wedding dowry, could you transfer some to me? You are my only sister, and without your help, I fear I may never marry. Only 500,000, Sophie replied nonchalantly, alright, when we return, I'll transfer you $1 million with the other 500,000, buy yourself a car to avoid tarnishing my reputation when you go out. Thank you, sister, you are truly the best, Su Sheng exclaimed, filled with joy. Now, let us head to the villa, I cannot bear to stay here for another second, Sophie stated decisively. In no time, the family, brimming with hope, returned to the villa. However, upon disembarking, they all stood in shock. Surrounding the villa, a series of police tape had been set up at some unknown point in time. Both Song Ji and Sophia's expressions darkened at the sight. Before they could react, several law enforcement officers approached and surrounded them. Officers, we are law-abiding citizens, surely, there has been some misunderstanding, Su Dafeng stammered, fear evident in his voice. Uncle, we are not here for you. The lead officer gently pushed Su Dafeng aside and produced 2 photographs to compare with Song Ji and Sophie. Soon, he confirmed their identities and coldly stated, we have received a report that Mr. Song Ji and Ms. Sophie are suspected of murder and need to accompany us for questioning. At the officer's words, both Song Ji and Sophie felt their legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Su Dafeng panicked. If they were arrested, their finances would surely be jeopardized. He quickly defended the pair, saying, officer, you must be mistaken, my daughter and son-in-law are good-hearted individuals, how could they possibly take them in? The lead officer snorted dismissively. At his command, several officers approached, carrying a large freezer. The officer opened it, revealing chunks of flesh inside, and coldly remarked, DNA testing confirms this is the remains of the villa's former owner, Ms. Li Su. Given the circumstances, what more is there to say? The Su family glanced at the bag of remains, and with a collective gasp, they wretched Song Ji, as if his very soul had been siphoned away, slumped to the ground in despair. It was over, all over, even now, he could not comprehend how their flawless plan had been unraveled. Sophie, maintaining a semblance of composure, gazed with flickering eyes, lost in thought. At that moment, a Mercedes approached. The window rolled down to reveal Ding Hao's smiling face. I was the one who reported it, you needn't thank me. Instantly, Song Ji's face contorted with rage. Ding Hao, I've always considered you a good brother, yet you have betrayed me. He bellowed. Ding Hao shook his head, I advise you to refrain from using the term brother so loosely, it only serves to disgust, just you wait. Song Ji's expression darkened with malice. Ding Hao chuckled, you should be the one waiting. Given your crimes, you'll be locked away for quite some time, but if I don't visit you in prison, you'll never see me again. Ding Hao's words struck deep within Song Ji's soul, leaving him speechless, his mouth agape. Sophie, who had been somewhat composed, could not contain her fury upon seeing Ding Hao. Ding Hao, why are you doing this? We are divorced, why do you persist in pursuing me relentlessly? Why must you harm me? Ding Hao replied, persist, you are overthinking it. I simply cannot abide certain individuals squandering the wealth of the deceased. Do you remember at the restaurant when you were jumping around in front of me, and I ignored you? That was because I regarded you as nothing more than a clown, unworthy of my attention. Sophie, exasperated, found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. From Song Ji, however, he was taken aback to discover that Song Bao, a mere child, had a higher negative emotion value than the 3 members of the Su family combined. Turning his gaze, he met a pair of dark, vengeful eyes. Little one, we shall have plenty of time to play together in the future. Ding Hao smiled faintly. Such a wretched soul would not be allowed to linger once the apocalypse arrived. As for Sophia's impending arrest, he felt a tinge of regret that he had not yet finished playing with her. Oh well, he would save that for after the apocalypse. At that time, he would personally rescue Sophie from prison and offer her warmth. A chilling glint suddenly flickered in Ding Hao's smile. At that moment, the officer approached the car, expressing gratitude. Mr. Ding, thanks to your report, the murderer would have otherwise escaped justice. Not at all, it was my duty. After exchanging pleasantries, the officer produced a small flag of appreciation to present to Ding Hao. However, after a few turns, the flag was cast from the vehicle, landing squarely in a trash bin. Being a good person, better not. Chapter 18 Exoneration, Host Ding Hao, Gendered Male, Training Direction Evil Cultivation, Current Realm Qi Refining Stage 6, Negative Emotion Value Required for Advance. At this rate, it would not be long before he could break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. He sensed that upon achieving this milestone, the system might unlock new functionalities. System, enhance my cultivation. The enhancement requires the expenditure of 22. Is the host certain? Confirmed. This enhancement consumes 22,000 negative emotion points, elevating cultivation to Qi Refining Stage 7. Confirmed. This enhancement consumes 24,000 negative emotion points, elevating cultivation to Qi Refining Stage 8. Current remaining negative emotion points. 21,500. A surge of formidable power coursed through Ding Hao's body, causing his aura to ascend dramatically. Surely, ordinary weapons can scarcely harm me now? Ding Hao suddenly halted the boom, with a resounding crash, the steering wheel and everything beneath it were obliterated by his blow. Ding Hao leaped from the vehicle and, with a single kick, sent it toppling over. Not bad. Ding Hao exclaimed with satisfaction. His strength was already comparable to that of some powerful exotic beasts. This was merely the might of his physical body. Had he exerted himself fully, that car might have been sent flying.
However, as the apocalypse had yet to descend, Ding Hao did not wish to draw undue attention. Subsequently, he refrained from retrieving another vehicle from his space and instead hailed a cab back to a villa in Shangbine Garden. This villa was specifically retained by Ding Hao for convenience, entrusted to Qin Yun for maintenance. With the company now largely transferred, Ding Hao could no longer utilize the warehouse as a cover for transporting items into his space. Moreover, he had already contacted the manager of the Jin Hao Hotel to arrange for all meals to be delivered here.
Are you at the villa? Open the door for me.
Upon arriving at the inn, she had been tasked with overseeing the villa's upkeep during his absence, hence the keys were in her possession. He had previously instructed her to wait for him there in the evening. After his first call went unanswered, he tried again, only to hear Qin Yun's flustered voice on the other end.
Boss, you're back so early, I just worked up a bit of a sweat, so I took a shower here.
No matter, Ding Hao replied, shaking his head at her cautious demeanor. After a brief moment, the door swung open and Qin Yun stood there clad in a sheer black silk garment, her hair damp and her figure reminiscent of a ripe peach, exuding temptation.
Qin Yun suddenly recalled something and said, Boss, the owner of the detective agency wants to invite you to dinner, should I ask if you have time? The owner of the detective agency? Yes, a very mature and beautiful woman.
I believe you would certainly take a liking to her, Qin Yun said cheerfully. I have time, but the schedule is uncertain, just respond to her as such, Ding Hao replied, shaking his head. With the impending apocalypse, he had numerous pressing matters to attend to and no time to meet someone inconsequential. However, Ding Hao's gaze lingered on the alluring figure before him, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes.
Qin Yun, do you know?
She had not considered that she had simply come at his request. Suddenly, she felt her body lighten as her head fell against a warm chest.
Boss, you, say nothing.
Her lips were swiftly silenced, and her gaze grew hazy. Throughout the entire process, she showed no inclination to resist. Soon, she found herself cradled in Ding Hao's arms. Enforcement Bureau. The investigation results are in.
You may sign and leave, a law enforcement officer coldly pronounced to Su Fei, chained to the chair. Su Fei exhaled in relief. This incident truly had nothing to do with her. She neither incited nor acted, nor did she fabricate evidence. Aside from failing to report knowledge of the crime, which is not a legal offense, she bore no other culpability. Moreover, given her connection to Song Ji through their child, he had taken all the blame upon himself, unwilling to let his son lose both parents. However, recalling the moment she learned of Song Ji's heinous act of murdering his wife and brutally disposing of the body, she was momentarily taken aback. Ding Hao, you never would have imagined I was exonerated, would you? Su Fei thought with a cold smile.
After signing the document, she was escorted outside by the enforcement personnel. The Su family had been waiting anxiously for her.
Fei, are you alright? We were all so worried about you. Since your arrest, we've been on edge waiting for you. 3 of them rushed forward.
I'm fine, it was Song Ji who committed the murder, and I've been exonerated, Su Fei said with a smile, their concern bringing her a touch of warmth. Since you're alright, we should return quickly, it's cold outside, and we wouldn't want to catch a chill. At this moment, Su Sheng suddenly inquired, Sister, after you were taken away, I saw many law enforcement officers entering the villa to seize items.
It didn't affect you, did it?
At these words, Su Fei's heart sank. She hurriedly took out her phone to transfer funds, only to find her bank account frozen. Noticing the concerned gazes of Su Defu and Sun Hongmei, Su Fei panicked and quickly reassured them. What impact could it have?
I'm fine, and I still have plenty of money.
The 3 of them sighed in relief. Su Sheng then added, in that case, sister, could you quickly transfer that 100,000 to me?
My girlfriend just called, urging me for the betrothal gifts.
Why the rush?
Su Fei shot him a glare, though her voice lacked conviction. It's just 100,000, you think I can't produce it?
I'm simply tired, let's discuss this tomorrow. Apart from a watch of some value, she possessed nothing else. Her statement was merely an attempt to reassure Su Defu and the others, fearing they would cast her out again.
The 3 exchanged glances, skeptical yet silent. Alright then, I'll heed your advice.
Su Sheng nodded. Afterward, they hailed a taxi and returned to the urban village. At this time, Su Fei's former splendor was gone.
Even the taxi fare was covered by Su Defu.
Ding Hao, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how would I have fallen to such depths?
Su Fei internally cursed Ding Hao once more.
Chapter 19 A Temptation. Fei, tonight you shall take Xiaobao to sleep in this room. Upon arriving home, Su Dafu led Su Fei to the finest chamber.
Is this it? However, Su Fei, upon encountering the disheveled and musty room, was filled with disdain.
Compared to the villa she had stayed in last night, this place was even worse than a pigsty. Ahem, Fei, we truly have no other choice. This room is the cleanest we could find.
If it is unbearable, we could always stay at a hotel together.
At that moment, Sun Hongmei and Su Sheng entered. Su Sheng cheerfully remarked, Yes, sister, I too cannot bear it any longer. Why don't you take us to a hotel for a few nights? We could bask in your good fortune. Clearly, Su Dafu and the others were also struggling to endure such an environment. They had only stayed the night out of sheer necessity.
A hotel?
Upon hearing their words, Su Fei's expression changed drastically. She was now penniless. How could she afford a hotel? If she went, her situation would undoubtedly be exposed. The mere thought of being ruthlessly cast out last night sent a shiver down her spine. In a moment of desperation, she feigned anger and said, It is so late, do you wish to wear me out?
Let us stay here tonight, and I will find a solution tomorrow. Well, if that is what you say. Seeing Su Fei's insistence, Su Dafu and the others had no choice but to obediently retreat. Father, mother, do you not? Her demeanor hardly suggests wealth. Once outside the room, Su Sheng muttered in frustration. Surprisingly, Su Dafu did not scold him. I have the same impression, Xiaosheng. After a few minutes, go speak with your sister. Tell her we have no money left for groceries and ask her to transfer some funds. If she refuses, there is surely something amiss. Understood, father. Su Sheng, worried about his bride price, and Su Dafu, concerned that Su Fei might linger at home without paying her way, reached an understanding. In just a few minutes, Su Sheng returned to Su Fei's room. Su Fei was examining her only valuable possession, a watch, contemplating selling it for cash, when Su Sheng unexpectedly barged in, startling her into quickly hiding the watch. This scene did not escape Su Sheng's notice. Ah, sister, I do not wish to intrude, but father and mother mentioned we have no money for tomorrow's groceries. Could you kindly transfer some? What do you mean, transfer money at this hour? I am exhausted, let us discuss this tomorrow. Su Fei repeated her earlier stance. Very well, sister, I shall take my leave for now. Su Sheng, with a clever glint in his eye, did not press further and exited promptly. This allowed Su Fei to breathe a sigh of relief. Outside, Su Sheng relayed the entire encounter to Su Dafu. I see, your sister is out of funds. However, that watch must be a treasure. Xiaosheng, if you wish to secure your bride price, you must work hard from here on out. With a sharp intuition, Su Dafu had swiftly grasped Su Fei's predicament. He then leaned in the Banghua Garden Villa. Dinghao was jolted awake by a piercing scream. He then beheld Qin Yun, entirely unclothed, kneeling on the bed in a daze. 2 streams of tears. After a considerable time, Qin Yun regained her composure and addressed Dinghao. Boss, I sincerely apologize. Last night, I failed to control myself, which led to such an incident. Dinghao was taken aback. You do not blame me? It was clear that he had been the aggressor the previous night. He could not fathom why Qin Yun was apologizing. I do not blame you. Qin Yun shook her head. Boss, you are a passionate man, it is only natural to feel impulsive, yet, I did not stop you, so I have no right to place blame. As she spoke, a flush of crimson spread across her cheeks. She could not help but recall how, in Dinghao's embrace, she had instinctively leaned in closer, and during their intimate moment, she had inadvertently revealed many of her innermost thoughts. For instance, in her most euphoric state, she had confessed her long-held admiration for Dinghao. Yes, even if she did not want to admit it, she harbored feelings for him. After all, she had worked under him for several years, daily encounters could soften even the hardest of hearts. Moreover, Dinghao was young, affluent, handsome, and devoted. What woman would not be drawn to such a man, unless she were— Oh, it seemed the former proprietress might have had some issues with her sight. Qin Yun could not help but internally scoff, yet, she was also acutely aware that a man of Dinghao's caliber was not someone every woman could hope to be with. Thus, despite the events of last night, she dared not dwell on it further. Noticing Dinghao's perpetually stoic expression, Qin Yun blushed and said, Boss, rest assured, I will not trouble you further. As for last night, let us pretend it never happened. What do you mean by that? Dinghao replied coldly. He rose and approached Qin Yun, who felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over her. It seemed she had displeased her boss. He was quite fearsome. From Qin Yun's negative emotion value 500, the system's notification made Dinghao chuckle softly. Dinghao lifted Qin Yun's chin, resembling a domineering protagonist from a novel, causing her heart to race. He then spoke with an air of undeniable authority. I do not wish to hear those words again. Yes, boss. As Dinghao released his grip, we shall go car shopping shortly. Dinghao declared with satisfaction. He could not deny that, even at that moment, he felt a lingering desire. Compared to the innocent charm of the first snow, Qin Yun had matured into a woman of exquisite allure, leaving one yearning for more. While Dinghao was lost in thought, Qin Yun had already dressed in a white OL shirt paired with a black pencil skirt and black stockings. Her model-like figure was irresistibly enticing. Boss, when do we leave? At that moment, a newfound professionalism adorned Qin Yun's demeanor, further igniting the desire for conquest in the men around her. There's no rush. Come here for a moment. As Qin Yun approached, a sudden realization struck her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, yet she still walked over. Boss, no need to undress. Just as Qin Yun prepared to remove her clothing, a hand halted her. She then caught sight of the enigmatic smile on Dinghao's face. Chapter 20 Generosity. Shortly after 10 in the morning, Dinghao and Qin Yun emerged from the villa. At this moment, although Qin Yun still donned her office attire, it was evident that she had changed into a different set from— her previously disheveled hair had been tidied up, and she wore a light touch of makeup that rendered her captivatingly beautiful. Everything appeared to be as usual, yet there lingered an ethereal quality about her that was distinctly different from before. Boss, would you like to drive? Dinghao accepted the keys with a smile and opened the car door. His own vehicle had been inadvertently rendered unusable during a test of his strength the previous day, and although he could retrieve another car from his space, it was not roadworthy. Thus, the vehicle he was now driving belonged to Qin Yun, a white Mazda, presumably valued at around 100,000. It was his first time operating such a modestly priced car. It is already commendable to have acquired such a vehicle after several years of toil, Qin Yun remarked, sensing Dinghao's disdainful gaze. Indeed. Dinghao offered no further comment as he prepared to drive away. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from Chen Fanghua. Upon pressing the answer button, Chen Fangua's weary voice immediately resonated from the other end.
President Ding, I wanted to inquire whether the completion of the steel fortress. The workers are utterly exhausted from the relentless pace. Could we possibly extend the deadline by a month? Ding Hao furrowed his brow before responding in a resolute tone. President Chen, there is no room for negotiation regarding the timeline.
It must be completed as swiftly as possible. After all, the apocalypse loomed just over 20 days away, and who would be willing to continue constructing the fortress at that point? Moreover, finishing ahead of schedule would allow him to make other preparations sooner.
Very well, President Ding. If it must be this way, we can indeed manage, but I must caution you that such a rapid completion may inevitably lead to quality issues. That was unacceptable, Ding Hao firmly asserted. No, quality must be meticulously maintained. There can be no room for error. Here's what we'll do. President Chen, I will transfer 30 million immediately. Of that, 10 million should be withdrawn in cash and taken to the construction site, with the understanding that this sum will serve as a bonus for timely and quality completion. Another 10 million will be my personal gift to you, President Chen, in hopes. The remaining 10 million will also be a bonus, awarded for every 5 days of early completion. If that proves insufficient, I will transfer more funds as needed. Having concluded his proposal, Ding Hao exchanged a glance with Qin Yun, who promptly approached. Within a minute, Chen Fangguo's account reflected the addition of 30 million. Well, President Ding, your generosity is remarkable. I am confident that the team will not disappoint you.
At this moment, a tremor of excitement tinged Chen Fangguo's voice.
Previously, the project's funds had been sourced from the company, leaving him with only a modest commission. However, the 10 million just transferred to him was a tangible sum, one that would take him at least a decade to earn, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Armed with the additional 20 million, he felt assured that the entire project team would work with newfound vigor to exceed Ding Hao's expectations. Subsequently, Chen Fangguo began to update Ding Hao on the progress. President Ding, last night, our entire project team convened a brief meeting. We have upgraded many materials and, in addition, incorporated an intelligent temperature control system and an internal circulation system, which includes all resources necessary for sustaining life, such as oxygen that can be generated automatically. Provided there is a sufficient supply of materials, we can achieve total isolation from the outside world. The only point of contact with the outside will be the waste produced by the steel fortress, which will be periodically disposed of through a designated garbage exit. To facilitate your resource storage, we have also planned a large area to serve as a warehouse for resource storage. We have roughly calculated that with the warehouse fully stocked, the entire steel fortress can sustain 100 individuals for a full century without any external interaction.
Excellent. Ding Hao responded with multiple nods, genuinely impressed by their professionalism and attention to detail.
If he had to meticulously consider every aspect himself, it would have been a monumental headache, with the risk of overlooking crucial elements. However, there is no need to reserve that warehouse.
It can be repurposed for something else.
After a moment's thought, Ding Hao added he possessed an ability that rendered ordinary storage unnecessary, and thus he wished to avoid wasting space.
Understood, President Ding.
Chen Fangguo replied respectfully, albeit with a hint of confusion, yet he refrained from further questioning. After all, Ding Hao was the financier, and adhering to his directives was undoubtedly wise. Chen Fangguo proceeded to introduce the overall structure of the steel fortress, which was based on the latest cutting-edge technology recently disseminated by the military. The fortress's framework employed a rare and specialized material known for its exceptional resistance to seismic activity and pressure. Once completed, the steel fortress would withstand a fall from a height of 1,000 meters without harm to its occupants. However, this technology and material were exceedingly costly, prompting Ding Hao to casually allocate an additional 200 million. The discussion then turned to the fortress's security measures. According to Chen Fangguo, there were several hundred visible cameras installed throughout the steel fortress, with invisible miniature cameras numbering in the thousands. Utilizing an intelligent terminal system, Ding Hao would be able to monitor any corner of the fortress, even detecting a speck of dust with clarity. Furthermore, for high-frequency infrared intelligent robots were deployed to oversee the entire.
Should any issues arise, please do not attribute them to me, Chen Fangguo cautioned in a hushed tone. Ding Hao played along. Are you referring to the robots I purchased abroad last month?
However, 4 units are insufficient. I will need 4 more to cover a radius of 100 meters. As for the funds, I shall continue transferring them to the original account.
Then I wish President Ding success in your deal.
After discussing a few more matters regarding the steel fortress, the two concluded their call. A smile crept onto Ding Hao's lips. The information provided by Chen Fangguo regarding the steel fortress, it appeared he had indeed chosen the right person for the task. Chapter 21. Miss Jean Ding Hao calculated the time, and there were merely 26 days left until the apocalypse descended upon them. In these 26 days, he had much to prepare. As it stood, among the items he had yet to procure, gasoline, diesel, and water were of utmost importance. Unfortunately, there were no rivers or lakes in the vicinity of his city. There were some farther away, but he lacked the time to venture there. Nearby, there was a reservoir, yet with his current capabilities, the collection speed was far too slow. He could not afford to waste any precious time. Furthermore, should he completely deplete the reservoir, it would attract undue attention, leading to unforeseen troubles. Thus, Ding Hao opted to purchase a substantial number of water tanks, filling them with tap water and having them delivered to the basement of the Shangban Garden Villa.
This way, it would not draw too much scrutiny and moreover, water was hardly a precious commodity. As for gasoline and diesel, they were the source of Ding Hao's greatest headaches. Due to the importance of these supplies, bulk purchases were prohibited, and one could acquire no more than 1,000 liters, requiring various forms of documentation, which proved to be quite cumbersome. Consequently, Ding Hao concluded that he would have to wait until the onset of the apocalypse to procure them at zero cost. Boss, noticing Ding Hao lost in thought, Qin Yun waved her hand in front of his eyes. What's the matter? Ding Hao inquired. Qin Yun, puzzled, questioned. Boss, I don't quite understand why, despite the company flourishing, you would want to sell it, and her words trailed off, as she hesitated, sensing that this might touch upon her employer's secrets. Many matters were handled by her, including the steel fortress, which she never comprehended. Why invest over 10 billion in such a venture? In times of peace, even if it were constructed, it would merely be a pile of scrap metal, clearly a tremendous loss. Even if one had such a hobby, one should not neglect the future by squandering money, right? However, while Qin Yun harbored doubts, they were not accusations, rather, they stemmed from concern for Ding Hao. Perceiving her thoughts, Ding Hao dismissively remarked, "These things serve a purpose of my own, do not overthink it, just do as I instruct." Ding Hao understood all too well that the steel fortress would be nothing but scrap in an era of peace, neither edible nor visually appealing. Yet, when the end of days arrived, it would become the most significant sanctuary for survival. At that time, not only would he refuse to sell it, but even if someone offered billions merely to seek refuge for a night, he would remain steadfast in his resolve. Understood, boss. Although Ding Hao did not provide a detailed explanation, his words served as a considerable boost to Qin Yun's confidence. She was acutely aware of his capabilities. At that moment, a notification echoed in Ding Hao's mind, indicating that He Yong had arrived at the office today and discovered that not only had He Long been terminated, but his salary had also been confiscated. Moreover, the company's ownership had already changed hands. Outside a sizable estate in the western part of the city, a sign proclaimed the presence of a detective agency. It bore no name, yet its authority was evident to many. It was this agency that Qin Yun had engaged. Their efficiency was astonishing. "Miss, your invitation has been declined." In a study on the second floor of a quaint villa, a woman dressed in a black gown, her face obscured by a veil, was intrigued as she perused the documents before her. All these documents pointed towards one man. Ding Hao, what was the reason? The woman languidly stretched, exuding a faintly alluring aura. His assistant secretary relayed that he is unavailable. The atmosphere suddenly froze. After a moment of silence, a seductive smile graced the woman's lips. "In that case, let us extend another invitation. Let him know that tomorrow night at 10 o'clock, I wish to discuss the steel fortress with Mr. Ding in room A1 of the Shuiyun Pavilion." Understood. At that moment, a servant appeared, a strikingly beautiful maid whose eyes sparkled with determination. She respectfully inquired, "Miss Jean, I fail to understand why someone of your stature would pay such attention to an ordinary person. Is it merely due to his recent unusual conduct?" The woman replied nonchalantly. "Is that not sufficient?" The maid shook her head. "Far from it. If your true identity were revealed, he would have no chance to curry favor with you. Additionally, Miss Jean, I've heard that Miss Mu is arriving soon. Why is she coming here?" Miss Jean frowned. The maid responded, "According to reliable sources, Miss Mu intends to hold a concert here. Miss Jean, she is currently regarded as the most beautiful woman in Xia country, yet in my view, should you choose to reveal your true self, you would undoubtedly surpass her." "Ha!" Miss Jean scoffed. "Do I care to compete with her?" The maid, recalling something, displayed a hint of concern in her eyes. "Miss Jean, the fortune teller once predicted that you and Miss Mu would share a husband at the ages of 27 and 26, respectively. With just a month remaining, it will soon be your and Miss Mu's birthdays. Let us not speak of such impossible matters again." The maid was interrupted before she could finish her sentence. Understood. The maid lowered her gaze and withdrew. Meanwhile, a proud glimmer surfaced in Miss Jean's eyes. The world had yet to produce a man capable of conquering her, let alone one who could simultaneously captivate her even prouder sister. In the car, upon receiving Miss Jin's invitation message again, Qin Yun immediately informed Ding Hao, "Boss, their intentions are not pure. If you ask me, it would be best to avoid them." Qin Yun expressed her concerns, having sensed the oddity herself. "It is fine. I initially had no desire to engage with them, but since they insist on coming to me, I shall not be impolite." A chilling smile crept onto Ding Hao's lips. The audacity to threaten him with the steel fortress had crossed a line. Furthermore, Ding Hao had an inkling that the other party had deduced something. Thus, attending was no longer optional. Half an hour later, Ding Hao and Qin Yun arrived at a forest dealership. "Hello, what type of vehicle are you looking to purchase?" A voluptuous saleswoman in uniform approached them with enthusiasm, her interest piqued further upon noticing the designer suit worth millions. While the dealership appeared substantial, the tactile experience was lacking. It likely had silicone padding. "Please summon your manager. You are not equipped to assist me." Ding Hao pushed the saleswoman aside, wiping his hands with a wet tissue as he did so. "Very well, please hold on." The saleswoman's previous disappointment evaporated at the prospect of a significant sale. Witnessing the scene, Qin Yun cast a disdainful glance at the saleswoman, thinking to herself that she could hardly compare to her own stature. "No, why would I find any attraction in such triviality?" A few seconds later, Qin Yun regained her composure, her cheeks suddenly flushed. At that moment, the dealership manager finally arrived. She was a woman clad in a professional skirt suit, her perfectly shaped legs encased in sheer black stockings, and her feet adorned with stilettos towering at least 10 centimeters, giving her an even more statuesque presence. Chapter 22:1 is not enough. I wish to order 10-inch. Greetings, my surname is Su, and I am the manager of this establishment. How may I assist you? The woman greeted Ding Hao.
Ding Hao's gaze inadvertently swept over the woman's legs. After 2 days of intense effort, he could ascertain at a glance that this manager was most likely married. He settled into his chair, while Qin Yun stood respectfully beside him. Manager Su, my surname is Ding. I have come to discuss the customization of several vehicles, and my requirements may be rather high. I am unsure if your esteemed establishment can accommodate them, but rest assured, there is no need for concern regarding the financial aspect. As long as the price is reasonable, feel free to propose any figure. I am not lacking in funds, Ding Hao declared, exuding an air of lavishness. Upon hearing his words, Manager Su's eyes brightened noticeably, and she couldn't help but scrutinize Ding Hao once more, the aloof demeanor she wore fading slightly. She took a delicate sip of tea, her crimson lips parting slightly. Mr. Ding, please rest assured, this is entirely feasible. No matter how daunting the project may be, we are more than capable of handling it.
Ding Hao nodded affirmatively. That sounds excellent.
The primary attributes he insisted upon were exceptional shock resistance and corrosion resistance. Furthermore, the vehicle's body needed to be stable and suitable for a myriad of complex scenarios. This last requirement was rooted in reality, as shortly after the onset of the apocalypse, terrifying beasts roamed freely, and most roads were rendered impassable, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary vehicles to traverse. Thus, Ding Hao's specifications for the customized vehicles surpassed even those of off-road vehicles. Upon hearing his description, Manager Su's brow furrowed in concentration.
Is there an issue? Ding Hao inquired, shaking his head and preparing to rise. No problem at all.
Manager Su quickly called him back, explaining, I simply needed a moment to ponder, as this is the first time I have encountered such a demand for vehicles. My apologies, Mr. Ding, I will promptly relay your ideas to our headquarters, and someone will be in touch shortly with a price estimate. Very well, Ding Hao replied, then turned to the somewhat weary-looking Qin Yun, saying, please, take a seat.
It seems we will be here for a while. Qin Yun, taken aback, asked, Boss, may I?
Typically, in such situations, the secretary or assistant would. Witnessing this exchange, Manager Su's lips curled into a smile. Unlike the inexperienced Qin Yun, she recognized that Qin Yun had recently engaged in strenuous activity. However, what surprised her was Ding Hao's attentiveness towards a secretary. Young, affluent, and gracious. Most importantly, the way he had influenced Qin Yun spoke volumes of his extraordinary capabilities. As this thought crossed her mind, Manager Su unconsciously licked her lips, her gaze descending. At that moment, her phone chimed, a notification from headquarters containing the pricing report. As she forwarded a copy to Ding Hao, she remarked, Mr. Ding, the pricing report has.
What do you think? I require the finest materials and the highest specifications.
Ding Hao asserted without hesitation. Manager Su's smile broadened, and with a casual wave of her hand, the figure. Of course, this was all based on her ignorance of his true identity, otherwise, there would be no need for conjecture. Manager Su proactively poured Ding Hao another cup of tea, her gaze fervently fixed upon him. At that moment, she even contemplated drawing closer to him. Mr. Ding, if you are certain there are no issues, shall we proceed to sign a contract? The total is
Would that be acceptable? I'm afraid that won't suffice.
Just as Manager Su assumed Ding Hao was having second thoughts and felt a pang of anxiety, he waved.
I wish to order 10.
What? Manager Su's eyes widened in disbelief, convinced she had misheard. Mr. Ding, are you indeed certain you wish to order 10 vehicles? She asked. 10 vehicles amount to a staggering 130 million. Just from the commission alone, she could easily earn several million. Ding Hao affirmed, you heard correctly, it is indeed 10 vehicles. However, I have a request. If you can accommodate it, I will immediately transfer a deposit of 50 million. Please, do not hesitate to state your request. I am in urgent need of the vehicles, so I require you to complete the delivery within.
Is that feasible? Manager Su nodded repeatedly, absolutely no problem. 20 days is indeed ample time.
Excellent, let us proceed with the contract. Shortly thereafter, Manager Su drafted a new contract. Once Ding Hao confirmed its accuracy, he signed it without hesitation and instructed Qin Yun to transfer 50 million to the designated account. At that moment, Manager Su once again scrutinized Ding Hao, her gaze filled with unabashed fervor.
May I inquire if Mr. Ding is married?
I was married, but I am divorced now, Ding Hao replied. Manager Su's mood shifted slightly, and she smiled. Mr. Ding possesses a delightful sense of humor. In response to the compliment, Ding Hao merely smiled faintly. He understood a fundamental truth: without wealth, every endeavor is flawed, even the act of breathing becomes a mistake. Yet, once one is affluent, regardless of appearance, even if one were to resemble a swine, every action becomes alluring. Mr. Ding, even in silence, you exude such charm.
Ding, are you free this evening? I would be delighted to treat you to dinner.
Ding Hao's eyes inadvertently swept over Manager Su's alluring legs. Clearing his throat, he replied, I am unavailable tonight. I shall eagerly await your esteemed presence, Mr. Ding. Manager Su promptly handed him her business card. After leaving the dealership, Qin Yun remarked, slightly envious, Boss, that woman's gaze was as if she wanted to devour you.
Navigate to another dealership. Boss, have we not already placed an order for the vehicles?
Qin Yun questioned in confusion. Ding Hao candidly replied, this car is too shabby for my taste, I am not accustomed to it. Come, you have diligently worked for me all these years, I shall gift you a vehicle. Qin Yun's eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with joy. Chapter 23 The Prize Boss, I have worked for you for such a long time without receiving a car.
Why the sudden gift now?
Aside from her joy, Qin Yun felt a hint of confusion. Don't ask so many questions, Ding Hao replied coldly.
Oh.
Qin Yun immediately closed her mouth in fear. Ding Hao, on the other hand, felt somewhat helpless.
It was indeed a difficult question for him to answer. He certainly couldn't say it was due to their friendly exchange last night that he decided to gift her a car. Truth be told, Ding Hao held Qin Yun in high regard. Even if the events of last night had not transpired, he would have eventually prepared a grand gift for her. An hour later, a pristine white BMW i8, exuding an air of nobility, emerged from the dealership, with Ding Hao and Qin Yun seated inside. As for the Mazda, it was simply discarded by Ding Hao. At that moment, Qin Yun, sitting in the passenger seat, was overwhelmed with emotion. She had expected Ding Hao to gift her a car worth around 400,000 to 500,000, but she never anticipated he would buy her a BMW i8, and a top-of-the-line model at that, which was valued at over 2 million. Could it be that the boss intends to keep me? Qin Yun pondered whimsically as she drove. Boss, where shall we go next? Qin Yun inquired. Ding Hao glanced at the time and, I had sent you the location previously. Qin Yun recalled that Ding Hao had a villa under construction in that village, and considering the timeline, it should be nearing completion today. She opened the chat history and navigated her way there. In the village, the villa next to Su Defuk's home was nearly finished. A freshly laid cement road led directly to the villa's entrance. At that moment, a crowd had gathered on the cement ground outside the villa. They had all come in hopes of winning a prize in the lottery event being held that day. The first prize was a whopping 300,000. Some had even taken leave from work to participate. The entire Su family was also mingling among the crowd. What a fortune! Sun Hongmei exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at the stacks of cash displayed at the villa's entrance. How wonderful it would be if all that money belonged to their family. Su Fei also wore an expression of excitement. As long as she won a prize, even if it were just the third prize of 50,000, it would be far better than being penny. Aren't you all quite wealthy? Why are you here trying to share in the excitement when there's hardly enough money to go around? At that moment, an older woman surnamed Sun spotted the Su family and couldn't help but speak up. The more people there were, the smaller their share would be. They understood this principle well enough. I saw you all driving luxury cars home yesterday. With your wealth, can't you have a bit of dignity and not come to I passed by and overheard someone from your family saying that 300,000 is merely a few days' worth of meals. How ostentatious. The crowd murmured in agreement, pointing fingers at the 4 members of the Su family. Su Sheng looked at Su Fei, anxiety etched on his face. Sister, there are too many people talking nonsense. Aren't you quite wealthy? Perhaps you should just go home, and we would feel a bit better. You, Su Fei retorted sharply. How could she be wealthy? To avoid exposing herself, she shot a glare at Su Sheng and said, why should I leave just because they say a few things? Can't I simply enjoy myself here? Su Sheng, still unsure of her true circumstances. At that moment, Su Defuk shot him a look, and Su Sheng quickly understood. Oh no, I forgot my idea. I need to go back and get it. Su Fei had no suspicions and merely urged, hurry back. The lottery is about to start. Alright, sister. Su Sheng dashed off. The houses were adjacent, yet Su Sheng took 5 minutes to return. At that point, the older woman looked at the Su family, who remained, spat on the ground, and cursed. This family is truly shameless, lacking money yet still trying to show off. Her words resonated with many in the crowd. Someone remarked, that is not necessarily the case. Perhaps they were once wealthy but have suddenly fallen on hard times. Just yesterday, I happened to witness something quite. Do tell. Ah, it's nothing much, just that the heavens opened their eyes and caught some criminals. The speaker was an elderly man in his 60s, who had coincidentally seen Su Fei being taken away the day before, and he recounted the scene in vivid detail. Instantly, the crowd erupted in glee at the misfortune of the Su family. Ha, it seems that evil people indeed received their due punishment. Did you all see their arrogant faces yesterday? They were so boastful for less than a day before being brought. Perhaps they are so broke they can't even afford a meal. Hearing the crowd's ridicule, the 4 members of the Su family wished they could dig a hole and hide in it. They felt utterly humiliated. Just as they contemplated leaving, a group of staff members adorned with large red ribbons approached, carrying a box. The lottery is about to begin, someone shouted excitedly. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of noise. Silence. I will now announce the rules for this lottery. First, there is one first prize of 300,000, 3 second prizes of 100,000, and 10 third prizes of 50,000. Second, each person may only draw once, and only villagers are allowed to participate. Third, the final interpretation rights belong to the villa owner. Now we will begin. Those whose names I call, please come up with your ID to draw. Zhang Dainiu. As the staff member announced, a simple-looking young man stepped onto the stage and drew a card from the lottery box. After scraping off the coating, the words third prize appeared prominently. Zhang Dainiu, third prize, 5,000. After the staff finished announcing, someone immediately brought out 5,000 in cash and placed it on Zhang Dainiu. He was so excited he nearly jumped up. The crowd below was also breathing heavily, rushing to draw, fearing they would miss out on the prizes. Unfortunately, several individuals who followed did not win, including Su Sheng. Dejected, Su Sheng walked off the stage, and the older woman remarked, heaven has eyes, it won't let people like you win. Sure enough, Su Defuk and Sun Hongmei also went up to draw but ended up with nothing. Forget it, it's impossible to win. Let us go home. Although Su Fei had yet to draw, Su Defuk seemed resigned to their fate. Just as the 3 were about to leave, Su Fei, unwilling to accept defeat, called out, wait for me. She walked up to the stage, registered her ID, and casually drew a card. Scraping it revealed the words first prize in bold. In an instant, joy nearly overwhelmed Su Fei's senses. I won the first prize, it's the first prize. All eyes in the crowd turned towards her. The Su family, witnessing the scene, was ecstatic beyond belief. Su Fei, first prize, 30,000, the staff shouted immediately. Someone began counting out 30,000 in cash and handed it to Su Fei, who eagerly reached out to accept. Wait, don't take it just yet. But at that critical moment, the staff member suddenly approached and knocked Su Fei's hand away. Chapter 24 The Arrival of the Boss. What do you mean by this? I clearly won the first prize, why can't I claim it? Sophie exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. The staff member glanced at the registration book in hand and confirmed once more, your name is Sophie, correct? Is there any possibility of impersonation? Sophie assumed the staff was verifying her identity, hastily producing her identification card for their inspection. To her surprise, after examining her ID, the staff's expression did not soften. Instead, it grew even more austere. That is correct. A few individuals with the surname Su are ineligible to participate in the lottery, and you are one of them. Therefore, the lottery results are null and void. What? This is utterly unfair. We clearly meet the criteria. Why are we being denied the chance to participate? There must be some underhanded dealings at play. Surely, you staff members are attempting to pocket the money. Seeing her hard-earned prize slipping away, Sophie refused to relent. She then turned to Su Dafeng and the others, pleading, this is 300,000. It cannot just vanish like this. You must help me plead my case. Upon hearing this, Su Dafeng and the others grew equally agitated. Sophie's money was, after all, their money too. Sun Hongmei plopped down on the ground, exclaiming, this is unfair. This lottery is fundamentally unjust. If you don't give me my money, I will remain here and escalate the situation. You won't have it easy either. Su Dafeng echoed her sentiments, asserting, my daughter is right. It is evident that you staff members are envious of this sum and wish to seize it for yourselves. Let me make it clear, if you do not disperse the funds, I will take this matter up with your boss. Su Shang also stepped forward to voice his support. Though the Su family was small in number, their collective outrage was formidable. Sophie, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of relief wash over her. Did you hear that? You better hand over the money without delay, or we will escalate. However, the staff remained unfazed by their threats, bluntly stating, I'm sorry, but even if you report us to the boss, it would be futile. The directive to disqualify you from the lottery came directly from the boss. Buzz. The staff's words left the Su family momentarily stunned. The boss's orders, why, they racked their brains, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind such a decision. Surely, they hadn't offended the owner of the villa, had they? Yet, they had never even encountered the boss. At that moment, the staff waved their hand dismissively. Enough, you should be disheartened by now. Move aside quickly. I must attend to others waiting for their money. Absolutely not. Even if it is your boss, rules cannot simply be disregarded. Sun Hongmei, her eyes fixated on the stacks of cash in the staff's hands, was consumed by envy. She marched over to the lottery table, lying down on the ground defiantly, proclaiming, I don't care. Even if your boss arrives, you must give me my money, or I won't budge. Sophie and Su Dafeng joined her, resolutely refusing to leave without their due. The staff's expression turned icy. Are you intending to cause a ruckus? As soon as the words left their mouth, several burly men adorned with tattoos approached, wielding clubs. This sight sent a chill down the spines of the Su family. These men were none other than those who had clashed with Su Dafeng the previous day. The bald leader spat disdainfully upon seeing Su Dafeng. I thought your family had considerable wealth, but it seems you're merely putting on a facade. Old man, I've tolerated you for long enough now. I'll count to 3. If you don't have your family as misfits scram, don't blame me for being impolite. 1. After counting, the bald man brandished his iron rod menacingly. This left Su Dafeng petrified, whispering, Feifei, perhaps we should leave. These people truly might resort to violence. Growing older, Su Dafeng had become increasingly fearful. With no money to her name, Sophie felt her courage wane. His words planted seeds of retreat in her mind. However, Sun Hongmei, lying on the ground, refused to concede, shouting, I don't care, even if you beat me to death here, we will not leave. Wait. He suddenly recalled that this was the villa's entrance. If they resorted to violence here, leaving blood on the ground would incur the boss's wrath, a consequence they could not afford. These staff members had been specially hired by Ding Hao to conduct the lottery event. Since he had invested a significant sum, they were determined to fulfill their duties. In that moment, they were at a loss on how to handle the situation. Just then, a BMW i8 glided down the newly paved road. The staff members felt a wave of relief wash over them. Turning to Sophie and her family, they said, the boss has arrived now. If you have any grievances, address them directly to him. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Sophie and her companions brightened. Sun Hongmei scrambled to her feet, casting a glare at the staff. I will speak with your boss right away. Curiosity peaked among the onlookers, all wondering what this mysteriously appearing villa owner looked like. The BMW i8 finally pulled up close. Due to the special glass used, unless the occupants opened the door to step out, no one outside could discern their features. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, the 4 members of the Su family hurriedly approached the car. Sun Hongmei, with an ingratiating demeanor, addressed the interior. You are the owner of this villa, correct? I wish to discuss the lottery. My daughter participated and won the first prize, but it was revoked. I implore you to reconsider and restore her prize. Su Dafeng chimed in, indeed, our family is in dire need of this money. We are unaware of where we have offended you, and we sincerely apologize. Please forgive us. After speaking, he gently nudged Sophia's hand. Sophie immediately grasped his intent. However, she felt embarrassed to lower herself to such a degree. Su Dafeng urged quietly, what are you waiting for? Speak some kind words. Do you not want that 300,000? All right, fine. After a moment of hesitation, Sophie reluctantly approached the car, humbly imploring, Boss, please grant me the first prize I won. I beg of you.
Just as Sophie finished speaking, the driver's side door swung open with a click. To her utter astonishment, a figure emerged from within. Chapter 25. I don't care, Jin Yun, how could it be you? Sophie exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Stepping out of the car was none other than the financial director, Jin Yun, whom she had never regarded with any respect before. At that moment, Jin Yun still donned her gray uniform, complemented by black silk high heels. Upon exiting the vehicle, her alluring appearance immediately drew the attention of numerous onlookers, particularly the men, whose eyes widened in astonishment. Jin Yun did not respond to Sophie but instead approached the passenger door and respectfully opened it, saying, "Boss, we have arrived." Following that, Ding Hao, clad in a suit, emerged from the passenger seat.
Ding Hao, you are the owner of the villa?
Sophie's realization struck her like a comet colliding with the earth, leaving her and even Su Dafu momentarily speechless. All the carefully prepared words evaporated from their minds. Others stood dumbfounded, their expressions a mix of shock, envy, jealousy, and anticipation. At that moment, Ding Hao approached Sophie and, with a playful glint in his eyes, remarked, "Indeed, I am the owner of the villa, Sophie.
I must admit, I rather enjoyed your earlier submissive demeanor. Would you care to perform it for me once more?" Sophie's face flushed crimson.
Ding Hao, you are being too excessive. The moment she recognized him, embarrassment washed over her, and his escalating mockery twisted her expression in discomfort. Internally, she silently noted this affront against Ding Hao. Just then, Su Dafu and the others began to regain their composure. Su Dafu spoke up, "Ding Hao, since it is you, this will be easier. Feifei has won the grand prize, you should expedite the prize redemption." Indeed, Dafu is correct. A day of being husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. Though you are divorced, you were once a couple. As a man, you ought to be magnanimous and not make things difficult for us. Sun Hongmei began her moral coercion. In response, Ding Hao simply chuckled, "Then consider me petty. There is no room for negotiation in this matter, and I will not be dispersing a single penny to you." Ding Hao's words utterly infuriated the Su family.
Ding Hao, do not take it too far.
There should be some semblance of affection. If you refuse to help, fine, but targeting us, if word gets out, how will you ever show your face here again? Ding Hao shrugged with a cold smile, then let it be.
I do not care.
Ding Hao had long since grown indifferent to the bonds of human relationships. In the face of the impending apocalypse, such ties were rendered worthless. At that moment, Ansun stepped forward and addressed Ding Hao, "Boss, these people are simply shameless. You need not pay them any mind." "Indeed, I have encountered shamelessness before, but this is a first for such audacity," another added. "It is only your kindness that has prevented them from being out." Su Dafu and Sophie found their pride severely wounded, and they attempted to respond. At that juncture, Ding Hao decisively proclaimed, "Enough of this matter is settled. The Su family members will forfeit their lottery privileges. Furthermore, as I am in good spirits today, I shall grant an additional lottery opportunity to those who already drew, and for those who have not yet participated, they will receive 2 chances. The number of first prizes is increased to 3, and the quantities of the remaining prizes shall triple, with the allowance for multiple wins."
Ding Hao's actions undoubtedly heightened the probability of winning.
As long as one was not exceptionally unlucky, nearly everyone present would likely receive a prize.
"Boss, you are magnificent." As the realization dawned on the crowd, cheers erupted, filled with joy.
Only the members of the Su family wore expressions of profound distress. "I have won both the first and third prizes." Ansun's exclamation drew envious glances from many. Winning both the first and third prizes amounted to a staggering 350,000. Without any delay, the staff counted the money and handed it directly to Aunt Sunday. "Look, I have 350,000, you all have nothing, do you?" Aunt Sun flaunted her winnings before Su Dafu and the others. In an instant, Su Dafu's face turned a shade akin to liver. The others felt equally despondent. This money was rightfully theirs.
"We're going home." Realizing that remaining would only invite further humiliation, they decided to leave.
However, the events were far from over. Mere minutes later, the villa erupted in celebratory firecrackers and a grand feast. The cacophony of fireworks shook the very foundations of the Su family's adjacent home. The tantalizing aromas wafted over, causing the Su family, still hungry, to feel their stomachs rumble incessantly. "What should we do? I can no longer endure this life."
Su Dafu replied, "What can we do? We lack the funds to go anywhere else."
The thought of living next to Ding Hao, who resided in a luxurious villa while they languished in a crumbling house, filled them with a profound sense of despair. At that moment, Sophie quietly entered the house. She still held her last card of the watch. This watch had once belonged to Song Ji's wife, and Sophie had researched it online, discovering it was worth over $1 million. Even in a discounted sale, it could fetch 200,000 to 300,000, enough to sustain her in little treasure for a while. Yet, when she lifted her pillow, her heart sank. The watch was gone. She distinctly remembered placing it there. Panicking, Sophie searched frantically, but the watch was nowhere to be found. This was it. Sophie collapsed onto the floor, her body devoid of strength.
"Mama, I am so hungry. I want to eat lobster. When will that foolish daddy come to pick me up?"
Little Treasure approached her. Seeing him, Sophie was filled with rage and slapped him across the face.
"Eat, eat, eat.
All you know is to eat. If I hadn't given birth to this wild child, would I be left with nothing?" A flicker of resentment and regret crossed Sophie's eyes. Had she known it would come to this, she would never have betrayed Ding Hao.
Alas, it was too late to lament now. "Wah wah wah."
Little Treasure began to cry loudly, further intensifying Sophie's panic. What should she do? At that moment, Su Dafu and the others suddenly pushed open the door and entered. Dad, Sophie began to speak, but Su Dafu raised his hand to interrupt her.
Fei, you can see the current situation at home.
We are on the brink of not even being able to afford rice. Sophie felt a tightening in her chest. Surely, they were not going to kick her out again? If the watch had still been in her possession, she would have felt somewhat secure, but without it, the thought of being cast out without a place to eat and sleep filled her with dread.
With this in mind, Sophie hastily replied, Dad, do not worry, I will not be a burden to the family after today, I will go out and find work, and I will not drag you down.
Su Dafu shook his head. Sophie's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Chapter 26 Sophie seeks reconciliation. At the moment when Sophie felt utterly despondent, Su Dafu spoke up, Fei, I do not wish to expel you. Rather, I want to convey that our family can only turn its fortunes around through one means. You must seek reconciliation with Ding Hao. Ding Hao is so wealthy, if he agrees to reunite with you, our family will once again have an endless supply of money.
Sun Hongmei and Su Sheng entered the room.
Sun Hongmei remarked, although you have wronged Ding Hao, if you sincerely apologize, he may not refuse. If necessary, you could forego Xiaobao and bear him a child of his own. Sister, hurry. If you delay, someone else may seize the opportunity. That Qin Yun who came with brother-in-law today exudes a certain allure, she surely intends to entice him. Su Sheng hastily referred to Ding Hao as brother-in-law. Their words sparked a glimmer of hope in Sophie while simultaneously instilling a sense of urgency in her. Indeed, she needed to act swiftly lest Ding Hao be taken by another woman. Without further ado, Sophie instructed Su Dafu, I shall go find him now, you take care of Xiaobao. Su Dafu urged, go quickly. Sophie hurried off, while Su Dafu and the others envisioned a future filled with inexhaustible wealth. At 7 in the evening, Ding Hao drove alone to the construction site of the steel fortress. After humiliating the Su family at the villa, he had departed. Mr. Ding, you have arrived, called Chen Fanghua. Ding Hao looked up to see a weary middle-aged man approaching, his face etched with the burdens of time. Compared to before, Chen Fanghua appeared to have aged several years. Thank you for your hard work. Ding Hao acknowledged. From Chen Fanghua's appearance, it was evident that he was diligently laboring. It is no trouble, Mr. Ding has invested a substantial sum, and I shall not disappoint you. Chen Fanghua replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Indeed, the compensation Ding Hao provided was exceedingly generous.
Is there a specific reason for your visit?
Chen Fanghua inquired, preparing to call the members of the technical department to await Ding Hao's instructions, but Ding Hao interrupted him. I merely came to take a casual look.
There is no need to summon anyone.
Understood. Chen Fanghua nodded. Ding Hao surveyed the site, which was brightly lit and bustling with workers and machinery. The former villa had completely vanished. Chen Fanghua's efficiency was commendable. I shall take my leave. Continue the good work. After witnessing the scene with his own eyes, Ding Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He bid farewell to Chen Fanghua and turned to depart. However, as he reached the entrance of the community, a shadow suddenly lunged at him. Who goes there? Ding Hao's gaze sharpened as he delivered a swift kick at the shadow. Ouch! The figure was sent sprawling 4 or 5 meters away, emitting a pained cry. This was merely due to Ding Hao's restraint, otherwise, the shadow would have met a far graver fate. Ding Hao, it's me, the shadow called out through gritted teeth. Sophie. Ding Hao immediately recognized the familiar voice.
He then teased, what is this, are you enraged and seeking vengeance upon me?
Sophie approached, clutching her abdomen in pain. In response to Ding Hao's mockery, she did not express anger but rather forced a smile upon her face, saying, Ding Hao, please do not misunderstand. I have come to find you because I realize my mistakes and wish to sincerely apologize. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Gradually, she began to sob, Ding Hao, I am truly sorry. I failed to control myself in the past and wronged you, and afterward, my attitude was haughty and dismissive. Over the past few days, I have reflected upon my actions and have come to understand my errors. I do not dare to hope for your complete forgiveness, but simply expressing my apologies will ease my heart. With that, Sophie wept profusely, fervently confessing her regrets to Ding Hao. Ultimately, she knelt before him, bowing her head 3 times in a gesture of utmost sincerity. Even passers-by, upon witnessing her display, could not help but urge Ding Hao to grant her forgiveness, asserting that no obstacle is insurmountable between a married couple. Yet, Ding Hao remained expressionless. Is the performance concluded? He spoke coldly as Sophie, exhausted from her cries, could no longer shed tears. Sophia's heart plummeted. She pondered, how could this be? She should not have left any flaws. Why could she not sway Ding Hao? Unbeknownst to her, her performance, though devoid of cracks, was indeed moving. However, having endured the darkness of the final days of his previous life, Ding Hao could no longer place his trust in her.
I am genuinely remorseful.
There is no pretense involved. If you do not believe me, I shall take my leave. Sophie feigned turning away, yet, as she took a step, then 2, 10 steps, there was no response from behind her.
Anxiety began to swell within her. What was happening?
Wait. Sophie took a few more steps forward, believing her plan had failed, when suddenly Ding Hao's voice resonated behind her.
If I am not mistaken, you have come to seek reconciliation with me, have you not?
Sophie quickly denied, I have wronged you. How could I have the face to seek reconciliation? If you would merely consent to forgive me, I would be completely satisfied. It must be said, Sophie was quite persuasive. Had it been anyone else, they might have been deceived. Ding Hao, however, was well aware of her intentions, yet he was in no rush to expose her. Instead, he intended to toy with her a bit longer. There is no need for you to be so quick to deny.
I understand your thoughts perfectly. In fact, I have reflected on the matter over the past few days and believe I may have been a bit impulsive that day. If you wish to reconcile, I could consider it. However, you must agree to 3 conditions. What conditions? Please, do tell. Sophie exclaimed with delight, speaking without a moment's thought, fearing that Ding Hao might perceive her eagerness as desperation. She quickly added, Ding Hao, do not misunderstand, I am also doing this for your own good. I know Xiao Bao is not your child, and I understand how much that pains you. Once we reconcile, I will surely bear you a child that rightfully belongs to you. Sophie was acutely aware that the best way to bind a man was through the promise of motherhood. Following her declaration, Ding Hao's countenance revealed a flicker of interest. This caused the corners of Sophia's mouth to curl upward slightly. It seemed her success was all but assured. Chapter 27 3 Conditions. Well, why don't you first listen to my 3 conditions? If you can fulfill them, having another child won't be a problem, Sophie proposed. Upon hearing that Sophie was willing to bear him a child, Ding Hao's tone softened considerably. No problem, go ahead and state your conditions. Sophie replied confidently, believing firmly in her ability to meet his demands. All right. Ding Hao cleared his throat and stated, the first condition is that I recently took a liking to a watch. It's not expensive, only around 300,000 yuan. I want you to purchase this watch and gift it to me. Aren't you wealthy? I have money, but if this watch is given to me by you, it would hold a different significance. It will also serve as a test of your sincerity towards me. Sophie bit her lip and replied, fine, no problem. Regardless of whether she had the means to buy it, she decided to agree first and think of a solution later. Ding Hao nodded, scrutinizing Sophie before disdainfully commenting, your waist is too thick, your legs are too stout, your backside lacks allure, and your face is not to my liking at all. You must find a way to enhance your beauty, only then will I consider reconciling with you. This counts as the second condition. Sophia's smile froze on her face. How could she possibly change? She hadn't anticipated that Ding Hao's preferences would become so peculiar in just a few days. Nevertheless, she resolved to endure it, even if it meant undergoing cosmetic surgery. All right, I agree, she reluctantly conceded. Now, what about the third condition, she inquired. Well, Ding Hao's mind conjured an image of the offspring he deemed a nuisance, and he coldly replied, you must fulfill the first 2 conditions before we discuss the third. Understood, I'll be on my way now. Await my good news. Sophie cheerfully departed, watching her retreating figure. Ding Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. Sophie, the grievances from our past life are only just beginning to be avenged. He then dialed the water purification factory. Hello, I would like to place an order for 100,000 bottles of purified water daily. Please deliver them to Shangbine Garden, specifically to Unit 3, Basement 2. After careful consideration, Ding Hao decided it was best to purchase purified water directly to avoid unnecessary complications. It was reasonably priced at 3 yuan per bottle, amounting to 300,000 yuan for 100,000 bottles. This arrangement meant he only needed to collect the water daily. The basement at Shangbine Garden was a spacious warehouse he had temporarily rented through the property management, specifically for storing the water. He could easily transport it into his infinite space without attracting attention. Upon hearing the substantial order, the other end of the line responded with enthusiasm, assuring him that the water would be delivered first thing the following morning. Satisfied, Ding Hao hung up, his mood significantly lifted. He then drove directly to the Golden Grand International Hotel, having missed the twin sisters after a day's absence. In the dilapidated room of the Su family, the family awaited anxiously. Grandpa, I'm hungry, young Bao exclaimed loudly. They had already endured one episode of unrest, but given their current circumstances, who could eat? Su Dafu, infuriated, stood up and slapped young Bao across the face. You must learn to endure your hunger, otherwise, I'll give you 2 more slaps. A flicker of resentment glimmered in young Bao's eyes as he lowered his head. He dared not harbor hatred towards the Su family, only towards Ding Hao. Dad, Mom, I'm back. At that moment, Sophia's voice resonated from outside. The family hurriedly rose. Fei, how did it go? Did Ding Hao agree to reconcile? Su Dafu asked eagerly. Sophie merely smiled in silence. There's hope. The others felt a surge of joy, and Su Sheng urged, Sister, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us. We're all on edge. Sophie finally nodded. Ding Hao has agreed to reconcile. Hooray! As soon as Sophie finished speaking, Su Sheng jumped up in excitement. Joy was palpable on Su Dafu and Sun Hongmei's faces. Wonderful! As long as you reconcile with Ding Hao, our family will never lack money again. Su Dafu declared joyfully. At that moment, Sophie exchanged a glance with Su Sheng, who immediately understood and produced a box of candies. He addressed young Bao, Little Bao, we need to discuss something, so why don't you head to your room and enjoy these treats alone? Seeing the sweets, young Bao eagerly scampered off to his room. Su Sheng locked the door behind him and Sophie continued, Ding Hao has agreed to reconcile, but he has 3 conditions. Sophie relayed the first 2 conditions, adding, I know our family has a bit of money left. Let's stop hiding it and use it to buy the watch and for my cosmetic surgery. Once I'm with Ding Hao, will we really be short of that little bit of money? Su Dafu and Sun Hongmei exchanged glances before finally conceding, we do have a little, but it would only cover the watch with barely anything left over for surgery. For that, we will need to think of another way. How about we all work odd jobs for a while? After a month, we should be able to gather some money. For the first time, Su Dafu revealed his thoughts. Of course, the 300,000 for the watch would come from Su Sheng's covert sale of Sophie's watch, which yielded 200,000, supplemented by some savings. Su Dafu did not elaborate, and while Sophie suspected it, she chose not to press the matter. I agree. I can work as a temp at the electronics factory during the day and deliver takeout at night. Additionally, I have 10,000 yuan that I'm willing to contribute for sister's surgery, Su Sheng generously offered. After a few more minutes of discussion, they estimated they could fulfill these conditions in about 20 days. Excitement surged through them as they envisioned their newfound wealth.
Fei, what about the third condition? Su Dafu suddenly inquired.
Sophie bit her lip, lowering her voice, though Ding Hao didn't specify. I suspect it pertains to. She glanced towards the room. Su Dafu paused, then followed her gaze, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Leave that to me.
I assure you no one will know about it. Master, you finally arrived. Xiao Xue has missed you dearly.
Master, so has Xiaoqing. You haven't visited us for a whole day. We've prepared a little gift for you. The moment Ding Hao entered the hotel, he was immediately met with the longing gazes of the twin sisters, reminiscent of heartbroken maidens abandoned by their unfaithful lovers. Yet, Ding Hao felt not a shred of guilt, rather, he found himself intrigued.
What is this gift? Let me see, he inquired as he closed the door behind him. Chapter 28 Omened Master, please wait a moment.
After respectfully assisting Ding Hao to sit on the bed, she mysteriously retreated to the dressing room. Shortly thereafter, Chu Shui emerged, adorned in the attire of a little angel.
Role-playing?
Indeed, a smile graced Ding Hao's lips. At that moment, Chu Shui, clad in her angelic costume, declared, Demon King, your misdeeds are numerous. For the sake of world peace, I shall defeat you.
Then give it a try.
Ding Hao replied with a nod. With a quack, the little angel charged forward, only to be swiftly brought down. An hour later, the little angel lay defeated, dispatched by the Demon King to another room. It was not until then that she reappeared, now dressed as a petite fairy.
Is there more?
Ding Hao was momentarily taken aback, as she struck a righteous pose and proclaimed, Demon King, I will not allow your wickedness.
Even if it costs me my life, ha!
Ding Hao chuckled softly, easily suppressing her. The notion of life and death was trivial, pleasure came first. The following day, at 10 in the morning, Ding Hao had risen, yet the girl, though awake, could not muster the strength to leave her bed. The previous night had been exceedingly exhausting, and now she felt a twinge of regret, questioning whether she had overindulged. Ding Hao brought a cup of ginger soup, delivered by the attendant, to her bedside.
Master, thank you.
In that moment, aside from feelings of shame and physical discomfort, warmth blossomed in her heart.
You're welcome.
Ding Hao scanned the room before moving to the window to take in the scenery, devoid of any inappropriate thoughts. Suddenly, however, he squinted, a grave expression crossing his face.
Is it here?
Outside, a light drizzle fell, and he noticed a faint grayish hue emerging below. Several pedestrians caught in the rain began to display reddening skin, evidently suffering from the rain's strong acidity. Soon, a chorus of screams echoed from below. Within mere minutes, the once bustling street fell eerily silent. Although Ding Hao's countenance was serious, he felt little surprise, for he remembered that in his previous life, a similar event transpired just 24 days before the apocalypse descended upon the southern region of Summer Country, as acid rain began to fall. Fortunately, the acidity was not excessively potent, nor did it last long, so it garnered little attention now. With the knowledge of a reborn soul, Ding Hao understood this to be an omen of the impending apocalypse. Naturally, he had no intention of divulging his insights, setting aside whether others would deem him mad. Even if they believed him, how could he explain the source of his knowledge? Would he confess to being a reincarnate? Such a claim would surely lead to his immediate dissection. Ding Hao was not foolish enough to make that mistake. Subsequently, Ding Hao opened a forum on his phone. As expected, the incident of acid rain had not attracted much attention, barely making a blip on the trending searches. People attributed it to environmental pollution, and experts offered vague explanations before the matter faded into obscurity. Ding Hao shook his head slightly. He only needed to mind his own affairs. Master, have you seen the news? The most beautiful star in Summer Country, Mu Shui, is coming here for a concert. At that moment, the excited voices of the twin sisters rang out behind him.
Mu Shui?
Ding Hao recalled the name. Indeed, she was stunning, a true beauty that could rightfully be called a national goddess. Her popularity in Summer Country was immense. However, after the apocalypse in his previous life, he had heard nothing of her. Yet, he surmised her fate would not be any better this time around. Her beauty was bound to drive men to madness. Well, I have some matters to attend to and cannot go. I will transfer 200,000 to you. Enjoy yourselves.
Ding Hao replied, shaking his head.
All right, if the master isn't going, then we shan't go either. The sisters lamented, their disappointment evident. While attending the concert was not their primary interest, they had yearned to spend time with Ding Hao. He approached them, ruffling their hair, and said, in a few days, once I am finished with my tasks, we shall find a time to visit the beach together.
Okay, thank you, master.
The sisters cheered joyfully. By noon, Ding Hao took Chu Qing and Chu Shui out for a meal before escorting them back to their hotel. He then drove directly to the underground warehouse of Shangban Garden. By this time, the water delivery company had completed its task. It took Ding Hao 3 hours to collect all the water. Observing that there was still ample space remaining in the warehouse, he decided to call the manager of the Jian Hao Hotel, requesting that prepared meals be sent there as well. Afterward, Ding Hao returned to his villa in Shangbang Garden. In the days to come, Qin Yun would reside there. As per Ding Hao's insistence, though she attempted to refuse, she was promptly ushered into the bathroom for a lesson that rendered her compliant to his every command. Aside from purchasing a car for Qin Yun, Ding Hao also transferred 3 million to her, instructing that it must all be spent within a month, whether on herself or her family. Though Qin Yun was puzzled by the stipulation, she complied with Ding Hao's directives.
Boss, you're back. Xin Yun, feeling bored in the villa, was suddenly filled with a small thrill upon seeing Ding Hao return. Later that night, at 9 o'clock, a refreshed Ding Hao emerged from the villa. Yunshui Pavilion, Room A1, to threaten me, you must possess some significance. Ding Hao thought as a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes, driving his car towards Yunshui Pavilion. Chapter 29. Is it just because of her bust, Yunshui, situated in the heart of the city, exudes an ambience steeped in ancient charm, tranquil and elegant. Upon entering, Ding Hao was immediately guided by a staff member. The path was largely devoid of other patrons, for this establishment was not frequented by the ordinary, only those of considerable wealth and influence could gain entry. As a local magnate, Ding Hao was, of course, qualified, though he had long been disinclined to visit. The proprietor of Yunshui had extended invitations on several occasions, all of which he had politely declined. Good day, sir, we have arrived, the attendant announced with a smile. Ding Hao nodded in acknowledgement. The attendant, sensing his demeanor, discreetly withdrew without so much as a knock. Ding Hao pushed the door open and stepped inside. Given the apparent hostility of the visitors, he deemed it unnecessary to exercise any politeness. Bang! Just as Ding Hao crossed the threshold, two burly men lunged at him from either side. Now at the 8th layer of Qi training, he had long surpassed the capabilities of an average person. With a mere slap, he could have easily reduced the two assailants to mere fragments. However, he refrained from such an overt display, as it would attract undue attention. With swift precision, Ding Hao took a slight step back, causing the two men to miss their target entirely. Their loss of balance led them to crash to the ground in a most undignified manner. Anger flickered across their faces as they rose, preparing to launch another assault on Ding Hao, when a sharp command rang out. You two, do you not feel you have lost enough face? Get out, now. Yes, Miss Lang. The two men trembled at the reprimand and hurriedly retreated. At this moment, Ding Hao was able to observe the interior of the room more clearly. A woman in a flowing black gown sat gracefully in a chair, her face veiled, exuding an air of profound elegance. Beside her stood a sharp-eyed maid, clad in a fitted black outfit, who appeared to be in her 20s. It was she who had just spoken, her gaze fixed intently on Ding Hao. She remarked, so you are Ding Hao, not bad, you possess some skill. This is Miss Jean, you should pay your respects. Her tone dripped with arrogance, as if she regarded Ding Hao with little regard. Ding Hao could not help but laugh in disbelief. Did these two women only drink wine and neglect to eat? Did they truly believe he would bow to them, as if they were ancient emperors? He retorted candidly, what is she, that I should pay my respects? Is it merely because of her ample bosom? Langer's expression darkened, and she prepared to retaliate. Langer, do not act impudently. At that moment, the melodious voice of Miss Jean interrupted. Mr. Ding, Langer is simply lacking in decorum. I apologize on her behalf. I invited you here with the utmost sincerity. Miss Jean's voice was enchanting, evoking a sense of springtime warmth, yet Ding Hao remained unmoved, retorting with a sardonic tone, sincerity? Your sincerity involves first threatening me to come here, then sending someone to ambush me? If I had been a moment slower to react, wouldn't I be sprawled on the ground by now? Were it not for the fact that the apocalypse had not yet descended, that earlier encounter would have left no survivors in this room. At this juncture, Miss Jean rose with a pleasant smile, pouring a cup of tea for Ding Hao. Mr. Ding, please do not be upset. Had I not previously invited you only to be turned away, I would not have resorted to such measures. And those two earlier, I merely perceived you as extraordinary and wished to test your mettle. Had you truly been unable to contend with them, they would have ceased their actions immediately, ensuring no harm befell you. Finally seated, Ding Hao drained the tea in one gulp and stated plainly, do not beat around the bush, tell me directly, what is your objective? Miss Jean refilled his cup and replied, since you were so forthright, I shall not waste time. I wish to inquire why you suddenly decided to sell your company and a significant portion of your assets to construct what appears to be a gaudy iron monstrosity. Her incisive question caused Ding Hao's eyes to flicker momentarily. Indeed, his unusual actions had drawn the attention of those with discerning eyes. Nevertheless, he had long prepared a response. With a slight smile, he declared, what you see as a gaudy monstrosity is, to me, a cherished endeavor. I have always had an affinity for such safe havens, they provide me with a unique sense of security. Oh, Miss Jean's lips curled slightly, then may I ask, if it is merely a matter of preference, why invest so heavily to expedite its construction? Ding Hao furrowed his brow. This woman seemed to know everything. A flicker of murderous intent stirred within him. However, he ultimately maintained a calm facade, fabricating a clumsy excuse. What's wrong with being a bit eager? Eager, indeed, but I suspect you harbor a significant secret that requires concealment, Miss Jean observed with a smile. Ha, if Miss Jean has summoned me merely to engage in such futile conversations, I see no reason to remain, Ding Hao declared, rising to leave. As he reached the door, he turned back with a cheeky remark, of course, if Miss Jean is willing to spend the night with me, I shall divulge anything she wishes to know. Dare you insult Miss Jean? Langer's expression shifted, and she prepared to teach Ding Hao a lesson. Langer, let him go. Miss Jean's voice rang out, once again halting her. By the time Langer comprehended the situation, Ding Hao had already vanished. Miss Jean, this did you not notice? His last statement was deliberately crafted to provoke both you and me, Miss Jean remarked, her gaze profound. Just moments earlier, she had perceived a glimmer of malice in Ding Hao's eyes. Langer also grasped the implication but remained indignant. Miss Jean, regardless of the circumstances, he has insulted you. Allow me to pursue him and teach him a lesson. I promise it will not harm him. This time, Miss Jean did not object. After Langer exited, she observed Ding Hao departing in an Audi Q5 and promptly followed suit. Throughout the journey, Ding Hao's vehicle made several evasive maneuvers at critical moments. A smirk played on Langer's lips, for it appeared Ding Hao had noticed her, yet, it mattered little. Such trivial tactics would not shake her resolve. Their vehicles ventured increasingly into secluded areas. Eventually, Ding Hao's car reached a dead end, with no escape in sight. You certainly know how to evade, but having insulted my lady, you shall not escape to the ends of the earth. Lang Er's mocking laughter echoed as she approached Ding Hao's vehicle. Should he show himself, she would immediately seize the opportunity to pin him against the wall and deliver a thorough reprimand. However, after 10 minutes of waiting, there was still no sign of movement from within Ding Hao's car. This surprised her. She had not anticipated his level of restraint. She approached and opened the door, only to find her pupils dilate in shock. No one. Where had he gone? At that moment, a hand suddenly reached out, covering her mouth and nose. She struggled fiercely, but to no avail. A swift blow to her neck sent her spiraling into unconsciousness.
Chapter 30. Well, I shall give it a try then.
As Lang Er slowly regained consciousness, she found herself ensconced within the confines of a vehicle. She attempted to move her arms, only to discover they were bound tightly with ropes. Her legs, too, were similarly restrained, rendering her utterly immobile. Do not even think about struggling. I will not permit your escape, even if you manage to break free, a cold, dispassionate voice echoed in her ear. Lang Er's delicate visage hardened. Had you not ambushed me, there would have been no chance for you to succeed. Despite Ding Hao possessing some skills, she did not consider him her equal in a direct confrontation.
Oh, it seems you were quite defiant, aren't you? A series of tearing sounds ensued as the ropes binding Lang Er snapped. Evidently, your intellect is lacking. I merely provoked you with a trivial taunt, and you fell for it, Ding Hao remarked with a smirk as Lang Er swiftly opened the car door and leaped out. She was wary of further treachery from him. Ding Hao followed her outside. Ha, you are truly oblivious to danger. Had I been in your position, I would have fled at the first opportunity. Lang Er chuckled lightly, her mockery growing ever more pronounced. Then, she struck, her fist aimed squarely at Ding Hao's chest. Her speed was remarkable, far surpassing that of an ordinary individual, and her technique was precise, indicating she was no mere novice. However, she was up against Ding Hao, a cultivator of the 8th level of Qi training. Her prod velocity appeared to him as slow as a snail. With a subtle shift of his body, Ding Hao evaded her blow, extending his hand to press against her chest, applying a light pinch. Ah! Lang Er felt a jolt of electric sensation course through her body, nearly causing her to falter. In that moment, Ding Hao seized her wrists, twisting them behind her back. You have lost, he declared, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Lang Er's face flushed crimson, her chest heaving with indignation. Having undergone rigorous training from a young age and engaged in countless battles, she had never before suffered such defeat. You beast! Resorting to ambush and underhanded tactics, do you dare to face me in a fair fight? Lang Er shouted vehemently. Ding Hao countered. What do you mean by ambush and underhanded tactics? As long as one can catch the mouse, whether it be a white cat or a black cat, it is still a good cat. You are oblivious to the world's perils. I offered you a lesson out of kindness, and instead of gratitude, you respond with insults. You are nothing but an ingrate. You, Lang Er, exasperated, retorted. Spare me your nonsense. I ask you, do you dare to engage me in a proper battle? Ding Hao pondered for a moment and replied. So, if I defeat you in a direct confrontation, you would be willing to let me have my way? You lecherous scoundrel. Very well, I accept your challenge. As Ding Hao tightened his grip on her wrists, she had no choice but to agree. This time, she would give her all to teach him a profound lesson. Here I come. After releasing her hands, Ding Hao delivered a swift kick to her shapely rear encased in tight leather pants. Lang Er stumbled forward a few steps before regaining her balance, fire igniting in her eyes. Had her gaze been lethal, Ding Hao would have been cut to shreds soon. Lang Er assumed a combat stance, her aura coalescing into a singular force, firmly locking onto Ding Hao. Ding Hao, prepare yourself, I will strip you of your garments and parade you through the streets. With immense force, she lunged at Ding Hao. Yet, with a mere fingertip, Ding Hao halted her strike, momentarily stalling her momentum. How is this possible? Lang Er's eyes widened in disbelief, still reeling from the unexpected turn. Once more, Ding Hao restrained her hands behind her. Ding Hao then placed one foot upon her back, forcing her body into a humiliating arc, her form outlined in stark relief. Subsequently, he reached out and gave her rear a firm squeeze. A strange current surged through her, leaving her bewildered. So, do you concede this time? Ding Hao inquired with a smile. Lang Er bit her lip, her eyes brimming with humiliation. You have sullied me, yet I will never concede. Ding Hao shrugged. You said it, now I shall have to test that. With that, he released his grip on her. Then, with a swift motion, he lifted her effortlessly into his arms. What are you doing? Panic flickered across her face. Ding Hao offered no response, carrying her back into the vehicle. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Half an hour later, Lang Er sat in the car, her hair disheveled, her expression rife with humiliation. She had not anticipated Ding Hao's primal instincts would lead to such actions. Observing her state, Ding Hao raised his hands in mock surrender. You were the one who intended to strip me and parade me, so how could I possibly relent? Two streams of tears cascaded down Lang Er's cheeks. In a sudden motion, she seized a dagger concealed within her pant leg, pressing it against her throat. In the next instant, it flew from her grasp. Ding Hao chuckled. I still require your assistance. You cannot expire just yet, Lang Er retorted coldly. Unless I am dead, I shall not assist you. Ding Hao shook his head. Should you dare take your own life, I will reveal all that transpired here tonight to your esteemed lady, ensuring she learns of your lost virtue. You dare? Lang Er glared fiercely at Ding Hao. Remained unfazed. What do I have to fear? The audacity of Ding Hao left Lang Er momentarily speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Hao pressed on. Let us make a deal. You will act as a mole for me, reporting any movements of your lady out. If you do so, I will remain silent about tonight's events. What do you say? Never. Without a moment's hesitation, Lang Er rejected him vehemently. Miss Jean had shown her immense kindness and had once saved her life. She could never betray her for a beast like Ding Hao. Then how about this? Should your lady plot against me, you will notify me in advance. Would that be acceptable? Ding Hao took a step back. Still no. To his surprise, Lang Er firmly declined once more. Then we find ourselves in a predicament, Ding Hao mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This left Lang Er feeling highly apprehensive. Very well, Ding Hao finally conceded. It appears you are truly loyal to your lady. I shall forego the mole proposition. Instead, I ask that you meet with me every 3 days. How does that sound? After a moment of hesitation, Lang'er nodded. That is acceptable. She seemed to have run out of options. Unbeknownst to her, Ding Hao's initial 2 requests had merely been smokescreens. The last one was his true intention. Alright then, you may leave. Ding Hao waved his hand dismissively, and Lang'er did not linger. She stumbled as she exited the vehicle, her gait somewhat awkward. However, due to her superior physical conditioning, she quickly composed herself, revealing no significant flaws in her demeanor. Chapter 31 of The money is finally running out. Lang'er, what has happened? At Yunschwig, Miss Jean gazed at the returning Lang'er, sensing something amiss. Yet, she could not quite articulate what was wrong, fearing that Miss Jean might think poorly of her. Lang'er dared not reveal the truth, instead feigning a pitiful demeanor as she replied, Miss, I was unable to catch up with him. Is that all? Miss Jean felt a wave of relief wash over her. It turned out to be merely Lang'er's stubbornness at play. She comforted her, saying, that person is not simple. It is entirely normal for you to have failed. Do not dwell on it. Go take a bath and rest. You have had a tiring day. Yes, Miss Jean. Lang'er nodded in acknowledgement and hurriedly departed, anxious that lingering any longer might reveal her true feelings. In the bathing area, Lang'er gazed at the bruises marring her skin, suddenly regretting her reckless actions of the day. Lost in her thoughts, tears streamed down her cheeks. No matter how rigorous her training had been, she was still just a girl in her early 20s, and it pained her deeply to have been taken advantage of by a brute. Anyone in her position would feel heartbroken. At that moment, her phone, resting beside her, lit up with a notification. Upon checking the message, fury surged within her. Before leaving, Ding Hao had forcibly added her contact information and now sent her an address along with the words 3 days. The implication was clear. He expected her to show up at that location in 3 days. This beast surely intends to do something detrimental to me, Lang'er thought, biting her lip as she quickly pieced together Ding Hao's intentions. However, the arrow was already knocked. She had no choice but to comply. Even if she understood his motives, she could only obediently follow Ding Hao's instructions. Brute, you had better not fall into my hands again, or I shall ensure you suffer 1,000 cuts. Lang'er spat bitterly. On the other side, Ding Hao returned to his villa in Shangbine Garden, wishing to find something to occupy his time. He soon realized he had nearly prepared everything he needed. Suddenly, he found himself with ample leisure. In the days that followed, besides receiving meals delivered by the hotel, Ding Hao sought out the twin sisters for heartfelt conversations. Initially, the sisters were quite pleased, but they quickly discovered they could not withstand the pressure. Ding Hao, not wishing to exhaust them entirely, occasionally returned to the villa to arrange flowers with Qin Yun. At first, Qin Yun was somewhat reserved, but as time passed, she began to cling to Ding Hao like a playful kitten. Meanwhile, true to her word, Lang'er visited Ding Hao every 3 days. Each time, she left trembling, yet her animosity towards Ding Hao gradually faded as she got to know him better. She realized that aside from his lascivious nature, he possessed many admirable qualities. Had she not provoked him, he likely would not have acted toward her in such a manner. Besides this, Ding Hao was not hesitant to spend lavishly on resources. Concerned about potential breakdowns, he ordered 1,000 diesel generators directly from the manufacturer. Should one fail, he could simply discard it, ensuring he would never run out. He also procured other resources in large quantities. Despite having over $1 billion in his possession, it soon began to dwindle rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed, leaving only 5 days until the impending doom. Inside Shangbine Garden, Qinyan stared glumly at the financial records. Boss, you are down to just 100,000. She had never anticipated that Ding Hao would spend so recklessly, depleting all the funds from the sale of his company in less than a month. At this rate, it would not be long before he would be forced to beg on the streets. Feeling a sense of duty, Qinyan deemed it necessary to counsel Ding Hao. However, when he heard that only 100,000 remained, instead of concern, a relaxed expression spread across his face, as if the remaining sum weighed heavily upon him. Is it finally nearing depletion? Ding Hao exhaled, then addressed Qin Yun. Qin Yun, I can no longer afford to keep you on. This 100,000 is your final salary. Take the money and leave. Boss, why are you sending me away? Panic flickered across Qin Yun's face. Ding Hao questioned in confusion. If I have no money, why would you want to stay? Shall we both starve together? Go on, with your capabilities, you could easily find a good position elsewhere. No, boss, I want tea leave. Qin Yun steadfastly refused to heed Ding Hao's words, pulling out a bank card and handing it to him. Boss, this card contains 140,000 that I've saved, a significant portion of which are bonuses you've given me. If you're short on cash, please use this. Additionally, you can sell the car you gifted me. Regardless, you cannot dismiss me. Seeing the bank card before him, Ding Hao could not suppress a smile, warmth blossoming in his heart. He pushed the card back to her, stating, I do not want your money. Since you refuse to leave, help me with a few tasks instead. Upon hearing that Ding Hao would not expel her, Qin Yun's face lit up with joy. Boss, just say the word, and I will ensure it's done beautifully. Ding Hao nodded. I currently own 3 villas. You need not worry about the one under construction. Focus on selling the remaining 2, including this one and the one in the urban village, all within a day. Qin Yun had many questions, but ultimately chose to remain silent, trusting Ding Hao's judgment. Boss, no problem. I will accomplish this. Good. The villa under construction will be completed tomorrow. You may select a room on the 2nd floor as your own, Ding Hao instructed. Alright, boss. Afterward, Qin Yun requested the necessary information from Ding Hao and promptly began the process of selling the villas with remarkable efficiency. Unbeknownst to her, she had just made the wisest decision of her life, one that would spare her from a fate that could have been dire. At that moment, Ding Hao departed the villa and arrived at a martial arts studio. He sent the address to Lang'er, instructing her to come there that night. For convenience, Ding Hao had booked the entire studio, ensuring he was the only occupant. It was not until 7 in the evening that Lang'er hurriedly entered. Miss Jean had some matters to attend to, so I accompanied her a bit longer. I apologize for the delay.
Compared to her initial demeanor, Lang Er's attitude toward Ding Hao had taken a complete turn. Since you're here, let us begin. Ding Hao nodded, unfazed by her tardiness. As Lang Er surveyed the empty martial arts studio, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Surely, they would not be engaging in such activities here. Chapter 32, Lang Er, what are you doing? Hurry up. Ding Hao urged as he noticed her lost in thought. Oh, all right. A faint sense of embarrassment lingered within Lang Er, refusing to dissipate. She had once triumphed over numerous adversaries at the Martial Arts Academy, scaled towering mountains, and garnered an array of accolades. This day, she had become a mythical figure in the eyes of many. Yet now, this very myth was to be toyed with by a man on the martial arts stage. Could we possibly change the location? Lang Er inquired, biting her crimson lip.
Absolutely not. Fine then.
True to her word, Lang Er complied, as Ding Hao's refusal left her no choice but to acquiesce.
With that, she began to disrobe. What are you doing? Ding Hao suddenly raised an eyebrow, questioning her. Lang Er, perplexed, replied, aren't you here to toy with me? Who said anything about toying with you?
I merely invited you over for a spar. Ding Hao's lips curved into a slight smile. But if you're eager to disrobe the moment you arrive, perhaps you're feeling a bit too impatient. While it is a spar, if you have any other requests, I would be inclined to fulfill them.
Pfft, how could I be so impatient as to do that?
Lang Er retorted, glaring at Ding Hao, her cheeks flushed. Though she denied it, her demeanor suggested a mix of embarrassment and indignation at being exposed.
Then let us begin.
Lang Er stepped back a few paces, her expression suddenly turning serious. She cast aside all previous distractions, focusing solely on the task at hand. In recent days, she had been reflecting on how she had lost that night, yet no answers emerged. Ding Hao seemed to wield some sort of enchanting power, as she had consistently fallen before she could even comprehend his moves. For days, she had sought an opportunity to spar with him again, but each time they met, Ding Hao's presence left her without a chance to speak. Now that he had initiated the conversation, she was determined to seize the moment. Identify patterns, exploit them, and shatter the norms.
Wait a moment.
Just as Lang Er was about to strike, Ding Hao interjected, let us play a little game of this time. If you manage to touch any part of my body, I shall concede defeat, and I will never again use that night's incident against you.
Our agreement will be nullified. But if I win, for each victory, you must allow me to touch any part of your body. What say you? Agreed.
Lang Er hardly hesitated before accepting the terms. If the requirement was merely to touch Ding Hao, she had confidence in her abilities.
Make your move.
With Ding Hao's command, Lang Er swiftly advanced towards him.
I'm about to touch you.
She feigned an attack aimed at Ding Hao's upper body. In reality, as she approached, she exploited gravity to lunge toward his legs. Though somewhat unrefined, all that mattered was victory. Just as she was about to grasp Ding Hao's legs, she felt her hands twist, pinned behind her back. In an instant, she found herself sprawled on the ground in an exceedingly embarrassing position.
Again. Lang Er protested defiantly.
Very well, but first I must claim my reward. Upon finishing his sentence, Ding Hao placed a hand on her front, caressing her.
An electric sensation coursed through her, rendering her limbs weak. Proceed.
Ding Hao withdrew his hand, chuckling. What followed was a series of inevitable defeats for Lang Er. I'm going to take a shower, no need. Ding Hao, observing her flushed face, scooped her into his embrace. In the aftermath, half an hour later, Lang Er composed her disheveled hair and calmly declared, I'm leaving. Devoid of any trace of anger. Through her interactions with Ding Hao, she had come to understand the kind of person he was. Aside from his lecherous tendencies, he was not entirely insufferable. Reflecting on that day, she recognized that both she and her companion had been overly aggressive, otherwise, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Initially, she had resisted fiercely, but over time, she had gradually accustomed herself to it.
Wait a moment.
Just as Lang Er was about to depart, Ding Hao called out to her. Is there something else? She inquired, her mind racing with thoughts that perhaps this lecherous man would never relent. Given her current state, she found it increasingly difficult to endure. The last time she left, she had to brace herself against the walls to walk. Ding Hao seemed to perceive her thoughts and remarked, rest assured, I merely feel you were lacking. I wish to offer some guidance, however. If you prefer not to, I will not insist.
I am willing.
Upon hearing Ding Hao's offer of guidance, she immediately agreed. She had long sought to understand how he had defeated her.
Extend your hand.
Ding Hao instructed nonchalantly. Though bewildered, Lang Er complied and stretched her hand before him. Despite having trained in weaponry and martial arts since childhood, her hands were unexpectedly delicate, with smooth, unblemished skin, devoid of calluses.
How did you achieve this? Ding Hao expressed genuine curiosity.
Even after their earlier exchange, Lang Er felt somewhat uneasy under a man's scrutinizing gaze. I don't really know. It's always been this way, regardless of injuries or calluses, they seem to vanish after some time. Ding Hao nodded, contemplating her words. A thread of spiritual energy flowed from his hand into hers, permeating her body and bestowing a comforting warmth. In an instant, her previously fatigued form regained vitality.
You are an ancient martial artist?
Lang Er's eyes widened in disbelief.
Ding Hao furrowed his brow. What do you mean by ancient martial artist?
Lang Er elaborated, you don't know, they are a group of practitioners who cultivate inner strength, claiming that at their peak, bullets cannot breach their defenses, and they can even kill from a distance with tremendous power.
The energy you infused into me just now was inner strength, wasn't it? I never thought ancient martial artists truly existed. I have challenged over 20 of them, and none have lasted a single move against my martial skills. Only then did Ding Hao grasp the situation. It was just as depicted in martial arts novels. Those who cultivated inner strength were indeed ancient martial artists. It appeared that they were, in fact, a group of frauds. After all, he was not an ancient martial artist but a cultivator. Being mistaken for an ancient martial artist left Ding Hao feeling somewhat insulted. Chapter 33, Sophie's call. Soon, the thread of spiritual energy dissipated, and Lang Er's physical condition returned to its peak. Your physique is commendable, yet it is laden with impurities. Next, I shall cleanse your meridians and marrow. Close your eyes and remain still, Ding Hao instructed. Obediently, Lang Er shut her eyes, dismissing all errant thoughts. After witnessing the earlier scene, she now placed complete trust in Ding Hao. Understood. Ding Hao nodded, allowing a more robust stream of spiritual energy to surge into Lang Er's body. This time, it was not as gentle. She felt as though 100 ants were gnawing within her. Nonetheless, her willpower remained steadfast as she recalled Ding Hao's words to remain motionless. After half an hour had elapsed, she finally perceived a lightness enveloping her entire being. It is done, Ding Hao's voice echoed from a distance. When Lang Er opened her eyes, she discovered a layer of black, foul-smelling substance clinging to her skin. Could this be the impurities residing within me? Any ordinary woman would have fainted from the stench long ago, yet Lang Er merely furrowed her brows. Go take a shower first. Seizing the moment while Lang Er was distracted, Ding Hao retrieved a pink dress from his spatial storage and tossed it beside her. The martial arts hall was equipped with bathing facilities, and Lang Er quickly made her way to wash up. Upon her return, she donned the pink dress, her hair cascading down, making her appear more feminine. However, she felt intensely uncomfortable. This was her first time wearing a dress, especially one of such a vibrant hue. Subsequently, Lang Er gazed at her reflection in the full-length mirror positioned beside the martial arts platform, utterly astonished. The image before her revealed snow-white skin and exquisite features. In the pink dress, her every smile and frown exuded a playful charm. Is this really me? Lang Er's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, a hand gently rested upon her head, eliciting an extraordinary sensation within her. Wow, such a beautiful girl. What's wrong with wearing a dress? Why do you always dwell on fighting and killing? Ding Hao's voice chimed in her ear. Lang Er attempted to speak, but found herself stammering, her heart tumultuous with emotion. The suppressed girlish sentiments of 20 years began to surface. She glanced at the unsightly black training outfit discarded on the ground, which she once adored, now evoking a sense of distaste. Regardless, she gritted her teeth and declared, the young lady has shown me great kindness. I vow to protect her for a lifetime. Ding Hao replied, there is no conflict in that. Does changing your attire prevent you from safeguarding her? Lang Er was rendered speechless by this inquiry. Earlier, I cleansed your meridians and marrow. Your strength and speed should see a significant enhancement. You may wish to test it out. Ding Hao shifted the topic. All right. Lang Er nodded in agreement. As she prepared to try, she realized that the dress was quite restrictive. She looked at Ding Hao with anticipation. Ding Hao shook his head. There are no other clothes available. Reluctantly, Lang Er acquiesced. Though it was inconvenient, she donned the dress and conducted a simple test. Instantly, she was astounded. She could distinctly sense that her strength had more than doubled. Her speed has increased by approximately 1.5 times. This implies that if she were to exert herself fully now, she could effortlessly vanquish 5 versions of her former self. At last, she comprehends why she suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Ding Hao. It was an absolute domination in terms of speed and strength. It is noteworthy that Ding Hao merely injected a surge of internal energy into her, resulting in such a significant enhancement. One can only imagine how formidable Ding Hao himself must be. In that moment, her gaze towards Ding Hao shifted. Beyond a few inexplicable emotions, there was now a glimmer of admiration. He is a true powerhouse. Her initial judgment was indeed correct. She had been a frog at the bottom of a well. I never expected ancient martial artists could be this impressive, she murmured. Upon hearing her words, Ding Hao promptly refuted, I am not an ancient martial artist. Oh, she replied, yet did not contest his statement. Regardless of whether he is an ancient martial artist or not, she chose to feign acceptance of his denial. Oh no. At that moment, she glanced at the time and realized she had been out for over 3 hours, whereas she had only requested 2 hours from her lady. I must return, she bid farewell to Ding Hao, her tone considerably softened compared to before. Ding Hao nodded. Lacking any alternative attire, she had no choice but to return in her dress to meet Miss Jin. Ding Hao watched her silhouette fade away, a smile crept upon his lips. The act of refining her essence was not merely a pastime, he had other intentions in mind. Just as he was about to leave, his phone suddenly rang. Darling, have you had dinner? Have you missed me? Upon answering the call, Sophia's saccharine voice immediately filled the air. Ever since Ding Hao agreed to rekindle their relationship, Sophie had grown increasingly affectionate towards him, now calling him darling with fervor. Ding Hao suppressed his disgust and feigned concern, asking, Aren't you supposed to be at work? How do you have the time to call me? I finished early. Sophie cooed, what's the matter? Your tone suggests you're not very pleased. Do you not love me anymore? Her words were laced with subtle manipulation, leading to the crux of the matter. Ding Hao, the 3 conditions you set for me will be fulfilled by tomorrow night. Can we come to see you then? Of course. Ding Hao feigned surprise. Sophie, I can hardly believe you've truly accomplished it. It seems you genuinely care for me. In that case, do come to my house tomorrow night. He then sent her an address. Sophie was overjoyed, nearly bursting with delight, but in an effort to conceal her happiness, she restrained herself and replied, "I will arrive on time, just wait for me." "Yes, as long as you do not betray me, I will be with you forever." Ding Hao vowed. "All right, it's a promise," Sophie exclaimed, excitement evident in her voice. After hanging up, Sophie immediately relayed the details of her conversation with Ding Hao to Su Dafu and the others. Instantly, the Su family erupted in a chorus of jubilant exclamations. "By the way, Sophie, I think I saw someone looking at a house in the neighboring villa earlier. Did you ask Ding Hao what is going on?" Once Ding Hao and Sophie remarry, they would have a stake in that villa, so their urgency was understandable. Sophie pondered for a moment before confidently stating, "Need it even be said? Given the poor conditions in the urban village, Ding Hao could hardly bear to live here, he must be selling." "That makes sense. Ding Hao is wealthy and owns several grand villas, there is no way he would choose to reside in an urban village." Su Dafu chimed in. Subsequently, the family shared a hearty laugh. Chapter 34 Project completion. Outside the Cloud and Water Pavilion. In a delicate pink floral dress, Lang'er hesitated, daunted by the prospect of entering, fear gripped her. She was uncertain how her mistress would regard her. Would she be met with scorn or perhaps a furious decree forbidding her from donning similar garments ever again? As she sensed the curious glances of passers-by, Lang'er steeled herself and stepped inside. Enter. In room A1, Miss Jean was engrossed in her book. Upon hearing the knock, she immediately recognized it was Lang'er returning. Recently, Lang'er's demeanor had been somewhat peculiar, even requesting leave every 3 days. However, Miss Jean trusted that Lang'er would not betray her. Since Lang'er remained silent, Miss Jean refrained from meddling in her affairs. With these thoughts in mind, Miss Jean lifted her gaze and was suddenly struck by an epiphany. "Is that you, Lang'er?" Her beautiful eyes sparkled with disbelief. The girl who had always been by her side, cold and perpetually clad in black, now stood before her in a stunning pink floral dress. Not only that, but this vibrant attire suited Lang'er far better than her usual dark garb, as if she were a completely different person. "Miss Jean, I accidentally soiled my other dress and had nothing else to wear, so I temporarily borrowed this. If you dislike it, I shall change immediately," Lang'er stammered, interpreting Miss Jean's scrutinizing gaze as disapproval. Wait, just as Lang'er prepared to leave, Miss Jean suddenly broke into a radiant smile. "Lang'er, far from disliking this outfit, I am utterly mesmerized. You have been by my side for over a decade, and I have never realized how beautiful you truly are. This oversight is entirely mine, and I must apologize how close I came to depriving you of such a splendid moment in your life." A wave of emotion washed over Lang'er, astonished that her mistress not only refrained from chastising her but also offered an apology. Before Lang'er could finish her thought, Miss Jean approached and took her hand. "There is no need for further words. This dress is lovely, and you may wear it as often as you wish. Moreover, a single outfit is hardly sufficient for regular changes." After saying this, Miss Jean produced a measuring tape from seemingly nowhere and began to take Lang'er's measurements. She then made a phone call. "I will send you the dimensions shortly. Please ensure 3 sets of each style are delivered as soon as possible. I require them by tomorrow. Come, sit." Miss Jean guided Lang'er to the vanity and quickly applied a touch of makeup. As Lang'er opened her eyes, she was taken aback by her own reflection. Beautiful, exceedingly beautiful. In that moment, she forgot who she was, pondering instead which fortunate man might be graced by such beauty in the future. When she regained her composure, memories of pleading on the ground before Ding Hao flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. "That old rogue, how shameful. Lang'er, I have disposed of all your old clothing. You are forbidden to wear them again." Miss Jean scrutinized Lang'er with an unwavering gaze. "Miss, wearing this attire may hinder my ability to protect you enough," Miss Jean interjected with a playful smile. "Lang'er, you are not the only one tasked with my protection. Furthermore, with your skills, even if you cannot utilize your full prowess, you are more than capable of safeguarding me. And should you encounter a situation beyond your control, changing your outfit will not alter the outcome." Lang'er felt a stirring in her heart. Seizing the moment, Miss Jean continued, "Moreover, do not forget that you are not solely a guard. You are also a woman. If you do not seize this golden opportunity to find a man who loves you, will you wait until age renders you alone and forgotten?" This time, Lang'er refrained from rebuttal, lost instead in a profound silence. "To find a man who loves me, could that truly be within my reach?" The following morning, Ding Hao was roused from slumber by a phone call from Chen Fanghua. Upon hearing Chen Fanghua's words, sleep vanished in an instant. Filled with excitement, he hurried over without delay. "Excellent." Upon arriving at the site, Ding Hao beheld a transformed landscape. Before notifying him, Chen Fanghua had already ensured the premises were thoroughly cleaned, immaculate. "Ding, the interior renovations and furnishings are all set for you. You may move in immediately." Chen Fanghua welcomed him with unprecedented enthusiasm, surpassing even that of Ding Hao's previous employees. In just 20 days, he had already earned millions from Ding Hao. Were it not for concern that Ding Hao might feel overwhelmed, he would have eagerly doted on him like a father. "Show me around," Ding Hao commanded. "Certainly, I have prepared everything for you. You can activate all systems within the Iron Fortress using a password. Once you change the password, the entire fortress will be under your exclusive control. You may also grant partial access to others," Chen Fanghua elaborated. The Iron Fortress was nearly fully automated, operable via voice, facial recognition, or fingerprint. However, while this convenience was advantageous, it significantly compromised security. If Ding Hao were to be compromised, the entire fortress could fall into the wrong hands. Thus, ultimate control remained password protected, ensuring only Ding Hao could access the highest levels of authority. Soon, Chen Fanghua provided Ding Hao with the password, which he examined closely, finding no backdoors. However, even if there were, it mattered little to him. They then proceeded to the 3rd level of the Iron Fortress. This level comprised 10 spacious rooms, each rivaling the grandeur of a 5-star hotel suite.
Ding Hao's room was the largest, centrally located among the others. In addition to these rooms, the third level featured various amenities, including a swimming pool, a small sports court, a gym, and several entertainment facilities. It was clear that every detail had been meticulously considered. Even in the event of an apocalypse, boredom would not be a concern. This room, as Ding Hao passed one of the rooms, he noticed it was distinctly different from the others. The door even painted a shade of pink. Ahem, Ding, this is a romantic suite. I trust you understand its purpose, Chen Fangguo remarked, casting Ding Hao a knowing glance that spoke volumes. I am not that sort of person, Ding Hao replied with righteous indignation, though his hand inadvertently turned the doorknob. Oh dear, the door seems to have opened on its own. Since it's ajar, perhaps I should take a look inside. Chapter 35. Attesting the lethality. Upon entering, Ding Hao switched on the light. A soft pink glow permeated the entire room, filling the air with an unusual ambience. He stepped back and closed the door, inquiring, is this the only room? Chen Fangguo shook his head, saying, there are 10 rooms on the first floor and 5 on the second, but each is uniquely designed to avoid monotony. We have enlisted the finest designers from both domestic and international spheres to meticulously craft each room with distinct themes. You will truly appreciate it when you get the chance to experience it yourself, General Ding. Impressive indeed, Ding Hao nodded in agreement. Very well, it looks promising. He then proceeded to inspect the second floor. The first floor housed a total of 72 rooms, while the second floor contained 36, ample enough for any potential inhabitants. However, Ding Hao had no intention of accommodating too many guests. Each occupant would require his careful selection. After all, this was a secure haven he had invested a considerable fortune in, not a public shelter. He was neither a philanthropist nor burdened with the responsibility of saving the world. After his inspection, Ding Hao felt satisfied and turned to Chen Fangguo, asking, what about the infrared sensing robots you mentioned last time? I haven't seen them. He was eager to test the agility of these machines and the potency of the crossbow bolts they would launch. Chen Fangguo explained, those are exceedingly dangerous. I wouldn't dare activate them without your presence. Now that control lies in your hands, please proceed. Chen Fangguo guided Ding Hao on how to operate them, and within moments, he had grasped the basics. Initiating startup, 2 targets detected, scanning complete, safe.
A series of mechanical voices chimed in.
Soon, 4 robots with glowing green eyes materialized. Their bases resembled crossbow launchers, each capable of holding 16 bolts. In total, the 4 robots could unleash 64 bolts, more than sufficient to turn an intruder into a pincushion. Please step aside, Ding Hao instructed Chen Fangguo. Although puzzled, Chen complied and moved to the side. Ding Hao then issued an unknown command to the robots. Suddenly, the green eyes blazed with red light.
Alarm, alarm, intruder detected, immediate extermination.
They all turned their gaze toward Ding Hao.
The box below opened, revealing a dark abyss. Not good, General Ding, quickly change the command.
Chen Fangguo exclaimed, panic-stricken. If anything were to happen to Ding Hao, he would undoubtedly share the blame.
No need for concern.
I merely wish to test their strength, Ding Hao replied nonchalantly. That's no laughing matter, the penetrating power of those bolts is immense, they could impale you. Chen Fangguo urged desperately, please stop. Before he could finish his warning, 4 bolts soared through the air at a terrifying speed, aimed directly at Ding Hao. It was over, all hope was lost. At that moment, Chen Fangguo shut his eyes in despair, unable to witness the impending carnage. However, after 5 agonizing seconds, he heard no sound of flesh being pierced. Summoning his courage, he opened his eyes, only to witness a scene he would never forget. Ding Hao had caught all 4 bolts in his hand as if they were mere toys. Chen Fangguo could hardly believe his eyes. With a swift motion, Ding Hao clenched his fist, snapping the bolts in half. Chen Fangguo's eyes widened in astonishment. The shafts of those bolts were crafted from special materials, renowned for their hardness, yet Ding Hao had effortlessly crushed them with a single hand. What unimaginable strength! In a flurry, the 4 robots unleashed a barrage of bolts, yet they too fell before Ding Hao's might, easily intercepted and shattered. 10 minutes later, the robots were devoid of ammunition. Chen Fangguo wiped the sweat from his brow and marveled, I never expected you to possess such extraordinary skills, General Ding. I wonder where you honed your martial prowess? Ding Hao shook his head, I'm no master.
I simply engage in regular fitness training.
Chen Fangguo was left speechless. Fitness, which Jim could boast such prowess, he felt a sudden desire to enroll. Not wishing to pry further, he glanced at the debris scattered about and remarked bitterly, it seems these bolts do not meet your standards, General Ding. Ding Hao, straightforward as ever, replied, the strength of the bolts needs to be increased by at least 2 levels, and it would be prudent to have several thousand more stored away for emergencies.
Additionally, the robot's firing speed and force require enhancement.
While this level of strength would suffice against ordinary individuals, it was not what Ding Hao desired. With the advent of the apocalypse, various mutant beasts would emerge, posing a true threat to humanity. Thus, his requirement was for the bolts to inflict damage on even the moderately powerful creatures.
Chen Fangguo nodded in agreement.
Understood, no problem. We have additional bolts in our company's warehouse. If you wish, I can have them delivered tonight. As for the robots, their strength is inherently high. It has merely been restricted. I'll arrange for someone to adjust that for you shortly.
Is there anything else you require, General Ding? None.
Ding Hao shook his head, please compile a detailed summary of the bolt costs and send it to me. I will ensure the payment is transferred to your company's account tonight.
Please, General. Chen Fangguo quickly refused, the bolts are but a small expense, consider them a gift from our company.
Then I am sincerely grateful, Ding Hao replied without pretense, for his bank account had dwindled to a mere 100,000. Even if he intended to sell Qinyan's villa, it would not yield immediate funds.
No need for thanks, it is our duty. Chen Fangwei insisted, shaking his head. As for the remaining balance, you may settle it within 3 months. Agreed. Ding Hao readily promised. 3 months, the apocalypse had barely begun, and society's order would likely collapse within a month. At that point, everyone would be too preoccupied with their own survival to seek him for payment. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Fangwa took his leave. Stepping out of the steel fortress, Ding Hao surveyed the exterior. The entire structure resembled a colossal bird's nest, remarkably sturdy. Now, even with the apocalypse looming, he could rest easy. Calculating the time remaining, he noted that there were still 4 days before the true onset of the apocalypse. Tonight, he would likely bring the twin sisters over. However, before that, he needed to address the matter concerning Sophie. Tonight, he would give Sophie a grand surprise. Chapter 36, The National Goddess. After admiring his formidable fortress, Ding Hao was preparing to take his leave when, amidst a throng of admirers, a strikingly beautiful woman approached. Clad in a flowing white gown, she resembled a fairy who had stepped straight out of a painting. Even Ding Hao, accustomed to the presence of stunning women, felt momentarily entranced upon catching sight of her. Her eyes like autumn waters, her bones like jade, her face akin to a lotus, and her brows like willows. This line of poetry could not more aptly describe her. She was the national goddess, Mu Shui. The name swiftly surfaced in Ding Hao's mind. He had heard whispers of her concert in the vicinity not long ago, yet he had not anticipated encountering her in person. This building is truly magnificent, Mu Shui remarked, effortlessly making her way to Ding Hao's side, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. A subtle and unique fragrance enveloped Ding Hao, one that was delightful and far removed from the cloying scent of cheap perfume. After all, she was hailed as the most beautiful woman in Xia Nation. Even the faintest breath she exhaled drew a crowd. At that moment, several bodyguards in black suits approached, their eyes fixed menacingly on Ding Hao. Unfazed, Ding Hao replied, "Thank you for the compliment, but I believe you still have more to say." "Sir, you possess keen insight," Mu Shui smiled gently, illuminating the space around her like a blooming garden. She displayed no airs of a superstar, treating Ding Hao with courtesy. Even when critiquing him, her tone remained soft and measured. "I journeyed from the capital southward, traversing deep into the mountains. There, many elderly individuals, aged 80 or 90, reside in dilapidated thatched huts, enduring the sweltering summers and frigid winters, struggling to survive throughout the year. And the children are no better off. They lack the means to attend school, and throughout the year, they scarcely taste meat, growing up in solitude. In stark contrast, the grand cities I pass through are awash with opulence, or a single meal for the wealthy can sustain a family in the mountains for an entire year. The cost of a single square meter of a house like yours, Mr. Ding, could provide decades of happiness for an entire village." Ding Hao found himself taken aback, realizing he had underestimated her perspective. "So, you mean to suggest that I should sell my house to save countless lives?" "That is not my intention, nor do I possess the qualifications to guide you, sir. It was merely a passing thought inspired by our encounter," Mu Shui replied candidly. This momentarily left Ding Hao speechless, discreetly dismissing any disparaging thoughts. "My dear sister, if you hold such convictions, why not take action yourself? I recall you have a villa in Kyoto worth several hundred million, selling it could potentially save countless lives." At that juncture, a voice laced with sarcasm interjected. "How dare you? Who are you to question Miss Mu? For years, she has earned her wealth through hard work and has generously donated the rest to the mountainous regions. As for that villa, it is a cherished heirloom from her grandfather, not something to be sold lightly." A suited man beside Mu Shui immediately rebuked. "Is that so? But what if the heirloom is merely an excuse, a means to secure her own future?" Two women approached slowly. One, in her teens, donned a pink dress and bore an exquisite visage. She was Lang Er, who had just competed with Ding Hao the previous day. Beside her stood Miss Jean, clad in a black gown, exuding an air of mystery, her face veiled in black silk. Her beauty remained concealed, yet her voice hinted at an extraordinary appearance. As the suited man witnessed Miss Jean tarnishing the image of his beloved goddess, his anger flared. Just as he prepared to unleash a tirade, Mu Shui intervened. "She is my biological sister," her soft, melodious voice rang out, leaving the onlookers in a state of disbelief. They had never heard of Miss Mu having a sister, and the relationship between the two appeared rather intricate. At that moment, Mu Shui addressed Miss Jean. "Sister Jean, you are being too serious. There is no need for us to compete with one another. The world is vast enough to accommodate both of us. Moreover, today, Lang Er looks exceptionally beautiful, quite different from before." Without waiting for a response from Miss Jean, Mu Shui turned and departed, her entourage following suit. What a hypocritical and nauseating person. Miss Jin's brow furrowed as she waited for Mu Shui to leave before speaking. She then turned her gaze to Ding Hao. "Congratulations, Mr. Ding, on the completion of your fortress." Ding Hao shook his head, responding, "I cannot accept your congratulations, Miss Jean. Who knows when you might turn this into a threat against me?" With that, his eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of danger flickering within them. "How dare you? Who gave you the audacity to speak to Miss Jean in such a manner?" Lang Er's expression turned icy as she admonished Ding Hao, though internally, she felt exasperated given her usual demeanor. Failing to chastise Ding Hao would only raise suspicions in Miss Jin's mind. "What's the matter? Am I not allowed to converse with her simply because of her ample bosom?" Ding Hao retorted without reservation, a hint of amusement in his gaze. He had seen through all of Lang Er's thoughts, relishing the opportunity to play along with her charade. "Lang Er, do not be disrespectful." Even upon being referred to as ample, Miss Jean remained unperturbed.
Instead, she earnestly apologized to Ding Hao. Mr. Ding, I acknowledge my wrongdoing that night, and I sincerely apologize. Furthermore, I assure you that such incidents will not happen again.
Ding Hao shrugged. Who knows?
Lang Er erupted again. Miss Jean is kindly apologizing to you, and yet you refuse to accept it.
What is this sarcastic attitude?
Ding Hao chuckled. I am being sarcastic, and if you take issue with it, feel free to challenge me. There's a martial arts gym nearby. I'll reserve it for tomorrow night.
If you dare, come. Bring it on, I fear no one. Had you not fled that night, I would have taught you a lesson.
Mentioning the martial arts gym brought a flush to Lang Er's cheeks, yet she felt compelled to accept in front of Miss Jean.
Chapter 37. At Qin Yun's departure. Observing the two individuals locked in a fierce standoff, Miss Jean understood the futility of her attempts to intervene. She turned to Lang Er and said, Lang Er, should Mr. Ding find himself on the losing end, remember to show mercy, do not harm Mr. Ding. Miss Jean was acutely aware of Lang Er's capabilities. There had been a time when a renowned boxing champion challenged her, and everyone assumed Lang Er would be outmatched, herself included. Yet, that champion was defeated before he could even endure 3 moves from Lang Er. The sheer terror of her prowess was evident. Although Ding Hao possessed some skill, Miss Jean genuinely did not believe he could stand against Lang Er. No need, Ding Hao replied coldly to her admonition. That advice should be directed at me, for I fear I might lose control and have her begging for mercy. Interestingly, Ding Hao chose the word have instead of make, and he did so in front of Miss Jean, causing Lang Er's cheeks to flush slightly, accompanied by an unexpected twinge of guilt and a flicker of pleasure. Since Mr.
Ding is so confident, I must implore you, should you emerge victorious, to refrain from being too harsh with Lang Er, Miss Jean stated, oblivious to the underlying implications of Ding Hao's words. Of course, while we have had our disagreements in the past, I would still comply with your request. Ding Hao shrugged nonchalantly. Very well, then I extend my gratitude to you, Mr.
Ding, Lang Er, let us return.
With that, Miss Jean bid farewell to Ding Hao. Just as they were about to depart, Lang Er suddenly turned her head and shot Ding Hao a glare, as if to remind him not to speak of such matters in front of Miss Jean. Ding Hao merely smiled and shook his head, extending 2 fingers to mimic a pinching motion. The message was clear. Should you dare to glare at me, not only will I disregard your warning, but tomorrow night, I shall also have my way with you. Lang Er pouted in indignation, but at that moment, Miss Jean called her name, prompting her to turn back and restore her usual demeanor.
Are you confident for tomorrow? Do you require my company? Miss Jean inquired. Not at all, Mississippi.
Defeating him will be quite simple. I might not even need to use my hands, Lang Er confidently asserted. Indeed, she might not need to exert herself, for her hands were restrained behind her back by Ding Hao, rendering her immobile. However, it was unnecessary for her to act, as Ding Hao would take the initiative. As for defeating Ding Hao, that was merely bravado on Lang Er's part. In any confrontation, she would undoubtedly be the one begging for mercy. Yet, in front of Miss Jean, she could not afford to instill worry. Very well, I shall rest easy then. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call me, Miss Jean said once inside the car. As Miss Jean prepared to rest her eyes momentarily, her beautiful gaze suddenly snapped open, and a smile graced her lips.
I just remembered, there is an important task I have yet to address. What is it, miss? A rather intriguing matter.
I cannot shake the feeling that Ding Hao harbors significant secrets, akin to the construction of that steel fortress. He must know something in advance. Moreover, my dear younger sister is currently residing in Ding Hao's neighborhood. Lang Er, please reach out to have a villa purchased in that vicinity. The closer to Ding Hao, the better. And ensure the villa comes equipped with a large cold storage facility. Additionally, procure 20 million for the acquisition of daily necessities, food, clothing, and all manner of supplies. Everything must be stocked in the villa's warehouse.
Lang Er was taken aback. Miss, is this not a bit excessive?
That fellow may simply have peculiar preferences. Miss Jean shook her head, firmly adhering to her convictions. Rationally speaking, Ding Hao may seem merely deranged, but my instincts suggest that there are significant secrets concealed beneath the surface.
Do not overthink it.
Simply follow my instructions. Even if my instincts prove erroneous, the loss of 20 million is but a trivial matter.
Reluctantly, Lang Er acquiesced. Understood, Mississippi.
She resolved to inquire thoroughly with Ding Hao during their meeting the following night, to ascertain if he truly held any significant secrets as Miss Jean suggested. While Ding Hao might not divulge anything, it would be worth asking. After seeing the two depart, Ding Hao promptly dialed Qin Yun's number.
How is the relocation progressing?
Upon connecting, Ding Hao inquired. Both villas had been sold for a total of 20 million, an astonishingly low price for the area. However, Ding Hao was unconcerned, for in a matter of days, the apocalypse would descend, and any defenseless property would become mere rubble.
Boss, I have already engaged a moving company, but the process is not yet complete. Qin Yun replied. Understood, Ding Hao nodded. Allow the moving company to continue.
You should come to the steel fortress.
Yes, boss.
Qin Yun, unsure of Ding Hao's intentions, hurried over. Within minutes, a BMW i8 smoothly parked outside the steel fortress.
Select a room on the second floor.
Although Qin Yun appeared somewhat preoccupied, her expression transformed into one of joy upon hearing Ding Hao's instructions.
Boss, isn't there a third floor? May I choose a room there?
Qin Yun cautiously inquired. The next moment, she felt a sharp thud to her forehead. Ding Hao had playfully flicked her. Do not entertain such thoughts. There is a room for you on the third floor, but not at this moment. Ding Hao coldly denied her request. All right, boss, Qin Yun replied with a hint of grievance. Cough, cough. Having been loyal to him for several years, Ding Hao felt a pang of compassion. For now, I need to make some arrangements on the third floor. No one else will be residing there except me, you should stay on the second floor for a while.
Understood. Qin Yun's spirits lifted immediately, however, after a moment's contemplation, her mood plummeted once more.
After a prolonged pause, she finally addressed Ding Hao.
Boss, I may need to take some time off due to personal matters.
What matters? If you do not explain clearly, I will not grant permission.
If it is not important, I will not grant permission.
Ding Hao's tone remained as domineering as ever. In truth, he was looking out for Qin Yun. With the impending apocalypse, it was unwise for her to be wandering about.
Would it not be better to stay by his side? Boss, it is quite important.
Summoning her courage, Qin Yun stated, yesterday, my parents informed me that I am not their biological daughter. My birth parents have contacted them, offering 5 million for my return. They have severed ties with me. This evening, I will be traveling to Huacheng to meet my biological parents, and I anticipate it will be some time before I return. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she began to sob quietly.
Ding Hao finally grasped why Qin Yun had seemed somewhat distracted earlier. To be abandoned by the very parents who had raised her for over 20 years, who could remain unscathed by such a betrayal? Chapter 38. Farewell to Sophie. Must you go?
Ding Hao inquired. Qin Yun, sensing his displeasure, hurriedly explained, my biological parents have been searching for me for over 20 years, I cannot refrain from visiting them.
Rest assured, boss, I will return swiftly and will not leave you. Ding Hao sighed.
Since he could not dissuade her, he resolved to let her go. Do not overthink it, I bear you no resentment. However, since you are departing, please assist me with 5 tasks.
Of course, boss.
Firstly, there is an old community nearby.
Please rent a dilapidated apartment there for me. I will need it imminently. And secondly, transfer ownership of this steel fortress into your name.
Qin Yun nodded. Boss, these tasks are simple, I shall attend to them shortly.
What are the remaining 3?
Ding Hao smiled. I still have a little over 20 million left, so please reserve 2,000 for yourself, transfer the rest to your account. As you visit your biological parents for the first time, as my employee, you cannot appear too destitute.
Consider this sum as a bonus for these years of service. Boss, I cannot accept this.
Qin Yun was taken aback by the generosity of her employer, who was willing to give her the entirety of the remaining 20 million after selling the villa. In an instant, she was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her cheeks. It is merely 20 million, accept it graciously and stop crying, you will ruin your makeup, Ding Hao admonished coldly. However, this only intensified Qin Yun's tears. Ultimately, seeing Ding Hao's resolute stance, she conceded, boss, I shall regard it as temporarily holding it for you. Ding Hao shook his head, no need for that. For the 4th task, I've sensed something amiss lately. If you find yourself unable to return shortly after going there, convert all the money into supplies. He could not elaborate further, leaving it to Qin Yun to comprehend.
Understood, boss.
Qin Yun committed his words to memory, for she knew that Ding Hao never spoke without purpose.
And what of the 5th task?
Qin Yun inquired, pulling out a small mirror to touch up her makeup before asking.
The 5th task is An
hour later, Qin Yun leaned against the wall as she exited the steel fortress. Boss, I still need to drive, she lamented to Ding Hao, who had come to see her off, her eyes filled with sorrow. At that moment, walking was a challenge for her, let alone driving. However, Ding Hao showed no inclination to take responsibility. Indeed, you must drive, that is precisely what I was thinking, yet someone is adamantly opposed.
I wonder who that someone could be.
Qin Yun's cheeks flushed crimson as she noticed passers-by nearby, making her feel utterly embarrassed. Parting is indeed sweeter than reunion, she had never felt such fervor before, yet the thought of being separated from Ding Hao for a time filled her with reluctance. At that moment, a gentle warmth flowed from his hand into hers, easing her body considerably. Qin Yun looked up to find Ding Hao's hand resting atop her delicate one. Though she did not grasp the significance of this gesture, it warmed her heart nonetheless.
Thank you, boss. I will return to you swiftly. Go now.
Ding Hao watched as Qin Yun departed, feeling a tinge of emotion. This farewell might be eternal. He turned back and closed the gate of the steel fortress. Approximately half an hour later, Qin Yun sent him the details of the rented room and the transfer information. Impressive efficiency. Tonight, he would be able to surprise Sophie splendidly. Before 8 o'clock, Ding Hao received a call from Sophie. Darling, I can hardly bear missing you.
Where are you? I'm coming to find you.
Sophia's excited voice echoed from the other end. Soon, she would reclaim her life of luxury.
I'm at home. Have the first 2 tasks been completed?
Ding Hao's voice also carried a hint of excitement, though his lips curved into a subtle smirk, his eyes devoid of warmth.
Yes, I've purchased the watch you adore, and about the other matter.
I cannot convey it all over the phone, but rest assured, it is precisely your favorite style. Let us enjoy the evening together.
Sophie replied.
That sounds splendid. This evening, I shall cherish you dearly. Please come to the community, I will meet you at the entrance. Moments later, they hung up. Half an hour later, Ding Hao finally awaited Sophie and her family at the community gate.
They had arrived by taxi, clearly eager to reunite.
My darling, I have missed you terribly. From a distance, Ding Hao spotted a peculiar figure rushing towards him. Instinctively, he prepared to kick her away but soon realized it was Sophie. Her bosom was as ample as a watermelon, yet her legs and waist were slender like a bamboo stalk. Furthermore, it appeared that Sophie had undergone cosmetic enhancements, particularly to her posterior, which was now disproportionately large and reminiscent of something grotesquely swollen. Most alarming, however, was the transformation of her face. While Sophie had never been unattractive, she was now unrecognizable.
Feifei, is that you? How have you suddenly become so stunning? I adore it.
Ding Hao feigned enthusiasm, delighting in her appearance. Sophie's face lit up with joy. Clearly, Ding Hao was fond of her new look. She felt triumphant.
Darling, I'm glad you like it. Tonight, I will ensure you are thoroughly entertained. Ding Hao, suppressing his disgust, shifted the conversation. Where are your parents and Xiao Shang?
Hearing Ding Hao's change of topic, Sophie felt elated.
They're right behind me. They will be here shortly.
Just as Sophie finished her sentence, her family approached from the taxi. Upon spotting Ding Hao, their eyes sparkled with excitement.
Good son-in-law, it's been so long, I've missed you dearly. Brother-in-law, please remarry my sister.
That way, we can all be a family again, they exclaimed joyfully.
Father-in-law, mother-in-law, Xiao Shang, I've missed you all too.
Ding Hao smiled outwardly, yet his heart chilled at the realization that their affection was likely more for his wealth than for him.
Chapter 39. Enduring silence. Ding Hao contemplated within, yet outwardly betrayed not a hint of his thoughts. Casting a glance at the others, he feigned a look of confusion and inquired, have you not fulfilled the first two conditions? I see only one, where is the other?
His words were, of course, directed at the watch.
Darling, do not fret, it is with my father, he will bring it to you shortly. Sophie reassured Ding Hao, then turned to Su Dafeng, saying, Father, hurry and present the prepared gift.
Indeed, indeed.
Su Dafeng seemed to awaken from a dream, reluctantly retrieving a delicate gift box from his backpack and handing it to Ding Hao. Good son-in-law, I heard you fancy this watch, so Feifei purchased it for you. She truly loves you. Once remarried, you must treat her well.
Ding Hao swiftly accepted the gift box and opened it, revealing a watch of considerable worth, precisely the one he desired. Moreover, it was genuine, not a counterfeit. Clearly, the Su family had spared no expense to win his favor. A cold smile curled within Ding Hao, yet he feigned great delight, exclaiming, this is the very watch I have long coveted, having awaited a true admirer to present it to me, and today, my wish is finally realized. Feifei, let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to obtain our marriage certificate. From now on, all that is mine shall also be yours, and I shall not require a prenuptial agreement.
Certainly, no problem.
Sophie was positively elated. After today, she would once again be a wealthy lady, and without a prenuptial agreement to bind her, she would be free to act as she pleased. If necessary, divorce would not hinder her. She could claim half of Ding Hao's fortune and live quite comfortably. The others in the Su family grasped this notion as well. Fearing Ding Hao might have second thoughts, they lavished him with praise.
Son-in-law, Feifei has always loved you. Previous misunderstandings are now behind you.
Indeed, Feifei will bear you a son, and you shall all live together in happiness. Brother-in-law, you and my sister are truly a match made in heaven.
No one shall ever part you.
Ding Hao stifled his revulsion and replied, you speak wisely, one cannot behold a rainbow without first weathering the storm. I shall love Feifei even more, and no one shall tear us asunder.
It is getting late, and you have quite a distance to return. Why not stay the night at my home?
Ding Hao's suggestion brightened their eyes. They had truly had enough of the squalor of the urban village. At last, they would enjoy the luxury of a grand villa.
Very well, we shall impose upon our son-in-law tonight.
Brother-in-law, allow me to carry the things.
You need only lead us.
They had brought some fruit, and as Ding Hao prepared to take them, Su Shang swiftly intervened, eager to curry favor. Ding Hao chuckled, you are diligent.
It is my duty.
Su Shang replied cheerfully. At that moment, as Ding Hao was about to proceed forward, he abruptly turned and walked towards the exit of the community.
What?
The others were momentarily baffled. Ding Hao explained with a smile, oh, I forgot to mention, I have moved.
I now reside in the neighboring community. Ah, so that was the case. The Su family breathed a sigh of relief, having feared Ding Hao might change his mind again. Thankfully, he had not. Under his guidance, they walked toward a dilapidated building in a nearby rundown complex. The Su family felt something amiss but said nothing. It was not until Ding Hao led them into a crumbling edifice that Sophie could no longer contain herself. With the others' encouragement, she asked, darling, did we take a wrong turn? I recall we do not own any property here. Is that so? Ding Hao turned back nonchalantly. Oh, I remember now, I only moved here a few days ago, so you wouldn't know. Follow me.
With that, Ding Hao continued to ascend the staircase. Though the group felt disgruntled, they suppressed their displeasure, fearing to upset Ding Hao. On the 8th floor, Ding Hao surveyed the panting group and smiled, here we are, this is my new home. You shall rest here for the night. He then unlocked the door. Upon switching on the lights, the group realized the room was nothing like the luxurious quarters they had envisioned. While Ding Hao went to fetch water, Su Dafeng quickly leaned towards Sophie and whispered, Feifei, what on earth is going on?
How could Ding Hao possibly reside in such a place?
I do not know, Sophie replied, equally perplexed. After a moment of thought, she took the initiative to explain, Father, Mother, I understand now.
This must be Ding Hao testing us. Whatever he asks of us, we must agree, understood?
Understood. The three, upon Sophie's prompting, suddenly grasped the situation. Rest assured, sister, whatever brother-in-law requests of me, I shall comply without hesitation. I will not displease him.
Good to hear.
Seeing Su Shang so agreeable, Sophie felt a surge of satisfaction. Unbeknownst to them, their whispered conversation had long since reached Ding Hao's ears. A test, is it? Ding Hao, having poured the water, reclined comfortably on the sofa and remarked, "Today has been exhausting. I have yet to have dinner. Feifei, why don't you all prepare something to eat for me?"
Ding Hao unreservedly commanded the group.
Initially reluctant, Su Dafeng and the others had come to enjoy themselves, not to serve as lackeys. However, remembering the earlier mention of a test, Su Dafeng promptly acquiesced. After all, if they could please Ding Hao tonight, their future would be filled with prosperity.
A little effort now would be worth it.
Alright, my dear son-in-law is hungry, let us prepare some noodles. Su Shang, you go out to buy noodles, Hongmei, you will cook them, and Feifei, you will take care of feeding Ding Hao.
Su Dafeng assigned tasks to everyone. I do not want noodles. I want rice, preferably with 4 dishes and a soup. Is that acceptable to you?
Ding Hao suddenly interjected, reclining with his legs crossed. At such an hour, who could possibly prepare 4 dishes and a soup? Ding Hao's words ignited a fire of indignation within Su Dafeng, nearly provoking an outburst, yet, for the sake of money, he chose to swallow his anger.
Su Shang, did you hear?
Your brother-in-law does not want noodles, make sure to buy more good dishes. Su Dafeng produced 5 crumpled bills, handing them to Su Shang. This was all that remained of their family's funds. If they could not reconcile with Ding Hao, they would all be left to face dire straits the next day. However, one must catch a wolf to keep the children. For the sake of the future, he was willing to endure. After tonight, he would not hesitate to part with 500, or even 50 million, if necessary. Chapter 40. Teasing thus, a few individuals scurried about to prepare a sumptuous meal of 4 dishes and a soup for Ding Hao, eager to demonstrate their sincerity. They even took it upon themselves to feed him. Ding Hao, unabashed, barked orders at Su Dafeng and the others, who felt a simmering discontent yet dared not express it. Once he had indulged to his heart's content, he commanded them to clean the room. After over 2 hours of toil, they were thoroughly exhausted. Only then did Ding Hao exclaim, "Oh dear, I apologize for burdening you all with so many tasks upon my arrival." Su Fei promptly waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Darling, you needn't be so courteous. From now on, we are family, and these are our responsibilities." With that, she nestled close to Ding Hao, her demeanor affectionate. She leaned in, seemingly to kiss his cheek, but Ding Hao recoiled in distaste, pushing her away with his hand.
"No way, we haven't even obtained a marriage certificate yet." With a smile plastered on her face, Su Fei replied, "That is true, but darling, does this mean we will be living here from now on?" Her question echoed the sentiments of the Su family, who were eager to know. This dilapidated dwelling was scarcely an improvement over their home in the urban village. Spending a day here might be tolerable, but prolonged residence would undoubtedly be unbearable. "Isn't this place just fine?" Ding Hao asked innocently. "Fei, don't you love me? Wouldn't you want to accompany me here?" Su Fei forced a smile, countering, "Darling, of course, I love you, but living in a villa would surely be more comfortable. Why should we reside here? Once our son is born, living in such a place would hardly benefit his physical and mental development." Ding Hao nodded, as if pondering her words. Finally, stroking his chin, he remarked, "You make a valid point. However, villas are exceedingly expensive. I promise to work diligently in the future to purchase one for you." At his words, Su Fei's smile froze in place, while the Su family members gaped in disbelief. "Darling, what are you saying?" In that moment, Su Fei even questioned whether Ding Hao had been switched with another. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention," Ding Hao exclaimed, as if struck by a revelation. "After our divorce, I sold the company and invested all the proceeds in stocks, but unfortunately, I incurred losses. I've sold everything, my villa, my car, and not only that, I am now burdened with a considerable debt. However, rest assured, with my capabilities, it won't be long before I recover the funds." "Impossible," his words struck the others like a tempest. Su Fei struggled to maintain her composure. "Ding Hao, is this true? You must be joking." The Su family looked at him with hopeful eyes, wishing this was merely a jest. Otherwise, their family's sacrifices over the past days would become nothing more than a farce. "Fei, why would I joke with you?" Ding Hao produced his phone, displaying records of the villa sales and his account balance for Su Fei to see. After examining the evidence, she collapsed onto the sofa, as if her very soul had been siphoned away. The Su family members, too, were despondent, their dreams shattered. "Fei, let us retire to our room. Give me a son, and I promise to love you well," Ding Hao said, oblivious to her expression, as he cheerfully pulled her toward the bedroom. To his surprise, Su Fei jerked her arm away, cursing, "Are you out of your mind? Who would want to bear your child? Keep your distance." Ding Hao stood there, taken aback and at a loss for words. "Fei, but you just said that." "I said that?" Su Fei's fury ignited as she pointed an accusatory finger at him. "I only agreed because I thought you were wealthy. Now that you're broken in debt, even a beggar on the street is better off than you. Why on earth would I want to have a child with such garbage? My daughter is right. Ding Hao, you are penniless yet still acting like a peacock. Hurry up and get lost. Your very presence is nauseating. Let us go home. Let this fool fend for himself. It's a waste of our time," Su Dafeng grumbled. You all are not keeping your word," Ding Hao protested, his chest heaving with agitation. "Can you not grasp the reality? Who would ever keep their word with a pauper?" Su Fei retorted angrily. Su Shang and Sun Hongmei quickly joined in the mockery, revealing the family's true, ugly nature in that moment. "Very well, now I see what kind of people you truly are. I shall no longer marry you. Remember, 30 years of prosperity, 30 years of decline. Do not scorn the youth in poverty. I hope that when I achieve success in the future, you do not come seeking me." Ding Hao shouted in rage, as if awakening from a dream. "Ha! Do not scorn the youth. I advise you to prepare for an early grave. You will never rise again," Su Sheng scoffed. "Return my watch." At this moment, Su Fei reached out to Ding Hao. This watch had been recently purchased, worth 300,000. Even if sold at a discount, it would fetch at least 200,000, sufficient for their family to live on for a time. "Fine, if you want it back, take it." "I have no need for your family's possessions," Ding Hao retorted angrily, yet the watch he produced was nothing but a pile of shattered pieces. "I accidentally dropped it earlier, you can fix it yourselves." With that, he placed it on the table. "You bastard!" Su Dafeng's heart bled at the sight of the broken remnants. How could it have shattered so thoroughly? At that moment, he felt a murderous rage welling up inside him. "Enough, let us go. I don't want to see this fool any longer." Su Dafeng gritted his teeth. Setting aside the consequences of killing Ding Hao, he realized he would not stand a chance against him. With that, he turned and left, followed closely by Su Fei and the others. "Remember, you looked down on me today and refused to remarry. One day, you will surely regret it." As the Su family walked away, Ding Hao's voice echoed faintly behind them. They could not help but sneer. Thinking about regret, their greatest regret at that moment was agreeing to Ding Hao's 3 conditions. Thankfully, the 3rd condition had yet to be fulfilled, otherwise, they would have truly suffered a significant loss. As they contemplated this, they prepared to head back, only to realize they had no money left, not even enough for bus fare. In an instant, they exchanged bewildered glances. Ding Hao stood by the window, watching the Su family retreating into the distance, unable to suppress a cold chuckle. Indeed, a dog cannot change its nature. Upon hearing of my financial troubles, they fled faster than anyone else. For now, I shall merely play with you. When doomsday arrives, you will understand what true cruelty entails. Chapter 41, The Day of Reckoning. Ding Hao departed from the dilapidated neighborhood and made his way directly to the Jin Hao International Hotel. He was there to pick up the twin sisters, hoping they would not disappoint him. "Master, you have arrived?" The door swung open, and the moment the twins laid eyes on Ding Hao, their faces illuminated with joy. Ding Hao maintained his calm demeanor. "Master, what is the matter? You appear somewhat displeased," Shushu inquired with a hint of concern, her sensitivity allowing her to quickly discern Ding Hao's unusual demeanor compared to his usual self. Ding Hao did not conceal the truth. "I have gone bankrupt, I possess nearly 2,000 yuan, and I can no longer afford to support you both." His words widened the sisters' eyes in shock. The news was profoundly staggering for them. They could hardly fathom that someone as affluent as Ding Hao could suddenly find himself destitute. "Master, is this the reason for your distress?" Upon hearing the news, Chu Qing and Shushue did not react like the Su family, who would have swiftly distanced themselves from Ding Hao in disdain. Instead, they presented him with 2 bank cards. "These contain the tips you have generously given us during these days. You may use this money to care for us. Furthermore, we wish to express that the moment you aided us, our hearts became yours. Even if you are left without wealth, we shall remain steadfastly by your side." As they spoke, tears cascaded down their cheeks. "My father passed away following a failed surgery. In our hearts, you are our only family." Their heartfelt sincerity was devoid of pretense. "Well, if you are willing, come with me." Ding Hao did not reach out for the bank cards, yet his tone softened considerably. The twins' reaction exceeded his expectations. If that was the case, he would allow them to reside in the Steel Fortress. It was fortuitous. This way, he could engage in heartfelt conversations with the twins whenever he wished. "Thank you, master," the twins replied respectfully as they began to pack their belongings. However, when they came across 2 maid outfits, they paused abruptly. One was black, complemented by sheer black stockings and little black shoes. The other was white, paired with delicate white stockings and petite white shoes. Both outfits were strikingly alluring, prepared as a surprise gift for Ding Hao. At this moment, the sisters appeared somewhat hesitant. "Master, it is already quite late. Perhaps we should not leave tonight and instead depart tomorrow?" The sisters looked at Ding Hao with hopeful anticipation. Ding Hao glanced at the maid outfits and thoughtfully remarked, "That is indeed a possibility, but tonight we could indulge in something rather unconventional. I possess certain props that would be quite fitting for you." The following morning, the twin sisters found it exceedingly difficult to rise from their slumber. It was not until noon that Ding Hao escorted them back to the Steel Fortress. "Master, where is this place?" Upon their first glimpse of the Steel Fortress, the sisters were utterly astounded. "This will be your residence from now on." With a command, the grand doors opened slowly. Ding Hao led the sisters to the 2nd floor, assigning them a room with an earlier number. The twins held a significant place in his heart. Once the preparations on the 3rd floor were completed, he would have them move up. As for Qin Yun, he could only wonder if she would manage to escape unscathed when the day of reckoning arrived. Upon entering their room, the sisters immediately fell in love with the space. After all, Ding Hao had invested a considerable sum. Each room on the 2nd floor was outfitted far beyond the standards of a 5-star hotel. What delighted the sisters most was the array of intriguing items placed within their room. With these objects, their master would have a more exhilarating experience when engaging with them in the future. Contemplating this, the twins felt a mixture of anticipation and a tinge of fear. "Master, if we were to abandon you, would you have refrained from bringing us here?" Shushue asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. It seemed she had begun to grasp the reason behind Ding Hao's words the previous night. "Settle in well and do not overthink," Ding Hao replied, shaking his head without addressing her question. He then instructed the sisters to familiarize themselves with the room while he descended to the lower level. With only 4 days remaining until the day of reckoning, he had matters to attend to. He quickly organized his thoughts, generators, water. Ultimately, Ding Hao realized he was well prepared, save for one crucial element, gasoline and diesel. Without these, even a generator would be useless. Furthermore, without electricity, the steel fortress would lose a significant portion of its functionality. Thus, gasoline and diesel were indispensable. However, since the apocalypse has not yet arrived and societal order remains intact, I cannot simply raid a gas station for fuel. I must wait for the chaos to unfold. Ding Hao opened his phone's map and marked dozens of gas stations, preparing to seize the opportunity for a zero-cost acquisition once the world descended into disorder. That evening, after concluding his tasks, Ding Hao attended the martial arts gym as promised, engaging in yet another match with Lang Er. As anticipated, she once again stumbled against the wall. In the subsequent days, Ding Hao found himself exceedingly busy. On the third day before the apocalypse, he diligently assessed supplies, dedicating a full hour to the task. He then utilized his scarce free time to converse with the twin sisters and later met with manager Su from the 4S dealership. On the second day before the apocalypse, Ding Hao maintained his diligent efforts. He devoted 10 minutes to preparations for the impending doom, and with the remaining moments, he engaged in profound discussions with the twin sisters and later conversed with Lang Er. On the eve of the apocalypse, he spoke with the twin sisters and shared profound insights with Lang Er. On the day of reckoning itself, however, Ding Hao refrained from conversations and instead sat quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window in his room. As the clock approached 8 in the evening, he murmured, "It is upon us." Barely seconds after his words fell, the previously sweltering weather outside plummeted in temperature. In less than a minute, the mercury dropped from 29 degrees to a chilling -10 degrees. Passers-by on the street, clad in short sleeves, were caught off guard and shivered uncontrollably within the steel fortress. Ding Hao remained unaffected. Moments later, snow began to fall gently outside, enveloping the world in a serene yet foreboding white blanket. Chapter 42 Expert predictions. Outside, a cacophony of curses filled the air. They never anticipated this turn of events. It was still August, yet suddenly, a heavy snow began to fall. Remarkably, this was the southern region, where even during the coldest winter months, snow was a rare sight. Subsequently, Ding Hao opened his phone. As expected, a trending topic named sudden snowfall had swiftly ascended to the top of the charts, with its viewership skyrocketing at an alarming rate. Observing the situation, Ding Hao surmised that for the next couple of days, this topic would dominate online discussions. He was not surprised by this, as the snowfall's reach extended far beyond a mere locality. It was a global phenomenon. Even the warmest tropical regions were not spared from this calamity. Without mentioning the impending horrific disasters, the number of lives lost to this snowstorm was already incalculable. Tonight was merely the beginning. However, opinions varied online. Some were elated while others were dismayed. The latter group consisted largely of those unprepared for the winter. In the southernmost provinces, for instance, many households lacked even a down jacket, let alone any means of heating. As the temperature plummeted, they were left shivering in the cold. Conversely, many individuals rejoiced, relieved that they would not have to report to work the following day. "This is incredible. I've been working overtime for an entire month, and finally, I can enjoy a proper rest tomorrow." "Me too, haha. Just the thought of not working tomorrow makes me feel like I could soar into the sky. However, this snow seems rather strange. Could it herald some misfortune?" "Impossible. You must have been reading too many fantasy novels." As a PhD specializing in meteorology, I can assure you this is merely a coincidental phenomenon. If I am not mistaken, the snow will cease by tomorrow. That's a relief. As a southerner, I have never seen snow before. With the holiday tomorrow, I must seize the chance to frolic in it. Online discussions were fervent, with the most excited voices coming from office workers and southerners alike. One group celebrated their reprieve from work, while the other delighted in the prospect of experiencing snow. After reading these comments, Ding Hao could not help but shake his head. Their joy seemed premature. Tomorrow, the snow would not cease. Not only would it persist, but in a few days, it would transform into a toxic black snow with severe corrosive properties. At that point, over 80% of surface vegetation would perish. Only then would people truly grasp the magnitude of the disaster that had begun. At this juncture, a prominent expert, Hong Haoguang, stepped forward to make a prediction. He proclaimed that this unprecedented snowfall was a meteorological miracle, urging everyone not to panic and advising them to stock up on a day's worth of food. He assured them that the snow would last no more than a day. He suggested that people take advantage of the holiday to indulge in feasting and revelry. Given the expert's considerable reputation, his words quickly surged to the forefront of trending topics. Many individuals who had been anxious immediately felt a sense of relief. Yet Ding Hao was left speechless upon seeing this. In his previous life, this very same figure had made the same statement, leading many to exhaust their food supplies. Consequently, when the apocalypse struck, numerous individuals succumbed to starvation, inciting widespread outrage. Meanwhile, the so-called expert had spent the night of the snowfall advising others not to worry while hoarding supplies for himself, living quite comfortably during the ensuing apocalypse. Naturally, his fate was dire, leaving not even a trace of his remains. Ding Hao shook his head, choosing not to concern himself with such matters any further, as they were of no consequence to him. Ding ding ding. Just then, as Ding Hao closed his phone, preparing to seek out his twin sisters for a heartfelt conversation, Qingyun sent him a message. "Boss, it's snowing. Is it snowing where you are?" "It is," Ding Hao replied succinctly. "I hear this is the first snow for Huacheng, and it's absolutely beautiful." Qingyun sent another message, accompanied by a picture of a small snowman resembling Ding Hao.
Qin Yun continued, boss, I miss you, but the transportation here is paralyzed, and my biological parents won't let me leave so easily. By the way, you asked me to stock up on supplies. I followed your instructions and spent most of the 2 million on food and a small portion on essentials. My biological parents are quite wealthy, and under my persuasion, they also procured supplies worth 100 million. Of course, they did this merely to please me, as this amount is trivial for them. Some of my cousins mocked me for being a country bumpkin, saying I was too short-sighted after spending too long in the countryside. But who would have thought it would suddenly snow today? I predict that food prices will surge tomorrow, and I should be able to sell at the peak price and make a handsome profit.
Boss, you are incredible. You even predicted this snowfall.
Yes, I was merely fortunate, Ding Hao nodded, surprised that Qin Yun had truly followed his advice. Not only that, but she had also involved her biological parents in the procurement of supplies. However, the notion of selling at the peak price tomorrow was misguided. Tomorrow would not be the zenith of prices. In a few days, food prices would escalate to a terrifying extent, becoming a case of high demand with no supply. Beyond that, money would hold no value. Even the wealthiest would be unable to purchase a single pound of grain. Ding Hao spoke gravely, do not sell the food, store everything for now, this snowfall is only the beginning. Additionally, keep a low profile and ensure the food is stored securely, without letting others know. Boss, I don't quite understand. No need to understand, just follow my orders, Ding Hao stated authoritatively.
Understood, boss.
Qin Yun, perceptive and intelligent, likely grasped Ding Hao's intent. Chapter 43 Heavy Snow. Subsequently, Ding Hao and Qin Yun exchanged a few casual words. Under the pretense of missing her, Ding Hao requested Qin Yun to send a photograph of herself in black stockings. Half an hour later, he reluctantly concluded their conversation. He descended to the first floor, fetched a fire pit, and stoked the flames vigorously. Then, he laid out a sumptuous spread, featuring an array of delicacies. Beef, lobster, abalone, and more. He then took a close-up selfie, captioning it, tonight is yet another splendid evening. He set the privacy of the post so that only Sophie could view it, and promptly shared it. After posting, Ding Hao could not suppress a cold chuckle. Surely, Sophie would be rather fond of this photo. In fact, she would likely be infuriated by it. In a drafty house within the urban village, a family clad in thin garments shivered from the cold. Upon seeing Ding Hao's photograph, their faces turned an alarming shade of green and white with rage. That Ding Hao was truly a despicable creature, flaunting his food on social media, one remarked.
Indeed, it's not as if we haven't tasted such delicacies before.
After this meal, he must be close to bankrupting himself, his vanity knows no bounds, another added. Look, not a single person has liked his post, evidently, others cannot stand him either.
Ha, once he finishes that feast, he'll find himself starving. Why wait?
With snow falling this heavily, it would be best if he froze to death tonight. The family exchanged sour remarks, uttering vicious curses, hoping for Ding Hao's immediate demise. Currently, they were both cold and hungry. The house was so drafty that the indoor temperature was nearly indistinguishable from the frigid air outside. To make matters worse, their area suffered a power outage due to a circuit failure. Thus, despite having a heater, it was rendered useless.
Mom, I'm so hungry, could you please cook me some noodles?
Sophie complained to Sun Hongmei. I'm feeling a bit peckish myself, Su Dafu chimed in, shivering as he spoke, make sure to add plenty of ginger. This dreadful weather was unbearable. If only they could have a bowl of ginger-infused soup, it would warm them to their very cores.
All right.
Sun Hongmei stood up to head to the kitchen, but within minutes, she returned empty-handed.
We've run out of gas. I can't cook the noodles. And we have no noodles left either. Sun Hongmei's words struck them like a bolt from the blue. Is there anything else to eat? Su Dafu inquired.
She shook her head, not a single morsel remains.
You wasteful woman, how could you not keep some food at home? Su Dafu's temper flared.
Forget it, it's freezing outside with this snow.
We can't go out, let us just order takeout.
He instructed Sophie to place an order. The delivery app was still operational, but when Sophie attempted to check out, she discovered they had no money left. Instantly, the family was enveloped in a suffocating silence. It's all that damn Ding Hao's fault for ruining my watch, otherwise, we wouldn't be in this predicament.
Su Dafu cursed vehemently. Let us just endure tonight.
The experts say the snow will cease by tomorrow, and we can figure something out then. After speaking, he instructed Sophie to turn off her phone. The contents of the photo were simply too tempting. Sophie nodded, dragging her cold and hungry body back to her room. Regret began to gnaw at her. Had she known such a heavy snowfall would occur, she would have stubbornly lingered at Ding Hao's home a bit longer. Alas, it was too late for such thoughts now. Langer, this snowfall is rather peculiar. Moreover, it coincides with Ding Hao's odd behavior from before. He must know something. When you sparred with him the other day, did you manage to extract any information from him? In the warm room, Miss Jean stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought.
I
did ask, but he was unwilling to share. Langer replied, her cheeks flushed. In truth, Ding Hao never afforded her the opportunity to inquire. She found herself rendered speechless and immobile, powerless to resist. Each time she recalled that scene, a wave of embarrassment washed over her, causing her face to redden involuntarily as Miss Jean questioned her. True, he wouldn't easily divulge such important matters.
But speaking of which, Langer, you haven't yet told me whether you won or lost that day? Of course I won. Without a moment's hesitation, Langer exclaimed, though he possesses some skill, he could never match me. I easily knocked him to the ground with just a few moves. This was, in fact, at Ding Hao's behest, preserving her dignity while concealing his prowess. Well done. Miss Jean nodded in approval, cautioning, however, Ding Hao is not an ordinary individual. If they're essay next time, do try to hold back a bit and grant him some dignity, do not create enmity. Miss Jean seemed blissfully unaware that her closest maid was increasingly embodying Ding Hao's form. Yes, Miss Jean. Langer answered promptly. At that moment, Miss Jean had turned away, gazing silently out at the swirling snow. Within the tranquil warmth of the villa, a gentle breeze wafted in from an unknown source, brushing against Miss Jean's ear and causing the veil that obscured her face to flutter away. In an instant, her exquisitely beautiful visage was revealed before Langer. Coupled with her gaze, deep and star-like, it evoked an overwhelming sensation of being drawn in. How stunning! Even Langer, a woman herself, found herself captivated. If Miss Mu embodied the beauty of a celestial being descended to earth, then Miss Jean was akin to a sorceress emerging from the abyss. Suddenly, a daring thought crossed Langer's mind. What if, hypothetically, one day Miss Jean were to fall into the clutches of that lecherous Ding Hao? What expression would grace her face as he toyed with her? Would she maintain her usual aloofness, or would her demeanor crumble like her own? Would she, too, plead for mercy, addressing Ding Hao as her master? The mere thought ignited a warmth within her, prompting her to shake her head vigorously, dispelling such impractical musings. After all, given Miss Jin's pride, even if she were to find herself in someone else's grasp one day, she would rather die than allow herself to be sullied. It would certainly not resemble the scenario of pleading for mercy while simultaneously relishing the experience, clearly a figment of her imagination. Miss Jean, I shall return to rest now. Just then, her phone, resting in her lap, vibrated ever so slightly. Someone was sending her a message. Since she had not added anyone else besides Ding Hao and Miss Jean, the message could only be from Ding Hao. Come to me. Upon unlocking her phone, she indeed found the 4 words he had sent. Their encounters had far surpassed the previous frequency of once every 3 days, yet, inexplicably, she felt no resistance, even a hint of anticipation. She replied with a single word and quietly departed the villa, unnoticed by Miss Jean. Chapter 44 of the Wilderness. On this cold day, Langer donned a white wedding dress with a hint of Lolita style as she stepped outside. Her legs were gracefully wrapped in intricately patterned white stockings, and she adorned her feet with a pair of handcrafted, diamond-studded high heels. Outside, the snow fell heavily, creating a chilly and treacherous path. In her previous state, navigating such conditions would have been a struggle for Langer, but after undergoing a transformation thanks to Ding Hao, her physical prowess had significantly enhanced, rendering her agile and unfazed by the biting cold. Even in high heels, she traversed the snowy terrain with ease, ensuring her dress remained pristine. Hey, beautiful, out this late, aren't you cold? Care to warm up in my car? A young man with dyed yellow hair, seated in his vehicle, was immediately captivated by the sight of Langer trudging through the snow. The thought of luring such a stunning beauty into his car thrilled him to no end. Get lost. To his surprise, Langer's expression turned icy. She swiftly removed a delicate hairpin from her hair and hurled it with precision. With a sharp thud, the pin struck the young man's outstretched hand, pinning it to the seat, blood oozing forth. Are all men this vile? Langer cast a disdainful glance at the young man, a sly smile curving her lips as a thought crossed her mind. Except for that old lecher. Unbeknownst to her, resentment flickered in the young man's eyes. Oomph, you're quite the aloof one, aren't you? Just wait until I get my chance to make you cry. His desire for conquest only intensified. 20 minutes later, Langer arrived outside Ding Hao's imposing fortress. Miss Jean had moved into the complex just 2 days prior, so her proximity to Ding Hao's stronghold was fortuitous. As she approached, the gate swung open on its own, revealing Ding Hao's eager gaze. He held a black bag in his hand. Why did you summon me out here at such a late hour? Langer inquired, feigning ignorance. Ding Hao raised the bag. I called you out for some intriguing entertainment. Though she was unaware of the bag's contents, Langer sensed it was nothing respectable. Just as she attempted to enter the fortress, Ding Hao obstructed her path. Hey, let's go somewhere else for some fun. Before she could process his words, he swept her up in a princess carry. She melted into his embrace, offering no resistance as he placed her in the car, one of his specially customized vehicles, boasting exceptional performance. Despite the thick layer of snow on the ground, Ding Hao maneuvered through it with ease, as if gliding over smooth terrain. He drove them beyond the city limits, into a desolate mountainous region. Where exactly are you taking me? It's late, Miss will notice if I don't return, Langer protested with a light huff. Ding Hao remained silent, gripping the bag in one hand while the other encircled her waist, guiding her deeper into the mountains. After a 10-minute walk, he finally halted and pressed her against a tree. Despite her formidable combat skills, she found herself completely immobilized. Ding Hao, what on earth are you doing? Langer's words trailed off as he silenced her with a kiss. It was well past midnight when Ding Hao carried the sore and exhausted Langer back down the mountain. Tear stains still lingered at the corners of her eyes, remnants of their 2-hour ordeal. Even with her extraordinary physical capabilities, she found it unbearable, especially with her high heels restricting her movement. Cough, cough. Faced with the first look of reproach from Langer, Ding Hao awkwardly cleared his throat and promised, I assure you, this is the last time. However, Langer pressed her lips together, her voice barely a whisper as she said, well, if you truly enjoy it, it can happen again in the future. After all, we had an agreement. As long as you don't harm me, I'll leave the rest to you. But next time, be gentler, my arms are too sore. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes fluttered shut, her cheeks flushed.
She was taken aback by her own words, yet a faint sense of anticipation lingered within her. Ding Hao gently stroked her head, responding, "As you wish."
A peculiar sensation washed over Langer, akin to that of a small cat being affectionately petted by its owner.
An hour later, they returned to the complex. After resting briefly in Ding Hao's fortress, Langer made her way home, all unbeknownst to her twin sisters. The following morning, a loud banging echoed against the door of the fortress.
Is someone insane? Why not ring the doorbell instead of banging like a madman?
Ding Hao, having been exhausted from the previous night, was rudely awakened by the commotion. With a scowl, he descended to open the door, revealing 5 or 6 individuals wielding shovels, led by a burly man. Upon seeing Ding Hao, their gazes converged upon him.
What do you want? Ding Hao asked coldly.
Ah, no need to be alarmed, we mean no harm. We are also residents of this community, the burly man chuckled.
Last night, a heavy snow fell, blanketing the entire area and causing quite a bit of inconvenience.
We thought to organize a group to clear the snow. As a member of the community, you should join us if you have no pressing matters. Apologies, but I have other commitments, Ding Hao replied without a second thought, dismissing their request. The snow was of no concern to him, as he had no intention of stepping outside.
Wait.
Just as Ding Hao was about to close the door, the burly man blocked his path. If you're too busy, that is fine, but in that case, you owe us $2,000. After all, clearing the snow will benefit you as well.
So that was their true intention, extortion under the guise of community service.
Ding Hao raised an eyebrow, unfazed. I'm sorry, but not leaving my home brings me no benefit, and I certainly won't pay a single cent. His words caused the group's expressions to darken instantly.
Chapter 45 of the former goddess teacher, especially the burly man at the forefront, who reprimanded, "What do you mean by that? It's as if we are taking advantage of you. You are too lazy to move and yet reluctant to part with 2,000 yuan. Are we just supposed to serve you for nothing?"
The man stood atop a moral high ground, pointing fingers at Ding Hao. Another individual stepped forward to chime in. "My friend, your villa is so luxurious. It must be worth at least 100 million, right? With your wealth, can you really not spare 2,000 yuan? Some people, even when penniless, are still willing to contribute."
"Exactly, you expect to do nothing and reap the benefits.
Hurry up, if you truly don't want to part with that 2,000 yuan, then come help us shovel the snow. After all, you must do something." Upon finishing, the group fixed their fierce gazes on Ding Hao, exuding an intimidating demeanor, as if he were a criminal on trial. If it were someone else, they might have succumbed under the pressure of the group. However, Ding Hao merely let out a cold laugh and replied, "First, I have no time, but if you wish to go, do so without bothering me.
Second, I have no money. Third, if you intend to cause trouble, feel free to try."
In his previous life, Ding Hao had encountered these individuals as well. They would masquerade as community service providers, extorting money from residents. Although Ding Hao was not financially strained, he had initially acted out of goodwill to serve the community and chose to help shovel snow. Yet, even then, the burly man and his companions would devise all sorts of schemes to compel him to part with money, such as assigning him impossible tasks or creating subtle obstacles. Ultimately, he had ended up paying 2,000 yuan just to conclude the ordeal. "What do you mean by that? We are doing this for the benefit of the entire community. How can you accuse us of causing trouble? How about this? If you truly don't want to move or pay, we won't press you further. I see your courtyard is quite spacious. We could use a place to store our tools. Why don't you lend us the space? I'll return it in a few days. That should be acceptable, right?" Upon hearing Ding Hao's words, the burly man displayed a face full of righteous indignation, then, with a shrewd glint in his eye, proposed a compromise.
"No."
Ding Hao shook his head in refusal. The man clearly harbored ill intentions. Allowing him into Ding Hao's fortress could lead to unforeseen trouble. Although Ding Hao was not afraid of them, he found it intolerable to have a few flies buzzing around him constantly.
"You brat, even this small request you refuse? Isn't that a bit excessive? Your behavior is harming the interests of the entire community."
The burly man shook his head, declaring, "Then we have no need to continue this conversation." With that, he waved his hand, and everyone followed him away. Ding Hao watched as they departed. He could distinctly sense the burly man's resentment towards him, but so what? Not to mention that order was still maintained and surveillance was everywhere. The burly man would not dare act recklessly. Even if the order were to collapse, should the burly man harbor malicious intent, his life would be over. Ding Hao wouldn't need to lift a finger. The defenses of his villa could easily deal with the man. Once the group left, Ding Hao opened the system panel he hadn't accessed in a while. Host Ding Hao, gendered male, training direction evil cultivator, current realm 8th layer of chi refining, required negative emotion value for advancement. 26,000, current accumulated negative emotion value 78,500, wow, so much. He was startled upon viewing the numbers. Since the apocalypse had yet to arrive, Ding Hao had been preoccupied with engaging in life discussions with several beautiful women and hadn't paid attention to this. He hadn't expected his negative emotion value to accumulate so significantly. Upon checking the details, he found that a person named Wang Wei had just contributed 500 negative emotion points. The bulk of the remaining negative emotion points came from the Su family. Truly delightful. To Ding Hao, the Su family was akin to a treasure chest. It seemed he would have to continue engaging with them.
System, enhance my cultivation. This enhancement requires 26,000 negative emotion points. Is the host certain? Absolutely.
Consuming 26,000 negative emotion points, cultivation level raised to the 9th layer of chi refining. Remaining negative emotion points at 56,500, a surge of terrifying power coursed through Ding Hao's body, causing his aura to rise sharply.
It felt exhilarating.
With so many negative emotion points left, today, I shall directly step into the Foundation establishment realm.
Ding Hao's eyes sparkled with determination. System, continue to enhance my cultivation.
The required negative emotion points to break through to the Foundation establishment realm is 100,000.
The host lacks sufficient emotion points.
The system's mechanical voice rang out. Ding Hao was left dumbfounded. Shouldn't it have been 30,000? To break through required 100,000, that was outrageous. After a moment of contemplation, he could only helplessly concede. It seemed that earning negative emotion points was a daunting task. He wondered what the members of the Su family were up to. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of nostalgia for them. After a moment, Ding Hao returned to his room, only to find the twin sisters still fast asleep, which left him feeling rather bored. There simply weren't enough people in the steel fortress. It lacked liveliness. Ding Hao considered that he needed to bring more people into the fortress. After all, humans are social creatures, and having more company would alleviate his boredom. Of course, entry into his steel fortress was not so easily granted. To reside within, one must first be a woman, secondly, she must be exceptionally beautiful, and lastly, and most importantly, she must exhibit unwavering loyalty to him. As Ding Hao pondered these thoughts, he stepped outside. Last night, heavy snow had fallen throughout the night. Now, the snow on the ground had risen above Ding Hao's knees. A thick layer of ice coated the roads, making it nearly impossible for vehicles to navigate. In these conditions, attaching heavy chains to tires might allow for some travel, but it was unnecessary. Why venture out in such cold weather when one could stay comfortably at home? Ding Hao gazed into the distance and spotted the group of burly men. One of them carried a shovel, occasionally pretending to shovel snow, though in reality, he exerted no effort. The majority of their time was spent scamming money from household after household. Ding Hao scoffed, having no desire to interfere. After all, it was none of his concern.
Ding Hao?
As he walked, a hesitant voice called from behind him. Who was it? The voice sounded somewhat familiar, yet Ding Hao couldn't immediately place it. He turned around to see a woman clad in knee-high boots and black stockings, wearing a down jacket. The heavy jacket concealed her figure, but her face was exquisitely beautiful, with delicate gold-rimmed glasses. She exuded a unique charm. Upon seeing her, Ding Hao recognized her instantly. Lin Xia, his university advisor, renowned as the campus goddess. During his time at university, Ding Hao had received much care from Lin Xia.
Teacher Lin.
Seeing Lin Xia approach, Ding Hao greeted her warmly.
Ding Hao, I didn't expect to see you here.
Where have you been these past few years since graduation? I haven't heard a word from you. Lin Xia inquired, her face radiating a mature and intelligent beauty.
Actually, I haven't gone anywhere.
I've just been keeping a low profile, Ding Hao replied with a shake of his head. Back in college, he had been quite discreet, and not a single classmate knew of his family's wealth. Even after graduation, he never spoke in the class group, only maintaining contact with a few close friends without revealing his circumstances.
You. Lin Xia seemed poised to say more, but ultimately sighed and chose to remain silent.
They exchanged pleasantries, reminiscing for a moment. Finally, Lin Xia asked, Ding Hao, with your achievements back then, you must be working at a major company now, right? In her eyes, Ding Hao was an exceptionally talented student. She had always taken pride in him, believing that with his abilities, he would not fall short, even if he didn't achieve great success. Teacher Lin, I'm afraid I'm currently unemployed, Ding Hao replied, scratching his head helplessly. He owned such a large company, why would he need to work? However, he couldn't bring himself to disclose this to Lin Xia, fearing it would come off as pretentious. After all, he held a deep respect for her.
You're unemployed?
Lin Xia seemed taken aback by Ding Hao's revelation. Chapter 46, the car has been scratched. It could be said that way. Ding Hao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. The company had been sold, and he should be considered unemployed, albeit reluctantly. Lin Xia's delicate brows knitted together in concern, for she deemed this situation nearly impossible.
Ding Hao, please be honest with me, have you encountered any difficulties?
A worried expression graced Lin Xia's face. If you are facing any challenges, feel free to share them with me.
I will do my utmost to assist you.
It was evident that Lin Xia genuinely cared for Ding Hao as her student. However, Ding Hao was not beset by any difficulties, he was living quite comfortably. Yet, he felt it inappropriate to convey this to Lin Xia. He could only shake his head in refusal. Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Lin, but I am currently not facing any difficulties.
Lin Xia's brows remained tightly furrowed.
If you do encounter any troubles, please do not hesitate to reach out. In her eyes, Ding Hao still seemed to be grappling with something, perhaps too proud to admit it. She cautiously tended to Ding Hao's self-esteem, refraining from probing too deeply. Ding Hao, since we have met, why not come over to my place for a visit? Lin Xia then extended an invitation to him. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Ding Hao readily accepted.
Alright, thank you, Teacher Lin. As they chatted, they made their way to Lin Xia's home, which was located in Building 8.
It was merely a 10-minute walk from Ding Hao's steel fortress. However, due to the heavy snowfall on the roads and their leisurely conversation, they took nearly 20 minutes to arrive. Upon reaching the building, Lin Xia suddenly halted, her gaze fixed intently on a red sedan parked before them. At that moment, a boy of around 7 or 8 years old was using a shard of glass or a similarly sharp object to draw on the car. By the time Ding Hao and Lin Xia noticed, the boy's artwork had nearly completed its destructive course, leaving the vehicle in a state of disarray. Beside the child stood a couple clad in down jackets, chuckling and pointing at the masterpiece, seemingly praising their son's artistic endeavors.
Wait a moment.
Just as the couple prepared to lead their precious child away, Lin Xia bit her lip and shouted. The couple turned to her with evident impatience. Who are you? We don't know you. Why are you calling us? With the frigid weather, they were eager to return to the warmth of their home. Lin Xia hesitated for a moment, gathering her courage to say, that is my car. What about your car? We didn't touch it, the couple retorted, their tone dripping with annoyance. The implication in Lin Xia's words was unmistakable, yet the couple acted oblivious, their demeanor increasingly irritable. Lin Xia persisted, your son scratched my car, you should compensate me. Clearly, she was ill-equipped to handle such confrontations. Compared to her authoritative presence in front of students, her character in this regard leaned towards being somewhat timid. If Lang'er had been present, she would have wasted no time in delivering a swift kick to the child. The couple dared not say much more, but kindness often invites exploitation. They perceived Lin Xia's tone as indicative of her being easy to bully. Upon hearing Lin Xia demand compensation, rather than fear, the woman crossed her arms defiantly and exclaimed, you said it yourself. It was my son who scratched your car, not me. If you want compensation, go to my son, not me. Exactly, debts are owed to the rightful parties. Why are you seeking us out? The man pushed the boy forward, saying, you damaged her car. Now you need to compensate her, hurry up and give her something. The boy, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, pulled out a coin from his pocket and tossed it forcefully at Lin Xia. The coin struck her, causing a sting, and before she could react, it slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. I only have this 1 yuan, it's yours now, you can pick it up. The boy erupted into laughter, clearly a natural troublemaker. The man, pleased, patted his son's head, saying, son, since you've compensated her, consider the car's exterior as ours now. Go on and create a few more masterpieces. The woman chimed in, make them even prettier so mommy can admire your talent. After they spoke, the boy resumed his artistic endeavors. Lin Xia's chest heaved with indignation. Meanwhile, Ding Hao's eyes glimmered with a cold light. Although he initially refrained from taking action in front of Teacher Lin, this absurd family had crossed the line. Ding Hao, let it go. If worst comes to worst, I can just spend a little to repaint it myself. Seeing Ding Hao ready to confront the family, Lin Xia quickly intervened. She did not wish for him to get embroiled in conflict over her predicament. Let us go upstairs for a moment. She then took Ding Hao's arm, leading him away. The couple, sensing Lin Xia's reluctance to confront them, reveled in their perceived victory. If I'm not mistaken, this woman lives on the 9th floor. My son scratched her car as a favor, and she dares to demand compensation? Once things settle down, let us have some fun with her. Lin Xia resided in apartment 903. During the elevator ride, she remained unusually silent, likely affected by the earlier incident. Ding Hao sighed inwardly but chose to remain silent. After all, such was society. Those with a gentle disposition were destined to face numerous hardships. Upon arriving at her home, Lin Xia switched on the air conditioning, and a gentle warmth enveloped them. Ding Hao glanced up, noting that it was an old model with rather mediocre heating capabilities. He then surveyed the surroundings and realized that Lin Xia's home lacked even a semblance of decent furniture, which puzzled him. From his recollection, Lin Xia's salary was quite respectable. How could she not afford basic furnishings? At that moment, he noticed the shoe rack, which contained a few pairs of men's shoes alongside Lin Xia's. Ding Hao, please make yourself comfortable. My husband will be home shortly, and we can have dinner together before you leave. Ding Hao was taken aback. Teacher Lin was married. He remembered how, during her teaching years, she had numerous admirers. He couldn't help but wonder whom she had ultimately married. Perhaps the man fortunate enough to be with her was indeed exceptional, yet, this was her personal affair. Why was he pondering over it? Finally, Ding Hao shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. As time passed, the old air conditioning unit began to warm up, and the room gradually became more comfortable. Lin Xia seemed to feel the warmth as she casually shed her down jacket, revealing her alluring figure. Coupled with her exquisite features, she was irresistibly captivating. Even Ding Hao found himself unable to resist stealing a few glances. Chapter 47. Extortion. Afterward, it seemed as if Lin Xia had completely forgotten that there was another person in the room. After removing her coat, she unexpectedly proceeded to take off her sweater as well, leaving only a delicate black lace undergarment. Just as Lin Xia was preparing to take things a step further, a sudden soft cough broke the silence. It was only at that moment that Lin Xia remembered her student was present. Instantly, a blush crept onto her exquisite cheeks as she hurriedly donned her sweater. Classmate Ding Hao, I apologize. I forgot you were still here, she said once she was properly dressed. In an effort to spare Lin Xia any embarrassment, Ding Hao shook his head and replied, Teacher Lin, I am not sure what you are referring to. I have been engrossed in my reading. He then raised the volume of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which he had casually picked up from the table. Aware that Ding Hao was covering for her, Lin Xia expressed her gratitude. Thank you, classmate Ding Hao. Ding Hao shook his head modestly, I have done nothing. There is no need for thanks, Teacher Lin. Following this minor incident, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. After sitting for a while, Ding Hao decided to take his leave. Despite Lin Xia's attempts to persuade him to stay, he ultimately suggested that she prepare a nice meal next time to invite him over. Ding Hao understood that in a few days, not even a fine dish would suffice. Even a simple packet of instant noodles would be highly sought after, and nonetheless, he chose not to shatter Lin Xia's good intentions. As Ding Hao descended the stairs, a haughty voice called out, Stop right there.
Just as he was leaving, he turned to find the peculiar family from earlier confronting him. The woman's name was Chen Fong, who, after sizing Ding Hao up with her beady eyes, smiled wickedly. If I am not mistaken, you are not the husband of that woman we just saw, are you? Ding Hao furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? The man, Li Hong, stepped forward and candidly stated, don't think we are unaware of what you just did upstairs. If you know what is good for you, transfer 100,000 to us, and we will keep quiet from her husband. With that, Li Hong's eyes gleamed with arrogance. Initially, they were merely bored at home and had decided to take a stroll, but they had not anticipated stumbling into such an opportunity. Clearly, today was fortuitously chosen for a potential windfall. Husband, once we get the money, let's go out for a grand feast. Chen Fong exclaimed joyously to Li Hong, seemingly unconcerned that Ding Hao might refuse to pay. The young boy chimed in, I want to eat hot pot. Sure, no problem, Li Hong replied cheerfully. Ding Hao, however, raised an eyebrow and replied coldly, I do not understand what you are implying. I have had no dealings with Teacher Lin, feel free to say whatever you wish. Those with integrity remain clear, while those with malice reveal their own corruption. Ding Hao felt no need to offer explanations. If they were intent on tarnishing his reputation, he did not care. Reputation was of little consequence at this point. You're still pretending. Chen Fong and Li Hong were incensed. Chen Fong pointed an accusatory finger at Ding Hao, scolding, you two shameless lovers, engaging in such sordid acts in broad daylight and expecting to cover it up, how could that be possible? If you refuse to pay, fine, we will go to that woman and demand it from her. Humph, I do not believe she would dare refuse. With that, the three of them headed towards the elevator. Wait. Ding Hao called out to them, a smile spreading across his face. Is it just money? I will give it to you. Knowing Teacher Lin's gentle nature, Ding Hao feared that if these individuals were to confront her, she might yield to their demands. Given that Lin Xia's circumstances were not particularly favorable, 10,000 could significantly deplete her resources. Thus, Ding Hao decided to stop them. You're willing to pay? Chen Fong asked hesitantly, eyeing Ding Hao's earlier demeanor. Ding Hao nodded, I will provide you the money, but only if you promise not to speak of this matter. Come here to collect. Chen Fong and Li Hong exchanged glances, both recognizing the greed in each other's eyes. Li Hong shook his head, earlier it was 100,000, but since you refused, the price has now increased to 150,000. This was nothing short of extortion. Ding Hao did not elaborate further and quickly agreed, no problem. The three of them rushed over eagerly. Just as Chen Fong opened her mouth to speak, Ding Hao suddenly raised his hand and slapped her across the face. You hit me, she exclaimed in disbelief, clutching her swollen cheek. You wanted money, right? I figured I would give you a little beating first, and then compensate you more afterward, Ding Hao said nonchalantly. He then raised his hand again and delivered another slap to Chen Fong's face, this time with greater force, causing her cheek to swell and her teeth to fly out. Blood spilled from her mouth. Ah! Chen Fong cried out in pain. You dare strike my wife, I will kill you. Li Hong bellowed as they quickly realized Ding Hao was toying with them. Li Hong lunged at Ding Hao in a fit of rage, only to be met with a swift kick that sent him flying. The young boy, standing idly by, was also knocked down by a slap from Ding Hao. After a 10-minute bout of beating, Ding Hao observed the additional 3,000 negative emotional points accrued and nodded in satisfaction. Quite unexpectedly, there was a delightful bonus. If you wish to report this to the authorities, feel free, Ding Hao declared, brushing off his hands as he turned to leave. Damn it, how arrogant. He actually dared to hit us, husband, call the police and have him arrested. Chen Fong seethed, her annoyance boiling over at Ding Hao's audacity. However, Li Hong hesitated, realizing that they had initiated the extortion. If they reported him, they would also be in trouble. After explaining this to Chen Fong, her expression mirrored his concern. Ah, husband, are we really going to let this go unpunished? She lamented, visibly distressed. But the thought of confronting Ding Hao again terrified her. They were no match for him and would likely face another brutal thrashing. I have a plan, Li Hong said after a moment of contemplation. I have seen that woman's husband from the 7th floor before, and I know he returns home for lunch every day. We can simply wait here. When we see him, we will tell him that his wife was home with another man while he was out. He will undoubtedly take care of that fool himself. You are so clever, husband. Chen Fong praised him with delight. The three of them immediately set to work, positioning themselves at the entrance to scrutinize every person who entered. After a lengthy wait of half an hour, they finally spotted a stout man with a beard. Upon seeing him, Li Hong's eyes lit up, and he promptly approached to intercept him. Stop. Chapter 48. The Wild Man. Who do you think you are? The man glared fiercely at Li Hong as he obstructed his path. It matters not who I am. What is critical is that I am aware your wife is engaging in infidelity at home, Li Hong replied with a smile. What? Upon hearing Li Hong's words, the man's eyes widened in disbelief. He stepped forward, seized Li Hong by the collar, and hoisted him off the ground. I warn you, do not speak recklessly. How could my wife possibly betray me? Li Hong, taken aback by the man's immense strength, swallowed hard and hastily responded. What reason would I have to deceive you? Tell me, you reside in apartment 903, correct? Indeed. The man, astonished that Li Hong could accurately name his residence, cautiously released him. Li Hong, now emboldened, declared, then you are indeed mistaken. Moments ago, I witnessed a man ascend the stairs with your wife, and when they descended, he appeared quite disheveled. Chen Fong chimed in, embellishing the tale. We could not abide their illicit behavior, so we attempted to offer some well-meaning advice, only to be met with aggression from that man.
Just look at us, our family has been assaulted. With that, she displayed her injuries for the man to see. Li Hong then retrieved his phone, showing the man a clandestine photograph of Ding Hao and Lin Xia entering the elevator together. Upon viewing the image, the man erupted in fury. That wretched woman dares to betray me, just wait until I deal with her. He stormed off in a fit of rage, but was halted by Li Hong's grip.
Is there something else?
The man inquired. Li Hong, feigning exasperation, pointed to his own injuries. A brother, although you did not strike me, I endured this for your sake. It would be remiss of you not to offer some compensation for my medical expenses. Ouch, this hurts. What should I say if anyone asks about my injuries when I return? Chen Fang interjected, forcing a few tears to well in her eyes. The man, reluctant to have his wife's indiscretions become common gossip, finally conceded, I can give you some money for medical expenses, but do not expect too much. I am not wealthy, and besides, it was not I who struck you. Rest assured, there are 3 of us here. If you could provide 1,000 each, that would suffice, Li Hong swiftly proposed. Initially intending to negotiate further, the man was taken aback by Li Hong's unwavering demeanor and begrudgingly agreed. Fine. He then opened his phone and transferred 3,000 yuan to them. With the money in hand, the family beamed with joy. Chen Fang ceased her theatrics and added, you should hurry home. Just now, your wife was calling that man darling with such affection. It seems she has been unfaithful for quite some time. Understood. The man departed in a frenzy of anxiety. Darling, let us take this 3,000 yuan and enjoy a delightful meal out. Once the man had fully entered the elevator, Li Hong exclaimed joyfully. Certainly. Chen Fang, while speaking, couldn't help but ridicule, that man is truly foolish, he believed our words so easily. Ha! At that moment, Li Hong suddenly posed a question. Wife, you haven't been unfaithful to me, have you? Of course not. Absolutely not, Chen Fang replied with a strained smile, her gaze darting toward a boy who bore little resemblance to Li Hong, worry flickering in her eyes. Why do you suddenly ask that? Li Hong, oblivious to Chen Fang's unease, chuckled. Oh, it's nothing, I was merely curious. You treat me so well, how could you possibly betray me? Haha, let us not dwell on that. I am eager for hot pot. I can hardly wait. Very well, let us set off. Darling, you're back. At that moment, Lin Xia was preparing lunch at home. Upon seeing Li Daxiang return, she rushed to greet him, eagerly taking his coat. To her surprise, Li Daxiang flung the coat right onto her. Darling, you. Lin Xia was perplexed. Li Daxiang, casting a glance at a pair of men's slippers on the floor, was consumed by fury. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Xia, bellowing, you shameless woman. You dare to betray me with another man and even bring him into our home. Lin Xia's mind reeled. When had she ever been unfaithful? So silence speaks volumes, does it? I suspect that even if I were to beat the truth out of you, you would still deny it. Fortunately, I have proof. Seeing her silence only fueled his rage, Li Daxiang opened the photograph sent by Li Hong. Lin Xia took the phone, glanced at the image, and suddenly understood it was a photo of her entering the elevator with Ding Hao just moments ago. She had no idea who had taken it or sent it to her husband. However, this was clearly a misunderstanding that could be easily resolved. Darling, you've misunderstood. That man is my student. I merely invited him over for a meal after encountering him in the neighborhood. It is not as you think, Lin Xia explained earnestly. Her clarification, however, only seemed to intensify Li Daxiang's scorn. A student? How brazen of you, Lin Xia, to think you would stoop so low as to betray your own student. That boy looks like quite the pretty face. I suppose you fancy that type. I wondered why, after 6 months of marriage, you have refused to share a bed with me. It seems you have long been involved with another man. I haven't. Lin Xia attempted to protest, but Li Daxiang raised his hand and struck her sharply across the face, scolding, still trying to wriggle out of this. I've heard the rumors. You two have been all over each other, calling him darling without a shred of shame. Lin Xia, I swear, when your sister returns, I will expose your infidelity. Let us see how you will face her then. A bright red handprint blossomed on Lin Xia's exquisite face from the force of his slap, and she felt utterly humiliated. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she bit her lip, pleading, I did not cheat. I promise I will explain everything to you later. Please don't tell Chou-Ying. What is there to explain? Li Daxiang shouted fiercely. At that moment, the door swung open. A fashionable young woman stepped inside, appearing to be 2 or 3 years younger than Lin Xia. Though she was not as striking, she was still quite attractive, certainly among the top tier of her peers. What is going on? Upon seeing Li Daxiang's furious expression and Lin Xia's tear-streaked face, she was bewildered. Nothing at all. Come in. Dinner is almost ready. Lin Xia feigned nonchalance, pulling Lin Chou-Ying inside, yet Li Daxiang coldly interjected, your sister is cheating on me with a wild man. What? Lin Chou-Ying's eyes widened in disbelief, while Lin Xia trembled at the accusation. Chapter 49. Discussing cooperation. Lin Qiuyao's smile suddenly stiffened as she inquired, brother-in-law, could there be some misunderstanding in this matter? She was all too aware of her sister's character, gentle yet fiercely tenacious. Having already wed her brother-in-law, her sister would never betray him.
Misunderstanding? Li Daxiang recounted the events. Your sister has brought a man into our home. What further misunderstanding could there be?
Although Lin Qiuyao felt deep down that her sister would not engage in such behavior, she found herself somewhat convinced. Brother-in-law, the dishes are ready. Let us eat first. Lin Qiuyao deftly shifted the topic. In the steel fortress, Ding Hao was comfortably sprawled on a small bed on the first floor, absorbed in his phone, with a large stove beside him. While air conditioning would suffice, he preferred the ambience of a fire. After all, he had an abundance of charcoal, so why not enjoy the warmth? Little did he know that chaos was unfolding at Lin Xia's home due to his antics. At that moment, the twin sisters, clad in fluffy pajamas, one in blue and the other in pink, approached him, pleading, Master, it's so dull to stay indoors all day, could you take us out to play in the snow? Ding Hao glanced at them.
They found this mundane. If they waited a few more days, they might just be grateful to be sheltered within the fortress. When he realized he had been playing on his phone for quite a while and felt a tinge of boredom, he responded, "All right." The twins immediately erupted with joy, nearly leaping in delight.
"Thank you, master."
They rushed over, each planting a kiss on his cheek, creating a scene of unparalleled charm. However, Ding Hao was not in the mood for such distractions. With a wave of his hand, he led the twin sisters outside. A breath of fresh air would do them well, especially since future outings might involve far more toxic atmospheres.
"Master, the snow is so beautiful." "Master, come quickly and see."
"This little snowman resembles you." For a moment, the sisters seemed liberated, reveling in happiness. As Ding Hao frolicked in the snow with the two stunning beauties, many envious eyes were cast upon them. Ding Hao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired. After nearly an hour of play, the twins grew weary, and Ding Hao prepared to return with them.
Just then, a voice tinged with sarcasm broke the air.
"Oh, if it isn't Mr. Ding, truly indulging in leisure, venturing out in such heavy snow with two lovely ladies." The voice dripped with disdain. Ding Hao looked up to see Miss Jean, clad in a black dress and veiled, approaching with Lang Er. Today, Lang Er wore a pink dress that, while differing slightly in style from before, fit her perfectly. Her hair was elegantly pinned with a hairpin, and although her outfit was somewhat sheer, she appeared unfazed by the cold. Indeed, while Lang Er was undeniably beautiful, she was not the fragile type. With her physical resilience and the recent treatment Ding Hao had provided her, she was well equipped to withstand the chill. However, as Ding Hao observed the increasingly radiant flush on Lang Er's cheeks, a flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. Had her complexion improved due to their recent encounters? He then scrutinized the twin sisters, comparing them to their initial appearance, and noted that they too seemed to have grown more beautiful. It appeared he would need to be more generous in the future. He mused. At that moment, Chu Qing and Chu Shui overheard Lang Er's remarks and expressed their displeasure.
"Who are you to criticize our master?
He may do as he pleases, it is none of your concern."
TSK, calling him master now?"
Lang Er's tone grew sharper. Clearly, he is no good man, having led innocent maidens astray. Chu Chang and Chu Shui raised their eyebrows in indignation. This individual had repeatedly sought to tarnish their master's reputation, inciting their anger. Just as they were about to retort, Miss Jean interjected, "Lang Er, mind your words, and apologize to Mr.
Ding."
Upon hearing Miss Jean's command, the twin sisters fell silent. "Yes, miss," Lang Er replied, nodding. She shot a fierce glare at the twins before stepping forward to Ding Hao, biting her lip as she said, "Mr. Ding, I was careless with my words, I apologize." "Your apology lacks sincerity," Ding Hao remarked with a narrowed smile. Lang Er scoffed inwardly. This old lecher was quite the charmer, expecting her to apologize. "If you find my apology insincere, how would you have me amend it?" she retorted coldly. Ding Hao replied with a smile, "Since I lost to you last time, and it still irks me, how about we have a rematch tonight?" A rematch? At the mere suggestion, Lang Er felt her legs weaken. "And no, I'm busy," she stammered in refusal. Miss Jin's curious gaze fell upon Lang Er. In her recollection, Lang Er had always been spirited, never one to decline a challenge. Why the sudden change in demeanor? Sensing Miss Jin's scrutiny, Lang Er feared suspicion would arise. She hastily told Ding Hao, "I never compete with those who have been defeated. If you feel unsatisfied, practice for a couple of years before challenging me again." This retort earned a nod of approval from Miss Jean. Yet, she still found Lang Er's recent behavior peculiar. It seemed she held particularly strong opinions about Ding Hao, often laced with sarcasm upon their meetings. However, Miss Jean dismissed her thoughts as she turned to Ding Hao, stating plainly, "Mr.
Ding, I presume you had foreseen this snowstorm a month ago?"
Upon hearing Miss Jean's question, Ding Hao was momentarily taken aback. However, Lang Er gasped in surprise, recalling her previous investigations into Ding Hao and his remarkable feats as a martial artist. She felt a chill run down her spine. Was it possible for a martial artist to possess such foresight? Previously, she would have scoffed at the notion, but after numerous interactions with Ding Hao, her understanding of him had deepened, making it less absurd. Yet, experts had asserted that this snow would last only a day. Of preparing so extensively seemed unnecessary, did it not? "I am not that remarkable, it was merely luck," Ding Hao countered in response to Miss Jin's inquiry. However, Miss Jean merely smiled, unfazed, and posed a more pressing question. "Mr. Ding, you are being too modest. I came to consult you on another matter. I wish to know how long you believe this snow will continue to fall."
"How long?"
"How should I know? Rather than ask me, you might as well check the news. There are plenty of experts commenting there." Ding Hao shrugged.
"Is that so?"
Miss Jean shook her head. "If Mr. Ding is truly unwilling to share, that is acceptable. I had originally hoped to collaborate with you to acquire some essential resources."
"Lang Er, let us depart."
With that, Miss Jean turned and led Lang Er away. Chapter 50 of The Investigator. Wait. Just then, Ding Hao, with a playful expression, called out to her.
What did Miss Jean mean by her last statement?
Miss Jean paused, gazing at Ding Hao with an enigmatic smile, remaining silent. This woman. Ding Hao sighed. "Fine, since you're so curious, I shall inform you that the snow will not cease, and it will only intensify. After all, the apocalypse had already commenced."
Revealing a morsel of information no longer mattered. And then? Upon hearing Ding Hao's words, Miss Jin's expression turned grave. "And then?"
Ding Hao shrugged. "Beyond that, I am at a loss. What do you mean by vital resources?"
"It seems Mr.
Ding is still reluctant to divulge the complete truth, but I believe what I know is sufficient," Miss Jean replied with a smile.
The vital resources I refer to are, of course, gasoline and diesel. During times of crisis, it is unlikely that even with abundant wealth, Mr. Ding would be able to procure them. If that is the case, we may indeed have an opportunity for collaboration. After saying this, Miss Jean cast a knowing glance at Ding Hao. He immediately understood, nodding. In 2 days, who do you intend to send to assist me? Miss Jean turned to her companion, Lang Er, and said, Lang Er, in 2 days, accompany Mr.
Ding on his errand.
Lang Er was perplexed, unable to comprehend the exchange that had just transpired between them. Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement. Yes, Mississippi. She then felt Ding Hao's gaze, which seemed to pierce through her, scrutinizing her intently while a smile with an inscrutable meaning played upon his lips. In 2 days, I shall trouble you, Miss Lang, Ding Hao said cheerfully. Lang Er's cheeks flushed slightly, she merely huffed in response, remaining silent. Shortly thereafter, Miss Jean bid her farewell and departed.
Master, that woman is insufferable for speaking of you in such a manner.
Once Miss Jin's figure had vanished completely, Chu Cheng and Chu Shui immediately expressed their discontent. Of no consequence, Ding Hao replied with a faint smile, unfazed, and soon returned home with Chu Cheng and Chu Shui. You wretched harlot, at last, I have found you. After Miss Jean and Lang Er returned to the villa, a young man with bleached hair suddenly appeared outside. This young man was the very individual who had attempted to harass Lang Er the previous night, only to receive a severe reprimand from her. At this moment, the memory of Lang Er's frosty, haughty demeanor while clad in a Lolita wedding dress ignited a flame of desire within him. Such pure and proud exterior, yet who knows what scandalous behavior lurks beneath. I shall make you sing conquer for me one day, heh. The young man mused, lost in his thoughts. I wonder what relation that woman in the black dress has with her. Could they possibly be twins? If so, I might entertain a rather audacious idea. Though he could not discern Miss Jin's appearance, the mere thought of her alluring figure was enough to captivate him. As he contemplated, he retreated, fully aware that recklessly charging in would be folly. After all, he had experienced Lang Er's formidable prowess firsthand the previous night. A single hairpin had rendered him utterly powerless. Had that hairpin been aimed at his head, he would have been a corpse by now.
What does it matter how skilled you are in combat? I have my own methods to deal with you.
Upon returning home, Ding Hao's stomach growled in hunger. After sending the sisters upstairs, he retrieved some steaming dishes from his space and set them on the table, then called for the two to come down for dinner.
Master is so kind to us.
Chu Cheng and Chu Shui were visibly moved by the sight. After you finish your meal, you should rest in your rooms, Ding Hao instructed. Due to the sisters occupying the space, he decided to retreat to his own room on the 3rd floor that evening. As Ding Hao scrolled through his phone, catching up on the latest news, a notification from WeChat suddenly chimed. He opened the app to discover that he had been mentioned in the community owner group by someone named Wang Wei.
I would like to report today's progress to everyone.
This Wang Wei first posted several photos of snow removal, detailing the hardships faced by his team, which prompted numerous compliments from others. He then shifted his tone, stating, I appreciate everyone's cooperation today. It is through your support that our work has proceeded so smoothly. However, there are some selfish individuals lacking a sense of collective honor whom I must call out by name.
Ding Hao.
He proceeded to embellish their earlier conversation, provoking a flurry of criticism from the group. What the hell, this person is incredibly selfish, refusing to help with snow removal and unwilling to contribute financially, only looking to reap the benefits without effort. How is that fair?
Indeed, what a disgraceful character to sully the reputation of our community.
Where does he live? Post a picture so we can avoid him and steer clear of bad luck.
Within minutes, Wang Wei shared a photo taken outside the steel fortress. What the hell, isn't that the house being renovated?
I saw it just a few days ago. Someone exclaimed upon recognizing the image. Chapter 51. The dramatic shift in attitude. Renovating this villa must have cost at least over 100 million, TSK. It's true that the wealthier one is, the more miserly they become. With so much money at home, they won't even part with 2,000. Soon, someone remarked sarcastically. At that moment, more photos emerged, depicting Ding Hao and the twin sisters frolicking in the snow. Instantly, a wave of jealousy permeated the homeowners group. Goodness, how beautiful, and two of them. Indeed, wealth is remarkable, but it's a pity that virtue does not match position. Trouble is bound to arise sooner or later. Look, when we asked him to help shovel snow, he claimed he was too busy, yet he has time to play with women.
At this juncture, Wang Wei stepped forward to deliver another blow.
Immediately, several others joined in, hurling insults at Ding Hao. Building 8, Room 903, Li Daxiang was scrolling through the homeowners group messages, thoroughly entertained and prepared to join in the derision aimed at Ding Hao. However, upon seeing Ding Hao's photos, his eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't this the man who had been stealing his woman? How could he be so wealthy and live in such a grand villa?
Get over here, you shameless woman, and see if this is the man you've been cheating with.
Li Daqiang bellowed at Lin Xia, who was busy with household chores. Lin Xia cautiously approached, the imprint of a slap still clearly visible on her face. Hearing the commotion, Lin Xiaoyue hurried over.
Yes, it's him, but he's just my student, we haven't done anything.
Lin Xia explained softly. Yet, the sight of Chu Qing and Chu Shuan in the photographs left her somewhat perplexed. Was one of them Ding Hao's girlfriend? How can you still claim nothing happened? I see you must think I'm too poor and are preparing to latch onto a rich man. Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, Li Daqiang's anger surged, and he raised his hand to strike her again. Lin Xia covered her aching cheek as tears streamed down her face in distress.
Brother-in-law, please don't hit sister anymore, what on earth happened? Lin Xiaoyue interjected, stepping between Lin Xia and Li Daxiang. What else could it be but this dog of a man cheating with your sister? His family is evidently wealthy. Li Daxiang angrily retorted, showing Lin Xiaoyue the photo and the chat messages from the homeowners group. After reading, Lin Xiaoyue's eyes widened in shock. Sister, is this really your student? She asked incredulously. Seeing her sister's inquiry, Lin Xia suppressed her grievances and replied, he is my student, but you must have misunderstood, his family background is quite ordinary, and that villa likely isn't his. Throughout their university years, Ding Hao had lived modestly. She had treated him to meals on numerous occasions. How could such a student possibly come from a wealthy family? Moreover, Ding Hao had recently lost his job. However, Lin Xiaoyue's expression turned peculiar upon hearing her explanation. Sister, are you certain his family is ordinary? His name is Ding Hao. Lin Xiaoyue quickly pulled out her phone, tapping a few times, revealing Ding Hao's photo and personal information on the screen. CEO of a large trading company, a well-known local figure. Who in high society doesn't know Ding Hao? Can this be considered an ordinary family background? Lin Xiaoyue displayed her phone to Lin Xia, who was left utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that Ding Hao was such a person. Reflecting on the condescending remark she had made to him earlier, Lin Xia felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, yet, the thought of Ding Hao's remarkable success genuinely filled her with joy. Let me see. At that moment, Li Daxiang abruptly snatched the phone from her hands. After glancing at Ding Hao's profile, his complexion fluctuated between red and white. Eventually, he set the phone down. Lin Xia anxiously explained, darling, he really is just my student, nothing has happened between us, I believe you. Li Daxiang interrupted before she could finish. His tone softened considerably, I must have misunderstood you before, and I apologized. I'm sorry. Lin Xia was taken aback by Li Daxiang's sudden change in demeanor, fearing it was the calm before the storm. However, Li Daxiang not only refrained from erupting in anger but continued to speak gently, I've been out of work these past few days and couldn't find a job, which has made me a bit irritable. Please bear with me. I'm fine, weren't you just saying that Ding Hao is your student? Your relationship should be quite good, right? Li Daxiang interrupted again. At this point, Lin Xia was utterly confused but nodded, it's alright, I suppose. Good, that's excellent. Li Daxiang said cheerfully, since I haven't been able to find work lately, and you have a good relationship with President Ding, why don't you ask him to help me secure a good job? What do you think? With that, excitement gleamed in his eyes. After all, a CEO of a large company could easily provide him with a job that would far surpass a lifetime of struggling. As for the affair between Ding Hao and Lin Xia, it had long been cast aside from his mind. This, Lin Xia felt suddenly put on the spot. Having not seen Ding Hao for years, asking him for a favor seemed daunting. Are you saying you're unwilling? Li Daxiang's expression darkened instantly. Noting Lin Xia's hesitation, Lin Xiaoyue quickly urged, sister, since brother-in-law has put it this way, just ask him, after all, your relationship with President Ding is quite good. If he agrees, it would be a huge win. Lin Xiaoyue had no ulterior motives. She merely thought that if Li Daxiang could find work sooner, it would alleviate some pressure from her sister, allowing her to live a bit more easily. Very well. Ultimately, Lin Xia bit her lip and consented. At worst, she would have to swallow her pride. Great, tonight, dear wife, you should take a good rest, I'll prepare something delicious for you. Li Daxiang said joyfully upon hearing her agreement. Lin Xiaoyue also volunteered to take on the rest of the household chores. Lin Xia sank into the sofa, feeling a sense of unprecedented relief, yet the thought of having to plead with Ding Hao the following day made her feel quite awkward. Ha, this brat dares to withhold payment. He'll have no face to show himself in the community from now on. In Building 13, Wang Wei watched the group chat, relishing the sight of others condemning Ding Hao, chuckling to himself. Beside him sat a finely dressed woman, who, looking somewhat worried, asked, are we going too far? He won't come looking for trouble, will he? He dares. Wang Wei scoffed dismissively. With Ding Hao's frail stature, he could easily take him down with a single hand. If Ding Hao truly dared to confront him, it would only be an act of self-humiliation. Today was truly profitable, I only wish the snow would last a bit longer. Wang Wei said, admiring the balance in his WeChat wallet, feeling elated. Ha? Did you turn off the air conditioning? Just then, Wang Wei felt a chill sweep through, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Chapter 52, a sudden drop in temperature. I didn't turn it off, did I? Wang Wei's wife shivered noticeably, clearly affected by the cold. Then what is happening? Could it be that the air conditioning has switched off on its own? Wang Wei pondered, finding this to be the only plausible explanation. However, when he glanced up, he discovered that the air conditioner was still functioning normally. With a sense of suspicion, he adjusted the temperature to its maximum, only to find that the chill remained unbearable. Is this some sort of haunting? He wrapped himself in a blanket, feeling a fleeting moment of comfort. Yet, mere minutes later, the blanket proved inadequate. It dawned on him that perhaps the issue wasn't related to the air conditioning at all. What on earth is going on? At that moment, Wang Wei caught sight of the homeowners group chat, realizing that not just his household, but everyone was experiencing the same predicament. The chat was filled with complaints. What the hell is happening? Didn't the experts say the snow would stop today? Why is the temperature not rising but instead plummeting to minus 30 degrees? This is absolutely maddening. I can barely endure minus 10, how on earth am I supposed to cope with minus 30? Good grief, this is disastrous, the air conditioning is as ineffective as if it were off. Does anyone know when it will get warmer? I never want to see snow again.
Meanwhile, Ding Hao sat by the stove, engrossed in his phone, basking in the warmth. Beyond the homeowners group, the entire internet was ablaze with outrage. The experts who had confidently proclaimed that the snow would cease today were being publicly chastised, particularly the one named Hong Hagwon, who had insisted that the snow would stop and advised everyone to consume their provisions, faced a torrent of backlash. After enduring over 2 hours of censure, he finally emerged to apologize, attributing his misjudgment to an error, claiming the snow was expected to cease tomorrow instead of today. He cited a plethora of professional knowledge, attempting to sound credible, which eventually garnered him some belief. Yet, Ding Hao was keenly aware that this individual was nothing more than a charlatan. When the morrow arrived and people sought him out again, he would undoubtedly feign ignorance. Subsequently, Ding Hao contemplated, capturing a close-up of himself in the stove on his phone.
This weather is sweltering. I am sweating profusely every day.
He paired it with a caption and promptly shared it in the homeowners group. The group was initially silent, but soon erupted into a frenzy.
What the hell? This is blatant bragging, we're on the brink of freezing to death, and he's complaining about the heat.
This is utterly shameless. How did such a scoundrel end up in our community? It's truly revolting.
Ding Hao's single photo and accompanying remark elicited dozens of negative emotion points.
Although each was modest, collectively they amounted to an impressive sum, tallying in the thousands. Ding Hao also discerned something intriguing. He could identify the true identities of these individuals, even if they used aliases in the group.
How amusing.
Ding Hao smiled faintly. At that moment, someone in the group specifically addressed him. Teacher Song, is there any spare stove available for sale? I'm willing to pay double. Aside from those cursing Ding Hao, others were envious of the stove, eager to purchase it at a premium. If this heavy snowfall were merely temporary, Ding Hao would certainly consider selling. It would be foolish to turn down money. However, given the current circumstances, cash would soon become worthless while the stove was an invaluable resource.
There was no way Ding Hao would foolishly part with it. Moreover, as he scrolled through the group chat, he noticed that this individual had previously joined in the ridicule against him, making it all the more reason not to sell. Without a second thought, Ding Hao typed, "There are spare stoves available. Thank you, I would like 5, but I have no intention of selling to you." The message from Teacher Song was abruptly cut off.
A few moments later, he declared, "If you don't want to sell, then don't. Why all the unnecessary chatter? I'm not interested in your worthless stove." Another user, named Great Love Teacher, chimed in with a sour remark, "It's just a stove. Once your charcoal is used up, it will be nothing but scrap metal, utterly useless."
Used up charcoal? Ding Hao couldn't help but laugh.
"I'm sorry, but even a lifetime's worth of burning wound tea deplete it." He walked over to a discreet little storage area, snapped a photo of the fully stocked charcoal, and shared it in the group. The chat fell silent, especially the two who had just mocked him now found themselves facing a harsh reality. As the morning sun rose, Ding Hao heard the doorbell ring. Checking the monitor, he saw that it was Lin Xia, whom he had met just the day before. Today, she was even more bundled up, swathed in a thick down jacket, complete with a mask and earmuffs. Only a sliver of her black stockings was visible, but they appeared to be thick and warm.
"Teacher Lin?" Ding Hao descended to open the door.
"Ding Hao, my student." Lin Xia gazed at him but found herself at a loss for words.
"Teacher Lin, it's freezing outside."
"Let us talk inside," Ding Hao invited. Noticing her shivering, however, Lin Xia shook her head, biting her lip as she spoke. "Ding Hao, I want to go in. I came to ask you for a favor." Ultimately, Lin Xia mustered the courage to state her intent. Upon hearing her request for help in arranging a job, Ding Hao felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. His company had been sold. Where could he possibly arrange employment? Moreover, with the impending apocalypse looming, who would even consider working? Noticing the troubled expression on Ding Hao's face, Lin Xia felt a pang of disappointment and said, "Ding Hao, I was just suggesting it casually. Please don't take it to heart. Teacher Lin, I will help you." Ding Hao took a deep breath and interrupted her. "Our company is in need of a warehouse supervisor, with an annual salary just over 300,000.
How about we offer this position to your husband?
However, I must inform you that if he takes this role, he will have to wait at least a week." Back in school, Lin Xia had always looked out for him. It felt inappropriate not to assist her in some way, so he concocted a position to lift her spirits, knowing full well that in a week, no one would be at work. As he anticipated, upon hearing Ding Hao's words, Lin Xia sighed with relief, a smile breaking across her face as if a heavy burden had been lifted.
"Ding Hao, I can't thank you enough.
If you ever need anything from your teacher, please don't hesitate to ask. Though my abilities may be limited, I will do my utmost to assist you." Lin Xia said, feeling a touch of embarrassment. After all, Ding Hao was the CEO of a major company. How could he possibly require her help, now that she had sought his assistance? Maintaining her authoritative stance as a teacher felt impossible.
"Ding Hao, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Perhaps I can invite you over for dinner at my place another day." "Absolutely."
Ding Hao waved her goodbye. Chapter 53 Official announcement. As Lin Xia's silhouette vanished into the swirling snow, Ding Hao prepared to return.
"Wait a moment."
At that instant, a woman who bore a slight resemblance to Lin Xia emerged from the shadows.
"I thought you would hide away indefinitely." Ding Hao squinted and smiled. "What is your name, and what is your relationship with Teacher Lin?"
From the very beginning, he had been aware that this woman had been lurking nearby, eavesdropping on his conversation with Lin Xia. Initially, he had intended to teach her a lesson, but upon noticing her resemblance to Lin Xia, he abandoned that notion. My name is Lin Xiaoyue, and Lin Xia is my sister. Lin Xiaoyue grit her teeth and inquired, tell me, why did you deceive my sister?
Ding Hao shrugged and retorted, when did I deceive your sister? Just now.
Lin Xiaoyue asserted, you claimed you would arrange a job for my brother-in-law, but when I checked last night, I discovered that you sold your company a month ago.
Without a company, how can you arrange work for my brother-in-law? Speak up, do you have ulterior motives towards my sister?
Lin Xiaoyue's face was etched with suspicion, deliberately maintaining a certain distance from Ding Hao, fearful that he might act out in anger if she exposed his intentions.
Are you aware that there exists a type of deception known as a benevolent lie?
Ding Hao glanced at Lin Xiaoyue's tense posture and chuckled, furthermore, you need not be so anxious.
I have no interest in your flat-chested figure. You think I'm flat?
Lin Xiaoyue's face flushed crimson, and she quickly lowered her head, only to realize she couldn't see her toes, which eased her mind. When she raised her head again, she caught Ding Hao's teasing gaze, prompting her to huff disdainfully, rogue, whether it's a benign or malevolent lie, it remains a lie. Moreover, I warn you, do not approach my sister again. Otherwise, if my brother-in-law becomes angry due to your actions, I shall hold you accountable.
Your brother-in-law is angry? Ding Hao seized upon this crucial point. Lin Xiaoyue replied irritably, isn't it your fault? If you hadn't visited my sister's house yesterday, how would my brother-in-law have suspected that she was involved with you?
Ding Hao found himself increasingly perplexed. Please recount the entire series of events.
You expect me to just recount it?
Lin Xiaoyue shot back, but in order to quickly delineate her sister from this rogue, she recounted the events of the previous day. My sister has been coerced into marriage, rendering her exceedingly unhappy for the past 6 months. Now that things are finally looking up, if you have any decency, you will refrain from disturbing her tranquil life. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoyue's words, Ding Hao finally comprehended the considerable hardships Lin Xia had endured over the years. Pressured by her family to marry a husband she had scarcely met, she found herself wed to a man with grand ambitions yet little capability, whose temper was notoriously volatile. In the 6 months of their marriage, he had earned not a penny and had taken considerable amounts of money from Lin Xia. Her funds were stretched thin, as she had to support both her family and her husband while also covering mortgage and car loan payments. By the end of the month, her financial situation was dire, and her savings were almost depleted. I understand now, Ding Hao said after a moment of silence, nodding in acknowledgement.
Humph, at least you are perceptive.
However, regarding that lie you mentioned earlier, let us keep it under wraps for now. I will stabilize my brother-in-law for a few days, and then we'll devise a plan. Lin Xiaoyue huffed lightly, lifting her chin in pride as she departed. To assist or not to assist, it is indeed a delicate matter, for this is someone else's family affair. Ding Hao shook his head, feeling a sense of regret for Lin Xia. Once a goddess admired by countless suitors, it was disheartening to see her enduring such unhappiness. He finally understood why Lin Xia had come to him for help, and the relieved smile she had shown him then. Upon returning to his fortress of solitude, Ding Hao found himself with no pressing matters to attend to and opted to immerse himself in video games. It was not until the evening that a flurry of messages erupted across the internet. There's no food left. With the heavy snowfall and icy ground rendering many roads impassable, the supply of food had dwindled significantly. Even with prices skyrocketing, items were quickly sold out. Supermarkets were stripped bare of any consumables. Initially, people complained, accusing supermarkets of price gouging amidst the national disaster. However, as time passed, even those willing to spend money found themselves unable to procure food. This led to widespread cries for sustenance online. In the owners group of Ding Hao's community, individuals were frantically spending money to secure food. Rice, typically priced at 2 yuan per pound, now saw offers of 20 yuan per pound, yet none could obtain any. After all, no one knew how long this snowstorm would persist.
Having food at home brings peace of mind.
Yet Ding Hao was aware that the most terrifying times were still ahead. If his memory served him correctly, a wave of disaster relief supplies was due to arrive shortly. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the owners group erupted with jubilant cheers. The disaster relief supplies have arrived. Someone shared images in the group, showcasing truck after truck laden with food entering the community, surrounded by eager crowds. Soon, an announcement was made: each household would receive 20 pounds of rice. This news sparked cheers, for while 20 pounds was not in abundance, it would alleviate their immediate needs. They firmly believed that the heavy snowfall would cease within a few days. In addition to the rice, free electricity was being provided to combat the snowstorm, a move that garnered considerable praise. The electricity bills for the past few days had been astronomical. Alongside free electricity, each household was also given electric stoves, ovens, and warm clothing, instantly alleviating concerns about the cold. Not a fan of sang Ding Hao, huh, brother, look at you, treating those old stoves like treasures.
Now that everyone has them, they're not so special anymore.
Greatly fond of sang Ding Hao, once the snow disaster passes, sell me all those stoves. My family runs a recycling business.
I'll offer you the best price, huh?
One after another, people in the group tagged Ding Hao, mocking him relentlessly. However, Ding Hao, upon seeing their comments, could not be bothered to respond. In a few days, when the power was cut off, it remained uncertain whose possessions would become worthless. Ding Hao continued scrolling through the announcement and came across another piece of news. In essence, it stated that in order to assist individuals from underprivileged areas, the authorities had decided to relocate them to more comfortable communities, specifically into vacant homes within the designated areas. Ding Hao's community fell within this scope. Of this development did not surprise him, as it mirrored events from his previous life, yet, he knew that many of those who moved in would be of mixed backgrounds, and once order dissipated, they would become the most unstable element. Of course, if it had been the Ding Hao of his previous life, he would have felt apprehensive, but now, he could only conclude that anyone who dared to be disrespectful would find themselves promptly enlightened.
Chapter 54. In the bathroom at Lin Xia's home. Wife, come and have some tea.
Li Daxian, with a face full of eagerness, presented a cup of tea before Lin Xia, completely shedding his previous arrogance. The reason for this change, of course, was the delightful news Lin Xia had brought back. She had secured a job, not just any job, but a managerial position in a major company with an annual salary exceeding 300,000. This was indeed a lucrative opportunity, complemented by a substantial amount of unreported income. Li Daxian had inquired about such positions and discovered that without connections, one could never gain entry. Were it not for Lin Xia's acquaintance with Ding Hao, he would have no hope of ever reaching such heights in his lifetime. I can manage on my own, Lin Xia replied, somewhat taken aback. Previously, Li Daxian had never shown her such warmth. Observing this scene, Lin Xiaoyue felt a twinge of worry. The more pleased her brother-in-law appeared now, the more furious he might be once the truth behind the lies was revealed. Hesitantly, she approached Lin Xia and quietly suggested, "Sister, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from further contact with Ding Hao. If brother-in-law finds out, it might upset him." She reasoned that if her sister ceased meeting Ding Hao, even if the truth came to light, there would be no grounds for her brother-in-law's anger. However, Lin Xia did not grasp this underlying implication and reassured her, "Xiaoyue, what do you mean? The relationship between Ding Hao and me is completely innocent. Daxiang is aware of this now.
Why should we not continue our friendship?"
But, Lin Xiaoyue hesitated.
Enough of this but.
I stand firm in my integrity and fear nothing, Lin Xia asserted. Faced with her sister's resolute stance, Lin Xiaoyue had no further words and could only sigh, deciding to take things as they came. In the villa of Miss Jean, the bathroom light shone brightly, and steam wafted through the air. A graceful silhouette swayed behind the glass door. The sight was captivating, causing one's heart to race. "That scoundrel really has an abundance of beautiful women around him," came the melancholic voice of Lang Er from within. She squeezed a bit of shower gel onto her skin, releasing a delightful fragrance. With the aid of the shower gel, her skin glistened like snow, yet, her mood was somewhat sour. That lecherous old man had been ensconced in his tender haven for nearly 2 days without making any effort to seek her out.
Don't move.
Just as Lang Er was reveling in the comfort of her bath, a chilling object suddenly fell upon her neck. "Who is it?" she exclaimed sharply, her heart racing. How could this be, as someone had managed to intrude upon her bathing sanctuary without her awareness? "Move again, and I will kill you," came a voice from behind her, laden with menace. However, a sudden thought crossed Lang Er's mind, and a smirk graced her lips. Unfazed, she squeezed more shower gel and continued her wash. "I've already moved, you might as well kill me now," she retorted defiantly. That behind her, Ding Hao's resigned voice responded, "How did you know it was me?" He believed he had left no trace of his presence. Lang Er laughed, a genuine smile lighting her face. Perhaps it was the fact that Ding Hao had come to find her that brought her such joy. "In a certain sense, you did not reveal any flaws, but you have one glaring weakness."
"What is it?"
"Your strength is so overwhelming that I had no inkling of your presence."
"That is your flaw."
Lang Er analyzed clearly. "Over the years, you are the only one who could effortlessly defeat me."
"All right then."
Ding Hao had not anticipated that his own prowess would be the source of his exposure.
However, he grinned mischievously, "Then you must be aware of my purpose for visiting tonight, right?"
"This is Miss Jin's villa, she is just upstairs, Lang Er began, but before she could finish her thought, Ding Hao reached out and pinched her in front of him. Instantly, she felt as though she had been electrified, a delightful shiver coursing through her body, rendering her limbs weak.
"You old lecher, why do you always prefer to ambush?" Lang Er complained.
Ding Hao shook his head. "I did not ambush, I launched a frontal attack. If you cannot withstand it, you cannot blame me." "Fine, just be gentle, it wouldn't do for Miss Jean to hear," Lang Er said, her face flushed, speaking softly. She was acutely aware that this occasion was quite different from the previous ones, with Miss Jean so close at hand. "No need to wash." As Lang Er prepared to rinse off the shower gel, Ding Hao reached out to stop her. Seeing the mischievous grin on his face, her cheeks reddened further.
"Lang Er, what was going on just now?"
At that moment, Miss Jin's voice echoed from outside. Clearly, Lang Er's earlier shout had startled her. Taken aback, Lang Er hurriedly responded, "Miss, I'm fine, it was just a cat that startled me." Outside the bathroom, Miss Jean regarded this explanation with skepticism. A cat? Where would a cat come from in her villa? She signaled to her 10 or so bodyguards, who stood ready in the hall. With just a command from Miss Jean, they would rush in to assist. She then pulled up a chair and sat outside the bathroom, softly saying, "Lang Er, since you're afraid of cats, I shall keep you company. It has been quite a while since we last spoke, we might as well have a chat." "All right then, miss," came Lang Er's voice from within the bathroom. Once inside, she quickly told Ding Hao, "Tonight is not going to work. Miss Jean is right outside the door. If anything happens, she will come rushing in. You should leave now." Ding Hao shook his head in refusal. "What is there to fear, just keep the noise down."
An hour later. "I'm leaving now."
Before departing, Ding Hao planted a kiss on Lang Er's cheek. Instantly, all her frustrations dissipated, leaving only a lingering sweetness in their wake. She hastily donned her clothes and tidied herself before opening the bathroom door and stepping out.
Seeing that only Lang'er was present, Miss Jean breathed a sigh of relief. She had feared that Lang'er might have been taken hostage. Lang'er, your complexion looks particularly rosy today, Miss Jean remarked, surveying her. Yes, perhaps it's due to the steam from the hot water, Lang'er offered a vague explanation, fully aware of the true reason. Very well, take good rest tonight. Tomorrow, you will go out with Mr. Ding. Do be cautious, especially of him should anything unexpected occur. Use the items I entrusted to you, Miss Jean advised, dismissing the bodyguards. Understood. Lang'er nodded quickly, though she did not take her words to heart. Caution against Ding Hao, she had long since surrendered completely to him. Chapter 55. Your troubles are of no concern to me. The following morning, the entire neighborhood was abuzz with unusual activity. The reason was, naturally, that a considerable number of people were preparing to move in for an extended stay. The residents of the community exhibited neither hostility towards the newcomers nor a welcoming demeanor. Nevertheless, despite this ambivalence, those poised to inhabit the neighborhood were exceedingly jubilant. This is the neighborhood residence, the decor is absolutely splendid. Once I acquire sufficient wealth, I shall certainly purchase a unit here, one remarked. Dream on. Each of these properties cost several million. You, a mere assembler, believe you can afford to buy here, another scoffed. Why not? I am confident that with my years of diligent savings, coupled with the compensation from the impending redevelopment, I will certainly be able to secure a residence here. May I inquire, if it's not too presumptuous, how much you have managed to save over the years? An impressive 10,000 yuan. The crowd fell silent. At that moment, Sophie and her family blended into the throng as they entered the community. Father, mother, at long last, we are on the brink of a brighter future living here. We shall no longer fear the cold, Sophie exclaimed, gazing at the neighborhood with delight. Indeed, our previous dwelling was drafty on all sides. While I could endure the warmth, once the temperature dropped, it nearly turned me into an ice sculpture. Su Sheng shivered, as a gust of chilly wind swept past. Joy illuminated the faces of Su Dafu and Sun Hongmei. Suddenly, Su Dafu seemed to recall something and spoke up. I wonder how that scoundrel Ding Hao is faring now, but if he hadn't broken my watch, I wouldn't be enduring such hardship. Days passed, yet Su Dafu's resentment towards Ding Hao persisted. Hearing his words, Sophie gritted her teeth and retorted, what could he possibly be doing, either freezing to death or starving? He has barely any money and cannot move here like us. As she spoke, Sophie sensed the curious gazes of those around her. With a haughty huff, she lifted her chin. Ever since her recent cosmetic enhancements, she had attracted nearly universal attention on the streets. Once this phase passed, she believed that with her newfound beauty, even in Ding Hao's absence, she could easily find herself a wealthy suitor. Unbeknownst to her, the glances directed her way were driven not by her beauty but by curiosity regarding her peculiar appearance. Serves him right. Su Sheng clapped his hands in laughter. If that's the case, it would be splendid. That fool has caused our family to toil for over 20 days, nearly exhausting me. Let us not speak of that unfortunate matter any longer. We should hasten to our new home, Su Dafu suggested, pulling out a set of keys with excitement. Their new residence was located in Building 9. Excellent, let us head there immediately. Su Sheng responded eagerly. With that, the family began to carry their belongings toward their temporary new abode. Wait, this villa seems oddly familiar. Sophie suddenly halted after a few minutes of walking. Staring at the steel fortress before her, she remarked, I remember now, Ding Hao once owned a villa here. I wonder what has transpired to render it like this. This villa has nothing to do with him. He sold it ages ago. Even if he were here in person, he wouldn't be allowed entry. Let us not waste time here, Su Dafu replied dismissively. Indeed, Sophie nodded, then sighed, this villa appears so warm. How wonderful it would be if our family could reside within. Su Sheng agreed, I too long to live there, but the current occupants would never permit us entry. With a collective sigh, they prepared to leave when suddenly, the grand gate of the steel fortress creaked open. Ding Hao stepped out. Instantly, the eyes of the Su family widened in disbelief. Ding Hao, what brings you here? Sophie exclaimed in surprise. As Ding Hao emerged and spotted them, he too was momentarily taken aback. Weren't they supposed to be in the urban village? How had they ended up here? Upon noticing their luggage, Ding Hao quickly connected the dots, a smile forming on his lips. This was fortuitous. He could finally channel some of that negative energy elsewhere. What kind of question is that? This is my home, why shouldn't I be here? Ding Hao retorted confidently, countering Sophie's inquiry. Sophie was momentarily taken aback, but then she had a thought, flipping her hair and presenting what she believed was an alluring smile. Ding Hao, would you be interested in inviting me in for a moment? The toss of her hair nearly made Ding Hao gag. Suppressing his disgust, he replied, have you forgotten what I said a few days ago? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth who is impoverished. You abandoned me in my time of need, and now that I have succeeded, you wish to return? Not a chance. Ding Hao's words left them dumbfounded, and soon they felt a wave of despair. After all, who could have anticipated that just days ago, Ding Hao, with barely a few thousand yuan and a mountain of debt, would suddenly rise again? Such a narrative would be deemed absurd even in fiction. From Sophie. 500 negative emotion value. From Su Dafu, 500 negative emotion value. From Sun Hongmei, 500 negative emotion value. From Su Sheng, 500 negative emotion value. Ding Hao registered the system notification and was momentarily stunned. So he had just accrued 2,000 negative emotion points? What a splendid opportunity. He must find a way to capitalize on this. At that moment, Sophie curiously inquired, Ding Hao, I thought you were broke? How did you suddenly end up residing in a villa?
Sophie distinctly recalled having seen Ding Hao's bank statements and property transfer documents. Ding Hao casually responded, "Oh, I was broke indeed, but this villa was merely lent to a friend for a few days. Now that he has returned it to me, I am back here." What, the villa was only temporarily borrowed? Upon hearing Ding Hao's words, the family nearly choked on their own disappointment. Had they known this, even if Ding Hao had forced them out, they would have never left. What a monumental loss. At this moment, they were filled with regret. They were so close, so very close to owning a magnificent villa. However, it was too late for regrets. Their immediate course of action must be to mend their relationship with Ding Hao. Sophie, realizing this, squeezed out a tear and said, "Ding Hao, I too had my reasons that day."
"Is that so?"
Ding Hao inquired. "Indeed," Sophie nodded earnestly, preparing to launch into her tale of woe. Yet Ding Hao abruptly waved his hand, interrupting her. "Enough, spare me your sob story. Your troubles are of no concern to me. I do not wish to hear a single word." All the words Sophie had prepared were abruptly stifled. "Very well," she conceded with resignation.
"Wait a moment."
Just as Ding Hao was about to close the door, Sun Hongmei quickly called out to him.
"Is there something else?" Ding Hao asked coldly. "Dear son-in-law, I am not your son-in-law."
"Then, young Hao." Sun Hongmei swiftly adjusted her address, her face beaming with flattery.
"Could you possibly allow us to stay for a few days? We will leave as soon as the snow ceases."
Chapter 56, a kick explodes. Upon uttering those words, Sun Hongmei gazed at Ding Hao with eager anticipation. Her thoughts were quite straightforward. Since Ding Hao had previously entertained the notion of remarrying, it indicated that he still harbored feelings for Su Fei. The reason for his reluctance to forgive them now appeared to stem from their recent actions, which had been excessively severe. If they could manage to stay for a few days, perhaps this time would provide an opportunity to mend their fractured relationship with Ding Hao. Naturally, if Su Fei could inadvertently conceive Ding Hao's child during this period, their prospects of residing there long-term would be significantly enhanced. The mere thought of living in a luxurious villa sent shivers of excitement coursing through Sun Hongmei's body.
"Absolutely not."
However, Ding Hao's response doused her enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Little Sun Hongmei attempted to voice her objections, but the iron gate slammed shut with a resounding bang, leaving the Su family members exchanging glances in bewilderment.
"Let us go," Su Dafu finally spoke.
The group gathered their belongings and continued on their predetermined path, yet, upon sighting Ding Hao's grand villa, their temporary accommodations suddenly lost their allure.
"No way, I must reside in the villa," Su Fei exclaimed defiantly. "What good is merely shouting?" Su Dafu chastised her. "Who told you not to thoroughly investigate Ding Hao's transaction records last time? If it weren't for you, we would already be living in that villa." He placed the blame squarely on Su Fei's shoulders. At that moment, Sun Hongmei, unusually supportive of Su Fei, interjected, "We cannot place all the blame on Fei Fei. The main issue was that we changed our stance too abruptly, which profoundly wounded Ding Hao's feelings." Su Dafu retorted irritably, "If it weren't for her, how could we have changed our stance so quickly? Are we truly to blame ourselves?"
"Dad, perhaps you should tone it down a bit. My sister has done her best," Su Sheng chimed in. Seeing his wife and son rallying behind his daughter, Su Dafu felt an intense surge of frustration welling up within him. Just as he was about to unleash his ire, Sun Hongmei nudged his arm and whispered a few words in his ear. Instantly, Su Dafu's expression shifted from stormy to sunny. He approached Su Fei, his tone considerably softened.
"Fei Fei, this situation cannot be attributed to you. How about this? I have devised a plan that might allow our entire family to reside in the villa."
"What plan?"
Su Fei's heart leapt with joy.
The earlier reprimand faded away in an instant. As long as it could sway Ding Hao's heart, nothing else mattered.
Well, Su Dafu leaned in and whispered a few ideas into Su Fei's ear. Su Fei's eyes widened in shock. "You want me to seduce Ding Hao tonight?"
"Fei Fei, this cannot merely be termed seduction. Remember, you were once married to Ding Hao and spent several years together." "Exactly, and you are the type that aligns perfectly with Ding Hao's preferences. If someone else were to attempt it, he might not even glance their way." Su Dafu and Sun Hongmei chimed in eagerly. Indeed. Su Fei retrieved a mirror to inspect her reflection, her confidence swelling immensely.
"Very well, I shall pay him a visit tonight. Fei Fei, whether I can reside in the villa depends entirely on you. Sister, go for it.
Aim to give brother-in-law another son, and then you'll once again be a wealthy lady." The group rallied around Su Fei, inflating her confidence to an alarming extent. Tonight, success was assured.
At 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Fei arrived at the Iron Fortress, only to spot a woman draped in a coat standing outside the entrance. "Who is this person? Is she here to steal my man?" Upon seeing the woman, Su Fei's wariness heightened. However, as she approached for a closer look, her anxiety dissipated. Fortunately, the woman did not fit Ding Hao's type and posed no threat to her. With newfound bravado, she declared, "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Upon hearing her command, the woman in the coat slowly turned her head, revealing a finely sculpted face. It was Lang Er. Tonight marked the occasion of Miss Jin's meeting with Ding Hao to discuss their oil extraction collaboration. Although they had originally scheduled it for 9 o'clock, after the events of the previous night, Lang Er felt an inexplicable urgency to see Ding Hao. "I am here to find someone. Who are you?"
Upon seeing Su Fei's face, Lang Er frowned, her stomach churning slightly. I too am here to find someone. As for you, I suspect you are simply here to seduce men. I advise you to leave promptly, as your presence here will only bring you humiliation." Seeing Lang Er frown, Su Fei assumed the woman felt inferior in her presence and became even more arrogant. A flicker of indignation ignited within Long Air. She regarded the woman before her as rather brash, and to top it off, so unattractive that one would question her decision to venture out at night. The thought of connecting Su Fei with Ding Hao never crossed her mind. Although Ding Hao had a penchant for women, he was not the type to settle for just anyone.
This is not a place for you. I will count to 3, and you must leave immediately, or else. Lang Er's voice turned icy as she declared, 1. Suppressing her revulsion, she began counting. However, Su Fei, mistakenly believing that Lang Er was intimidated, grew even more haughty, proclaiming, "You think you can scare me away? A woman like you, so ugly that no man would take notice, while I am the type that truly captivates men." Before Lang Er could finish her count, she could no longer contain herself. With a powerful punch, she struck Su Fei's nose, collapsing her silicone nose and sending blood gushing forth. You actually hit me." Su Fei's face registered disbelief, astonished that this unattractive woman dared to strike her. "Why would I hesitate to strike you?" Lang Er's gaze turned cold. She raised her foot and delivered a kick to Su Fei's left chest. With a sickening thud, Su Fei's chest burst open. She writhed on the ground in agony. "Not a single part of you is real," Lang Er remarked with disdain, glaring at Su Fei. "Get lost." At that moment, Su Fei was genuinely frightened. While she could endure the pain, the loss of her chest, which had cost her a fortune and was Ding Hao's favorite feature, was unbearable. If Ding Hao were to lose interest because of this, where could she go to lament her fate? Thus, Su Fei fled in a panic. Just then, Ding Hao, alerted by the commotion, opened the door to investigate. He immediately spotted Lang Er, who was struggling to suppress her disgust. "What happened?" Lang Er shot him a glare and replied, "A hideous monstrosity appeared at your doorstep, and I chased it away." "A monstrosity? Well, that was no concern." "Wait," Ding Hao suddenly raised his head, inquiring, "the creature you mentioned, could it possibly be an oddly attractive yet overly confident woman? You know her? Did you summon her?" Lang Er regarded Ding Hao with a peculiar gaze, appraising him from head to toe. At that moment, she began to suspect that Ding Hao was not as innocent as he appeared. Chapter 57. Let us change clothes right here, Ding Hao said abruptly. "Of course I know her. She is my ex-wife," he continued. "Ah, your taste is certainly unique." Lang Er instinctively took 2 steps back, as if meeting Ding Hao for the first time. She then added, "You won't blame me, will you? She provoked me, and I ended up smashing her silicone nose and destroying her fake breasts. If it bothers you, I owe you an apology." Her tone was begrudging. "You need not adopt such a defensive demeanor," Ding Hao chuckled, unable to suppress a laugh at Lang Er's disgust toward Sophie. "She only became that way recently, and besides, she has nothing to do with me now." Lang Er breathed a sigh of relief. "By the way, weren't we supposed to set off at 9? Why are you here so early?" Ding Hao inquired. "Well, I was worried you might forget, so I came to remind you," Lang Er replied with a hint of irritation. "Ah, in that case, I must express my gratitude," Ding Hao said, leaning in, his hand mischievously finding its way to Lang Er's front, giving it a gentle rub. "Please, don't do that. We have much to accomplish tonight," Lang Er gasped. "Also, when I smashed your ex-wife's silicone nose earlier, my hands got covered in silicone. It's revolting. Take me inside so I can wash up." "Very well." Ding Hao ceased his actions and guided Lang Er into the steel fortress. "This place is incredibly warm." Lang Er was astonished as she stepped inside. Outside, it was over 30 degrees below zero, and even with air conditioning, many homes barely maintain temperatures around freezing. Yet, Ding Hao's abode felt like a balmy 27 or 8 degrees. Not too shabby, just an average level. Ding Hao feigned nonchalance. Lang Er rolled her eyes at him. After washing her hands with soap for 5 or 6 rounds, she remarked, "There won't be many people outside tonight. We ought to head over early." Agreed, Ding Hao nodded in affirmation. However, just as Lang Er was about to leave, Ding Hao stopped her. "Is there something else?" she asked, puzzled. "Your outfit is simply atrocious. We need to change that," Ding Hao stated, producing a black nun's outfit from behind him, complete with a white silk headpiece and matching black shoes. "You are incorrigible," Lang Er retorted, yet her hands swiftly accepted the nun's attire. "Find me a room. I need to change." "Let us do it here. I've already seen everything, so what is there to fear?" Ding Hao grinned. A blush crept across Lang Er's face, but she ultimately gritted her teeth and conceded, "Fine, but you must turn your head." "No peeking." "That is no problem at all," Ding Hao readily agreed. Once he turned away, Lang Er quickly began to change. When she finished, she found Ding Hao staring at her, seemingly for an eternity. "You are not keeping your word." Lang Er, now clad in the nun's outfit, appeared more alluring than her usual cold demeanor. "I can't help it." "You are simply too beautiful," Ding Hao shrugged. Strangely, those words did not evoke any disdain in Lang Er. Instead, they filled her with a subtle delight. Yet, if a stranger had uttered them, it would have been a different story altogether. Just then, Ding Hao's hand stealthily crept onto Lang Er's curvaceous hips. Slap! Lang Er swiftly swatted away Ding Hao's wandering hand, warning, "Are you still planning to proceed with your business?" Ding Hao shook his head. "With such a beauty before me, how could I let a trivial matter delay my admiration?" Lang Er's tone softened considerably. "Go take care of your business. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to the lady. Once I finish, you may do as you please," Ding Hao added, his final words heavy with implication. "Very well," he replied, producing a bag that had long been prepared, bulging with contents. The memory of that night on the snowy mountain flickered through Lang Er's mind, sending a shiver down her spine. "Let us go," Ding Hao said, taking Lang Er by the hand.
Upon stepping outside, he noticed that Lang Er's attire was far too light for the frigid air, and despite her robust physique, she was shivering. He reached out, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into her body. The warmth coursed through her limbs, banishing the cold. Having spent considerable time with Ding Hao, Lang Er was no longer surprised by such occurrences. Soon, they both climbed into a pickup truck. These vehicles had been custom-made for Ding Hao, easily traversing the snowy terrain as if it were flat ground. The truck's bed was filled with barrels intended for fuel storage. However, Ding Hao knew that this limited supply would not suffice for his needs. Thus, within his spatial realm, he had stowed away thousands of empty barrels. Half an hour later, they arrived at the first gas station. Ding Hao's predictions proved correct. The station was deserted. With the snow causing widespread transportation paralysis, there was no one to tend to the pumps. Just as Ding Hao prepared to forcefully extract the fuel, Lang Er intervened. She produced a card and inserted it into the fueling machine. Instantly, gasoline gushed forth from the nozzle. Noticing Ding Hao's perplexed expression, Lang Er smirked. "You're puzzled, aren't you? This is a special card from my lady. It allows unlimited refueling as long as there is money on it." Of course, if there were someone on duty, they wouldn't allow excess. Ding Hao understood at once. Before long, the first truck was filled with 95-octane gasoline. Ding Hao instructed, "You continue fueling here. I'll take these back and swap for more barrels."
Lang Er, trusting him, nodded. "Go ahead."
Ding Hao drove approximately 2 kilometers before stopping in a secluded area, where he used his spatial abilities to store all the filled barrels, discarding some empty ones in their place. With confidence, he returned to the gas station.
"Back so soon?"
Lang Er was astonished to see Ding Hao return in less than 20 minutes. Ding Hao explained casually, "I had already prepared a hidden storage nearby." Lang Er shot him a look that questioned her own intelligence but refrained from probing further. She was continually impressed by Miss Jin's discerning taste. It was worth noting that when Miss Jin initially deemed Ding Hao extraordinary, she had been quite dismissive, yet, as she spent more time with him, she grew increasingly aware of the man's mystery, to the point where she found herself unwittingly drawn in. Chapter 58 The schemes of the Su family. In Building 9 of the neighborhood, Su Fei returned home, her face marred with blood, startling the members of the Su family.
"Fei Fei, weren't you supposed to meet Ding Hao? How did you end up like this? What on earth happened?"
Su Dafeng hurriedly approached, concern etched on his face. Presently, Su Fei was the beacon of hope for the entire family, and her well-being was paramount. Sun Hongmei, filled with worry, remarked, "Could it be that you had a conflict with Ding Hao? If that is the case, what shall we do? We might never be able to move into the villa again."
Although Su Shang remained silent, a frown betrayed his anxiety. "It wasn't Ding Hao who did this," Su Fei finally elucidated.
"It was a woman who emerged from nowhere at Ding Hao's doorstep, flaunting herself and attempting to steal my man. When I confronted her, she grew envious of my beauty and struck me." After stating this, Su Fei puffed out her chest. However, one of her once proud bosoms had deflated. The scene was somewhat comical, and Su Dafeng and the others nearly succumbed to laughter.
Yet, upon recollecting Su Fei's ordeal, their indignation surged.
"This is utterly outrageous. In broad daylight, how dare anyone resort to violence? Fei Fei, I will ensure your honor is avenged," Su Dafeng declared vehemently.
"Indeed, sister. If father alone is insufficient, I shall accompany him. We must reclaim your dignity," Su Sheng asserted gallantly. Su Dafeng inquired, "Fei Fei, do you happen to know that woman's name or what she looks like?"
"A name?
How would I know?"
Su Fei replied, bewildered. The woman hadn't introduced herself, and in the darkness of the moment, all she could recall was that the woman wore a coat.
"Alas, Fei Fei, that leaves us at an impasse," Su Dafeng sighed, recognizing the futility of seeking retribution without any leads. "Never mind, let us not dwell on this for now.
Our immediate priority is to mend Ding Hao's perception of us, so we may reconcile with Fei Fei," Su Dafeng stated. Sun Hongmei, perplexed, questioned, "But how are we to accomplish that? Ding Hao harbors considerable resentment towards us."
"Fear not, I have a plan."
Su Dafeng raised a finger, outlining a three-pronged approach. Firstly, we must sincerely apologize to him. Even if he does not forgive us, he will likely harbor less animosity.
Secondly, we recently acquired 20 pounds of rice.
We shall present this as a gift. Given the current scarcity of food, I am confident Ding Hao will be swayed. Once he accepts it, our endeavor will be nearly secured. And the third step is the most crucial. Tomorrow, before we visit, we must ensure Fei Fei is adorned beautifully, such that a mere glance from Ding Hao will captivate him entirely. This way, he will have no choice but to succumb. One could not deny the reasonableness of Su Dafeng's strategy, which led to a consensus among the group.
Nevertheless, certain concerns emerged. Su Shang queried, "Father, if we offer the rice as a gift, what will we eat ourselves?"
Su Dafeng smacked his son on the head, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? If Ding Hao agrees, we will reside in his home and dine on his provisions.
If not, we can simply retrieve the rice."
Su Shang fell silent. Sun Hongmei glanced at Su Fei's deflated bosom, asking, "What about Fei Fei's appearance? It has diminished considerably. I doubt Ding Hao would find that appealing."
Su Dafeng nodded. "You finally hit the nail on the head.
However, this is not a significant issue for me. If her chest has collapsed, we can simply stuff a few pairs of socks inside. It would be best to stuff a few pairs in the other side as well. The larger, the better, and men, after all, are drawn to greater sizes." Sun Hongmei still seemed unsure, but what if it's discovered later? Let us concern ourselves with that when the time comes. Our current objective is to ensure that Fei Fei and Ding Hao consummate their relationship. Once that step is achieved, even if Fei Fei were to become disfigured, Ding Hao would have no choice but to accept her.
Exactly. Upon hearing this, the group's eyes lit up. "Very well, let us set the time for tomorrow afternoon during dinner.
At that point, Ding Hao will likely be preparing a meal, fretting over his dwindling rice supply. Our delivery of 20 pounds will be a timely boon, he is unlikely to refuse.
Moreover, after dinner, it will be evening, providing Fei Fei the perfect opportunity to engage in intimate activities with Ding Hao.
Should fortune favor us, we may avoid further complications. On the other side, Ding Hao was with Lang Air. One was responsible for refueling while the other handled the distribution of the fuel. Their collaboration efficiently emptied one gas station after another until dawn broke, culminating in the last gas station being cleared. The two pickup trucks were now laden with gasoline and diesel. Of course, this was but a mere drop in the ocean compared to what Ding Hao had stored in his space, yet it was not insignificant. We shall transport this back for you and your young lady's use, Ding Hao informed Lang Air.
Is this all? Lang Air replied with dissatisfaction. If I recall correctly, didn't we acquire 100 times more than this last night? Be obedient.
Ding Hao approached and enveloped Lang Air in his embrace, gently stroking her head. Her tone softened immediately, hesitating, but this is too little. Ding Hao explained, firstly, this quantity of gasoline and diesel is more than sufficient for your needs for quite some time. Secondly, should the snow persist, such resources will become coveted commodities. Retaining too much in your possession could attract unwelcome attention, which would not bode well for you. This is why I opted to separate and conceal the excess. Lang Air appeared to grasp his reasoning, albeit partially. Ding Hao flicked her forehead playfully, saying, why divide things so distinctly? What is mine is yours. When you need it, simply come to me. Is that so? His words struck a chord within Lang Air, filling her with a newfound sweetness.
All right then, let us head back.
Her spirits lifted, she no longer fixated on the distribution of oil. However, just as she was about to leave, Ding Hao halted her. Is there something else? She asked curiously.
Indeed, Ding Hao replied with a stern expression. You dare to question my decisions, I must administer a fitting punishment today. Ah. Now.
Lang Air glanced around, almost pleading. No, we're at a gas station, and dawn is approaching. What if someone passes by and sees us?
In this frigid weather, who would be out and about? Ding Hao shrugged nonchalantly, pushing Lang Air against the vehicle.
Chapter 59. Then I shall not be polite. An hour later, Ding Hao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. However, Lang Air's legs buckled, and she nearly collapsed onto the ground. Her nun's attire, once pristine, was now in disarray, and her hair was a tangled mess. The white headpiece she had worn was nowhere to be found. Support me, she bit her lip and implored Ding Hao. She never anticipated that she would find herself in such a weakened state. It was worth recalling that Miss Jean had once faced a perilous assassination attempt, single-handedly combating 26 assassins. Even after sustaining 2 gunshot wounds at the outset, she persevered, eliminating all 26 adversaries without faltering. Ultimately, she was drenched in blood, yet through sheer willpower, she managed to escort Miss Jean to safety. Before long, Ding Hao helped Lang Air into the car. Given her current condition, she was in no position to drive. Thus, Ding Hao accompanied her, resting for over an hour before setting off. By the time they returned to the community, it was nearly 9 in the morning. They wasted no time and immediately drove to deliver the fuel to the underground warehouse that Miss Jean had prepared in advance. Only then did Ding Hao retire to sleep. Logically speaking, with his current level of cultivation, a few days without sleep would not pose a problem, yet, having been accustomed to sleeping for over 20 years, Ding Hao felt as though he was missing out on something by not resting. When he finally awoke, it was 5 in the afternoon. He drew back the curtains to reveal a dreary, overcast sky, as if nightfall were imminent. At that moment, his stomach let out a timely growl. Master, you're awake. A phone call summoned the twin sisters. Chu Qing was clad in a blue maid outfit, while Chu Shui wore pink. They stood obediently at the foot of the bed, awaiting Ding Hao's orders, resembling 2 vibrant blossoms ready for plucking. However, Ding Hao, in that moment, had no such thoughts. He waved his hand and instructed, go to the second cold storage and fetch some meat, set it up in the courtyard. We shall have a barbecue tonight. Initially disheartened, the twin spirits soared at the mention of barbecue. Ordinarily, such a feast would not elicit such excitement, but given the current circumstances, where mere sustenance was a blessing, their hearts brimmed with joy. Though they were not lacking in delicious food while accompanying Ding Hao, even they could grow weary of it after a time. Thus, the prospect of a barbecue was enough to elate them. Understood, thank you, master, the sisters responded with soft voices, one of them planting a kiss on Ding Hao's cheek. At that moment, they felt immense gratitude for having steadfastly chosen him during a pivotal moment of decision. Half an hour later, the sisters had prepared all the essentials for the barbecue, the grill, an abundance of chicken wings, beef, lamb, premium salad oil, and various spices such as cumin and chili powder. Although they had yet to begin grilling, the courtyard was already suffused with an enticing aroma to ding-dong. Just as Ding Hao ignited the fire, preparing to indulge, the doorbell rang. Upon checking the surveillance, he realized it was the Su family, arriving at the perfect moment. A sly grin crept across Ding Hao's face. Outside the grand entrance, after pressing the doorbell, Su Fei anxiously turned to Su Defu. Dad, are you certain? Have we forgotten anything? Her nerves were palpable. The future of their family hinged on this very moment. Su Defu, equally apprehensive, quickly inspected their supplies and assured, there is nothing missing. Aside from 20 pounds of rice, we have half a pound of pork, and it's all right here. Excellent, Su Fei exhaled in relief. Sis, you needn't worry, you look so stunning today that just one glance from your brother-in-law will surely captivate him. Su Sheng chimed in, praising her. Su Fei, compared to yesterday, appeared even more alluring, her figure more pronounced and her face adorned with a thick layer of makeup. A skilled makeup artist would undoubtedly commend her efforts, claiming they surpassed their own work. Hearing Su Sheng's words, Su Fei eagerly grabbed a mirror to admire her reflection. Soon, a confident smile graced her lips.
Indeed, with such beauty, what was there to fear? In her mind, she envisioned Ding Hao bowing before her, eager to comply with her every whim. Creak, just as the Su family awaited with bated breath, the imposing gates of the steel fortress swung open, revealing Ding Hao. Upon seeing Su Fei, he nearly succumbed to the urge to retch. Why are you all back again? When will this end? Ding Hao feigned impatience, waving his hand dismissively. Begone, you ungrateful lot. It would be best if you never sought me out again. I have no desire to see you. While they understood Ding Hao's discontent over being abandoned days prior, they were still taken aback by his immediate dismissal. Su Defu shot an admonishing glare at Su Sheng and growled, "You wretch, kneel and apologize to your brother-in-law. If it weren't for your disparaging remarks that night, we wouldn't have abandoned him." Su Sheng was startled. This was not part of their previous discussion, however. Since it was Su Defu's directive, he dared not refuse and complied. With a thud, he knelt in the snow, remorse etched across his face, tears streaming as he cried, "Brother-in-law, I'm so sorry. It was my mistake. I shouldn't have incited Mom and Dad against you after hearing you were broke. If you're still upset, feel free to slap me twice. It might ease your heart." At that moment, Su Fei expertly played her part, stepping forward to link her arm through Ding Hao's, pressing against him with her bosom. "Darling, what Su Sheng said is true. He genuinely recognizes his faults. Please forgive him." Ding Hao felt a wave of nausea wash over him at Su Fei's touch, yet he maintained an air of feigned enjoyment, hesitating. The seeing an opportunity, Su Defu donned a sincere smile, proclaiming, "Xiao Hao, this scoundrel speaks the truth. If you're truly aggrieved, you should give him a couple of slaps to vent your frustration. Once you've finished with him, my wife and I will also apologize to you." How does that sound? Su Defu's words were laden with sincerity, yet he understood that it was merely a facade. As long as Ding Hao was appeased, he would never truly strike Su Sheng nor require an apology from Sun Hongmei. After exchanging a few pleasantries and presenting the gifts they brought for Ding Hao, their objective for the day would be accomplished. Su Sheng, aware of this strategy, feigned gallantry while remaining entirely unfazed internally. At that moment, Ding Hao abruptly shook off Su Fei's arm and approached Su Sheng. "I am indeed somewhat incensed, since Uncle has suggested it. I shall not hold back." He cracked his knuckles and raised his hand, targeting Su Sheng's face. Su Sheng's face drained of color at this sight. "Wait, he is really going to hit me?" Chapter 60. Do not blame me. Su Defu's eyes widened in astonishment. How could this fellow disregard all conventions? As he witnessed his beloved son frantically casting him a pleading glance, Su Defu, fearing Ding Hao's displeasure, could only turn a blind eye. Gritting his teeth, he boldly proclaimed, "Xiao Hao, there is no need for you to hold back. This scoundrel deserves every bit of the retribution coming his way. If 2 slaps aren't sufficient to satisfy you, feel free to deliver a few more." Upon uttering these words, Su Defu exchanged a knowing wink with Su Sheng. Instantly, Su Sheng grasped the implication. This meant he was to endure the beating without complaint. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to bear it. When weighed against the prospect of residing in a luxurious mansion, indulging in sumptuous feasts and enchanting company, a few slaps seemed trivial. It wasn't as though he were facing a knife. At worst, he would endure a few days of facial discomfort. With that thought, Su Sheng felt considerably relieved and unburdened. "Brother-in-law, you may commence." Slap. Before Su Sheng could finish his sentence, it felt as though a colossal hammer had struck his face. Instantly, stars danced before his eyes, and his mouth and eyes went askew. He was knocked to the ground and struggled for several seconds before managing to rise. A large handprint was clearly visible on his face, and even the slightest touch sent waves of agony coursing through him. What on earth? Whose slap was so terrifying? At that moment, a flicker of regret stirred within Su Sheng. Perhaps he ought not to have agreed so hastily. Simultaneously, a tinge of resentment towards Ding Hao crept into his heart, though he concealed it well, not allowing it to surface. Su Sheng's negative emotion value 1000. Just then, Ding Hao received a notification from the system in his mind. He was elated. The Su family truly was his lucky star. A mere slap could yield 1000 points of negative emotion. This revelation only heightened Ding Hao's anticipation for what was to come. He flexed his wrist in feigned concern, inquiring, "Oh dear, did I strike too hard? Are you in pain? If it's too unbearable, we can postpone this matter for another time." Upon hearing Ding Hao's words, Su Sheng was immediately alarmed. What did he mean by postpone? Was he suggesting that this slap could somehow go unpunished? Realizing this, he forced a strained smile and replied, "Not at all. I found it quite light, brother-in-law. I can endure it. Please proceed with the remaining 3 slaps." Though Su Defu felt a pang of sympathy for his precious son, he understood that they could not relent at this juncture. Otherwise, they would suffer greatly. Thus, he steeled himself and proclaimed, "Xiao Hao, did that last slap bring you satisfaction? If it did, feel free to continue until your heart is content. This little scoundrel may lack many qualities, but he is exceptionally resilient to punishment. You can strike him without hesitation." "Is that so?" Ding Hao nodded enthusiastically, declaring, "That last slap indeed felt quite gratifying. I don't know why, but my resentment towards you has diminished by a large margin. Since he can take a beating, I shall continue." Upon hearing Ding Hao's affirmation of satisfaction, Su Defu was beside himself with excitement. Victory was within reach. He felt an urgency rising within him, urging Ding Hao, "Since it brings you joy, Xiao Hao, please make haste and continue. It would be best if you could deliver a few more slaps." Su Sheng nearly blacked out upon hearing this. 1 slap had already left him seeing stars, for slaps would likely cost him half his life, and more slaps, would he not perish on the spot? "Thank you, uncle." Ding Hao, elated by Su Defu's encouragement, raised his hand and delivered 3 consecutive slaps to Su Sheng's face. Su Sheng's negative emotion value 1000, Su Sheng's negative emotion value 1000, Su Sheng's negative emotion value 500. The first 2 slaps netted him an additional 2000 points of negative emotion, while the final slap yielded only 500.
Ding Hao surmised that Su Shan was likely unable to withstand any more punishment, his consciousness likely muddled. Well, slow and steady wins the race. Ding Hao blew on his palms, exclaiming with delight, this is truly exhilarating. However, let us call it a day for now. What if Uncle is willing? Do let me indulge every now and then. What the hell? If I have to endure this every so often, I'll surely be beaten to death. Su Shang, who had been on the verge of fainting, felt a surge of anger swell within him upon hearing Ding Hao's words.
Su Shang's negative emotion value 1000, is there still more to be gained?
Ding Hao inwardly chuckled, but at that moment, Su Defuk discreetly shot a glare at Su Shang, extinguishing the flames of rage within him. Then, with a fawning expression, Su Defuk addressed Ding Hao, Xiao Hao, as long as you are satisfied, I am more than willing to let this little scoundrel take slaps from you every day. Su Defuk thought to himself, regardless of whether this could be achieved, it was better to promise grandly. After all, once the rice was cooked, it would be the Su family that held the reins. For now, it was inconsequential to take a small loss. At that moment, Su Fei leaned closer to Ding Hao, casting a flirtatious glance and saying, indeed, my father speaks true. As long as you desire, feel free to strike Xiao Shang, or even me, wherever you please.
With that, Su Fei winked, her meaning unmistakable. Ding Hao's gaze landed on Su Fei's alluring figure, and he excitedly asked, anywhere?
Anywhere. Su Fei proudly lifted her ample bosom. Bang! In an instant, Ding Hao struck like lightning, landing a punch in Su Fei's abdomen. She let out a pained cry, bending over like a shrimp. Observing Su Fei's predicament, Ding Hao feigned innocence, saying, you were the one who said I could hit you wherever. You mustn't blame me. Su Fei's negative emotion value 2000, in the blink of an eye, another 2000 points of negative emotion flowed into Ding Hao's account. After several minutes, Su Fei finally regained her composure, tears nearly spilling forth, yet she forced a smile, saying, it was indeed I who permitted you to strike.
I bear no grudge.
At this juncture, no matter what Ding Hao said, she had to acquiesce to his whims. Otherwise, should she provoke Ding Hao's ire, all would be for naught. Observing that Su Fei was nearly back to normal, Ding Hao remarked, it appears you all truly came with sincerity today. In that case, I shall temporarily forgive you. Having said that, Ding Hao turned to retreat to the Iron Fortress. At that moment, Su Defuk hurriedly called out, Xiao Hao, wait a moment.
Ding Hao turned back, asking, is there anything else?
Indeed, there was more to discuss. You have yet to agree to let us move in. However, Su Defuk would never dare to be so blunt. Instead, he said, Xiao Hao, please don't rush off just yet, we brought a gift for you today.
A gift? Is it that same kind of watch from before?
Ding Hao exclaimed with delight. However, Su Defuk could not suppress a darkening of his expression. To purchase the previous watch, their family had drained their savings, only for it to be broken within an hour of being gifted to Ding Hao.
Were it not for that, how could they have fallen to such depths? Not at all.
Su Defuk cleared his throat, suppressing his ill temper, and in a hushed, mysterious tone added, it is something even more precious than that watch.
Chapter 61. We have all been deceived by him. More precious than that watch, is that true?
A single remark from Su Defuk instantly ignited Ding Hao's curiosity. This was genuine curiosity, not an act. After all, had the Su family not been completely drained by him last time? Where could they possibly find the funds to purchase something more valuable than that watch? Of course it's true. Su Defuk exclaimed joyfully as he produced a bag from behind him, pulling it open with a smile.
Look, this is the gift I have for you. Rice?
As Ding Hao leaned in for a closer look, a look of disdain crossed his face. Uncle, I'm not a fool. That watch costs 300,000, while this bag of rice is worth only a few bucks.
How could it possibly be more precious?
Noticing Ding Hao's displeasure, Su Defuk quickly explained, Little Hao, you must not calculate it this way. Although the watch is worth 300,000, in comparison to your billion-dollar mansion, it pales in significance. And this 20 pounds of rice, while it may only be worth a few dozen yuan under ordinary circumstances, is negligible to you.
However, with the current snow disaster, wealth alone cannot secure rice. In a critical moment, this rice represents a lifeline.
Oh, I see.
After contemplating Su Defuk's explanation, Ding Hao nodded thoughtfully. Thank you very much, uncle.
With that, he prepared to carry the rice home. As the saying goes, a short mouth eats a person's food, and a soft hand takes a person's goods. Seeing Ding Hao's demeanor, Su Defuk felt reassured.
Wait a moment, Little Hao.
Su Defuk hurried after him, producing a small bag and placing it atop the rice bag. Inside was about half a pound of frozen lean meat. This half pound of meat has been treasured in my home for several days. I couldn't bear to eat it, so today, I am giving it to you as well, Su Defuk said with a nod, as if this half pound of meat were a rare treasure. In truth, it was indeed such a rarity. In a few days, not to mention half a pound, even a morsel of meat could incite a fierce struggle among dozens. However, Su Defuk was unaware of this. Otherwise, he would never have dared to present the meat to Ding Hao.
All right, thank you, uncle.
Ding Hao expressed his gratitude once more, though he was inwardly dismissive of the half pound of meat. After being stored for several days, who knew if it had spoiled? His own space contained a staggering 100,000 tons of fresh meat. He was hardly in need of this small quantity. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle that the Su family should endure hunger one day sooner by having less to eat, Ding Hao accepted it, reasoning that he could simply discard it later. No need for thanks, but speaking of which, Little Hao, when do you plan to remarry Fei Fei? Before Su Defuk could finish his sentence, he noticed Ding Hao had entered the steel fortress.
With a resounding bang, the door closed automatically. This, Little Hao, we haven't even entered yet, you've left us behind. Su Defuk called out urgently, yet there was no sign of the door opening from within. They could not endure this humiliation in vain. Seeing this scene, Su Shang grew anxious as well. He rushed to the entrance, ringing the doorbell and shouting, brother-in-law, brother-in-law, let us in. However, after ringing for quite some time, there was still no response. Let us wait a bit. Perhaps he went to put the rice away and didn't hear us, Su Defuk sighed and explained. Indeed, that could be the case. Ding Hao accepted our gifts, he wouldn't simply ignore us, Su Fei reassured them. Only then did Sun Hongmei and Su Shang begin to relax. Just then, a fierce wind began to howl. Swirling snowflakes around the Su family, already cold, found themselves shivering even more in the biting wind. Yet, they were reluctant to leave, so they endured the harsh elements. Thus, they waited for a full half hour, but there was still no indication of the door opening. Had Ding Hao truly forgotten about them? Little Shine, there seems to be a hole over there. Go take a look, Su Defuk said, trembling. Okay, Dad. Just moments ago, Ding Hao's slaps had nearly dislocated Su Shang's jaw, and now the cold wind had caused his mouth to twist. Speaking became a challenge. Following Su Defuk's, Su Shang noticed a hole in the wall just 2 or 3 meters away. Although there was a layer of glass in the middle, he could indeed see inside. Without hesitation, he walked over for a closer look. The moment he did, he was left utterly stunned. Dad, Mom, Sis, come quickly, he called to the family. What is it? Su Defuk and the others hurried over. After they all peered in, they stood frozen in place, each one of them struck dumb. They had been calling for ages and ringing the doorbell, yet there had been no response. They assumed Ding Hao had returned to his room and could not hear them. To their astonishment, Ding Hao had not gone back at all. He was indulging in a barbecue surrounded by beautiful women, not far from the entrance. Watching the golden brown barbecue sizzling, the Su family could not help but swallow hard. What on earth is happening? Su Shang asked, his face filled with disbelief. Su Defuk looked utterly defeated. At this point, if he still did not understand, then all those years of experience had been for naught. Connecting it to that evening's events, he remarked, we have all been played by that little brat. He never intended to remarry Feifei. He simply wanted to toy with us. With that, he slammed his palm against the iron gate, the sound echoing loudly. Upon hearing his words, Su Fei's face displayed an expression of incredulity. How could this be? That night, he stared at me for quite some time. I distinctly remember him being captivated by my beauty. It's over. Now, in this cold weather, not only have we failed to find shelter in the mansion, but the 20 pounds of rice we received are also gone. What will we eat from here on out? Sun Hongmei exclaimed in despair. Her words struck a heavy blow to Su Defuk and the others. Slap. Su Defuk raised his hand and delivered a harsh slap to himself. Had he not felt assured, he would never have given Ding Hao the rice so early. No. Our rice is not so easily taken. If he does not return it, he shall not have it easy today. Su Shang declared furiously. He had suffered the worst today. Not only had he humiliated himself by kneeling before Ding Hao, but he had also received 4 slaps. His mouth was now crooked. The worst part was that there was hardly any food left at home. If he continued to go hungry, the injuries on his face would take an eternity to heal. He might even be left with lasting effects, his mouth permanently disfigured. With that thought, resentment flickered in Su Shang's eyes. Bang, bang, bang. He picked up a rock from somewhere and frantically struck the iron gate, the sound reverberating through the air. However, after he had nearly exhausted himself, he looked up to find that, aside from some dust from the stone sticking to the surface, there was no damage whatsoever. What the hell? Su Shang was so enraged that he nearly cursed aloud. How could such a mere gate be so sturdy? Chapter 62, True feelings exist in the world. Dad, shall we just head back? Su Shang said dejectedly. However, Su Dafeng, unwilling to concede, shook his head and replied, no, we cannot allow that little wretch to get away with it so easily. If we cannot break down the door, then we shall not. Instead, we will raise our voices in a chorus of curses against him, compelling his conscience to feel the weight of our disdain. With that, the 4 of them tilted their heads back and began to hurl invectives at Ding Hao, convinced that their words would reach him. In reality, however, Ding Hao had shielded himself from all external sounds, including the doorbell, so the Su family's efforts were destined to be in vain. Half an hour later, their mouths were agape, yet no sound emerged. Ultimately, they could only retreat like defeated roosters, heads hung low. Negative emotion value from Su Sheng 2000, negative emotion value from Su Dafeng 2000, negative emotion value from Su Fei 2000, negative emotion value from Sun Hongmei 2000. In a fully enclosed courtyard, illuminated by transparent glass overhead, Ding Hao was relishing his barbecue when he suddenly heard the system's notification sound, feeling utterly content. Truly, the Su family never failed to surprise him immensely at each encounter. Master, we are full, said Chu Qing and Chu Shui in unison. Following this, Chu Qing tidied up and entered the house, while Chu Shui approached Ding Hao, nuzzling her small head against his arm. Master, I'm actually still hungry, is that so? Then let me feed you a bit more. Ding Hao laughed heartily. He then called out, Xiaoji, seal off the entire courtyard. Xiaoji was the intelligent robot of the steel fortress, capable of controlling the entire structure, and naturally, Xiaoji only obeyed Ding Hao's commands. Yes, Xiaoji is at your service. In no time, steel plates swiftly covered the overhead space, erasing the small opening through which the Su family had been spying. The temperature in the courtyard rose rapidly, ensuring that no matter what activity they engaged in, they would not feel the chill. An hour later, Ding Hao escorted Chu Shui back to her room on the 2nd floor, while he himself descended to the 1st floor to immerse himself in playing King of Glory. Do not be misled into thinking that no one would be gaming at this hour. On the contrary, it is precisely in such oppressive environments that individuals are most inclined to clear their minds, seeking to momentarily escape reality and attain a sense of pleasure.
Damn it, lost again. He played for 2 to 3 hours without securing a single victory. In a fit of frustration, he tossed his phone aside. Forget it, one must maintain a positive mindset while gaming. There must be a way through the challenges ahead. I'll play more cautiously from here on. Perhaps a winning streak will soon commence. 10 minutes later, Ding Hao retrieved his phone, relaxed his mindset, and resumed his ascent in rank. This time, he played with greater steadiness, yet another round of 4 consecutive defeats ensued. At this time, Ding Hao would not indulge himself. He promptly uninstalled the game. Alright, let us scroll through my phone for a while. Half an hour later, in a state of utter boredom, an idea struck Ding Hao. He returned to the courtyard and rummaged through the trash bin, unearthing the bag of rice and half a pound of meat that the Su family had given him. Afterward, he snapped a photo and captioned it, "True feelings exist in the world, thanks to Su Fei Su Dafeng Su Sheng Sun Hongmei for the rice and meat, which resolved my pressing needs." With a single click, he sent it out. Meanwhile, in Building 9, the atmosphere in the Su household was one of palpable gloom, particularly evident on Su Dafeng's face, which appeared as dark as the bottom of a pot. The thought of his grand declarations the previous night, where he had boasted that 3-pronged strategies would easily subdue Ding Hao, made him feel like a fool. The more he pondered, the more he wished to slap himself in frustration. Just then, a rumble from his stomach broke the heavy silence. Su Dafeng's eyes sparked with indignation as he turned to the corner where Su Sheng was slumped. "Dad," Su Sheng replied, looking aggrieved, "I only had half a bowl of rice for lunch, ate nothing in the afternoon, and still endured a beating. It is remarkable that I've managed to last this long, you worthless waste." As Su Dafeng berated, his own stomach suddenly growled, rendering his face crimson with embarrassment. He quickly altered his tone. "Alright, it's not entirely your fault. However, our family has run out of food, so you'll have to hold out tonight." Upon hearing Su Dafeng's words, Su Sheng's face contorted with discomfort. How could he endure? His belt was nearly cutting into him. Gurgle, gurgle. Su Dafeng's stomach growled again, followed by the sounds from Su Fei and Sun Hongmei. In an instant, a symphony of growls filled the room. Slamming his hand down on the table, Su Dafeng cursed, "It's all that wretched Ding Hao's fault. If it weren't for his deceit on 2 occasions, we would not be in such dire straits. He must not fall into my hands, otherwise, I shall flay him alive." At that moment, Xiao Bao, rubbing his eyes, emerged from his room and said to Su Fei, "Mom, I'm hungry." Seeing Xiao Bao irritated her, and she snapped, "What are you hungry for? Go back to sleep." Okay. A fleeting glimmer of resentment crossed Xiao Bao's eyes as he turned back to his room. "Dad, this cannot continue. We need to devise a plan." After Xiao Bao returned to his room, Su Fei turned to Su Dafeng. Su Dafeng erupted in anger upon seeing her, venting part of his frustration towards Ding Hao onto her. "What plan could I devise? If it weren't for your foolish ideas, we would still have plenty to eat, yet now we are left with just over 2 pounds of rice. Forget it, I'm too tired to argue. You'll have no dinner tonight. If you're truly starving, just gnaw on that silicone you're wearing. It's quite expensive." Once Su Fei's value diminished, Su Dafeng's demeanor towards her shifted entirely, not even wishing to provide her with food. At this juncture, Sun Hongmei interjected, "Dafeng, let it be, our daughter is only trying to help. We still have 2 pounds of rice, so I'll take out half a pound to make some porridge. Let us manage for tonight and think of a solution tomorrow. Go ahead." Su Dafeng waved his hand dismissively. Given the circumstances, it was the only option left. Chapter 63 of Black Snow. Half an hour later, after consuming a modest bowl of porridge, the members of the Su family managed to regain a semblance of strength. Su Sheng finally found the energy to scroll through his phone. However, the moment he opened it, he was confronted by a post from Ding Hao. "Damn it, this bastard is utterly inhumane." Su Sheng couldn't contain his outrage and exclaimed profanely. His words drew the attention of Su Dafu and the others, who quickly gathered around, their frustration nearly reaching a boiling point. Su Dafu was particularly incensed, his chest heaving violently. He attempted to curse but found himself at a loss for words, internally berating Ding Hao 1,000 times over. That scoundrel Ding Hao had taken advantage of them, and the 20 kilograms of rice rightfully belonged to their family. Had they still possessed that rice, they would not have found themselves in such a dire predicament. "I swear, I'm going to kill that bastard." The more Su Dafu thought about it, the angrier he became, rushing into the kitchen to grab a kitchen knife, only to be stopped by Sun Hongmei. "Dafu, calm down, let us not even mention whether you could find him. Even if you did kill him, you'd end up in prison for life." Sun Hongmei's words brought Su Dafu back to his senses. "Well, we can't just let it slide, can we?" Su Dafu retorted, still fuming. "Of course not," Sun Hongmei replied with a face full of resentment. "He has caused our family such misery. We cannot let him go unpunished. However, for now, we must focus on surviving this snow disaster. Once it passes, we will have ample opportunities to deal with him." "Yes, Dad, I saw an expert online today stating that the snow is expected to cease tomorrow. Once it does, we'll have food again, and then we can take our time with him." Su Sheng chimed in with a deep sigh. Su Dafu finally set the knife down. "Alright, let him enjoy his days for now." "Wait, why has the snow turned black?" At that moment, Su Sheng glanced out the window and gasped, "To black snow." Su Dafu and the others jolted in shock, turning to look outside, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Outside their window, the sky was showering down large black snowflakes, creating an overwhelmingly oppressive atmosphere. Even the once pristine ground was quickly shrouded in a layer of darkness. What on earth is happening? Su Sheng extended his hand outside, catching a black snowflake. Soon, it melted into a noxious black slush. An unbearable stench wafted through the air. Suddenly, a bone-deep pain shot through Su Sheng's hand, causing him to flail and scream in agony. This snow is problematic. A few seconds later, gritting his teeth against the pain, he opened his palm only to find his flesh already corroded and mangled. Witnessing this gruesome sight, a rare glimmer of panic flickered in the eyes of Su Dafu and the others. Would this snow ever cease? From Su Fei, negative emotion value 1000. From Su Sheng, negative emotion value 1000. From Sun Hongmei, negative emotion value 1000. From Su Dafu, negative emotion value 3000. From Song Bao. Negative emotion value 4000. Within the steel fortress, Ding Hao lay comfortably on a small bed, casually scrolling through his phone while munching on snacks. The scene would undoubtedly evoke envy in any onlooker, yet Ding Hao had long grown accustomed to it. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed. Curious, Ding Hao glanced at it, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. This was a delightful windfall. Does this little brat despise me so much? His gaze finally landed on the last line of text. He was astonished to find that Song Bao alone had gifted him 4,000 negative emotion points, more than the combined total from the other three, excluding Su Dafu. He couldn't help but recall the scene from his previous life where Song Bao sat by the fire, gnawing on his flesh while hurling insults at him, a cruel smile dancing across his lips. Savor your hatred while you can, such opportunities will dwindle in the future. This ingrate would not escape Ding Hao's wrath. Not only would he not be spared, but Ding Hao also intended to ensure his demise was extraordinarily brutal. The fact that he was merely a child held no significance for Ding Hao. He treated all equally. It was a pity that Song Ji was still imprisoned, otherwise, he could have reunited the family. Black snow, you say, Ding Hao mused, sensing a sudden heaviness in the atmosphere. He lifted his head and observed that the outside world had descended into darkness, with ominous black snowflakes falling to the ground. The prologue to the apocalypse has truly begun, Ding Hao commented, shaking his head. Although the preceding snow disaster was terrifying, it posed little threat to humanity. It was only with the onset of this black snow that humanity would genuinely enter a dark age. As he gazed at the swirling black snowflakes, an unsettling sense of unreality washed over him. He extended his hand, mimicking Su Shang, and caught a snowflake in his palm. Within moments, it melted into a foul-smelling black liquid. However, unlike Su Shang, whose flesh was rapidly corroded, Ding Hao merely felt a slight burning sensation, yet that very sensation brought him immense reassurance that he had truly been reborn, rather than merely dreaming. With his cultivation at the 9th level, even without employing protective energy, he could withstand the corrosive nature of the black snow. However, this black snow was merely the beginning. The subsequent acid rain would possess corrosive properties 100 times more fearsome than the black snow. That was what would truly threaten lives. Following the acid rain, even more extreme phenomena awaited. Thus, Ding Hao did not allow himself to feel complacent merely because he could endure the black snow as erosion. The post-apocalyptic world would grow increasingly perilous, and with his current strength, it would be a struggle to survive. Therefore, he needed to enhance his abilities as quickly as possible. Afterward, Ding Hao scrolled through his phone. He discovered that discussions about the black snow, which had only emerged moments ago, had already reached a fever pitch. Whether on Jihu, Weibo, Baidu Tieba, Xia Hongshu, or other platforms, people were fervently discussing this terrifying black snow. What the hell is going on? Weren't we told that the snow would stop soon? Why is it not only continuing but inexplicably turning black? This black snow is lethal. I accidentally touched it, and my flesh was instantly corroded. Damn, this is more terrifying than concentrated sulfuric acid. Where are the experts? Hurry up and explain what is happening. Online, the public was abuzz with speculation of the experts, who had previously been disregarded, were now viewed as lifelines. Perhaps only they could clarify this bizarre occurrence. Come on, experts, stop playing dead. You were so full of bravado earlier. Where are you now? Yet, half an hour passed without a single expert stepping forward to provide an explanation. Frustration erupted among the people, and after some time, someone suggested, could this be the beginning of the apocalypse? Instantly, the entire internet was plunged into a state of panic. Chapter 64. The 10 days of doom. It began with an unprecedented heavy snowfall in August, an occurrence not seen in a millennium. Without any warning, the snow fell for several days. Just when everyone assumed the blizzard would cease, it abruptly transformed into a corrosive black snow. One could not help but feel a sense of impending doom. I read an apocalyptic novel that described this very scenario. There was a book that mirrored our situation precisely. First, there was a sudden heavy snowfall, and then it swiftly turned into corrosive black snow, someone remarked online. Good heavens, what happens next? Another individual asked, panic evident in their voice. The subsequent events? Let me check. After an hour of black snow, the entire world becomes shrouded in a dense black mist, visibility reduced to merely 1 meter. At that point, the protagonist, immune to corrosion, frolics in the streets with 2 beautiful women. Stop, you're going too far. But to be fair, your novel is rather inaccurate. It's been over an hour and there's still no fog. No sooner had this person uttered those words than a thick fog began to envelop the world outside, where the black snow continued to fall. Within mere minutes, a dense mist cloaked everything. Looking through the glass windows, one could see nothing beyond a meter away. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Beneath the conversation of those two, an instantaneous chorus of exclamations erupted, clearly indicative of their shock. Unbelievable, the fog has truly manifested. Those were just fabrications of mine. The speaker, momentarily dazed, had merely sought amusement and had not anticipated the unfolding reality. It's over, it's truly the apocalypse. What if monstrous creatures emerge next to devour us? Dream on. With the meager supplies at your home, you won't last long enough for monsters to appear. Well, excuse me, my family specializes in farming, and we have over 1,000 tons of grain stored. Goodness, I'm envious. Could you share your address? I'd like to see how close you are. Sure. An address was promptly shared. North America. The crowd. Online discussions grew increasingly fervent, and panic escalated. Their anxiety was justified. The weather was exceedingly abnormal, thus, they deliberated for over an hour. Finally, an expert emerged to offer his insights. Everyone, there is no need for alarm. Based on my extensive experience, this is merely a normal meteorological phenomenon, and the notion of an apocalypse is unfounded. The so-called heavy snowfall is a result of a global cold front, while the corrosive black snow is merely the consequence of atmospheric pollution. Just as humans periodically detoxify, the Earth must also purge its toxins. Once the detoxification is complete, everything will return to normal. What we need to do now is cooperate, share food, and weather this crisis together. The authoritative expert's words provided solace to many. However, upon seeing the name of this expert, their composure quickly dissipated. Hong Haoguang. I thought a reputable authority had come forth. Alas, it's this harbinger of doom that I was unafraid until now, but I feel a chill creeping up my spine. This individual is utterly unreliable, and his statements often prove accurate only when viewed in the opposite light. It seems we are truly in for a calamity. 1. I share that sentiment. 1110086. The appearance of Hong Haoguang not only failed to alleviate the crowd's panic but exacerbated their fears. Ding Hao observed his phone, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In his previous life, he had been among the panic masses, consumed by fear daily, yet now, he remained unfazed. The provisions in his space were ample enough to sustain him for several lifetimes. In the days that followed, the black snow continued to fall, showing no signs of abating. The fog also lingered, preventing anyone from entering or exiting the community. Everyone was thoroughly trapped within the confines of their neighborhood. As for food supplies, they had dwindled to a critical low. The last ration of rice had been a mere 20 pounds, and even with frugal consumption, it would not last long. The atmosphere in Ding Hao's community was thick with panic. Residents incessantly debated strategies in their group chats, yet no effective solutions materialized. Then, a piece of news erupted, sending shockwaves through the entire community. In one of the 3 buildings, a resident had been robbed, not only losing their food supplies but also meeting a tragic end in their home. In an instant, fear gripped every resident. Some, in their terror, dialed for help, but after numerous attempts, not a single operator answered. Subsequently, in pursuit of sustenance, a group banded together, daring to venture outside to the supermarket. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Ultimately, of the 20 or so who set out, only 4 returned by nightfall. The rest had perished. This news sent a profound shockwave through the community, and feelings of despair spread like wildfire. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, in Lin Xia's home, Li Daxian, having altered his previous demeanor, was now angrily berating Lin Xia. You worthless wretch, in a situation like this, you still care about your pride when I ask you to borrow some food? Do you truly intend for me to starve to death here? Their food supply had been depleted days prior. The relentless cold and hunger had become unbearable for Li Daxian, who, recalling Ding Hao's earlier boasting about his provisions in the residence group, believed Ding Hao must possess a significant stockpile of food. Thus, he conjured the idea of sending Lin Xia to borrow some. After all, the pretty boy was Lin Xia's student, and their relationship was quite close. He thought she would have no trouble securing some food. Perhaps they could survive this ordeal. As a result, however, to his astonishment, no amount of persuasion could convince Lin Xia to seek help. As Li Daxian unleashed his fury, Lin Xia cowered in fear in the corner of the sofa, yet she remained resolute in her decision. She understood that this situation was unlike any before. Previously, seeking employment might have inconvenienced Ding Hao slightly, but it was a minor issue. Lin Xia had been willing to approach him then. Now, however, Li Daxian was asking her to borrow food. In this dire environment, food equated to life. Even if Ding Hao had stockpiled more than the average person, after these days of rationing, he would have little left. The snow continued to fall, with no end in sight. What if Ding Hao, out of compassion, lent them food, leaving himself with nothing? Would that not be tantamount to endangering them? The very thought solidified Lin Xia's resolve. She would not seek food from Ding Hao. She could not bring herself to be so selfish. Brother-in-law, why not hold your tongue? Perhaps my sister has her own reasons for not speaking up. Lin Xiaoyou, who had been quietly observing, suddenly interjected in support of Lin Xia. Upon hearing her words, Li Daxian not only failed to temper his anger but instead grew even more furious. Reasons? What possible reasons could there be? We are on the brink of starvation. What could be more pressing than that? This, Lin Xiaoyou was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, what could be more pressing than the threat of starvation? Chapter 65 of the disparity between people. As Li Daxian appeared poised to berate Lin Xia once more, Lin Xiaoyou bit her lip and hastily interjected, I have a close friend who resides in the neighborhood. She should have some food at home. I shall go and borrow some from her. Is that so? Upon hearing Lin Xiaoyou's words, the anger on Li Daxian's face dissipated rapidly, replaced by a hint of a conciliatory smile as he urged, Xiaoyou, in that case, do hurry along. Your brother-in-law is on the verge of starving. Yes, brother-in-law. Lin Xiaoyou responded with her head bowed, yet, in truth, she had no friend to speak of. It was all fabricated. However, with the arrow already knocked, she had no choice but to release it. Xiaoyou, you mustn't go outside. It is perilous out there. Yet, concern flickered in Lin Xia's eyes. Just the previous night, someone had collapsed in the snow due to hunger, and by morning, only bones remained, ravaged beyond recognition. Sister, do not worry. I will be fine. Lin Xiaoyou cast a glance out the window. The snowfall had just ceased. If she took an umbrella with her, she should be all right. Seeing Li Daxian's fierce glare directed at her, Lin Xia felt a pang of panic. Unable to dissuade Lin Xiaoyou, she could only say, then do take care on your way. Lin Xiaoyou nodded emphatically. Finally, she donned a pair of hastily fashioned rubber shoes, took an umbrella, and stepped outside. Descending the stairs, a gust of frigid wind enveloped her, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Gazing at the boundless expanse of blackened snow, she felt a profound sense of bewilderment. Who could she approach for food? She had boasted of a friend, and returning empty-handed would be utterly embarrassing. Moreover, with no provisions left at home, even if she returned, her family would face the grim fate of starvation. Thus, Lin Xiaoyao wandered aimlessly through the community, akin to a headless fly. Along her path, she encountered numerous individuals, armed with sickles, kitchen knives, and even hoes, scraping away the surface of the black snow to smash through the thick ice below, desperately searching for sustenance. In a particularly shocking scene, she witnessed a middle-aged man discover a plump green caterpillar, and in a moment of sheer delight, he popped it into his mouth. This sight struck Lin Xiaoyao with an overwhelming impact. Had the situation outside truly descended to such depths, then, an even more chaotic scene unfolded. A person unearthed an unopened packet of instant noodles from a garbage bin, igniting a frenzy as a dozen people engaged in a fierce scuffle, blood spilling across the ground. Lin Xiaoyao hurriedly distanced herself, narrowly avoiding being drawn into the chaos. Ultimately, the noodles were torn apart, and a few individuals took fragments and departed. Lin Xiaoyao bit her lip, engulfed in despair. Even if she knew someone who would lend her food in such dire circumstances, she stood in place for a considerable time before ultimately deciding to return, for her journey had proven futile.
Is that?
Just as she was walking, a rich aroma of meat wafted toward her. In that instant, she felt a surreal sensation. Lifting her gaze, a familiar steel fortress came into view. After much hesitation, she could no longer resist and pressed the doorbell. Ding Hao was nestled comfortably at home, roasting by the fire while savoring a steak. Beside him, his twin sisters indulged in barbecued meat. The scene would undoubtedly evoke jealousy from those outside, who might even resort to unsavory acts out of envy for such provisions.
Not tasty.
Ironically, this steak, a delicacy coveted by countless people, was discarded carelessly into the trash simply because it was slightly burnt and did not suit Ding Hao's palate. Master, if you do not wish to eat steak, you might consider trying the barbecue made by Xiaoxue.
Today, the first snow had fallen, and Xiaoxue was dressed in a flowing, wide-collared dress. Quite good.
Ding Hao opened his mouth to receive a piece of barbecued meat from Xiaoxue, throwing her a flirtatious glance in return.
Master, what I made is also quite delicious.
Not to be outdone, Chu Qing similarly offered a piece of barbecued meat to Ding Hao.
He was equally generous with his appreciative gaze. As night fell, Ding Hao emerged from his room, stretching languidly, ready to head downstairs for a drink when the doorbell rang.
Glancing at the surveillance monitor, he discovered it was Lin Xia's sister, Lin Xiaoyao. What could she want from him? Ding Hao felt puzzled but proceeded to the door.
Ding, Mr. Ding, hello. Lin Xiaoyao, nearly frozen, was greeted by the door swinging open.
A wave of warm air enveloped her, providing immense comfort. In that moment, she felt as though her very soul was soaring. Even with the air conditioning at home, it could not compare to this warmth.
At that moment, Ding Hao appeared at the doorway. He surveyed Lin Xiaoyao and inquired, "What brings you here?"
Recalling her earlier irritation directed at Ding Hao, she felt flustered approaching him now for food.
Blushing, she confessed, "I would like to borrow some food from you, Mr. Ding. My family has been hungry for 2 whole days." Upon hearing her words, Ding Hao furrowed his brow. Observing his reaction, Lin Xiaoyao's heart raced with anxiety. Had she offended him the last time? Come in and we can talk.
While she was lost in thought, Ding Hao gestured for her to enter. She did not hesitate, following him through the small courtyard and into the first floor of the steel fortress. Her astonishment grew as she entered. Even in the courtyard, the warmth was palpable, but upon entering the hall, the temperature rose several degrees. She found herself feeling overly warm in her layers of clothing. By now, the twins had returned to their rooms, and Ding Hao glanced at his small bed, indicating for Lin Xiaoyao to sit down first.
If you're too warm, you may remove your outer layers. There are no outsiders here.
After speaking, Ding Hao retreated into a nearby small room. Once seated as instructed, Lin Xiaoyao began to survey her surroundings: a fireplace, a barbecue grill, and remnants of bones on the table from the barbecue. Gulp. Lin Xiaoyao unconsciously swallowed, her body instinctively yearning for the bones. Alarmed, she quickly diverted her gaze, fearful of losing control and embarrassing herself simultaneously. Her heart was filled with shock. Outside, people fought over a packet of instant noodles, while here, Ding Hao had an abundance of barbecue. Was this not a lavish existence? Chapter 66. Is this truly his strength? The more Lin Qiuyao pondered, the more astonished she became. Just how much food does this fellow have? She realized that she had made the right decision coming here. It was likely that, among the entire community, no one could rival Ding Hao in terms of affluence. As she contemplated this, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. She felt unbearably hot. After all, the temperature inside was over 20 degrees Celsius, while outside it was plummeting to -40. To ward off the cold, she had bundled herself in layers upon layers of clothing, which now felt stifling. However, to acclimatize to the room's warmth, she would have to strip down to nothing but her undergarments. Yet, Ding Hao would be returning soon. The thought of undressing to such a degree in front of him made her feel somewhat bashful. Lin Qiuyao couldn't tell if it was merely psychological, but she sensed the room's temperature rising ever higher. Initially, the heat was bearable, but gradually, it felt as if she were ensconced in a furnace.
Forget it, I can't endure this any longer.
With a decisive motion, she hastily shed several layers of clothing, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. What a comfort! As the cumbersome garments were discarded, her delicate visage, glistening with a few droplets of sweat, exhibited a unique charm. While she may not quite match the goddess-like beauty of Lin Xia, she was still formidable enough to overshadow the vast majority of attractive women. Indeed, Lin Qiuyao had been a campus beauty since childhood. Aside from her sister Lin Xia, very few could stand on equal footing with her. Even in her sister's home, Li Daqiang's gaze occasionally lingered on her, which made her feel quite awkward. Nevertheless, out of respect for her sister, she chose to remain silent. Just then, Ding Hao emerged from the room, carrying 2 cups of tea.
Specially brewed Longjing, give it a try.
Ding Hao grinned as he handed a cup to Lin Qiuyao and took a seat opposite her.
Oh, alright, thank you, Mr. Ding.
Lin Qiuyao felt a bit restrained observing her demeanor. Ding Hao cut to the chase, stating, "To be honest, I only allowed you in because of Lin Laoshi, otherwise, don't even think about borrowing food."
You wouldn't even be able to step through the door.
Lin Qiuyao was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in understanding.
I understand.
She was well aware of this fact. She was not the kind of woman who lacked clarity of mind.
She then bit her lip and asked, "So, Mr. Ding, does this mean you are willing to lend me some food?"
A flicker of hope surfaced in her heart. If Ding Hao was willing to lend her even a bag of instant noodles, a loaf of bread, or an egg, she would be more than satisfied. After all, her family had been starving for a full 2 days. In the past, such a situation would have been unimaginable. Even missing a single meal would leave one feeling as if their stomach were touching their back, let alone 2 days. Thus, when Lin Qiuyao had seen the leftover bones from Ding Hao and the twins' meal earlier, she had felt a surge of impulse. Of course, Ding Hao affirmed, producing a small red bag and tossing it onto the table before her. Inside, you'll find a pound of rice, 2 ounces of meat, and 2 eggs. Consider it a gift, no need to mention borrowing. After all, I don't think you could repay me. Just know, this is given out of respect for Lin Laoshi.
Next time, should you wish for more, there will be a price to pay. So much?
Lin Qiuyao was taken aback by Ding Hao's generosity. She hadn't anticipated that he would be so willing to give her such an abundance of food. These items, if offered outside, could incite a frenzy of competition. The fact that he simply gave them to her was astonishing. Her gaze towards Ding Hao shifted considerably. He did not seem as detestable as she had initially thought. As for the price he mentioned, she asked, somewhat perplexed, "Mr.
Ding, does your last statement imply that I may purchase food from you?"
With that, she excitedly retrieved a bank card from her pocket. "Mr. Ding, I have 10,000 yuan here, please exchange it all for food." She placed the card on the table. However, Ding Hao didn't even glance at it. 10,000 yuan, even before the apocalypse, would not cover the cost of a single meal for him. Not to mention, from this point on, money had essentially become a meaningless string of numbers. With a knowing smile, Ding Hao unabashedly surveyed Lin Qiuyao's alluring figure and remarked, "Do you think I lack money? Let me be frank, if you want food, you must trade your body for it. Accompany me once, and I'll provide you with some provisions. The quantity will depend on my mood." What? Lin Qiuyao was instantly stunned. She had not anticipated that Ding Hao's price would entail such a proposition. Without a second thought, she rejected him, saying, "Mr. Ding, that is simply not possible." She had her own principles. She would never sell her body for mere sustenance. Moreover, she had never even been in a relationship, despite countless suitors over the years. She yearned to give her first love to her ideal prince, not to exchange it for a few pounds of rice. Ding Hao regarded her tense form and replied coolly, "You needn't worry. This is a fair trade. If you refuse, I won't force you. If there is nothing else, you can take the food and leave."
"Yes, I apologize, Mr. Ding,"
Lin Qiuyao said with an air of regret. She began to put her discarded clothing back on, instantly becoming more cumbersome. Just as she was about to leave with her belongings, Ding Hao's voice rang in her ears, "I suggest you conceal the items. After all, you wouldn't stand a chance against anyone."
"Thank you for the warning, Mr. Ding."
Lin Qiuyao suddenly recalled those who had fought brutally over a mere packet of instant noodles, sending a chill down her spine. The items she held were far more enticing than a single packet of noodles. If anyone were to catch sight of them, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. Consequently, Lin Qiuyao concealed her provisions and took her leave. As she departed, Ding Hao couldn't help but smile wickedly. The so-called fair trade, devoid of coercion, was nothing but a fade. He did not believe that once Lin Qiuyao tasted the sweetness of his generosity, she would be able to resist the temptation. He was confident that, within 2 days, she would return, willingly offering herself in exchange for a morsel of food. Once the barrier of her first time was breached, the second would be even simpler. In other words, from this point forward, Lin Qiuyao would find it nearly impossible to extricate herself from him. Chapter 67, Collapse. The actions taken by Ding Hao were not characterized by cruelty. In comparison to the brutal violation endured by individuals during the apocalypse, his methods appeared notably gentle. In his previous life, the beautiful women he had encountered rarely met with favorable outcomes. Either they remained unyielding and strong-willed, only to be humiliated and subsequently slaughtered, serving as mere sustenance, or they were reduced to groveling like dogs, struggling to survive. Yet, even that survival was tenuous at best. The harshness of the apocalypse exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Even if one were willing to live as a dog, when the master of the dog had nothing left to eat, would they continue to care for you? Although he held no memories of Lin Qiuyao, he could surmise that both Lin Qiuyao and Lin Xia would face dire fates. As Lin Qiuyao stepped out of the iron fortress, the biting cold wind sliced through the air like a blade, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. In that instant, a fleeting thought of turning back crossed her mind. The warmth of Ding Hao's iron fortress contrasted sharply with the frigid exterior, which felt like an entirely different world. However, this notion was quickly dismissed, for she understood that if she wished to return, there was only one course of action. Lin Qiuyao shook her head, casting aside this impractical thought. "Where are you headed, little sister?" After walking for a few minutes, a man clad in a green coat suddenly blocked her path.
"Why should you concern yourself with my destination?"
Lin Qiuyao replied, feeling a tightening in her chest upon seeing the man. Her heart raced. After all, she had quite a bit of food concealed on her person, yet, she maintained a facade of calm, attempting to sidestep the man and continue on her way. To her surprise, he did not obstruct her. Instead, he remarked, "Little sister, you are rather lovely. If I am not mistaken, you just emerged from that villa over there, correct?" A sense of dread washed over Lin Qiuyao.
Had he been following her? And what of it? She mustered her courage to retort. The rice, pork, and eggs were tightly wrapped within her clothing, rendering them less visible, which eased her anxiety somewhat. Do not worry. I mean you no harm, I merely wish to propose a transaction, little sister. I find you quite to my taste. By chance, I have a packet of instant noodles at home, but if you accompany me, that packet shall be yours. What do you say? The man wore a lewd grin, surveying Lin Xiaoyou with a predatory gaze. Seeing Lin Xiaoyou respond with a disdainful snort and maintain her silence, he shrugged and said, "What is the matter, little sister? Even now, you're attempting to uphold some semblance of dignity. I shan't hesitate to tell you, had you not been somewhat appealing, you might not have even been offered that packet of noodles. This morning, within 5 minutes of spreading the word, 6 women contacted me. If you had been any slower, you would have been left with nothing but scraps." With that, a look of insatiable desire danced across the man's face. Just yesterday, a beautiful woman, much like yourself, attempted to act high and mighty, yet she too succumbed to my offer of instant noodles. TSK, I have encountered many like you. The man's vulgar words deepened the pallor of Lin Xiaoyou's countenance, and the implications of his statements left her utterly astonished. In just a few days, had morality deteriorated to such an extent? The image of Ding Hao suddenly appeared in her mind. If that day were to come, would she also abandon her principles? In the past, she would have resolutely declared a refusal. However, after hearing the man's words, her resolve wavered. Who among the living would willingly choose death? In comparison to this man, Ding Hao seemed remarkably superior. He was handsome and generous with his offerings. Very well, little sister, I shall not press you. Here is my business card. Should you change your mind, feel free to call me. Noticing Lin Xiaoyou's hesitation, the man smiled and handed her a card. Fearing that a refusal might provoke him, she accepted it and then departed, the man making no further attempts to detain her. Once Lin Xiaoyou had walked far enough away, a man dressed in black approached the green-coated man, saying, "Lu Gu, this woman is rather proud, she is not easy to ensnare." Lu Gu, clad in a military coat, extracted a cigarette from seemingly nowhere and took a puff, responding, "Pride is advantageous. The more proud they are, the stronger the desire to conquer them." The man in black gave a thumbs up. "Lu Gu is impressive, with just a few packets of instant noodles, you've ensnared so many. Our freezer is nearly bursting with meat, we are hardly lacking in provisions." With that, the two erupted into self-satisfied laughter. Back in the Iron Fortress, after Lin Xiaoyou's departure, Ding Hao decided to seek some amusement. He summoned the twin sisters. "Master, did you call for us?" The twin sisters appeared slightly anxious, as they were truly at their wits' end. Ding Hao glanced at them and said, "Rest assured, it is not what you might be imagining. I simply wish for your company in taking a photograph." While the twin sisters felt a pang of disappointment, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There was no denying Ding Hao's overwhelming prowess. They could hardly withstand it, and they even contemplated whether having more people to share the burden would help. At that moment, Ding Hao procured 2 comfortable armchairs and placed them on either side of a table. He then ventured to the cold storage, retrieving bags of rice weighing 50 pounds each, along with 20 pounds of pork, 20 pounds of beef, 20 pounds of lamb, lobsters, abalone, and red wine, among other delicacies. He laid everything out upon the table, creating an overwhelming display of food. The sight was striking, particularly in this apocalyptic era. Such a bounty could incite a skirmish among 100 individuals. With all preparations complete, Ding Hao set up a phone stand, positioned his phone atop it, and activated the timer for photography. He then returned to his seat, embracing the 2 beauties. Click. At that moment, the phone captured the image of the impact of the scene. Delicious food, fine wine, and beautiful women was overwhelming. Satisfied, Ding Hao waved his hand, and after the twin sisters departed, he made a few edits to the photo and shared it in the community owners group. "Ding Hao, every day, it's the same fare, I'm becoming quite weary of it." In the Owner S group, most members were lamenting their hunger, discussing various strategies to quell their appetites without resorting to eating. Several individuals offered suggestions. Some proposed drinking more water, while others suggested boiling belts for sustenance. The discussion became fervent. However, at that moment, Ding Hao's image and words suddenly appeared in the chat. Instantaneously, the group fell silent, as if struck dumb, with not a single person daring to speak. Chapter 68:2 Beauties. Thus, after a profound silence lasting a full half-hour, someone finally stepped forward to utter 3 words, "Is it true?" Ding Hao replied, "What do you mean? I don't understand. Surely, you must have something to eat at home, right? That can't be true. In this day and age, which household doesn't stock at least 100 pounds of pork, beef, or lamb? Impossible, right?" Ding Hao's words landed in the small pond of their conversation like a powerful depth charge. Instantly, the entire group erupted. "You bastard, are you trying to show off? Damn you, 100 pounds of pork, beef, or lamb, I'm barely scraping by, eating my belt. This guy must be toxic. Everyone is starving, and he is here boasting. Can someone tell me where he lives? I'll go give him a beating." "Go ahead, his home is that Iron Fortress at Villa number 3. If you manage to get in, I'll count it as a win for you. Of course, if you can't, then forget it." Upon hearing that Ding Hao's residence was the Iron Fortress, the earlier speaker immediately deflated. When Ding Hao's steel stronghold was still under construction, many had mocked it, questioning the purpose of building such a fortress without any conflict. Yet now, it was precisely this fortress that rendered them powerless. From Wang Wei. Negative emotion points 200. From Chen Hao. A negative emotion points 200. From Zhao Ting. Negative emotion points 200. Inside the steel fortress, Ding Hao could hardly contain his laughter.
Just from that moment, he had amassed negative emotion points from over 50 individuals, each contributing 200. Altogether, he had garnered more than 10,000 negative emotion points. This emotional currency was far too easy to collect. Ding Hao pondered for a moment before typing again. I apologize, I truly did not realize that you all lacked even 100 pounds of meat. I regret having offended you, that was my fault. However, on another note, if you don't have 100 pounds of meat, surely you must have at least 100 pounds of rice? If not, it only indicates that you haven't been working hard enough to afford even rice. With that, Ding Hao showcased 2 bags of 50 pounds of rice. Instantly, the crowd's emotions were once again ignited. The number of people cursing Ding Hao in the group doubled. Ding Hao glanced at the system. Just moments ago, over 100 individuals had provided negative emotion points. Unfortunately, the majority contributed only 100 each. Thus, this time, he only earned a little over 10,000 negative emotion points. After using it once, the effect had diminished. Ding Hao understood the principle of gradual accumulation and decided not to provoke the group further. But just as he was about to turn off his phone, someone in the group tagged him. I don't love Aoisora. Ding Hao, brother, this is too much. Everyone has been starving for days, and you have good food yet refuse to share, instead provoking us. Great love Aoisora. Ding Hao, my brother is right. You not only owe everyone an apology for your earlier actions, but you should also share all the food on your table. Only then will we forgive you. Exactly, hurry up and bring out the food, and we'll forgive you. Otherwise, once the snow disaster is over, you'll see how you can face us in our community. Many others joined in, supporting Aoisora's brothers, demanding that Ding Hao apologize and share his food. Ding Hao, upon reading these messages, let out a cold laugh. They were attempting to morally bind him, sorry, but he wasn't buying it, and this character named Aoisora had repeatedly tried to incite moral pressure against him in the group. He suspected they were all men. Had they been women, Ding Hao would have undoubtedly tied them to a post and whipped them until they begged for mercy. While contemplating this, Ding Hao turned off his phone. He knew that the more he ignored them, the more they would squirm, leading to their own frustration. From Jiang Lening, negative emotion points 1000, from Lin Fengyu, negative emotion points 500. Half an hour later, Ding Hao heard the system notification sound, indicating that another 1500 points had been credited to his account. Upon seeing the names, he couldn't help but smile. The Aoisora brothers certainly harbored a significant grudge against him, particularly the one named I don't love Aoisora. In a small villa approximately 600 meters away from Ding Hao, a beautiful girl in blue bear pajamas lay on her bed, picking up her phone in anger and throwing it down onto the bed, muttering, Fengyu, this Ding Hao is too outrageous. He has so much food and refuses to share. On the other side, another stunningly beautiful woman was applying makeup in front of a mirror. Hearing her words, she replied, Lening, you can't really blame him. After all, you're the one who targets him every day in the group. It's one thing to argue with him, but you've been inciting everyone to join in. Oomph, are you really defending an outsider? Jiang Lening huffed, do you think I want to pick a fight with him for no reason? That guy's initial comments were just too infuriating. Mentioning Ding Hao made Jiang Lening's chest rise and fall with agitation. These two beautifully dressed girls were indeed the Aoisora brothers who had been at odds with Ding Hao in the group. If Ding Hao were to discover that the Aoisora brothers were two such stunning women, his eyes would undoubtedly light up, and his desires could very well be fulfilled. Seeing that Lin Fengyu was still engrossed in her makeup, Jiang Lening exclaimed in frustration, stupid woman, we're on the brink of starvation, and you're still concerned about your appearance. Lin Fengyu chuckled, I'm only dressing up because we might be dying soon. This way, my corpse won't look as unattractive. Gurgle gurgle. Just as Lin Fengyu finished speaking, their stomachs let out a loud rumble, and the entire room fell silent. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Lin Fengyu lost all strength to maintain her composure and, with a forlorn expression, said to Jiang Lening, Lening, I'm so beautiful and young. I don't want to die young. How about we think of a way to get some food? Jiang Lening shrugged. Lin Fengyu responded, do you really think there is food outside right now? This. Lin Fengyu fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly having a bright idea, exclaiming, I have a plan, we can borrow food from that Ding Hao. Jiang Lening glanced at Lin Fengyu's prominently inflated chest and replied, Fengyu, you really are all chest and no brains. We target that guy every day in the group, do you think he would lend us food? But he doesn't know we are the Aoisora brothers from the group? Before Jiang Lening could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Lin Fengyu. Exactly. As long as we don't say anything, how would he ever know? Jiang Lening smacked her chest, as if awakening from a dream. Chapter 69. The bottom line. Lin Fengyu cast a disdainful glance at her and remarked, Lening, with your intellect, how dare you call me big-chested and empty-headed? From what I see, your modest endowment hardly suggests a superior intellect. Who says mine is small? Yours merely appears larger. If you dare, let us strip down and compare. Jiang Lening retorted defiantly. It was one thing to be accused of lacking intelligence, but to have her endowments belittled was intolerable. Well, perhaps they were indeed somewhat diminutive, but that was merely superficial. She still possessed a certain substance. Lin Fengyu chose to ignore her and, after contemplating the feasibility of her plan, stated, the two women accompanying Ding Hao are quite beautiful as well. We cannot allow ourselves to be overshadowed by them. Otherwise, Ding Hao may lose interest in us and would be reluctant to share his provisions. Therefore, before we set out, we must make sure to present ourselves well. Let us schedule our preparations for the evening. In truth, Lin Fengyu and Jiang Lening had a slight edge over the twin sisters in terms of their innate beauty. However, they had been enduring hunger for some time, which had taken a toll on their appearances. Nevertheless, they still possessed a beauty that rivaled that of the twins, and most importantly, unlike the twins who had been navigating the complexities of society for many years, the two of them were still students at Jiangzhou University. Their demeanor exuded a youthful vitality. Additionally, their families were relatively affluent, as evidenced by their ability to rent a small villa outside the university during their studies. Thus, they carried an air of gentle aristocracy, making them the most striking figures in any crowd. In fact, they were widely recognized as the most beautiful campus flowers at Jiangzhou University.
Alright, then it's settled for the evening.
Upon hearing Lin Fingyu's analysis, Jiang Luning readily agreed. However, she was not as preoccupied with the details as Lin Fingyu. In her eyes, with so many women around Ding Hao, he must surely be quite the lecher, and upon seeing the two of them, he would likely be utterly captivated. Meanwhile, as Ding Hao was busy boasting in the homeowners group, Lin Xiaoyou returned home. Upon entering, Li Daxiang immediately greeted her with enthusiasm.
Xiaoyou, how did it go? Were you able to procure any food?
Lin Xiaoyou, her face clouded with concern, was still preoccupied with thoughts of Ding Hao. Hearing Li Daxiang's question jolted her back to reality, and she quickly donned a smile, saying, "Brother-in-law, I managed to borrow some rice and meat." As she spoke, she handed over the small red bag she had retrieved from the elevator. Li Daxiang took the bag and, upon inspecting its contents, his face lit up with joy. "Fantastic, finally, we have something to eat," he exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, Lin Xia approached. Upon seeing the bag in Li Daxiang's hands, she appeared puzzled and inquired, "Xiaoyou, where does this friend of yours live? I don't recall you having any acquaintances in the neighborhood." Hearing Lin Xia's question, Lin Xiaoyou felt a surge of panic. Surely, she could not reveal that she had borrowed from Ding Hao, especially since it was through his goodwill that she had secured the food. It was not that Lin Xiaoyou was overly concerned with appearances, she simply found it too embarrassing.
"Dear, what is the use of asking that? Can it be eaten? Xiaoyou has already brought back food. Shouldn't you hurry up and start cooking?"
Just as Lin Xiaoyou was contemplating how to deflect, Li Daxiang suddenly shouted at Lin Xia. She clearly had no sense of urgency, yet he was on the verge of starvation, yet she continued her idle questioning. Lin Xia, with a gentle disposition, was somewhat intimidated by Li Daxiang. She retreated into the kitchen with the food. In less than half an hour, steaming bowls of rice were served, accompanied by a dish of spicy stir-fried meat and 2 fried eggs. The moment the eggs arrived, Li Daxiang swiftly claimed them for himself, and he also took a substantial portion of the stir-fried meat. Lin Xiaoyou and Lin Xia were left to share the remainder.
"Wow, Lin Xia, your family must have plenty of food," Li Daxiang said while eating, distractedly scrolling through his phone.
Upon seeing a message in the homeowners group, he exclaimed with enthusiasm. Lin Xiaoyou and Lin Xia immediately leaned in to take a look at this. It wasn't just Lin Xia, even Lin Xiaoyou, who had just returned from Ding Hao, was taken aback by the abundance of food on the table.
"This guy actually has so much food." Lin Xiaoyou couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment.
Lin Xia nodded in agreement. "Indeed, there is quite a lot."
"Is that all?"
Li Daxiang scolded Lin Xia for her lack of insight, saying, "I'm not trying to insult you, but you're truly not even worth a single hair of your sister. Utterly useless, unwilling even to borrow a little food. I'm telling you, I won't pamper you any longer. Tomorrow, you're going to ask your fellow student for food, and if you can't manage to borrow any, I'll kick you out of the house.
Do you understand?" Lately, Li Daxiang's temper had been increasingly volatile.
Upon hearing Li Daxiang's harsh words, Lin Xia felt a deep discomfort, as if she were merely a tool. Once she lost her usefulness, she would be discarded without hesitation. After a moment of reflection, she finally grit her teeth and agreed, "Fine, I'll go." Only then did Li Daxiang nod in satisfaction.
He then turned to Lin Xiaoyou and asked, "Xiaoyou, does your friend have plenty of food at home? Will we be able to borrow again in the future?"
"That should be fine," Lin Xiaoyou replied absent-mindedly. Had it been before, she would have firmly said no, as she valued her principles above all else, but now, she suddenly felt that her principles were not as paramount as she had once believed.
"That's wonderful. With you two around, we will never go hungry again,"
Li Daxiang exclaimed, visibly pleased with Lin Xiaoyou's response. Meanwhile, in Wang Wei's household, his wife sat on the sofa, cradling her stomach and lamenting, "Hurry and think of a solution.
I haven't eaten in 2 days, and I'm on the verge of starving."
"What solution could there possibly be? You know the current situation, all the edible roots in the neighborhood have been dug up."
"Where am I supposed to find food?"
Wang Wei replied, thoroughly dejected. Not long ago, he had colluded with several others, deceiving many under the pretense of snow removal, and had enjoyed a sense of smug satisfaction for days. He had been looking forward to indulging himself once the snow disaster subsided. However, to his dismay, the disaster not only persisted but worsened, rendering the money he had acquired through deceit utterly useless. At first, he could spend a few hundred yuan to buy a pound of rice. Now, he couldn't even find anyone willing to sell him a single grain. "I don't care where you find it.
You can't let me starve." Wang Wei's wife shouted loudly. Wang Wei felt overwhelmed. "I've got an idea."
Just as he was at his wit's end, a thought suddenly struck him, and his eyes brightened.
Chapter 70. Borrowing food. What method do you have, pray tell?
Upon hearing this, Wang Wei's wife immediately perked up. Wang Wei opened his phone and showed her the pictures that Ding Hao had flaunted in the group chat, showcasing his sumptuous meals. After seeing them, Wang Wei's wife widened her eyes, exclaiming, "So much food."
Wang Wei chuckled, "I will soon turn this into our household's bounty." At 8 in the evening, 2 figures stealthily approached the entrance of the Iron Fortress. They pressed the doorbell. "It's so cold out here," one of them murmured. "I agree, the temperature must be around -40 degrees, the other responded. The two individuals were Lin Fengyu and Jiang Lenning, who had come to borrow food. Despite being well prepared and bundled up tightly, they were still freezing to the bone. After all, -40 degrees is no trifling matter. Why hasn't this bastard opened the door yet? After pressing the doorbell, they had waited a full 10 minutes with no sign of it opening. Jiang Lenning's impatience began to show. Lin Fengyu reminded her, "You should be cautious with your words, if overheard, it won't bode well for us." Calling him a bastard repeatedly would hardly entice anyone to lend them food. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation had already been heard loud and clear by Ding Hao. After all, this was the iron fortress that Ding Hao had invested over $1 billion to construct. The moment a stranger approached, an alarm would trigger, and he would be instantly notified of their presence. At that moment, Ding Hao was scrutinizing the surveillance footage on his phone, his expression one of confusion. He had never seen these two women before, and he believed he had not wronged them in any way. Why then were they cursing him? Given that it was night and the two women wore masks and glasses, Ding Hao could not discern their features. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to descend and open the door. He was confident that even if they harbored ill intentions, he could subdue them without delay. Even the presence of a firearm would not pose a threat. Of course, this was merely an ordinary community, and it was the early days of the apocalypse, where firearms in the hands of ordinary people were hardly formidable. With a creak, the door of the iron fortress opened slightly under Ding Hao's command. Instantly, a rush of warm air flowed out. "Wow, this heating is incredible. We can hardly achieve this level of comfort even with our air conditioning cranked to the maximum," Jiang Lenning exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment at the warmth. Lin Fengyu shot her a look, and she quickly realized that a man was standing inside, observing them. Ahem. Jiang Lenning coughed lightly, feeling a bit embarrassed, and then began to scrutinize Ding Hao closely. He was rather handsome, even more so than in the photographs, and exuded a certain charisma. If not for her negative impression of him, her evaluation would have been even higher. In contrast to Jiang Lenning, Lin Fengyu held no such deep-seated prejudice against Ding Hao. Upon seeing him for the first time, she felt a flicker of surprise. This man radiated a powerful aura. Coming from a well-off background herself, she had often attended high-end gatherings and encountered numerous prominent figures. Among those who pursued her, there were plenty of second-generation rich kids, yet they all paled in comparison to Ding Hao. "Have you finished your scrutiny?" Just as the two women were examining Ding Hao, he impatiently interjected. "Hey, don't rush us. You're so handsome, let us admire you a little longer. It's not like we're going to chip away at your good looks." Jiang Lenning replied with a playful smile, addressing him as handsome as if she were not the one who had just insulted him. "Do not waste my time," Ding Hao retorted coldly, glancing at his watch. "If you do not reveal your intentions soon, I shall take my leave." On such a delightful evening, how could he squander it on two perplexing individuals? The twin sisters had nearly recovered their strength and were eager for him to assist them. This man was impervious to reason. Upon hearing Ding Hao's unfeeling words, the two women exchanged glances. Eventually, it seemed they reached a consensus, and Lin Fengyu spoke up. "Good sir, to be frank, we have come to request some food from you. It is not suitable to discuss this outside." "May we enter?" The outside temperature was too frigid. If they lingered any longer, they would likely catch a cold. In these extraordinary times, with food scarce, falling ill would be a significant predicament. With a stroke of bad luck, they might perish from the cold before hunger could take them. "Come in." This modest request was not a problem for Ding Hao, but he swung the door wide open, allowing the two women to step inside. "Wow, it's so warm." Upon entering the courtyard, Jiang Lenning couldn't help but exclaim again. Even Lin Fengyu stood stunned. If the courtyard was this warm, how comfortable would the interior be? Their conjecture was soon validated. The first-floor hall, with its temperature set at a balmy 28 degrees, left them with an almost surreal sensation. "Good sir, it's quite warm in here. Would you mind stepping aside for a moment? We need to remove a few layers, for it's simply unbearable," Lin Fengyu requested, her brow glistening with sweat just moments after entering. "Certainly." Ding Hao did not refuse. He was curious to see what tricks these two might employ. After he stepped out, Jiang Lenning remarked, "This bastard lives in such luxury, I'm so envious." She gazed at the table laden with bones, a painful expression on her face. She hadn't eaten a grain of rice in 2 days while Ding Hao feasted on sumptuous dishes. How vexing. At that moment, her heart was filled with profound discontent. "Lenning, let us set aside our grievances for now. I am about to roast alive. Quickly, let us shed these outer layers." Lin Fengyu urged anxiously. In truth, if it was merely a matter of warmth, they could have endured. However, they had wrapped themselves too tightly, unable to showcase their advantages. How could Ding Hao be persuaded to lend them food under such circumstances? They had prepared for this eventuality. At Lin Fengyu's urging, Jiang Lenning quickly caught on to the two, hastily removed their numerous layers, revealing their innermost garments. Lin Fengyu donned a beige, ethereal gown that accentuated her delicate skin, her hair adorned with two exquisite light pink accessories that sparkled like stars. Around her neck hung a diamond butterfly chain that glimmered under the light, clearly not of ordinary craftsmanship. She wore ankle-length white socks paired with small black shoes. Jiang Lenning, on the other hand, wore a white blouse, her neck as white as a swan, adorned with a blue-pink bow tie. Below, she sported a matching blue-pink JK skirt. Her ash-blonde, slightly curled hair cascaded over her shoulders, held back by a fluffy bare hairpin, exuding a blend of purity and charm. Just as they had shed their outer layers, Ding Hao emerged from the room. Truth be told, he had deemed it unnecessary to monitor the surveillance for their actions earlier, thus, this was his first genuine glimpse of their true appearances. He was immediately taken aback. Good heavens, they were two exquisite beauties. Chapter 71. The prey. Though Ding Hao would not boast of having encountered countless women, he was certainly accustomed to the sight of beautiful ladies. Yet, even so, when he laid eyes upon Jiang Lingning and Lin Fengyu, he found himself momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Lin Fengyu graced him with a sweet smile and remarked, "Excuse me, handsome, I hope I haven't disturbed you this evening." Despite Jiang Lingning's usual exuberance, her beauty was indisputable, rivaling Lin Fengyu's allure without a doubt. Moreover, adorned in a JK uniform, she exuded an enchanting innocence. Observing Ding Hao's unguarded reaction to their striking appearances, a cold smirk curled upon her lips. Her initial suspicions were confirmed. This fellow was indeed a lecher. Mimicking Lin Fengyu, she fashioned a charming smile and addressed Ding Hao. "Hey, handsome." However, before she could finish her words, Ding Hao raised a hand to interrupt her. "I apologize, but I find it unappealing to hear from those lacking in assets." His remark was delivered with a casual indifference. 3 question marks floated in Jiang Lingning's mind. Subsequently, noticing that Ding Hao's gaze was fixated solely on Lin Fengyu's bosom, completely disregarding her, an inexplicable ire ignited within her. Surely, she was not so lacking that she could be described as flat? Moreover, what was with his utter disregard? Did she appear unattractive? Her expression betrayed her feelings, and Ding Hao could easily discern her discomfort. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he mentally counted down, 3, 2, 1. As anticipated, a notification chimed in his mind. Negative emotion value from Jiang Lingning. 1000. Jiang Lingning. Upon recognizing the familiar name, Ding Hao was momentarily stunned, then his eyes widened in astonishment. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? This time, Ding Hao was genuinely taken aback, so much so that he repeated his exclamation in disbelief. These two young women were none other than the renowned Aoisara sisters, whose faces he had publicly confronted several times in the owner group. Not only were they women, but they were also two stunning beauties scoring over 90 in appearance. His gaze swept over Jiang Lingning and Lin Fengyu. What had initially been a casual observation now sparked a wickedly bold thought in his mind, reminiscent of his earlier musings. "I must apologize. It was incorrect of me to label you as lacking. Although you may be a tad smaller, there is still something there." Ding Hao's demeanor shifted dramatically as he unexpectedly offered an apology to Jiang Lingning. However, even while apologizing, his words seemed to carry an even sharper sting. Jiang Lingning's face flushed crimson, clearly struggling to contain her frustration. Had it not been for her need for Ding Hao, she would have unleashed a torrent of curses by now. Negative emotion value from Jiang Lingning. 1000. Yet, Ding Hao found immense satisfaction in accumulating yet another 1000 points of negative emotion. Noticing the two women's generous reactions, he magnanimously declared, "Ladies, the food is not difficult to come by. Do not think of it as a loan. I would gladly give it to you, provided you agree to play a little game with me and manage to win." "What kind of game? You wouldn't try to cheat us, would you?" Jiang Lingning's wariness surged. "Of course not," Ding Hao asserted with conviction. "The rules of the game are quite simple. The three of us will play a round of do di zhu, with me as the designated landlord for each round. Every 3 rounds count as one set. If you win even once within a set, you win the round and may place a small note on my face. Conversely, if I win, I will place a note on your faces. We will continue this for an hour, and at the end, whoever has more notes on their face will lose. What do you say?" Upon hearing Ding Hao's proposal, the two women exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a spark of interest. Such a delightful opportunity, teaming up against Ding Hao seemed manageable, and winning just once in 3 rounds appeared exceedingly simple. In that moment, they even suspected that Ding Hao might be intentionally going easy on them. "Count me in." Jiang Lingning agreed without a second thought. "However, you haven't mentioned what we stand to gain if we win." As she finished speaking, Lin Fengyu eagerly turned her gaze toward Ding Hao. Such matters should not be left unclarified. If Ding Hao were to lose and then renege on his promises, providing them only a meager reward, where would they go to voice their grievances? Similarly, they were curious about what they would have to forfeit if they lost. If Ding Hao were to impose a heavy penalty, they would absolutely refuse. "Rest assured, should you win, I would not deny you your rewards." Ding Hao smiled as he made his promise: 10 caddies of rice, 10 caddies of pork, 3 caddies of snacks, 2 bottles of 1.5-liter mineral water, as well as a stove and 10 caddies of charcoal. How does that sound? Upon hearing Ding Hao's pledge, the eyes of the two women sparkled with excitement. Such an enticing offer, so many supplies would be sufficient for them to survive for an extended period. If fortune smiled upon them, these provisions could help them weather the snow disaster without much difficulty. Of course, one must remember that no feast falls from the sky. Lin Fengyu suddenly displayed a hint of composure in her gaze and softly inquired, "Young man, what if we were to lose?" "That's simple," Ding Hao nodded. "If you lose, you merely need to obey my instructions and perform one task." Lin Fengyu pressed further, "What exactly is this task?" The term "one task" was rather vague. Surely, Ding Hao wouldn't command them to meet their demise, they would have to comply, wouldn't they? Thus, it was prudent to clarify the matter to avoid any disadvantage. "I cannot disclose that at the moment." However, Ding Hao shook his head, as if sensing her apprehension, and added, "But rest assured, while I won't reveal the specifics, I can assure you of the following points. Firstly, it will pose no threat to your life. Secondly, it will not leave you with any irreversible consequences. Thirdly, this task will not require you to disrobe or anything of the sort." Lin Fengyu breathed a sigh of relief.
The points Ding Hao mentioned were indeed her concerns, particularly the third one. Her greatest fear was that Ding Hao might request something inappropriate, such as sharing a bed. Although Ding Hao was quite handsome and possessed an admirable demeanor, making him fit her criteria for a partner, he remained, at the end of the day, a stranger she had only met once.
All right, we agree.
A promise is a promise, you must not go back on your word. Just as Lin Fengyu was deep in thought, Jiang Lening exuberantly stepped forward, seemingly anxious that Ding Hao might reconsider.
Very well, a promise is a promise.
Ding Hao's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of mischief. A sophisticated hunter often presents themselves in the guise of prey. On the surface, he appeared as the prey while the two beautiful women were the hunters, yet, in reality.
Chapter 72 Spring Jiang Lening had indeed agreed, yet, for reasons unknown, Lin Fengyu felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Ding Hao glanced at her and shrugged. Honestly, you shouldn't overthink it. I'm simply bored and looking for someone to play games with. Moreover, while that food is precious to you, it holds little significance for me.
Ding Hao's words were delivered with utmost sincerity, almost as if he had Wealthbringer written across his forehead. Jiang Lening pulled Lin Fengyu aside and whispered, Fengyu, although this scoundrel may not seem entirely respectable, he does make some valid points. Besides, the rules are decidedly in our favor. With our combined intellect, can we not triumph over him?
Most importantly, even if we were to lose, the consequences aren't terribly severe, are they? A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Jiang Lening's large eyes.
With the mention of their combined intellect, Lin Fengyu instinctively glanced at Jiang Lening's head, suddenly filled with concern. However, after contemplating, she concluded that losing was indeed unlikely. Although Jiang Lening's mind sometimes faltered, her frequent play of Dodiju on her phone suggested she was not lacking in skill. The thought of the delicious food Ding Hao had promised made Lin Fengyu bite her lip in determination, responding, all right, we will play the game with you, but you mustn't cheat.
We recorded our entire conversation just now.
Goodness, this girl is quite astute, Ding Hao mused. Nevertheless, he had no intention of cheating and nodded, no problem, I assure you I will not resort to trickery.
As long as you don't cheat in case of a loss. Then shall we begin?
Jiang Lening urged, her anticipation for the forthcoming delicacies palpable. There's no need to rush. However, Ding Hao shook his head. He entered the kitchen and retrieved platters of dishes previously ordered from the Jin Hao Hotel. He placed them on the table in the hall. In no time, the entire hall was filled with tantalizing aromas. Both women could hardly restrain themselves from salivating. Fragrant rice, braised pork, sauced pig strauders, pickled fish soup, and lobster with red wine, these were all dishes they had longed to savor, now laid out before them.
Scoundrel.
Handsome guy, what you're doing will severely hinder our performance. Jiang Lening nearly let the term scoundrel slip from her lips. Lin Fengyu added helplessly, young man, surely this constitutes cheating? Having gone 2 days without food, they were already weak from hunger. Playing Dodiju in such a meat-laden environment would surely distract them. It was entirely possible they could faint from the aroma alone. In response to their accusations, Ding Hao waved his hand dismissively, saying, you've misunderstood.
The last thing I would do is take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state.
My intention in presenting these dishes is to ensure you are well fed before we compete fairly.
What?
The two women widened their eyes in disbelief. Ding Hao was being this generous. Was this his usual demeanor? Recalling his previous boastful antics in the property owners group, they felt a sense of unreality. Could it be that he had some hidden motive behind his actions, yet was, in fact, an honorable man? In an instant, their impression of Ding Hao shifted significantly, especially for Jiang Lening, who silently banished the term scoundrel from her thoughts. What they did not realize was that this was all part of Ding Hao's scheme. Winning was something he would never allow them to achieve, and after his victory, no food would be offered to them. Thus, his purpose in treating them to this meal was quite simple. He didn't wish for these two stunning beauties to starve to death. That would be too unfortunate. Subsequently, under Ding Hao's encouragement, the two women indulged heartily, shedding their refined personas and devouring pig trotters with their bare hands. Yet, even in this manner, their actions were, to Ding Hao, rather delightful to behold, for the beauty of these two women was truly exceptional. Half an hour later, Jiang Lening took her last sip of red wine, her face flushed with a rosy hue, clearly showing signs of intoxication. Adorned in her JK outfit, she appeared irresistibly cute, inciting an overwhelming desire to kiss her. Lin Fengyu, too, sported a rosy complexion, slightly tipsy. Her tolerance for alcohol was even lower than Jiang Lening's, having succumbed to just 2 glasses of red wine. Ding Hao patiently awaited their recovery. Another half hour passed before he produced a deck of cards and a stack of slips, announcing, "We can begin now." The two women snapped back to reality, replying, "All right, let's go." In that moment, their previous inebriation vanished, replaced by intense concentration. This game was crucial for their future sustenance, and they were determined to win.
Let us commence.
Ding Hao noted the time and began dealing the cards to in the first round. As it was assumed Ding Hao was the landlord, he revealed his final 3 cards, 3, 6, 8. Upon seeing the bottom cards, the two women erupted in joy. "You've lost." However, after exchanging glances and a silent communication, their smiles froze in place. "Whether it's 3, 6, or 8, neither of us holds them, which means 4 3s. 4 6s. 4 8s. 4 aces. Jokers. Sorry, ladies, it's springtime. You have lost." The two women stared at their pitiful hands, unable to form a single bomb, utterly flabbergasted. They had lost without playing a single card.
"I refuse to believe it. Let's play again.
We still have 2 rounds left, and as long as we win one, we shall be victorious." Jiang Lening protested, yet, reality swiftly slapped her in the face. They lost again, and this time it was consecutive defeats. Ding Hao grinned mischievously, slapping a long slip on their flawless, beautiful faces. For some reason, the two women felt a deep sense of humiliation wash over them.
Continue.
Jiang Lenning exclaimed, blowing on the slip. As Ding Hao prepared to shuffle the cards, Jiang Lenning intercepted him, stating, "You, with your consistently favorable hands, I suspect you're cheating, let me deal the cards." "Then by all means, go ahead." Ding Hao nonchalantly tossed the cards to Jiang Lenning for her to shuffle. Before long, the second round concluded, and Ding Hao's luck remained unwaveringly good, leading the two women to yet another crushing defeat. Their expressions now bore another slip. 2:0. At this moment, Ding Hao was significantly ahead. Jiang Lenning felt a surge of anxiety but found herself utterly helpless to eye in the final round of the third game. With Ding Hao leading by 2 rounds, fortune seemed to favor them at last. Though Ding Hao's cards were strong, their hands were even better. However, seeing their impending victory, Jiang Lenning, overwhelmed by excitement, mistakenly misidentified the card player. She played her joker against Lin Fengyu's 4 twos. In an instant, Lin Fengyu was taken aback, while Jiang Lenning remained bewildered afterward. Only Ding Hao wore a broad smile. It's not the formidable opponent one fears, but rather the incompetent teammate. As expected, he won this round as well, placing the third slip on the two women's faces. Chapter 73. 100 times this incessant repetition left MS.er in a state of utter frustration. Time had already slipped away, and they had yet to secure a single victory. Particularly vexing was the moment when they were on the brink of winning, only to have Jiang Lenning's momentary lapse of judgment squander their advantage. The mere thought of this caused Lin Fengyu's beautiful eyes to narrow as she shot a fierce glare at Jiang Lenning, as if to convey, "Just wait until I get my hands on you."
Not one to back down, Jiang Lenning glared back defiantly, "Am I supposed to be intimidated by your ample bosom?" Ultimately, Lin Fengyu reluctantly suggested a brief intermission. The two retreated to a corner to whisper strategies. Upon their return, a newfound confidence sparkled in their eyes. It was uncertain whether their tactics had borne fruit, but they astonishingly secured a string of consecutive victories, leveling the playing field with 3 wins in a row. As time dwindled, Ding Hao boldly proposed, "Let us settle this in the final 3 rounds. If you win even one, it counts as your victory." Naturally, the two agreed, their confidence having swelled to considerable heights. However, in those 3 rounds, it seemed as though their luck had abruptly vanished. Each hand was progressively worse, culminating in an inevitable defeat at the hands of Ding Hao. "You've lost, and now you must honor your promise," Ding Hao proclaimed, rising with a smile as he tore away the 3 paper notes affixed to his face. "Go ahead, tell us what you want us to do." They were tantalizingly close to victory, and had there been another chance, they were certain they would prevail. Alas, that opportunity had slipped away. Though they felt a sense of indignation, they refrained from resorting to any underhanded tactics. Yet, Lin Fengyu was still in disbelief when Ding Hao opened the door, making his intentions clear. It was time for them to leave. Lin Fengyu and Jiang Lenning exchanged glances, both feeling the weight of disappointment. Negative emotion value from Jiang Lenning 1000, negative emotion value from Lin Fengyu 500. Before the impending snowstorm, wherever they went, they were treated like cherished stars. Little did they expect to be so coldly dismissed by Ding Hao. Yet, with the eviction order issued, they had no choice but to depart. Truth be told, they felt a twinge of reluctance to leave Ding Hao's fortress of steel, for it was the only place where warmth thrived. Even upon returning home to turn on the heating, they found themselves needing to don thick cotton pajamas. Ultimately, they steeled themselves, donned their coats, and took their leave. Ding Hao waited nearly half an hour after they had left, confirming their arrival at home before picking up his phone. In the homeowner's group chat, he clicked on the avatar of "Not a fan of Aoi Sora" and sent a private message with a series of photographs. He accompanied the images with a caption, "Though the night is long, with beautiful company, loneliness is absent." "Aoi Sora, I suppose you don't feel lonely when you're with another brother Aoi Sora, do you?" In the photographs, Lin Fengyu, adorned in a flowing beige gown with an exquisite visage, and Jiang Lenning, dressed in a cute JK uniform, were quietly enjoying their dinner. The scene was tranquil and lovely. Meanwhile, upon returning home and seeing the collection of photos, Jiang Lenning felt her temper flare to the point of almost exploding. Chapter 74. Look. That scoundrel, he truly has no regard for human decency, treating us that way, and yet he flaunts our photos. Jiang Lenning exclaimed furiously, sprawled across her bed. It was no wonder, although Ding Hao had struck her lightly, it still amounted to 100 blows, leaving her bruised and in excruciating pain, making it impossible to lie flat. Lin Fengyu, similarly positioned on her bed, turned to her upon hearing those words. "I actually think that photo turned out quite well." "Fengyu, why are you defending that scoundrel? Just look at how I'm cursing him." Jiang Lenning retorted, seizing her phone to unleash a torrent of insults directed at Ding Hao, calling him all manner of names, including a lecherous rogue. Yet, she remained unsatisfied and grabbed Lin Fengyu's phone to log into her account named Great Love for Aoi Sora. Once again, she unleashed a flurry of curses at Ding Hao. After venting, she exhaled and smugly said to Lin Fengyu, "So, Fengyu, don't you feel a lot better now?" "I do feel better," Lin Fengyu nodded. "But don't you think your reaction was a bit excessive? He might figure out that both accounts belong to us." "Huh, what?" Jiang Lenning suddenly snapped back to reality. She hurried to retract the messages, only to discover that 2 minutes had already elapsed, rendering her attempts futile. This left her feeling quite vexed, as she had hoped to use those accounts to vent her frustrations on Ding Hao. If he were to discover it, it would certainly spoil the fun. Moreover, it would put her and Lin Fengyu in an awkward position. Never mind, she thought, unable to devise a way to salvage the situation. "Fengyu, given how that jerk treated us today, don't you feel an odd sensation?" After a few moments of silence, Jiang Lenning unexpectedly asked shyly.
Lin Fengyu pondered for a moment, her cheeks flushing as she replied, "It is indeed quite embarrassing. I never expected that guy would use a ruler to hit us, just embarrassment?" That didn't seem right, Jiang Lenning mused. Initially, she found the situation quite humiliating and had berated Ding Hao in her mind, yet, as she reflected, her feelings began to shift. Looking at the food before her, she realized that she no longer harbored such hatred for Ding Hao. Instead, an inexplicable sense of anticipation began to emerge. You're right, let us not dwell on it. Fengyu, I'm going to take a shower now, Jiang Lenning said quickly, as if trying to conceal something. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable from perspiration, she decided to rise and take a shower. Lin Fengyu watched Jiang Lenning's retreating figure, sensing something peculiar about her earlier question, though she couldn't quite articulate what was strange about it. In the steel fortress, Ding Hao observed the barrage of insults sent by his brother posing as Aoi, yet he felt no influx of negative emotional points, leaving him utterly perplexed. Wasn't that woman named Jiang Lenning supposed to harbor intense resentment towards him? Why then was there no trace of negative emotional energy? Could it be that the system had malfunctioned? This thought startled Ding Hao, prompting him to boastfully share the remnants of the girls' meal in the owner's group. Mere moments later, the system's notification chimes began to echo in his mind. The accumulated negative emotional points were scant, barely amounting to a few hundred, which confirmed that his system was functioning properly. But what could explain the absence of Jiang Lenning's negative emotional points? Had the system somehow consumed them? Ding Hao pondered this conundrum, but ultimately decided to set it aside. Just then, another message arrived. Ding Hao initially assumed it was Jiang Lenning seeking further trouble, but upon opening it, he discovered it was a message from Qin Yun.
"Boss, I miss you so much, how have you been? I've been so busy these past few days, only now managing to carve out time to chat with you. You're not angry with me, are you?"
"I miss you too," Ding Hao replied, cutting off the latter part of his message.
"Thank you, boss. I really love you."
Qin Yun felt a surge of sweetness upon receiving Ding Hao's words, her heart fluttering with excitement and melancholy.
"Boss, the snow disaster is worsening. I don't know when I'll get to see you."
"No worries, we shall meet again when fate allows," Ding Hao replied casually. In truth, whether they would ever meet again was uncertain. The snow disaster was merely the beginning. The dangers ahead would only escalate. Ding Hao himself lacked absolute confidence in surviving, let alone Qin Yun, especially given her striking beauty, which made her more vulnerable to peril. "By the way, boss, I must report my recent situation to you," Qin Yun, oblivious to the underlying meaning of Ding Hao's words, continued cheerfully.
"Do you remember the supplies you advised me not to sell?
They have proven incredibly valuable. Previously, they all looked down on my actions, but now they are coming to me begging for food. And the billion worth of supplies my parents procured to comfort me has saved our entire clan, uniting a family on the brink of collapse.
My father has been unanimously elected as the new clan leader, and I have naturally become the heir."
Boss, if you hadn't sold the company, I wouldn't have become so wealthy. Once the snow disaster is over, perhaps they'll even turn around and support you. Then congratulations are in order, Ding Hao smiled, remaining silent. After a few days apart, this young lady had grown quite bold. If they truly met, he would ensure she understood his capabilities, making it known that he wasn't someone to be trifled with.
"Boss, I was just joking, you treat me so well. How could I afford to keep you? Once I save enough money, I'll give it all to you so you can keep supporting me. After all, I quite enjoy being taken care of by you." Qin Yun added.
This statement warmed Ding Hao's heart. After indulging in some light banter with her, he retreated to his room to sleep. The next morning, Ding Hao, still lost in slumber, was abruptly awakened by a loud knocking at the door below.
Chapter 75. Do not disturb my peace. Who the hell is banging on the door every single day?
Ding Hao, lost in a deep slumber, was abruptly awakened by the incessant noise. He retrieved his phone and activated the surveillance camera. To his dismay, it was that scoundrel Wang Wei yet again, accompanied by a dozen of his cohorts. Once more, this individual had come to extort money, disrupting his rest. Was he blind, unable to see the doorbell? Fueled by irritation, Ding Hao descended to the first floor and opened the door. "You, young man, exhibit a remarkable lack of courtesy. We have been waiting here for over 10 minutes, and only now do you deign to open the door." Before Ding Hao could utter a word, Wang Wei launched an offensive, reproaching him first. As Ding Hao swung the door wide, the warmth from the cozy courtyard wafted out, causing Wang Wei and his companion's eyes to widen in astonishment. This was uncommonly warm. In that moment, they were overcome with an urge to rush inside and claim the villa as their own. However, even though the current order was teetering on the brink of collapse, it had not yet fully disintegrated. No one could predict when an unexpected heavy snowfall might suddenly obliterate everything. At that point, a unified reckoning would ensue, and none would escape unscathed. Thus, even those with nefarious intentions were resorting to covert acts, avoiding any grand displays. Wang Wei was no exception. Should the order completely fall apart, there would be no bounds to his actions.
"I lack manners, brother. Have you forgotten that this is my home?" Ding Hao retorted, unyielding to Wang Wei's accusations. "If I'm in a foul mood, I am entirely justified in refusing to open the door for you. How can you speak in such a manner?"
A portly man stepped forward from behind Wang Wei and addressed Ding Hao. "We are all residents of the same community. It is only right that we assist one another." There was nothing inappropriate in Wang Ji's comment. "Why must you respond so harshly? Indeed, if every household were to behave as you do, how could we possibly carry out our duties? How could we achieve a harmonious and prosperous life in our community?" The crowd chimed in, collectively chastising Ding Hao.
"Have you all finished?"
Once the clamor subsided, Ding Hao casually cleared his ears.
"If you are done, then I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to walk away. Wait. Wang Wei, flustered, called after him. Is there something else? Ding Hao inquired, his tone indifferent. Wang Wei nodded, gesturing to the red cloth wrapped around his arm. Ding Hao, do you recognize this? Ding Hao glanced at it. Mutual Aid Association? Wang Wei affirmed, our community has been cut off from the outside, and many households are now without food. To assist those in need, we have established a Grain Mutual Aid Association. We are here today to seek your assistance as well. If I'm not mistaken, you should still have a considerable stock of food at home. If you could relinquish all of it to us, we will duly acknowledge your contributions based on the quantity of grain provided. As he spoke, a glimmer of greed flickered in Wang Wei's eyes. This so-called Grain Mutual Aid Association was merely a ruse concocted by a handful of them, aimed at hoarding provisions for their own indulgence. He then produced a small booklet, opening it revealed a list of names. Wang Wei continued, rest assured, we are legitimate, we would never deceive you. Look, several individuals have already contributed, and their contributions have been duly recorded. Once this snow disaster passes, we will promptly reward them. Of course, if my memory serves me correctly, you likely have a substantial supply of food. If you surrender it all, your contributions will be monumental, you might even become a hero in our community, revered by all. Hero, Ding Hao inwardly scoffed. Foolishness would be a more fitting term. In the current circumstances, relinquishing his household provisions was akin to signing his own death warrant. Observing the names on the list felt like gazing upon the gravestones of the deceased. He pushed aside the booklet Wang Wei extended, his voice icy. I apologize, but I have no desire to be a hero, please seek assistance from someone else. Seeing Ding Hao's blatant refusal, Wang Wei's temper flared. Ding Hao, what is wrong with you? Everyone else is willing to contribute, yet you refuse. Are you not dragging everyone down? Ding Hao retorted without reservation, just because others are donating, must I do the same? If everyone ate feces, would you follow suit? Wang Wei fumed, and the individuals he brought along began to encircle Ding Hao ominously. Intimidate me. The Ding Hao smirked slightly, clapping his hands. Suddenly, a small robot materialized on the wall, its green eyes glowing ominously even in daylight. It appeared somewhat unnerving. Alert, alert, hostile intrusion detected. With a swift motion, a bolt shot from a compartment beneath the robot, striking a nearby tree and piercing it cleanly. For dark openings then aimed directly at Wang Wei and his crew. What? The moment the tree was penetrated, fear seized them. The ominous openings now pointed at them sent shivers down their spines. Slap him. Ding Hao commanded. The small robot leapt in front of Wang Wei and delivered a resounding slap, leaving his face swollen. Wang Wei, however, dared not utter another word. Do not disturb my peace. Leave. Ding Hao uttered curtly before retreating. The robot followed suit, bouncing back into the courtyard. From Wang Wei a 2000 negative emotional value, from Chen Ti 1000 negative emotional value, from Lu Dabiao 500 negative emotional value, from Feng Yuan 1000 negative emotional value. In total, for individuals provided Ding Hao with 4500 points of negative emotional value, which was quite satisfactory. Once Ding Hao had vanished, Wang Wei's expression twisted grotesquely. Wang Ge, that guy is dangerous. He has such a terrifying device at home. Should we proceed with caution? Yes. Wang Wei interrupted through gritted teeth. What is so formidable about that contraption? Had we been prepared, we would have easily eliminated him. Now, let us return and devise a plan. He certainly has a substantial stock of food. If we can seize it, surviving this snow disaster will be a piece of cake. Hearing Wang Wei's words, the fear in the other's eyes diminished significantly. Indeed, that small robot was merely intimidating in appearance. The tree was stationary, hitting it wasn't particularly challenging. If the target were a person, as long as they maneuvered wisely, evasion could be effortlessly achieved. Moreover, Ding Hao possessed only one robot, while there were several in number. A couple of them could easily distract it while swiftly dealing with Ding Hao. As the group prepared to depart, Wang Wei suddenly cleared his throat, announcing, someone, assist me. It was then that they noticed Wang Wei's pants were already soaked, a steady stream of an unknown yellow liquid dripping down. Chapter 76 Poisonous Hail. After Wang Wei departed, Ding Hao began to leisurely indulge in single-player games. The reason he chose single-player over online gaming was quite simple. At first, Ding Hao's mindset was already thoroughly exhausted. Second, if he recalled correctly, a calamity was set to escalate again tonight after the Black Snow. Master, have some fruit. At 6 in the evening, Ding Hao remained seated at his computer, engrossed in his game, while Chushing, clad in a maid outfit, fed him grapes. Oh dear master, you failed once more, but fret not, with your intelligence, I am certain you will succeed next time. As Ding Hao's screen faded to grey, Chushing immediately rallied his spirits, simultaneously opening a bottle of beverage. Here, master, take a sip to soothe your throat. Delicious. Ding Hao savored the drink, imbued with a youthful fragrance, smacking his lips appreciatively. Under the attentive service and encouragement from the two girls, he soon advanced through the first level. Master, you are truly remarkable. Master, you are simply extraordinary. The twin sisters showered him with praise. Ding Hao smiled softly, choosing silence. Just then, a thunderous rumble echoed from all directions, causing the entire steel fortress to tremble slightly. What is happening? The twins' eyes widened in astonishment. This was their first encounter with such an event since moving into the steel fortress. However, they were not afraid. With Ding Hao present, they felt that even if the sky were to fall, it would be manageable. Their confidence stemmed not only from their trust in him but also from their determination. So long as they were with Ding Hao, they feared nothing, even death. It's nothing, just hail, Ding Hao replied nonchalantly. He then issued a command, and within moments, the thunderous noise ceased. Moreover, the tremors dissipated. The twin sisters breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was merely hail, indeed nothing to worry about. The hailstorm lasted a full hour. Come, let me show you the hail, Ding Hao said to the twins after the storm had passed. The twins were somewhat puzzled. What was so fascinating about hail? Didn't it fall every few years? Nevertheless, since it was Ding Hao's request, they complied. Ding Hao led them to the small courtyard. Upon opening the gate, the twins' eyes widened in disbelief, their mouths agape. Is this hail? The ground, once blanketed in black snow, was now pockmarked with numerous craters. The smallest were as large as a man's fist, while the largest had a diameter of nearly 1 meter. This was no ordinary hail. It could easily be mistaken for meteorites. This was precisely why the twin sisters were so astonished. Such terrifying hail could undoubtedly kill a person, they mused. In reality, they guessed that even if their estimation was slightly off, it wouldn't be very much. Compared to the slow devastation of the snow disaster, this hail was genuinely lethal. In his previous life, Ding Hao had witnessed numerous individuals struck dead by sudden hail while walking down the street. Even more terrifying were those who, despite staying indoors, succumbed due to the poor quality of their homes, with roofs caving in under the hail's assault. In fact, the villa where Ding Hao resided was struck by a hailstone measuring just over half a meter in diameter, creating a gaping hole in the roof that fell onto the second floor. Fortunately, Ding Hao and Sophie were on the ground floor at the time, thus escaping unscathed. Ultimately, due to Sophia's intense fear, Ding Hao braved the peril to repair the roof while wielding a frying pan. He still vividly recalled that scene. However, now, the same type of hail posed no threat to his residence. Ding Hao looked up just in time to see a hailstone, comparable to those from his previous life, plummeting down and crashing onto the transparent glass-like roof of the small courtyard. With a tremendous bang, the hailstone shattered under the force, yet left no mark whatsoever. The next hailstorm will not occur until at least 9 o'clock tonight, and it will not be of such magnitude again, Ding Hao explained as he observed the twins' expressions of curiosity. Master, can we go see that large hailstone? The twins pleaded, their faces filled with eagerness. Such a colossal hailstone would undoubtedly attract considerable attention if shared online before the snow began. However, the twins' true motivation was simple curiosity rather than a desire to post photos. Before long, the trio reached the enormous crater. As expected, nestled within was a hailstone exceeding 1 meter in diameter. The hailstone appeared translucent, resembling ordinary hail except for its size. Don't touch it. As the twins reached out to feel it, Ding Hao called out, it is highly toxic. Touching it could render your hands useless. The twins' faces turned pale, and they quickly withdrew their hands, clinging tightly to Ding Hao. Master, it's so frightening outside. Let us go back. Alright. Ding Hao hoisted one hailstone and returned to the steel fortress. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Ding Hao escorted the twin sisters back to their room on the second floor before returning to the first floor, feeling refreshed as he browsed his phone. His intent was not merely to play, but to gauge the public reaction to the hailstorm online. Opening various platforms, he found a chorus of lamentation. In contrast to the panic and concern surrounding the arrival of the black snow, a wave of sorrow now prevailed. Many had perished in the wake of this hailstorm. Ding Hao casually scrolled through several photographs. The less fortunate victims bore injuries to their heads and succumbed to poisoning, while the more severely impacted were reduced to mere piles of flesh. Nonetheless, after perusing the images, Ding Hao felt little sorrow. This was not due to a lack of compassion, rather, he had witnessed similar scenes in his previous life. Moreover, as time progressed, far more brutal events unfolded. Chapter 77. A cameo by Sora Aoi. After half an hour of browsing, Ding Hao turned off his phone. The scenes unfolding online mirrored nearly perfectly those from his previous life. There was little of interest to behold. The sole distinction lay in the emergence of a new organization called the Divine Church, which had inexplicably surfaced, fervently proclaiming that the current calamity was a manifestation of divine wrath. They insisted that to weather this disaster safely, one must immediately join the Divine Church, erect a plaque for the deities, and kneel in repentance for an hour each day. Such deceitful antics were, naturally, met with skepticism in the face of an impending apocalypse, yet, the bizarre occurrences of recent days had instilled a profound unease, and thus, the so-called Divine Church swiftly swept across the internet like a rolling snowball. However, at 7:30, a power outage struck. It was not only Ding Hao's neighborhood that was plunged into darkness, a widespread blackout commenced across the globe. But if one were to gaze upon satellite imagery, they would witness the once bright surface of the Earth, akin to a starry sky, abruptly dimming, with lights extinguishing one after another. Furthermore, within mere minutes, internet connectivity was severed. Unable to access the web or make calls, the entire world felt as though it had reverted to a primitive state. This turn of events only exacerbated the panic among those already in distress. Ding Hao stared at the abruptly silent owner group chat in various gaming groups he had previously participated in, suddenly finding them devoid of interest. From this day forth, these groups would be silent, with over 80% of their members destined to perish within the coming month. Surveying the darkened room around him, Ding Hao snapped his fingers. Xiaoji, activate the backup generator. Understood, initiating startup. Moments later, all appliances within the steel fortress whirred back to life, unchanged from their pre-blackout state. In Wang Wei's residence, the absence of electricity rendered the air conditioning useless, causing the temperature to plummet sharply. Before long, the chill was unbearable. Wang Wei donned every piece of clothing he could find, yet still felt cold, ultimately wrapping himself in a blanket for some semblance of comfort. This cursed weather is bad enough, and now there's a power outage. How on earth will we manage from here on out? He exhaled a visible breath, his brow furrowed in distress. At that moment, a knock echoed from his door, causing a flicker of wariness to cross Wang Wei's face. Wang Gu, it's me, De Biao. It was Lu De Biao. Wang Wei relaxed and approached to open the door. Standing outside was a shivering man with a shaved head. What do you want at this hour? Wang Wei asked, his impatience evident. In such frigid weather, he was reluctant to move a finger without necessity. Lu Debiao's face lit up with excitement as he whispered, Wang Go, our opportunity has arrived. With the power and internet down, we can eliminate that brat without anyone knowing it was us. Oh? At Lu Debiao's reminder, Wang Wei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, this environment provided the perfect cover for actions typically deemed unacceptable. Setting aside the humiliation that brat had inflicted upon him during the day, the supplies in that household alone would be enough for a wild spree. If successful, they would never again lack provisions. Moreover, from the photos Ding Hao frequently shared in the group, there appeared to be a considerable amount of charcoal. If they could seize it all, they would no longer suffer from the cold. Are all the brothers assembled? A glimmer of determination flashed in Wang Wei's eyes. I've already contacted them. They'll be here shortly, Lu Debiao affirmed. Good, then tonight we shall, Wang Wei began, only to suddenly furrow his brow and amend, no, that brat is cunning and undoubtedly has more tricks up his sleeve apart from that robot. That brat flaunts his wealth daily. Tonight, he's bound to attract attention. Let us not act hastily but observe for a night instead. You should send a brother to keep watch outside his home, try to discern his hidden resources. If he succumbs to another's hand, return immediately to gather the others, and we can engage in some dark dealings. Understood, I'll heed your advice, Wang Go, Lu Debiao concurred, recognizing the wisdom in Wang Wei's caution. I'll notify them right away. Once Lu Debiao departed, Wang Wei chuckled sinisterly, brat, you shan't see the dawn of tomorrow. Relish these final moments of your life. At 8 o'clock, two figures clad in excessively bulky attire arrived punctually outside the steel fortress. Damn, Feng Yu, look, that bastard still has power. Jiang Lingning exclaimed, gazing enviously at the illuminated interior of the fortress. It must have a generator. However, it's a pity, with such a large villa, the daily fuel consumption must be substantial, and it likely won't last long, Lin Fengyu remarked, initially taken aback but quickly regaining her composure to analyze the situation. The rationing of gasoline and diesel was extremely stringent, leaving even the wealthiest unable to procure much. This was a primary reason for her lack of faith in Ding Hao. Unbeknownst to her, the fuel Ding Hao possessed was not purchased but rather acquired from the surrounding gas stations, leaving him with enough reserves for decades of continuous operation. Regardless of how long it lasts, let us enter. It is far too cold outside. Upon hearing Lin Fengyu's analysis, Jiang Lingning felt drowsy, reminiscent of a tedious mathematics lecture. Hastily, she changed the subject and pressed the doorbell. This time, the door swung open within a minute, and a wave of warmth enveloped them. The two women felt as though their souls had transcended. Of course, they were not astonished, they had experienced this sensation once before. Come in, Ding Hao said, standing just behind the door. He then glanced at the vast, encroaching darkness inside. It seems tonight will be eventful. What does that mean? The two women were left perplexed. Ding Hao withdrew his gaze without offering an explanation. Once the door was closed, he inquired, are you prepared for a bruising tonight? This time, Ding Hao's words were unvarnished, stripped of any pretense. Lin Fengyu's cheeks flushed crimson, while Jiang Lingning displayed an odd shade of embarrassment. To mask her discomfort, Jiang Lingning exclaimed, bruised, you think you stand a chance? Let me tell you, tonight, you're destined to lose to us both. Just hope you don't try to weasel out of it later. Of course not, Ding Hao replied confidently, casting a deep glance at Jiang Lingning before shaking his head, such a beautiful woman, yet regrettably, you possess a rather loose tongue. Chapter 78. The loss. Hey, what do you mean by that? Jiang Lingning said with evident dissatisfaction, what does it mean to say it's a pity she has a mouth? Is her mouth unattractive? It means nothing. I misspoke, Ding Hao replied, shaking his head, too weary to engage in an argument. After all, Jiang Lenning's intelligent, large eyes betrayed her, perhaps her intellect was somewhat lacking. He. In response to Ding Hao's words, Jiang Lenning nearly chuckled. Unbeknownst to her and Lin Fengyu, Ding Hao had just caught a glimpse of countless greedy yet wary eyes lurking in the darkness. The three of them entered the grand hall on the first floor. Lin Fengyu and Jiang Lenning, feeling the warmth of the hall, hurriedly removed their coats. They had long grown weary of the cumbersome outerwear. Following tradition, Ding Hao allowed the two ladies to feast before commencing the day's little game. The rules today are the same as yesterday, right? Jiang Lenning inquired. Indeed, Ding Hao nodded. A visible joy spread across Jiang Lenning's face. To counter Ding Hao, she and Lin Fengyu had spent the entire day strategizing. This time, victory was assured. Alright, let us get started. Jiang Lenning exclaimed, wiping a grain of rice from the corner of her mouth. She added, brother, let us not delay, or we might return too late and fear hail. The hailstorm from that afternoon still lingered in their minds. Fortunately, the small villa they had rented was of good quality and had not suffered from the severe hail. Otherwise, they likely wouldn't have come tonight. Fear not, the hail is about to commence, but it won't last long. The next round will have to wait until after midnight, Ding Hao stated nonchalantly. Just as he finished speaking, a crackling sound echoed from above the steel fortress. The two ladies were astounded by his words and this occurrence. Was he truly that accurate, a prophet? Ding Hao glanced at them and casually remarked, just a guess. Don't think too much of it. A guess, well, that makes sense. Jiang Lenning nodded and said, you're rather lucky. Lin Fengyu felt embarrassed and tugged at her skirt. However, Jiang Lenning dismissed it, saying, I didn't say anything wrong. He is indeed lucky, or he must have checked the weather forecast beforehand, otherwise, how would he know when the hail would fall? Lin Fengyu couldn't help but facepalm. Dear sister, if the weather forecast could predict this hail, how could so many people have perished?
Moreover, without electricity or internet, where would one find a weather forecast? Ding Hao did not refute Jiang Lening. Instead, he produced a deck of cards and handed it to her.
You continue shuffling and dealing. Lest you accuse me of cheating. You possess quite a bit of self-awareness. Jiang Lening remarked, extending her flawless, jade-like hands to accept the cards from Ding Hao. She then began to shuffle and deal. Compared to yesterday, Ding Hao's luck seemed to have deteriorated significantly. He lost the first round outright, a paper note affixed to his face. Hey, brother, you look truly charming with that note on your face, Jiang Lening teasingly remarked, unabashedly sticking the note on his cheek and even changing how she addressed him to brother. To this, Ding Hao merely smiled, neither rebutting nor growing angry, maintaining an air of composure. TCH, quite the patient one.
Jiang Lening thought to herself, mentally censoring her derogatory words, resolving to simply call Ding Hao the bastard from now on, as it seemed particularly fitting. Soon, the second round commenced. Ding Hao suffered a more decisive defeat this time. Theoretically, as long as the two ladies won any one of the 3 games in a round, they were victorious. However, in this second round, they won all 3 games, which only served to inflate Jiang Lening's arrogance further.
Brother, don't be angry, I'm going to stick another note on your face. Jiang Lening taunted, gleefully placing the second note on Ding Hao's face.
Her haughty demeanor suggested she was washing away the frustrations of the past days, yet Ding Hao remained unperturbed. In the third round, Ding Hao narrowly triumphed this time. He managed to deliver a small blow to Jiang Lening's inflated ego. However, in the 4th and 5th rounds, Ding Hao fell once again, with time running short, and having lost 4 rounds, Ding Hao simply conceded defeat.
TSK, brother, you're not doing so well.
You reconceding before the game is even finished. Jiang Lening could no longer conceal her delight given her current arrogance. One might think she would attempt to mount Ding Hao and relieve herself upon him if it were not for the impracticality of the situation. Lening, do not say such things. Brother simply had a bit of bad luck today, Lin Fengyu quickly interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. Moreover, the rules that brother established were quite favorable to us, otherwise, we wouldn't have won today. Lin Fengyu was keenly aware of this fact. They had seized the opportune moment, the right place, and the right people, thus, even having triumphed over Ding Hao was not something to boast about. Jiang Lening, however, retorted, it's not as if we forced him to establish these rules. A loss is a loss, no excuses. Lin Fengyu shot her an exasperated glance, unsure of how to respond. In truth, her intervention had a deeper intention, to prevent Jiang Lening from provoking Ding Hao into retracting his words. It was crucial to remember that current laws bore little weight. Should Ding Hao change his mind, and withhold any resources from them, they would find themselves utterly powerless. Moreover, this was Ding Hao's territory. If he were to entertain any nefarious thoughts, they would truly be at his mercy. Miss Jiang is correct, a loss is a loss, with no excuses. I shall fetch the items for you, Ding Hao declared unexpectedly, surprising Lin Fengyu with his straightforward admission of defeat. Even Jiang Lening momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Was this truly the same insufferable bastard who had once made her want to hit him the moment he opened his mouth? The two ladies, each harboring their thoughts, waited for 5 minutes before witnessing Ding Hao emerge from the warehouse, bearing 3 large bags. Please check to ensure everything is in order, Ding Hao said, opening the bags. The first bag contained 10 pounds of rice, 3 pounds of snacks, and 2 bottles of water. The second bag held 10 pounds of pork, the third bag contained a stove and 10 pounds of charcoal. Upon seeing the contents of the bags, the ladies' eyes nearly sparkled with excitement. They had struck gold. With these provisions, surviving the snow disaster would not be a challenge. Their heads spun with disbelief, as if they were still caught in a dream. Ah! At that moment, Lin Fengyu gasped, staring at Jiang Lening.
Lening, why are you pinching me?
Jiang Lening, feeling embarrassed, replied, Fengyu, I just wanted to ascertain if this is a dream.
Now that I see you're in pain, I feel reassured.
Chapter 79 In New Rules. Gazing into Jiang Lening's innocent eyes, Lin Fengyu felt her heart soften, and she quietly lowered her hand that had been resting on Jiang Lening's waist.
Alright, I won't hold it against you this time, little girl.
Subsequently, Lin Fengyu's attention shifted back to the supplies, and she eagerly inquired, little brother, so we can take these things with us?
Ding Hao nodded, these items are now yours.
You may handle them as you wish, without needing my permission.
Thank you, little brother, Lin Fengyu expressed her gratitude sincerely. It was a heartfelt acknowledgement. Were it not for Ding Hao, they might have been on the brink of starvation.
You're welcome, Ding Hao replied, and then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he added, this evening seems rather dull.
If you're interested, how about playing with me once more?
Jiang Lening taunted, you're not reluctant to part with these items, hoping to win them back, are you? Sorry, but we're not foolish. These supplies will sustain us for quite some time, so there's no need to take any risks. Ding Hao raised an eyebrow. This girl appeared somewhat naive, yet in truth, she was a blend of pride and cunning. However, if she could discern his intentions so easily, it would be an underestimation of his capabilities. One cannot capture a wolf without first letting go of the child. Ding Hao, well aware of this truth, scrutinized the 2 young women's alluring figures and remarked, you misunderstand me. These supplies are but a drop in the ocean to me, and thus, there is no question of reluctance.
Humph, a drop in the ocean, it seems you are quite the pretentious one. Even if you filled this villa with food, it wouldn't be as exaggerated as you claim, Jiang Lening thought disdainfully. Little did she know, Ding Hao possessed an infinite space capable of holding more food than 20 steel fortresses could contain. Little brother, we truly cannot play again, Lin Fengyu shook her head and addressed Ding Hao. I understand your concerns, but I must regrettably inform you that this calamity will not end so easily. The food you have won't last more than a few days. Ding Hao seemed to read their minds. Lin Fengyu, astonished, asked, not so easily ended. What do you mean, little brother? Literally what I said, Ding Hao replied, not elaborating further. Yet, it was impossible for Lin Fengyu not to ponder further. After all, Ding Hao had mentioned hail, and it had promptly begun to fall. Lin Fengyu suddenly felt that this man exuded an air of mystery. Let me outline the rules, and then you can consider whether to accept my proposal, Ding Hao began with a smile. Lin Fengyu thought there was no need to refuse, nodding in agreement. Please, little brother. Firstly, we will play Dodiju again within 1 hour. If you manage to defeat me more than twice, that is, if you successfully stick 3 paper notes on my face, you shall win. As for the stakes, should you win, I will provide you with another share of the previously mentioned supplies. If you lose, I won't reclaim the food I just gave you. All I ask is that you fulfill a small request of mine on top of yesterday's conditions. What request? Jiang Lening inquired. Ding Hao replied calmly, when fulfilling the conditions, you must wear the clothing I specify. The 2 young women flushed at Ding Hao's words. The embarrassing scene from yesterday flashed vividly in their minds. This condition was rather excessive. It was already humiliating enough, and now they had to don Ding Hao's designated attire. That was simply. Lin Fengyu felt an overwhelming sense of shame, while Jiang Lening, beyond her embarrassment, felt a hint of excitement, though she could not quite grasp why. Fengyu, this rule sounds quite appealing. After all, even if we lose, we still have those 20-odd pounds of food as a safety net. But if we win, we could double our supplies, enough to sustain us for a considerable time, Jiang Lening excitedly conveyed to Lin Fengyu. Initially harboring doubts, Lin Fengyu now felt an irresistible urge. Alright, we only need to win 3 rounds, it's not overly difficult. We accept. Lin Fengyu decisively nodded at Ding Hao with a smile. Ding Hao produced the prepared deck of cards once more. The 3 of them immediately commenced a new round of battle. This time, despite the girls having a significant advantage, they were not careless in the slightest. The rewards for winning were far too enticing. Victory in the first round. Jiang Lening exclaimed, bursting into laughter. She hadn't anticipated winning the very first game now, they only needed to win 2 more rounds to conclude the game. Fengyu, when we return, I am going to feast on meat. Jiang Lening joyfully exclaimed to Lin Fengyu, already feeling inflated with confidence after just 1 win, disregarding Ding Hao entirely. Seeing this, Ding Hao chuckled, I'm quite pleased that you can accompany me for so long today that if you truly win, I will throw in 2 bottles of red wine as well. Deal. Jiang Lening quickly affirmed. Free offerings should never be declined. Naturally, Ding Hao replied nonchalantly. However, the caveat was that they had to win him first. A smirk creased Ding Hao's lips. The fish had taken the bait, and now it was time to reel them in. The second round commenced. At that moment, it seemed as though the girls' luck had suddenly run dry, as their hands were dismally poor. Unsurprisingly, they lost without any mishaps. Furthermore, their luck continued to deteriorate, and the number of paper notes affixed to their faces grew ever larger. Ding ding ding, the alarm Ding Hao had set finally rang, yet, his face remained as expressionless as when he began the game. I can't believe it, you must be cheating. Jiang Lening protested incredulously, her face plastered with notes. An entire hour, they had only managed to win 1 game. Ding Hao shrugged, countering, what evidence do you have to prove I cheated? I have no proof, but you must be cheating, otherwise, how could your cards always be so good? Jiang Lening insisted stubbornly. Ding Hao, exasperated, replied, you dealt the cards, they were never in my hands, how could I possibly cheat? Is it only permissible for you to have good luck, while my luck must remain absent? I didn't accuse you of cheating when you won earlier. Ding Hao's words left Jiang Lening speechless. In truth, he had indeed employed a few minor tricks, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to win so consistently. However, without concrete evidence, they could hardly claim he had cheated. Thus, it was as if he hadn't cheated at all. Chapter 80 Sailor suit and wedding dress. Very well, Jiang Lening replied, her head bowed like a defeated rooster. Lin Fengyu added, brother, we accept the wager. Ding Hao chuckled, wait for me a moment. With that, he retreated to his room and returned with 2 outfits placed before the 2 young women. You may change right here. Once you are finished, just call for me, and I assure you, I will not peek, Ding Hao declared, leaving the garments behind before exiting. In the spacious hall, only Jiang Lening and Lin Fengyu remained. Fengyu, this scoundrel has the audacity to make us wear such attire, Jiang Lening exclaimed as she picked up the outfit Ding Hao had prepared for her cheeks flushing crimson. It was a white 1-piece sailor suit, accompanied by a black short skirt and a pair of semi-transparent, thigh-high stockings, quite delightful indeed. You vile creature, you shameless rogue. Jiang Lening cursed Ding Hao 1,000 times over before reluctantly donning the outfit with a hint of anticipation. As she slipped into the sailor suit, she transformed entirely, shedding her sweet and adorable school belle persona to become irresistibly alluring. Her bosom appeared more pronounced, revealing that while she may not rival Lin Fengyu, she certainly was no mere flatland. It was merely that her usual attire concealed her figure. Once she was ready, Lin Fengyu had also completed her change. Jiang Lening lifted her gaze and stood frozen in astonishment. Fengyu, is that truly you? She stammered, her words tumbling out in confusion. Before her stood Lin Fengyu in a sensuous, pure white wedding dress. On her feet were exquisite high heels adorned with diamonds, complemented by delicate, alluring white stockings. This ensemble created an enchanting blend of sanctity interspersed with a touch of seduction, a harmonious juxtaposition that captivated Jiang Lening's awe. At that moment, Lin Fengyu was undeniably breathtaking. Ding Hao, observing through the surveillance, was rendered speechless at the sight of Lin Fengyu in her wedding attire, yet, he was in no haste to pluck this exquisite flower. He had a more ingenious plan in mind. With that thought, he discreetly placed the food the two women would need in a conspicuous location. Chapter 81. A newcomer. After donning their attire, the two women prepared to report back to Ding Hao, only to discover that he had already arranged a feast for them at the entrance. A warmth blossomed within their hearts. It seemed that this rogue was not as detestable as they had once thought. However, persuading the sisters to bow their heads would not be an easy task. Exchanging glances, they each grasped the food and departed the stronghold into the snowy expanse. The two ladies, clad in cumbersome layers, found their movements quite laborious. The contents of their bags collectively weighed nearly 40 pounds, translating to 20 pounds apiece. Even in ordinary circumstances, such a burden would be challenging to manage, let alone in the current environment. Fortunately, no toxic hail had fallen, otherwise, their plight would have been dire.
Feng Yu, this time we truly hit the jackpot. With so much food, we can go days without seeking that foul rogue.
John Lenning exclaimed excitedly as they walked, entirely oblivious to the 7 or 8 pairs of greedy eyes lurking in the dark snow behind them.
And their SA stove.
Although the power is out, we won't be too cold for the time being, Lin Fengyu replied, equally elated. Once the two had completely vanished from sight, the men emerged from the shadows.
What exquisite beauties!
Especially the one on the left. I've seen her before. Not only is she stunning, but her figure is also quite enticing. Most importantly, she always wears an air of aloofness, yet here she is, bartering her body for food, one man commented. Hee, Lu Go, once we capture her, make sure the younger brothers get their turn first.
I have a particular fondness for that type, another chimed in.
Lu Go, count me in, I'm drawn to the pure and sweet one on the right, a third man added, excitement palpable in their discussions. The man they referred to as Lu Go was bald, with a prominent scar etched across his face. At that moment, he could no longer restrain his ire. What the hell are you lot talking about? What fun is there in this? Can't you aspire to more? Two women, and you're all so entranced. Have you forgotten what era we live in? Let me tell you, in this day and age, as long as you possess food, countless women will willingly come to your bed. With that, Lu Gu cast a greedy glance towards Ding Hao's iron fortress. He had overheard the earlier conversation between the two women and knew that besides what they carried, the fortress contained an abundance of food. If they could seize it, their hunger would be alleviated.
Lu Gu is right.
We have been rather shallow, the others quickly acknowledged, awakening from their daze. Lu Gu nodded. Let us pursue them, capture the two ladies, snatch their food, enjoy a good meal, and then indulge ourselves.
However, we must consider whether those two are concealing any weapons.
As your elder brother, to ensure your safety, I will test the waters first. Once it's confirmed that there is no danger, then you can have your fun. Lu Ji's lips curled into a lascivious grin, and no one dared to contest his words. Wait. Just as the group was about to set off, Lu Gu suddenly halted, scanning the faces around him with suspicion.
Liuzi, how many of us are here today? The man referred to as Liuzi, a gaunt fellow with a pockmarked face, answered promptly, reporting to Lu Gu. I'm not sure. Smack, Lu Gu slapped Liuzi on the head. Get lost.
His sharp gaze swept across every person present, but the darkness rendered many faces indistinguishable.
Lu Gu, what is happening?
Liuzi asked, bewildered. The others mirrored his confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Gu divulged, there is one more person among us.
What? In an instant, panic rippled through the group. How could an extra person appear out of nowhere?
Surely, it was not a ghost. Fear spread like wildfire among them.
Calm down. Lu Gu barked, check amongst yourselves to see if anyone is unfamiliar.
With Lu Gu's command, the crowd settled slightly and began the search as instructed. However, they were distanced from the iron fortress, and without any phones, it was nearly impossible to discern anything in the pitch-black night. Chaos ensued.
What the hell? Who are you? I've never seen you before. Bro, how do you not recognize me?
You asked me for a cigarette earlier today when you were starving.
Oh, that rings a bell, but you seem unfamiliar to me? I'm Zhang Quan, you seriously don't know me?
Among them was a man with an abstract appearance, who quickly began mingling with everyone. Within minutes, he had assimilated, using the opportunity to eliminate any strangers. Eventually, he approached Lu Gu to report, Lu Gu, I think you must be mistaken, we're all brothers here, there can't possibly be an outsider.
Others quickly echoed his sentiment.
Lu Gu furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before finally conceding, alright, maybe I did misremember.
Lu Gu, here, have a cigarette. The abstract-looking man respectfully offered Lu Gu a cigarette.
Not bad, you still have some left, Lu Gu remarked cheerfully, eyeing the full cigarette, pleased.
These days, who among them had not been smoking the remnants of their last cigarettes, reluctant to discard them?
You're quite commendable. Once I'm done, I'll let you have the second turn.
Lu Gu said, elated, waving his hand.
Thank you, Lu Gu, thank you, the abstract man replied, his joy evident. Unbeknownst to anyone, beneath his guise of respect, a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. This man was none other than Ding Hao, who had discreetly altered his appearance to blend in with the group that had followed the two women. Brother, let us hurry. Those two girls are truly stunning, I'm nearly drooling. Ding Hao urged eagerly. Lu Gu laughed heartily. Alright, brothers, let us move out. Tonight, we feast and revel. In a quaint, sweetly decorated villa, John Lenning and Lin Fengyu returned home and immediately lit a candle, commencing to inventory their supplies. 10 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of pork, 3 pounds of snacks, 1 stove, and 10 pounds of charcoal. Nothing is missing. The two quickly finished counting the modest haul, their faces lighting up with satisfaction as they envisioned a brighter future ahead.
Yet, just then, a knock echoed through the air. Who is it? The sound of knocking sent both women into a state of alarm, recalling the recent spate of burglaries they had heard about.
I'm your neighbor. I brought you some food, fearing you might go hungry, a man's voice called from outside. The two exchanged glances, their fear intensifying in their isolated villa. Where could a neighbor possibly come from? Sorry, we're not hungry. Please go back. Jiang Lenning summoned her courage to reply. No sooner had she spoken than a deafening crash resounded as if 7 or 8 people were simultaneously battering the door. Boom, boom, boom. Within moments, the door splintered open, and a throng of men with greedy eyes surged inside, trapping Jiang Lenning and Lin Fengyu. Chapter 82, Exploiting the Situation. What do you intend to do? Witnessing the scene, Jiang Lenning could not help but raise her voice in admonition. Trespassing into a private residence is against the law. Are you not afraid of being caught and imprisoned? Haha, what are we doing? Naturally, we are here for the lovely young ladies. Lu Gu stepped forward from the crowd, scrutinizing the two beauties in the flickering candlelight, his satisfaction growing with each glance. He continued, My dear, you might as well abandon your foolish hopes. No one is coming to your rescue today. Even if you call the police, they will turn a blind eye to this matter. Despair enveloped Jiang Lenning and Lin Fengyu. This was an unyielding truth. They were utterly forsaken, with no one to answer their pleas. Bring them here, bind them, and toss them into a room. We shall deal with them later, Lu Gu commanded, rubbing his belly. Satisfying his hunger took precedence over savoring beauty, a sentiment unanimously agreed upon. Their eyes gleamed at the scattered food on the floor. I'll wash the meat and chop the vegetables. I'll cook the rice. There are chili peppers and gas in the kitchen. I shall prepare spicy stir-fried meat for everyone. We have charcoal here. I'll start a fire for warmth. I'll bind them. The crowd clamored to prepare the meal, eager to be the first to indulge, perhaps even to pilfer a taste. Only Ding Hao, producing a black bag filled with several bundles of rope, took on the task of binding the captives. Very well, this distribution is acceptable, Lu Gu nodded, then cautioned Ding Hao, tie them tightly, then confine them in a small room under close watch. Ensure they do not escape, and I shall reward you handsomely. Thank you, Lu Gu. Ding Hao replied with feigned enthusiasm. Lu Gu patted Ding Hao on the shoulder, said nothing further, and turned to indulge in snacks. As Jiang Lenning and Lin Fengyu witnessed the food they had endured so much to acquire, only to see it squandered in such a manner, their hearts ached profusely. Their anguish intensified when they saw a crooked-toothed man approaching with a rope. You shall not behave. Smack. Just as Jiang Lenning was about to shout, Ding Hao struck her with a resounding slap. Simultaneously, a glinting dagger appeared in his hand, reflecting a cold light. Negative emotional value from Jiang Lenning. 2000, negative emotional value from Lin Fengyu, 2000, the system notification chimed. Ding Hao nearly burst into laughter. The value from this encounter was remarkable. After toiling through the night to extract a mere 6,000 negative emotional points from the two, he now gained 4,000 simply from a slap. Cough. Yet, he felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps he could make amends later. Come on, you fools, just kill us, even in death. We will not allow you to defile us. Jiang Lenning declared, tears of injustice streaming down her face. Lin Fengyu's expression mirrored her resolve. They were utterly unafraid of death. Even if this scum refrained from violence, they would take action themselves. They would never allow these wretches to tarnish their dignity. However, just as they contemplated a final resolution, Ding Hao grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. My dear sisters, I appreciate your spirit, but let me remind you, do you truly believe that in death, you will escape our defilement? Understand this. A freshly deceased body retains warmth, and is hardly distinguishable from the living. Moreover, I assure you, should you dare to take your own lives, we will strip your corpses bare after our fun and hang them at the community entrance for all to admire your delicate forms. Ha, do you still wish to die? At his words, a triumphant laughter erupted from him, akin to a tyrant reveling in his power. The two women were left utterly speechless. Negative emotional value from Jiang Lenning. 3,000, negative emotional value from Lin Fengyu, 3,000, in an instant, another 6,000 points were accrued. Ding Hao pondered the possibility of masquerading as a bandit, storming the stronghold, and taking the twin sisters hostage. Ultimately, he dismissed the thought. It was impractical and unnecessary. The sisters genuinely cared for him. He could not bear to hurt them. Casting aside such notions, Ding Hao retrieved the rope and secured Jiang Lenning and Lin Fengyu in a manner that accentuated Lin Fengyu's exquisite figure. Jiang Lenning's form remained obscured beneath her thick outerwear. Lu Gu, to prevent their escape, I suggest we provide them with a new pair of shoes. Ding Hao proposed, fetching 2 pairs of exquisite high heels from a nearby rack. Lu Gu nodded approvingly. You have quite the clever mind. Proceed as you suggested. Yes, Lu Gu. Ding Hao commanded the two to sit, then helped them remove their shoes. To showcase his perversion, he brought the discarded footwear to his nose and inhaled deeply. Ah, delightful. A look of rapture spread across his face. Negative emotional value from Jiang Lenning. 2,000, negative emotional value from Lin Fengyu, 2,000, you wretched creature, destined to be a mere dog for life. Jiang Lenning could no longer contain her outrage. Lin Fengyu's face was equally stormy. They resolved to escape and seek vengeance, ensuring these scoundrels would find no rest. In response to Jiang Lenning's furious tirade, Ding Hao merely chuckled, apologies, but if I am a dog, then tonight, you shall kneel before the dog and beg for mercy. His words, paired with his grotesque visage, nearly revolted the two women. Enough. Follow me into the room. Shortly after equipping the two with high heels, Ding Hao looped the rope around them once more, guiding them into their bedroom.
Ah, what a beautiful room, Ding Hao remarked as he lit a candle, casually grabbing a pink cloth from the bed to wipe his face. Jiang Lenning's face flushed crimson upon witnessing this. This was no mere cloth, it was hers. Negative emotional value from Jiang Lenning 5,000, good heavens, so much. Ding Hao was momentarily taken aback, then looked at the cloth in his hands, his expression turning peculiar. I'll fight you for this. In that instant, Jiang Lenning, with tears streaming down her face, lunged at Ding Hao, as if intent on tearing him to shreds. Yet, Ding Hao swiftly restrained her, pinning her firmly to the bed. He pondered whether he had gone too far. However, the emotional points were undeniably tempting. Chapter 83 Apologies for the misunderstanding. With a hint of impatience, Ding Hao cursed, damn it, is it such a big deal just to wipe my mouth? You look like you want to bite my head off, how petty. Forget it, I'll give it back to you. After finishing his words, Ding Hao stepped forward and directly stuffed his underwear into Jiang Lenning's mouth. Simultaneously, he produced a roll of tape from somewhere and swiftly sealed her lips. Instantly, Jiang Lenning began to emit muffled sounds of despair. Jiang Lenning's negative emotional value 3,000, Ding Hao nodded and proceeded to replicate his actions. He rummaged for a piece of blue underwear adorned with small floral patterns and tossed it into Lin Fingyu's mouth, securing it in place before discarding her onto the bed. With a resounding slap, Ding Hao raised his hand and delivered 2 strikes to their behinds. The system's notification chimed in rapidly thereafter. Jiang Lenning's negative emotional value 2,000, Lin Fingyu's negative emotional value 5,000. Indeed, Lin Fingyu's negative emotional value was considerably higher, including the incident of the underwear stuffing. Thus, it was only natural that it exceeded Jiang Lenning's by a significant margin. Finally, Ding Hao stroked his chin, observing the desolate expressions on the faces of the 2 women, feeling a twinge of guilt. Never mind, he decided against continuing. The gains he had reaped from the 2 tonight far surpassed what he had accumulated over the past several days. He feared that if he pressed further, something truly unfortunate might befall them. With that thought in mind, Ding Hao exited the bedroom and called out, Lu Gu, I'm just stepping out to the restroom, could you keep an eye on things for me? Lu Gu, of course, referred to Lu Zi, whose real name was Chen Lu, a fact Ding Hao had learned while mingling in the crowd. Well, fine, Chen Lu replied, his face betraying reluctance. Dinner was nearly ready, and he was concerned about missing out on the delicious food while watching over things. However, considering the importance of the 2 women, he ultimately acquiesced. Thank you, Lu Gu. I appreciate your vigilance, Ding Hao said with a smile, discreetly handing Chen Lu a complete pack of cigarettes. Chen Lu's demeanor shifted instantly. Sure, brother, you go ahead, I'll take care of everything here without a hitch. Ding Hao nodded, feigning urgency as he departed. Once he was gone, Chen Lu's gaze naturally fell upon Jiang Lenning and Lin Fengyu. What stunning beauties, I can't resist. This glance proved to be quite alluring for Chen Lu, and he immediately approached, extending a hand towards their chests. Prior to Ding Hao's departure, he had already flipped the 2 over, making their movements visible to Lu Zi. The sight was utterly revolting to them. Were they to be defiled once more? Tears streamed down their cheeks, silently expressing their despair. With their mouths bound, they could utter no words, yet the despair in their eyes spoke volumes, revealing their shared resolve. At that moment, Ding Hao's silhouette emerged in their minds. In contrast to the group surrounding them, Ding Hao, who had initially seemed like merely a lecher, now appeared towering and formidable. He possessed strength, looks, and impeccable character. Though he had a taste for beauty, he was never lewd, adhering to his principles. He could have used food as leverage to coerce them, but he had never resorted to such tactics, merely engaging them in trivial games to seize minor advantages, and if force were to be applied, they would have been defenseless. That bastard, now that I think about it, isn't so bad. Rather than being tarnished by this trash, I'd rather give myself to that bastard. Jiang Lenning thought fiercely. She had made up her mind if this group attempted to violate her, she would take her own life. As for what lay beyond death, she felt she could not concern herself with that. After all, once dead, she would be devoid of consciousness, rendering all matters irrelevant. Lin Fengyu shared the same resolute sentiment, her eyes reflecting a similar determination. Just then, a figure appeared outside the window. Upon seeing this figure, the 2 women widened their eyes in shock. The figure was none other than Ding Hao, who had pretended to leave for the restroom, only to return in his true form, stealthily making his way around to the back of the villa. At the sight of him, the women felt their eyes well up with tears of gratitude. They had not anticipated that Ding Hao would arrive to rescue them at such a critical moment. However, they were acutely aware of the danger in his actions. Outside, there were still 7 others besides Lu Zi. A single pair of fists could not contend with so many. Thus, they emitted muffled sounds, attempting to warn Ding Hao to flee and not to involve himself further. Shut your mouths, or I'll make you regret it. Lu Zi barked fiercely upon hearing their muffled cries. At that moment, Ding Hao quietly slid open the window and stealthily positioned himself behind Lu Zi. Make a sound, and you'll meet your end. A sharp dagger pressed against Lu Zi's throat. Lu Zi's hair stood on end, paralyzed with fear. Who are you? If you ruin Lu Ji's plans, he'll kill you. Ding Hao lowered his voice. Regardless of whether I end up dead, you should know that if you make a sound, you will be the first to perish. Alright, I want to make a sound. Lu Zi raised his hands in surrender, allowing Ding Hao to close the door quietly behind them. Just then, Ding Hao noticed a small door beside the wardrobe in the bedroom. Pulling Lu Zi through the door, he quickly realized the surroundings were rather absurd. It was a washroom. Had he just pretended to go to the restroom? Never mind, it was inconsequential. After all, Lu Zi wouldn't be able to see in this dim light. Once inside the washroom, Ding Hao refrained from immediately disposing of Lu Zi.
Instead, he said, I can offer you a chance to call for help. In a moment, I will count down from 3, when I reach 1, you must shout for help. If you manage to shout, I'll consider it your skill and spare your life. However, if you fail to make a sound, I will slit your throat with this dagger. Lu Zi nodded repeatedly, although fearful, he doubted he would be unable to utter a sound. Once Lu Gu arrived, this fellow would surely meet his demise. Alright, let us begin. Ding Hao nodded and commenced the countdown. 3. 2. Just as he reached 2, Ding Hao snatched a toilet brush from the side and forcefully shoved it into Lu Zi's mouth. Lu Zi whimpered in indignation, unable to articulate a single word. What he wished to convey was that it was utterly unfair to attack before reaching 1. Moreover, this toilet brush must have been soiled, the stench was unbearable, Lu Zi nearly fainted from the foul odor. Chen Lu's negative emotional value 1000, as Lu Zi began to suffocate, Ding Hao finally extracted the toilet brush. My apologies, I miscalculated. Let us try again. Though Lu Zi felt utterly miserable, the instinct for survival compelled him to nod in agreement. Ding Hao continued the countdown. Chapter 84. A favor to ask. 321. Pop. Once again, the toilet brush sealed Liu Zi's mouth. This time, Ding Hao did not mispronounce the words. However, he spoke at an exceedingly rapid pace. Before Liu Zi could even react, the toilet brush was already pressed against his lips. From Chen Lu's negative emotional value 1000, gazing into Chen Lu's mournful eyes, Ding Hao apologetically remarked, I beg your pardon. I recited too hastily this time, let us try again. The third attempt commenced. This time, Ding Hao refrained from engaging in any mischievous antics. His speech was at a normal pace, and he did not make a move until he reached the number 2. Liu Zi felt a surge of joy, believing that he was finally saved. He resolved to dismember this detestable creature later. Little did he expect, however, that Ding Hao's actions were as swift as lightning. Just as Liu Zi's mouth opened halfway, the toilet brush flew up once more. It fit perfectly. The toilet brush again made intimate contact with his mouth. You're utterly useless when given a chance. Ding Hao boastfully grasped Liu Zi's head and violently slammed it against the wall. From Chen Lu's negative emotional value 1000, alright, you have lost. Ding Hao produced a gleaming dagger and swiftly made a slicing motion. Mere moments later, Chen Lu's lifeless body lay rigidly on the ground. Youth truly is a gift, one simply falls asleep upon hitting the ground. Ding Hao discarded the dagger onto the floor and pushed open the door to exit. Woo woo woo. Woo woo. Upon witnessing Ding Hao emerge unscathed from the bathroom, the two women immediately began to dance with joy. Fortunately, I noticed someone tailing you, so I quietly followed. Otherwise, you would have been in grave danger. Ding Hao approached and quickly untied the ropes binding the two women. What is this? After tearing the tape from Jiang Lenning's face, Ding Hao extracted a pink cloth from her mouth. Curiously, he began to unfold the fabric. Young man, you mustn't look at that. Yet before Ding Hao could fully reveal it, Jiang Lenning's face flushed crimson as she swiftly snatched it away. Subsequently, Lin Fengyu also spat out a blue cloth from her mouth. Young man, I truly thank you this time. Lin Fengyu said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jiang Lenning, equally emotional, declared, young man, I promise never to insult you again. Ding Hao glanced around and made a shushing gesture, saying, keep your voices down. There are still 7 people outside. We must find a way to slip away quietly. With that, Ding Hao moved towards the window. In such circumstances, it was most prudent to escape through the rear window, ensuring no disturbance was caused to those in the kitchen or hall. However, if he left without collecting negative emotional value, it would be a missed opportunity. It was rare to have a group of fools walk right into his trap. Letting them go would make it difficult to find such a chance again. With this thought in mind, Ding Hao feigned a glance out the window, then quickly drew the curtain shut, saying, we cannot exit through here, there is someone outside. Young man, what shall we do? Jiang Lenning asked anxiously. If this continues, you will inevitably be dragged down with us. Why not leave alone for now and find a way to rescue us later? Although Jiang Lenning had a sharp tongue and a cunning demeanor, her heart was in the right place. She was willing to sacrifice herself to ensure Ding Hao's escape, proving she was not a selfish individual. Seeing Ding Hao remain unresponsive, a spark of inspiration flashed in Jiang Lenning's mind. Or how about this? I'll charge into the hall to draw their attention. The person behind the villa will certainly come over, and at that moment, you can take Fengyu and jump out the window. How does that sound? Leaving me alone is far better than leaving 2 behind. Bang! Just as Jiang Lenning finished speaking, Ding Hao flicked her forehead. He looked at her sternly and said, are you insulting me? How could I, Ding Hao, be the sort to abandon my friends in the face of danger? Upon hearing Ding Hao's words, both women were deeply moved. Jiang Lenning felt a profound sense of guilt for having scolded him earlier. Young man, do not say another word. As long as I am alive today, I will ensure you both are brought out safely. Ding Hao proclaimed with a fearless countenance. This atmosphere resonated with Jiang Lenning and Lin Fengyu. Lin Fengyu, her eyes shimmering with tears, asserted, if you were to perish because of us today, we would not wish to live on. Jiang Lenning nodded in agreement. So do I. After a brief silence, she suddenly leaned in and pecked Ding Hao on the cheek with her cherry-like lips. Since you both possess such determination, let us depart now. When I entered earlier, I saw them cooking. Once the food is ready, they will all head to the kitchen to eat, so we shall leave 5 seconds after we catch the scent of the food. All right. The 3 quickly settled on a plan. However, as the aroma of the food wafted in and they prepared to leave, they encountered a dilemma. In the room, there were only 2 pairs of high-heeled shoes. If they ventured out in heels, the sound would undoubtedly alert everyone. They had no choice but to add a step to their plan: walk barefoot to the hall, then casually grab a pair of shoes from the rack to wear outside. This, however, would cost them precious seconds and significantly increase their risk. Before long, the trio cautiously opened the bedroom door and peered into the hall. To their relief, no one was around. They then quietly stepped outside. When they reached the shoe rack, they were still undetected. Just as the 3 were about to open the door and leave, Ding Hao inadvertently brushed against the shoe rack. In an instant, the sound of the rack crashing to the ground reverberated loudly. "Damn it, they are trying to escape." Lu Ji's voice rang out from the kitchen. In a flash, all 7 individuals rushed out from the kitchen, surrounding Ding Hao and the others. "You've got quite the audacity, daring to rescue people under my very nose," Lu Gu said with a smirk, then turned to one of his men and instructed, "Find Liuzi. He's missing." "Understood, Lu Gu." Minutes later, the man returned with a body in tow. "Lu Gu, Liuzi is gone." Lu Ji's eyelids twitched as he turned his gaze to Ding Hao. Ding Hao shrugged his shoulders and replied, "I merely played a game with him, and who would have guessed he was so incompetent?" Lu Ji's fury ignited instantly. "2 of you, go and kill him." 2 men brandishing knives advanced toward Ding Hao. "You should leave quickly, young man. We will hold them off for you, woo woo." Jiang Lenning's words were cut short as Ding Hao covered her mouth. He then stepped forward and addressed Lu Gu. "So it's Lu Gu, is it? These 2 are my friends, and since you have kidnapped them, I've taken one of yours. Let us call it even. Do me a favor, and let this matter rest." "Do me a favor? Ha ha ha." The bystanders could not suppress their laughter. Ding Hao, however, shook his head and stated, "You're forcing my hand, aren't you?" Chapter 85. Why must you force me? "Kid, we're going to force you. What are you going to do about it?" The 2 men dispatched by Lu laughed heartily, displaying complete disregard for Ding Hao. Although Ding Hao often boasted about his culinary experiences in the owner's group, these individuals were not originally from the community. They had moved in later and thus hardly recognized him. After their taunts, they suddenly brandished knives and plunged them into Ding Hao's abdomen. Blood immediately pooled around him, and a look of anguish crossed his face. "With such skill, you dare to play the hero and save the damsel," one of them mocked. They had expected Ding Hao's bravado to be formidable, but were taken aback to find him so easily dispatched with a single strike. "What a waste of time," they said, preparing to withdraw their blades, only to have their hands seized. Looking up, they were met with Ding Hao's pained visage. "Why must you force me?" he inquired. To their astonishment, Ding Hao yanked the knife from his own body and retaliated, driving it into the torsos of the 2 assailants. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed forth. However, these men were no novices. They wrested the knife back and stabbed Ding Hao twice more. Surely, he must be done for now. Yet, before they could celebrate, they once again faced Ding Hao's tormented expression. "Why must you force me?" he repeated. Taken aback, they barely had time to react before Ding Hao snatched the knife and plunged it back into them. After exchanging blows 5 times, the 2 men could no longer withstand the onslaught, their eyes widening as they exclaimed, "Are you a monster?" With that, they collapsed, lifeless on the ground. From Chun Kong. Negative emotion value 1000. From Sun Fan. Negative emotion value 1000. Even in their final moments, they could not comprehend why Ding Hao, having endured so many wounds, remained alive. This kid must be toxic. How can he possibly survive this? Lu, now frightened, summoned 2 more men. He should be at his last gasp. "You 2 go finish him off, and he will undoubtedly perish." "Yes, Lu." The 2 men approached with knives in hand. Ding Hao looked up and asked, "Do you intend to force me as well?" A chill instantly crept up their spines. "No. Not at all." Before they could finish their denials, Ding Hao bellowed, "Why do you always insist on forcing me?" Without hesitation, he raised his hands and thrust 2 knives into their hearts. "I never said I was going to force you." The 2 men, in their final moments, wore expressions of disbelief. Having been pierced through the heart, they quickly succumbed. From Chen Yumin. Negative emotion value 1000. From Xiaozong. Negative emotion value 1000. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, Ding Hao reveled in the acquisition of yet another 2000 negative emotion points. With the demise of these 2, only 3 adversaries remained. Ding Hao looked up and inquired, "Are you also planning to force me?" "No, I didn't. Please don't come near." One of them shouted in desperation as Ding Hao advanced menacingly. However, Ding Hao had no intention of sparing him. "I don't believe you. You must be trying to force me," he yelled as he charged forward. "Lu, save me." The words barely left his mouth before Ding Hao severed his head from his shoulders. From Zhang Chao. Negative emotion value 1000. "And you, why do you always feel the need to force a good-natured person like me?" Ding Hao declared as he lunged at Lu, now terrified, stammered, "Brother, it's all a misunderstanding." As Ding Hao drew near, he hastily pushed his remaining underling toward him. With a swift motion, Ding Hao pierced the hapless minion through the heart. It was all he managed to utter before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. This individual died so swiftly that he yielded no negative emotion points at all. Ding Hao felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have taken his time. He then turned his attention back to the last remaining Lu. Seeing this seemingly invincible monster approach, Lu's fear consumed him, and he fled. Unfortunately, he slipped and fell to the ground. "Brother, I was wrong. I will respect your wishes. I promise not to force you. From now on, whatever you say goes. I won't utter a word of dissent."
As Ding Hao closed in, Lu fell to his knees, pleading for mercy.
You truly one T-force me? Ding Hao asked, perhaps swayed by Lu's apparent sincerity. Really? You must believe me, how could I dare to force someone of your stature?
Lu hastily explained.
Very well, I believe you.
Ding Hao replied, discarding the knife at his feet, with a sigh of relief. Lu was about to speak when suddenly, 2 hands like iron clamps descended upon his head.
You, crack.
Lu's words were cut short by the sound of bones shattering, and his body crumpled lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide with confusion, anger, and regret.
I never said that believing you meant I wouldn't kill you, Ding Hao thought to himself. From Lu Feng.
Negative emotion value 2000, Ding Hao was somewhat surprised. Lu's negative emotion points exceeded those of the previous men. Had he known, he would have enjoyed the encounter a bit longer. Stumbling, covered in blood, he fell to the ground.
Are you alright, young sir?
Jiang Lenning and Lin Fengyu rushed over.
Ding Hao, his complexion pale, murmured, I killed so many. Are you not afraid of me? Do you not see me as a murderous demon? This time, he had taken the lives of 8 individuals in one go. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, it was undeniably bloody, especially for delicate flowers like Jiang Lenning and Lin Fengyu. They would surely be terrified upon witnessing such carnage. However, to his surprise, the 2 women appeared undaunted, their gazes reflecting a peculiar emotion. Young sir, no matter what others say, in my heart, you will never be a murderous demon, but rather a towering hero, Jiang Lenning declared before planting a kiss on his bloodied lips. This gesture stirred a flicker of emotion within Ding Hao. Jiang Lenning, her crimson lips stained with vibrant blood, radiated an unexpected allure, compelling Ding Hao to steal a few more glances. Then he said, I am gravely injured and cannot walk, I must trouble you to take me back. Young sir, I will carry you. Jiang Lenning volunteered, positioning herself before him and hoisting him onto her back. Young sir, wait a moment.
Feeling encumbered by her clothing, she set Ding Hao down, removed a few layers, and then lifted him once more. Though it was arduous, Jiang Lenning gritted her teeth and persevered, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from the young woman. Ding Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet, if he were to walk on his own, he would have to explain the nature of his injuries. He decided to let it be for now. Thus, Jiang Lenning carried him while Lin Fengyu supported him, and the trio made their way toward the iron fortress, taking careful steps. After a strenuous 20 minutes, they finally arrived at the fortress's gates. Upon entering and feeling the warm air enveloping them, Jiang Lenning and Lin Fengyu exhaled in relief. Thankfully, nothing untoward had occurred. Through this ordeal, they had come to realize that their predicament was far from secure. Outside, danger lurked at every corner, and a single misstep could cost them their lives. Chapter 86. The Black Stockings aid my recovery. However, unbeknownst to them, the reason the Iron Fortress was devoid of people was that Ding Hao had remotely controlled a robot before his departure, scaring away all those who lingered outside the fortress.
Young man, where's the medicine?
Let me assist you with it, Jiang Lenning said as she helped Ding Hao lie down on a small bed in the hall. Seeing his body, riddled with wounds, filled her heart with unbearable sorrow. All these injuries were incurred in the effort to save her and Lin Fengyu. No need, thank you, I should be able to get up now, I can manage on my own. Just as Jiang Lenning bit her lip, preparing to help him remove his blood-stained outer garment, Ding Hao stopped her. If she were to assist him, it would inevitably reveal the truth that he was uninjured. After speaking, Ding Hao unsteadily got up and ascended to the 3rd floor. Upon entering the room, he immediately discarded his soiled clothes into the trash can, which contained several blood packets, then took a shower. He retrieved medical gauze from his space and meticulously bandaged the wounds on his abdomen and chest, which had been stabbed by a knife. Only after changing into a clean outfit did he descend the stairs. As he neared the 1st floor, his energy swiftly waned. Cough, cough, Ding Hao coughed and inquired, my injuries are quite serious, I estimate that I won't be well without a good 10 days of rest. Could you show me how you look in black stockings? I find it quite enjoyable, and perhaps it might hasten my recovery? Hearing the first half of his request, both women felt a pang of guilt. However, the latter part left them utterly speechless. Alright, I promise, but where should I change? Lin Fengyu hesitated. Jiang Lenning, her cheeks flushed, quickly agreed.
Ahem, room 211 on the 2nd floor has what you need.
Additionally, you should rest in that room tonight, your villa is no longer safe. Ding Hao instructed. In a matter of minutes, Jiang Lenning appeared in black stockings. Her legs were stunningly beautiful. Ding Hao's eyes widened, fixated on her alluring legs. Then he added, may I touch them? If permitted, it might accelerate my recovery. Jiang Lenning's face flushed a deep crimson. Typically, she would have rebuffed such an advance, but given that Ding Hao had sustained such grave injuries to save her, she felt compelled to acquiesce to this modest request. With that thought, she approached him. Ding Hao immediately extended his hand to caress her leg. The sensation was exquisite. Ding Hao closed his eyes, savoring the moment, until Jiang Lenning's legs grew weak from his touch, prompting him to stop. A hint of regret lingered in Ding Hao's heart. He could only touch, not possess. It's late, and you both must be tired. If there is nothing else, you should rest early, it's good for your health. Also, if you feel hungry in the middle of the night, feel free to check the refrigerator on the 1st floor for something to eat, Ding Hao instructed, granting them access to the room on the 2nd floor before heading upstairs to sleep. Lin Fengyu observed Ding Hao's departing figure and remarked with a complex expression, Lenning, don't you think Ding Hao is acting a bit strange tonight?
Strange, in what way?
Jiang Lenning asked, puzzled. I can't quite articulate it, Lin Fengyu replied, frowning as she shook her head.
Surely, the negative emotion value must be sufficient for an upgrade now?
As soon as Ding Hao returned to the 3rd floor, he checked his system panel.
Host. Ding Hao, gendered male, nurturing direction evil cultivator, current realm Qi refining 9th layer, negative emotion value required for advancement 100,000, current accumulated negative emotion value 172,500, wow, so much, what a delight. Upon seeing the negative emotion value, Ding Hao was nearly elated enough to jump for joy. He scrutinized the details. The primary source of his negative emotion value during this period was tonight's events. It seemed this truly was his lucky day. Ding Hao mused that since his negative emotion value was sufficient, he should aim to break through as soon as possible. After all, the apocalypse had descended, and dangers would only escalate. Only with formidable strength could he face whatever lay ahead. However, he anticipated that the commotion from breaking through to the foundation establishment stage would be considerable, necessitating an outdoor location for the process. He preferred not to venture out alone, as it would be rather dull. At this hour, the twin sisters were likely asleep, and Jiang Lenning and Lin Fengyu had yet to reach the stage of engaging in wild adventures with him. After some contemplation, he identified a suitable companion. Lang Er, having not seen her in many days, Ding Hao realized he missed her quite a bit, and he decided to take this evening to nurture their bond. Without further ado, he approached the window, opened it, and jumped down. After exiting the gates of the Iron Fortress, he marched through the falling black snow without even deploying an umbrella, creating a vacuum around himself that allowed not a single snowflake to intrude upon his vicinity. However, considering he would soon meet Lang Er, he parked his customized corrosion-resistant vehicle not far from Miss Jin's villa. With this vehicle present, even a poisonous hailstorm would pose no threat. When he was just a few meters from Miss Jin's villa, a strong smell of blood assailed his senses. Based on his estimation, such a potent scent could only arise from the demise of at least 10 individuals. Ding Hao hastened his steps toward the villa. "Don't move!" As he crossed the threshold of the villa, 3 cold gun barrels were leveled at him. Ding Hao turned to see 3 black-clad bodyguards aiming their weapons at him. Besides these 3, there were 5 others within the room. 3 similarly clad bodyguards were holding a black-dressed, veiled Miss Jean at gunpoint, while Lang Er stood defiantly against them. The ground was littered with the bodies of the fallen black-clad men. "It appears I have arrived at an inopportune moment," Ding Hao remarked, glancing at the scattered corpses before addressing Miss Jean. Despite being held at gunpoint, Miss Jean maintained an air of nonchalance. "Mr. Ding, I must respectfully disagree. I believe your arrival is most timely." "My apologies, but I am not in the habit of playing the hero," Ding Hao chuckled, shaking his head, then turned to the black-clad men beside him. "Gentlemen, I shall be taking my leave. Scram!" Seeing that Ding Hao was a pushover, the black-clad men were eager to avoid any unnecessary complications and waved him off. At that moment, Lang Er, still confronting the black-clad men from a distance, subtly signaled to Ding Hao, implying she wished for him to intervene and rescue Miss Jean. Yet, Ding Hao pretended not to notice and addressed the black-clad men. "All right then, I'm off." With that, Ding Hao turned and departed, leaving without hesitation. Chapter 87 A betrayal. After departing from Miss Jin's villa, Ding Hao did not return to the Iron Fortress. Instead, he wandered aimlessly for over half an hour before retracing his steps. By this time, the metallic scent of blood in Miss Jin's villa had nearly dissipated. With a flicker of his gaze, Ding Hao chose not to enter through the main hall but rather to circumvent it and slip into a bedroom on the first floor. Inside, Lang Er was in the midst of changing her attire. Go to hell. As Lang Er donned her clothing, an unwelcome hand suddenly intruded upon her. Without a moment's hesitation, she retaliated with a swift slap aimed at the intruder behind her, only to have it effortlessly caught. "I come to seek you out late at night, filled with longing for you, and this is how you treat me. It wounds my heart," came Ding Hao's voice from behind. Lang Er let out a soft huff and inquired, "Did you not see my silent plea for assistance a moment ago?" Ding Hao replied, "In truth, my departure was the best form of assistance I could offer." He gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist and planted a kiss upon her cheek, explaining, "From the moment I stepped inside, Miss Jean was on high alert. She possesses her own trump cards and is not intimidated by those bodyguards, yet she harbors considerable wariness towards me. If I were to take action, it would only exacerbate the situation." "Is that so?" Lang Er's tone softened considerably. Ding Hao was indeed correct. Miss Jean had hidden contingencies. "Of course, I have never lied to you." Curiosity flickered in Ding Hao's eyes as he asked, "What transpired earlier? Weren't those bodyguards supposed to be Miss Jin's most loyal subordinates?" With a huff of indignation, Lang Er retorted, "A pack of ungrateful wolves. They believe the apocalypse has arrived, free from the constraints of law, leading them to brazenly conspire to abduct Miss Jean and seize all resources for themselves." "Quite typical," Ding Hao remarked, unfazed. Most so-called loyalty was merely a facade of compliance born from an inability to resist, further incentivized by generous rewards. However, amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, such loyalty was rendered inconsequential. The allure of wealth could easily sway hearts. Ding Hao's hands gently encircled Lang Er's waist again, and he began to grow increasingly restless. Lang Er, dissatisfied, remarked, "Isn't your abode filled with 2 stunning beauties? Why come all this way to seek me out instead of entertaining them?" Since their last encounter, Ding Hao had not reached out to her, not even with a message of this neglect nodded her, leaving her to ponder whether this insufferable man had become so enraptured by tenderness that he had forgotten her. "Ahem, I've been preoccupied lately, without the luxury of time to step outside. Today, having completed my tasks, I rushed to find you. Though I am surrounded by many women, you have always been the most special one to me." "Humph, such sweet words," Lang Er scoffed lightly, expressing her displeasure. Yet in truth, her body had long since surrendered to his charms. With a gentle push, she found herself reclining upon the bed. Ding Hao, seizing the moment, pressed himself against her, his hands exploring her form. Before long, her cheeks were aflame with a rosy hue. They were akin to parched earth rejoicing in the arrival of rain. Yet, just as the moment reached its zenith, Ding Hao abruptly halted, meeting Lang Er's mournful gaze. He stated, "I nearly forgot, there is something far more pressing that requires my attention tonight." "What is it?" Lang Er inquired, biting her lip in curiosity. At that moment, she resembled a perfectly ripened peach, irresistibly alluring. "You shall find out in due time. I have a small gift for you," Ding Hao said with a smile. "Oh, well, very well then." Lang Er was taken aback, surprised to learn she would be receiving a gift. Though she feigned indifference, her heart brimmed with joy, a sensation foreign to her until now. It was wonderfully peculiar, filling her with a sense of fulfillment. "Let us depart." Ding Hao effortlessly lifted the now-dressed Lang Er into his arms, preparing to exit through the window. Suddenly, he recalled something and gently set her down, stroking her hair as he advised, "Change into something else. We have an outing ahead of us." He understood that any breakthrough must occur away from prying eyes, lest it attract undue attention. Understanding the need for discretion, Lang Er glanced at her sleepwear and nodded, "Just a moment." She then retrieved a white dress from the wardrobe, complemented by black lace undergarments and white stockings paired with high heels. Noticing Ding Hao's unwavering gaze, she merely shot him an exasperated glance, saying nothing, for her heart had already been claimed by him. Thus, before Ding Hao's eyes, she changed into her new attire. "Let us go." Lang Er was well acquainted with the layout surrounding the villa, allowing them to depart without raising Miss Jin's suspicion. However, just 10 minutes after their exit, Miss Jin unexpectedly appeared at the door. Lang Er, she rapped 3 times on the door, waiting 5 minutes without a response, causing her brow to furrow in concern. After another round of knocks, she waited yet again, and upon receiving no reply, she turned the doorknob and stepped inside. Where has Lang Er gone? Observing the empty room, a look of puzzlement crossed Miss Jin's face. She had come to seek Lang Er out, longing for conversation, having lost the trust of all her subordinates save for Lang Er. To her dismay, she found Lang Er was nowhere to be found. Her keen eyes scanned the room, and upon noticing the discarded sleepwear on the bed and the absence of a dress from the wardrobe, a knowing smile crept across her lips. Even a little cat experiences the stirrings of spring. Yet, after that moment of levity, a shadow of loneliness crossed her features. Following the recent betrayal of her bodyguards, her trust in those around her had waned, save for Lang Er. Upon surmising where Lang Er might have ventured, an unusual sense of solitude welled up within her. She removed her veil, revealing an exquisite visage, rivaling even the so-called national goddess, Mu Shui. Yet beneath such breathtaking beauty lay an undercurrent of sorrow. She murmured, "There is scarcely a month left, is there?" At that moment, a sharp pain pierced her heart, yet she seemed accustomed to it, merely furrowing her brow lightly. Shortly after Ding Hao and Lang Er departed the villa, they arrived at the parking area. "You drive," Ding Hao instructed as he slid into the passenger seat. Lang Er queried, "But I'm wearing high heels. Are you not concerned that I might send us careening into a ditch?" Ding Hao shook his head, "Not at all. If it were you, I would willingly embrace such a fate." His words ignited a spark of affection in Lang Er's eyes as she started the engine, one hand subtly resting upon her elegant, silk-clad leg. Chapter 88 Breakthrough in Cultivation, Foundation Establishment. As Ding Hao's hand made contact, a surge of electricity coursed through Lang Er's delicate form, leaving her devoid of the strength to engage the clutch. "If you touch again, you're driving." Lang Er bit her lip defiantly. Ding Hao cleared his throat. "You are simply too beautiful. I could not help myself. Please continue. I assure you I shall refrain from further mischief." Lang Er resumed driving, and for a few minutes, Ding Hao indeed behaved himself. However, mere moments later, his hands grew audacious, becoming increasingly unruly, causing Lang Er's complexion to flush crimson as she gasped for breath. The vehicle swerved erratically, yet overall, it remained relatively stable without significant incident. Their destination was once again the grand snow-capped mountains, where Ding Hao and Lang Er had shared a nocturnal conversation. This area was not far from their residence, with a round trip of less than 20 kilometers, and was sparsely populated. Given that the apocalypse had descended, the likelihood of encountering others was even slimmer, making it an ideal locale for a breakthrough. Most importantly, whatever Ding Hao and Lang Er engaged in here would go unnoticed, thus averting any potential awkwardness. After disembarking, Lang Er's face was flushed, and her legs felt weak. Moreover, wearing high heels made the ascent arduous. Consequently, Ding Hao effortlessly scooped her up and swiftly leaped up the mountain. "What brings you here?" Lang Er inquired curiously upon reaching the snowy plateau at the summit. She was no fool. She understood that although Ding Hao was lecherous, he would not go to such lengths merely for a carnal pursuit in the dead of night. "You will see shortly." Ding Hao placed Lang Er in a secure area and proceeded to the center of the snowy expanse. System, enhance my cultivation. This enhancement requires the expenditure of 100,000 negative emotion points. Confirm? Confirm. This has consumed 100,000 negative emotion points, elevating cultivation to the first layer of foundation establishment. As the voice resonated in Ding Hao's mind, spiritual energy surged violently from within a radius of several hundred meters into his being. With his eyes gently closed, he felt himself levitating 3 meters above the ground, propelled by the momentum of this significant breakthrough. The commotion generated was far beyond anything previously experienced. The wind howled fiercely, swirling countless snowflakes and leaves into the air, encircling Ding Hao in a tempestuous dance. After a full half hour, the influx of spiritual energy ceased. Suddenly, Ding Hao's eyes flared open, a brilliant golden light erupting forth. Boom! Although the golden light appeared unremarkable, upon striking the ground, it created a crater over 4 meters in diameter. This spectacle left Lang Er, who was watching from the sidelines, utterly dumbfounded. "Is this still a human?" A wave of laughter bubbled within her as she recalled her earlier audacity in challenging Ding Hao. She realized how naive she had been, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. She was fortunate to have encountered Ding Hao. Had it been anyone else, she might well have been 6 feet under by now.
How could he be so formidable? Despite a tinge of defeat, a subtle pride blossomed within Long Air's heart. After all, he was, in a sense, her MAN.as. Lang Air pondered. Ding Hao was nearing the completion of his breakthrough. Observing the swirling leaves and snowflakes around him, he gently pressed his hand down. An overwhelming force erupted forth, disintegrating the flurries of leaves and snow into mere powder. Not bad, Ding Hao remarked, nodding in satisfaction at the 4-meter-wide crater beneath him. After all, that golden light had only utilized less than 30% of his strength. As Lang Air watched Ding Hao approach, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words.
His immense power rendered him almost unrecognizable.
Yet, it wasn't long before she regained her composure, as Ding Hao's hand began to wander once more. Just as her body simmered with heat and she prepared to surrender to Ding Hao's whims, he furrowed his brow and coldly stated, "Wait a moment, I must deal with a few rodents first." With that, Ding Hao waved his hand, sending forth several beams of golden light that shot straight into the dark woods, immediately followed by a cacophony of anguished cries. "Please don't kill us.
We didn't mean to spy."
As Ding Hao's hand glowed once more, figures emerged from the shadows of the forest, hands raised in surrender. 7 or 8 individuals appeared, each exhibiting remarkable physical prowess, clad in leather jackets with bulging waists hinting at concealed weapons, though the specifics remained unclear.
"Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Ding Hao inquired coldly. "This esteemed sir, my name is Li Kai.
We hail from the Zijing community, located 5 kilometers from the base of the mountain. We came here to hunt a purple mouse," the first speaker responded respectfully, having witnessed Ding Hao's recent breakthrough, fully aware that he was no ordinary individual, and thus, he offered the appropriate deference. Zijing community, Ding Hao nodded slightly at the mention. The individual spoke truthfully. Such a community indeed existed 5 kilometers away. He was familiar with it, having owned a villa in that neighborhood. However, the mention of a purple mouse left Ding Hao momentarily perplexed.
Hadn't the mutated beasts and monsters yet to appear? Are you taking us for fools, to risk your lives in the dead of night for a mere mouse?
Before Ding Hao could voice his inquiry, Long Air interjected with skepticism. "I assure you, every word I speak is the truth. We genuinely came to hunt a mouse," the man insisted, his eyes suddenly reddening as if recalling a painful memory. The expressions of his companions grew somber, suggesting they too had endured similar tragedies. Noticing the curiosity in Ding Hao and Lang Air's expressions, Li Kai explained, "Our community is sealed off, unable to leave, and we lack food. Fortunately, we are united. A few days ago, we organized several teams to venture out in search of sustenance. Though the losses were severe, we fortuitously discovered a small granary. However, while we were joyfully celebrating in our community, that accursed mouse emerged from a room.
In just 3 days, it consumed over half of our community's population.
My wife and 3 children were among its victims." As he spoke, tears of blood streamed down his face, evoking profound sorrow in all who bore witness. With the gravity of the situation apparent, Lang Air furrowed her brow and asked, "It's just a mouse.
How could it kill so many? Can't you even handle a single mouse?"
Chapter 89 of the Man-Eating Mouse. It cannot be resolved, that is not a mouse, but a terrifying creature resembling one. A flicker of fear crossed the eyes of Li Kai and his companions upon hearing Lang Air's inquiry. Lang Air fell silent, left without words. For no matter how she tried to envision it, it was difficult to associate the term mouse with anything terrifying. The most crucial point was that she could see that the individuals before her were not lying. At that moment, Ding Hao wore a pensive expression. If their claims were not embellished, this so-called monster mouse must indeed be a mutated beast. However, if Ding Hao recalled correctly, it was not yet the time for mutated beasts to appear. Moreover, in his previous life, such horrifying events had not transpired in his Zijing community. Could it be that his rebirth triggered some form of butterfly effect? After a moment of contemplation, Ding Hao waved his hand dismissively at the group, saying, "All right, you may leave." Since these individuals bore no ill intent, there was no need for him to resort to violence. As for the scene of his recent breakthrough, even if they had witnessed it, so what? It was a confidence that stemmed from his strength. Furthermore, my lord, that mouse is exceedingly terrifying. Even though it is gravely injured, we cannot guarantee our safety. We wonder if you might. Li Kai, however, showed no intention of departing and instead gazed at Ding Hao with eagerness. The earlier scene had left him profoundly shocked. If Ding Hao were to lend his assistance, that mouse would surely meet its doom. Yet Ding Hao coldly retorted, "Why should I assist you?" Li Kai gritted his teeth and replied, "If you help us, we are willing to offer you 100 pounds of food." 100 pounds of food, under normal circumstances, would suffice for a family of 3 for an entire month. In the apocalypse, it could sustain life for at least 3 months. Li Kai's offer of 100 pounds of food was already his utmost limit. However, to Ding Hao, such an amount was utterly insignificant. Ding Hao shook his head and stated plainly, "I'm afraid I have no interest in such a meager offering." "Then, we shall take our leave." Observing the indifference on Ding Hao's face, Li Kai hesitated, glanced at the woods from which they had emerged, and reluctantly turned to leave with his companions. Ding Hao, once the group had departed, Lang Air hesitated, struggling to find her words.
Ding Hao instinctively understood her thoughts and inquired, "Do you believe I am too cruel for not coming to their aid?"
Before Lang Air could respond, Ding Hao gently embraced her, as if speaking to her and to himself simultaneously. "The world has changed. If you harbor excessive compassion for a stranger, it will only bring harm to yourself and those around you." Just like that group earlier, they seemed harmless on the surface, merely a band of unfortunate souls whose lives had been devastated by a mouse. But in truth, they had been tailing us since we reached the foot of the mountain. When I broke through, they had at least 3 guns trained on me, and during our conversation, they communicated with each other in secret gestures dozens of times, contemplating our demise on several occasions.
A chill ran down Lang Er's spine upon hearing Ding Hao's words. She had not anticipated that the group would be so adept at disguise. She had failed to notice a single flaw. Had Ding Hao not been present, the consequences were unthinkable. This realization instilled a sense of guilt within her. She had grown somewhat complacent during this period. Taking a deep breath, Lang Er asked, "Then what they said earlier must have been lies as well?" She wondered how it was possible for such a terrifying creature to exist. It seemed too unscientific. "Half-truths," Ding Hao replied, shaking his head, a glint of coldness in his eyes. "It is true that more than half of the residents of the Zijing community have perished, but it has little to do with the mouse. They were the ones who killed them. Moreover, they were not hunting the mouse, rather, they were being hunted by it, which is why I chose not to spare them." As he concluded, a faint smile appeared on Ding Hao's lips. Therefore, just as Lang Er was about to speak, a strong smell of blood wafted through the air. The scent emanated from the direction the group had just departed. "Let us go and investigate." Ding Hao nodded decisively. He moved toward the source of the blood odor, with Lang Er following closely behind. A few minutes later, a gruesome scene unfolded before them. The very individuals who had just departed lay sprawled on the ground, their eyes wide with terror, as if they had witnessed something profoundly frightening in their final moments. Their abdomens had been hollowed out, blood pooling around them, and their entrails appeared to have been devoured by some entity. Chirp chirp. The sound of a mouse echoed in the air. "It's coming, so fast!" Lang Er exclaimed in shock, catching sight of a purple figure racing toward them. She swiftly drew a dagger from her person, slicing at the oncoming shadow. Years of professional training had instilled in her the habit of carrying a dagger, otherwise, she would have had to engage in close combat with the shadow. Clang! The dagger clashed against something hard, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. The purple figure was knocked back, while Lang Er stumbled 2 steps backward. The high heels she wore made retreating difficult, nearly causing her to fall. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Ding Hao appeared behind her, gently steadying her. Gazing at the repelled purple figure, astonishment flickered in Lang Er's eyes. Not only is it fast, but its strength is formidable as well. In her previous self, she might not have been able to withstand such an impact. It was only due to the enhancement of her physical capabilities by Ding Hao that she barely managed to hold her ground. At that moment, the purple figure finally came to a halt in the snowy ground, allowing Lang Er to discern its true form. A mouse the size of an adult hunting dog, covered in purple fur. Its blood-red eyes appeared hauntingly menacing, fixating intently on Lang Er and Ding Hao. "Little mouse, it is impolite to stare at others like that," Ding Hao remarked with a light chuckle, a golden light shooting forth from his hand. The mouse let out 2 high-pitched squeaks, its blood-red eyes betraying a hint of fear before it turned to flee. Yet, against the golden light, its speed resembled that of a sluggish snail. The light pierced through it, causing its body to explode. A purple crystal core fell from within. "Oh!" Observing the crystal core, Ding Hao reached out and drew it toward himself, a look of surprise crossing his face. "What is this?" Lang Er inquired with curiosity. "This is a valuable item, but you cannot utilize it right now," Ding Hao replied, shaking his head before crushing the crystal core with force. A surge of purple energy surged into his body. Moments later, as waves of heat surged within his abdomen, Ding Hao's expression turned peculiar. This crystal core seemed rather inappropriate. Contemplating this, he cleared his throat and retrieved a black bag from his person. Upon seeing the bag, Lang Er's legs weakened. "Could you not do this here? No way." Chapter 90. The corpse-eating maniac. By the time they descended the mountain, Lang Er was utterly exhausted. "Have you taken any medication?" she murmured, nestling into Ding Hao's embrace, her expression one of deep sorrow. Unlike his usual demeanor, Ding Hao was particularly frenzied today, leaving her completely overwhelmed. "Do you think I need medication?" Ding Hao scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at her. "Do you not feel a warm current flowing within you?" Having just broken through to the foundational stage, he possessed a residual innate essence within him, which he had transferred entirely into Lang Er's body. Although this innate essence would not enable her to cultivate immortality, it would significantly enhance her physical capabilities. Playing with her in the future, he chuckled to himself, the duration of their encounters would undoubtedly extend. "I do feel it. It's rather pleasant, though somewhat peculiar," Lang Er replied, her cheeks flushed. In addition to her physical prowess being greatly enhanced, she sensed a terrifying desire coalescing in her lower abdomen. Had it not been for the warm current suppressing her urges to some extent, she might have succumbed to them entirely. However, feeling somewhat embarrassed, she opted to replace her true feelings with merely the word peculiar. Ding Hao did not probe further. Yet, if he could glimpse the state within Lang Er at that moment, he would undoubtedly discover that, apart from the innate essence, there was also a purple energy intertwining with it, jointly transforming her body. Subsequently, Ding Hao carried Lang Er down the mountain in his arms. Due to her inability to move, he escorted her back to her room. However, just as he prepared to leave, Lang Er suddenly clung to him, reluctant to part. Gazing into her yearning eyes, Ding Hao found himself compelled to indulge her once more. The following morning, a wave of panic surged through the neighborhood, spreading like wildfire. Preliminary reports indicated that no fewer than 30 individuals had vanished overnight from the community. In particular, within a small villa, 8 people had been found dead inside. The brutality of the perpetrator was appalling. When others discovered the scene, they were met only with the blood-soaked ground and 8 severed heads. The remaining bodies had completely vanished. Speculation arose that the murderer had dragged the other body parts back home to consume them. The residents dubbed this killer with a chilling moniker, the corpse-eating maniac. When this news reached Ding Hao's ears, he was taken aback. "What the hell, have I become the corpse-eating maniac?"
He was incredulous. He had merely killed people, not consumed their remains. The title of corpse-eating maniac genuinely repulsed him.
Damn it!
Who dares to implicate me in such a heinous act? If I find you, I will see to it that you are severely punished.
Ding Hao see that inwardly this murder incident awakened everyone to the grim reality.
A change was upon them. Power outages and loss of internet connectivity had become the final keys to unleashing Pandora's box. Many would soon act with impunity, yet some novelli believed that this calamity was only temporary and that justice would soon be restored. Around 3 in the afternoon, thick fog enveloped the area, with visibility reduced to less than 3 meters. A police car careened into the neighborhood, crashing beneath a residential building. Witnesses immediately spread the word.
Justice has arrived. Countless individuals rejoiced.
With the police's presence, the community, even amidst the calamity, would surely become safer. However, a small fraction of people felt a sense of unease, fearing retribution. Yet, regardless of whether they were ecstatic or anxious, they waited for over an hour without seeing a single officer emerge from the vehicle. Another hour passed before someone could no longer contain their curiosity and opened the police car door. What they beheld was a gruesome sight. The interior was awash with blood, and numerous bodies bore expressions of sheer terror.
Ah!
The individual who opened the door was instantly driven mad with fear. This incident quickly spread like wildfire through the community. It became evident that even the police had been wiped out. A shadow of dread descended upon most residents, forcing them to accept a grim reality. No one would come to their rescue anymore. Conversely, a small minority rejoiced at the news. With the police gone, would they not be free to act as they pleased? Among them, a select few, upon witnessing the corpses within the vehicle, felt an ominous premonition. If everyone inside had perished, who had driven the car into the neighborhood? As evening approached, Ding Hao lay leisurely in his third-floor room, enjoying snacks and playing a single-player game, when a sudden knock echoed at the door. "Come in, the door isn't locked," he called lazily, glancing at the furtive figure on the surveillance monitor.
The next moment, Jiang Langning entered the room. "Wow, this place is stunning,"
Jiang Langning exclaimed upon her first glance at Ding Hao's room. Although her own second-floor room was lavish, surpassing even the finest 5-star hotel suites, it paled in comparison to Ding Hao's exquisite quarters.
"Is there something you need?"
Ding Hao inquired, interrupting Jiang Langning's thoughts as he noticed her alluring sailor outfit. Jiang Langning instantly blushed and became bashful. Ultimately, as if she had made a significant decision, she spoke. "Thank you for saving me yesterday, big brother. You're actually quite a good person. I shouldn't have called you a bastard before. I apologize."
"Is that all?" Ding Hao asked. Not really." Jiang Langning's face flushed even deeper. "Last night, I thought about it all night. I cannot repay your life-saving grace, so I can only offer myself in return."
"I hope you won't despise me."
"What?"
Upon hearing Jiang Langning's words, Ding Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this still the same girl who had been so obstinate about not liking certain adult film stars?
Could there be an unseen trap hidden within her proposition?
"Come over here." Ding Hao beckoned Jiang Langning. With beauty before him, even if it were a trap, he was willing to take the plunge. To his surprise, Jiang Langning approached without hesitation, albeit with great shyness. She sat down on Ding Hao's lap. One of Ding Hao's hands instinctively ventured toward her bosom, and Jiang Langning merely trembled slightly, offering no resistance. Ding Hao was thus convinced that Jiang Langning truly intended to express her gratitude in this manner. What Ding Hao did not realize was that, despite her seemingly frivolous demeanor, Jiang Langning was deeply loyal and unafraid to love and hate. The memory of Ding Hao's fierce battle against the assailants for her in Lin Fengyu had left an indelible mark on her heart. Consequently, Ding Hao's image had grown immensely in her esteem. Simultaneously, the seeds of affection began to take root within her heart, leading to her decision to offer herself as a form of gratitude.
"Ding Hao, does Lin Fengyu know?"
Jiang Langning shook her head, her voice trembling as she replied. "Fengyu doesn't know."
"Big brother, could you please not tell her about this?"
Ding Hao nodded, then leaned in to kiss Jiang Langning's rosy lips. In an instant, her mind went blank as Ding Hao gently pushed her onto the bed. Chapter 91. What's the matter? Just do it. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Ding Hao rose, invigorated, while Jiang Lanning lay on the bed, completely exhausted, her eyes reddened. No matter how willingly she accepted it, this was her first time, and it was inevitable that her heart would feel a stir. "Brother!" Jiang Lanning called softly. Ding Hao approached her, expecting her to have something to say, only to be surprised when she merely puckered her cherry lips and kissed him. Afterward, she hesitated before saying, "Brother, I have a little secret, but I'm not sure if I should tell you." The secret she referred to naturally concerned her brother, Oisaido. However, she was unaware that this secret was no longer a secret to Ding Hao, but he playfully pinched her adorable, innocent face and shook his head, saying, "First, you should rest well. We can discuss everything else later."
Jiang
Lanning nodded obediently. They then began to chat slowly, drawing their relationship closer and warming it up. Upon learning that Ding Hao had been wronged by his wife and best friend, Jiang Lanning couldn't help but chuckle. As she grew more relaxed, her true nature gradually emerged. She pointed at Ding Hao's head and teased, "What if I were to put a green hat on you in the future?"
"Wouldn't that mean you'd have 2 green hats?"
Deep down, she had already accepted her relationship with Ding Hao. As for how many women Ding Hao had, she was utterly unconcerned.
"You dare?" Ding Hao said, feigning ferocity.
"If you dare to put a green hat on me, I'll do to you what I did before, hang you up and give you a beating." The moment he mentioned hanging her up, a peculiar sensation flickered within her. Strangely, she found herself somewhat looking forward to it.
"Ah.
How could she think like that? Wasn't he that a bit perverse? Jiang Lenning felt her lips moisten and quickly cleared her throat, yet, her pure cheeks flushed rapidly. Finally, she said earnestly, you can rest assured, brother, I would never put a green hat on you like your wife did. However, she added, the premise is that you must be worthy of me, for after all, my first time was given to you. Otherwise, I shall bestow upon you dozens, if not hundreds, of green hats. Ding Hao nodded, don't worry, you won't have the opportunity to put a green hat on me. With that, he flipped Jiang Lenning's body over and asked, are you feeling better now? Jiang Lenning looked at him warily, what's the matter? Ding Hao replied, just do it. In the next moment, Jiang Lenning was once again pinned down on the bed. A second time. By the time Jiang Lenning returned to her room, it was already past 8 in the evening. Lin Fengyu noticed Jiang Lenning's peculiar gait and curiously asked, Lenning, what is wrong with you? Although Lin Fengyu had secretly watched some forbidden films with Jiang Lenning, it was still quite normal for her, being an untouched girl, not to notice anything amiss. I am perfectly fine. Jiang Lenning responded hastily, feeling guilty. Meanwhile, she cursed Ding Hao inwardly for being such a rascal. It was her first time, yet he had been so intense. Just as she got out of bed, her legs had nearly given way, almost causing her to tumble to the ground. Oh. Lin Fengyu thought nothing of it, assuming Jiang Lenning was merely unwell. She then asked, by the way, Lenning, where did you go just now? You were gone for so long, and I was so bored all alone here. Oh, I went to the restroom, Jiang Lenning replied without thinking. Lin Fengyu shot her a glance, you took so long just to use the restroom? I also washed my face, she added. Let us be honest, I lost to that rascal last night and felt frustrated, so I went to play do di ju with him. Jiang Lenning racked her brain to come up with an excuse. Though it was riddled with flaws, thankfully, Lin Fengyu didn't think too much of it. Alright then, Lin Fengyu nodded, her face filled with concern. Lenning, that brother saved our lives, treated us so well, provided us with a place to stay, and we eat lavish meals every day. How should we repay such a great kindness? Under normal circumstances, she would have been capable of repaying such kindness. However, in this day and age, let alone repaying a favor, without Ding Hao's protection, within a few days, she would either starve or be tormented to death by others. The mere thought of such a possibility sent shivers down her spine. Repay the kindness, naturally, by offering ourselves. Jiang Lenning exclaimed without a second thought, but she quickly regretted it, wishing she could slap herself twice for letting her true feelings slip. Seeing Lin Fengyu staring at her with wide eyes, Jiang Lenning hurriedly corrected herself, I was just joking, don't take it seriously, Fengyu Yudai. In truth, you don't need to think too much about what I said. Though that rascal is a bit lecherous, he is, in fact, a good person who wouldn't use kindness to demand repayment. Let us just settle here for now, keep the kindness in our hearts, and once the snow disaster passes, we can repay him. After hearing Jiang Lenning's analysis, Lin Fengyu felt much more at ease. However, after some thought, she still asked, but what if the snow disaster never ends? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lenning replied, then we'll just offer ourselves again. Lin Fengyu, shortly after Ding Hao saw Jiang Lenning off, the doorbell rang once more. Checking the surveillance, he noticed a figure clad from head to toe, revealing no gaps save for the eyes. Standing at the door, Ding Hao shook his head but still descended the stairs. Mr. Ding, the figure greeted as the door opened. Recognizing her voice, Ding Hao realized it was Lin Teacher's younger sister, Lin Xiaoyue. Without further thought, he let her in. As she stepped inside and felt the warmth enveloping her, Lin Xiaoyue gradually removed her mask and headscarf, revealing a beautiful face adorned with a hint of shyness, a touch of anticipation, and a sense of confusion about the future. Ding Hao nodded and said, it seems you've come to a decision. The last time Lin Xiaoyue had left, Ding Hao had already clarified everything with her. Food could be provided once, considering Lin Teacher's kindness. However, for a second helping, there would need to be some price to pay. Lin Xiaoyue had firmly rejected that price, yet now, it seemed that after several days of contemplation, she had finally come to terms with it. Indeed, in this dog-eat-dog environment, the only ones capable of maintaining their bottom lines were either those with absolute power or those buried beneath the ground. Clearly, Lin Xiaoyue did not belong to either of these categories. Yes, Mr. Ding. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyue lowered her head, unable to meet Ding Hao's gaze. She was a far cry from the proud girl she had been during their first encounter. Chapter 92. The Lin sisters. Well, then come in with me. Ding Hao nodded, leading her into the lobby on the first floor. At this moment, Jiang Lenning and the others were resting in their rooms. Generally speaking, they would not come down without Ding Hao's permission, as this would help avoid unnecessary awkwardness. After all, they were aware that within Ding Hao's iron fortress, there resided a pair of beautiful twin sisters. Likewise, the twin sisters were quite sensible and would not disturb Ding Hao without reason. Drawing from prior experience, as soon as they entered the lobby, Lin Xiaoyue shed her layers of outerwear, leaving only a form-fitting thermal outfit that accentuated her alluring figure. As per his usual practice, Ding Hao did not dive straight into the matter at hand but instead laid out a lavish spread of dishes, encouraging Lin Xiaoyue to fill her stomach first. Compared to her initial visit when she was rather reserved, Lin Xiaoyue was much more relaxed this time. Perhaps genuinely famished, she dove into the food with fervor. How does it taste? Ding Hao inquired with a smile, observing Lin Xiaoyue, who had just finished her meal, her face smeared with grease. Delicious, exceptionally delicious. Lin Xiaoyue nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. It was worth noting that the dishes Ding Hao had presented were exquisite offerings from the Jin Hao International Hotel, each banquet worth a fortune, not to mention the apocalypse. Even under normal circumstances, Lin Xiaoyue could hardly afford such extravagant fare, making her delight entirely understandable. However, having eaten, it was time for Lin Xiaoyue to reciprocate Ding Hao's hospitality. With a grin, Ding Hao retrieved a nun's outfit from behind him and handed it to Lin Xiaoyue, stating in an authoritative tone, "Change into this." Upon seeing the sheer, sensual fabric, Lin Xiaoyue hesitated for a moment but ultimately accepted it. "If you feel uncomfortable, you may change in the bathroom first," Ding Hao remarked nonchalantly.
"Thank you." Lin Xiaoyue sighed in relief, taking the nun's outfit and entering the bathroom.
She lingered there for a full 20 minutes, clearly engaging in considerable mental preparation before emerging, her cheeks flushed.
Not bad. With just a glance, Ding Hao was thoroughly pleased with Lin Xiaoyue's appearance.
In terms of looks, she might be slightly overshadowed, but when it came to her stunning figure, few women he had encountered could rival Lin Xiaoyue. "Let us tidy up the leftover food first, and also clean the room," Ding Hao said with a smile.
Without any maids at home, Lin Xiaoyue had to handle the cleaning herself.
"Alright," Lin Xiaoyue nodded, promptly beginning to tidy up. The combination of high heels and black stockings, paired with the black and white nun's attire, created a unique allure. As Lin Xiaoyue busied herself, Ding Hao sat nearby, observing her with keen interest. This made Lin Xiaoyue feel somewhat uneasy, yet she endured, as she was currently in a position of seeking favor. Once Lin Xiaoyue finished tidying up, Ding Hao playfully patted her on the backside and pointed to the sofa, saying, "Right here will do."
"Ah."
Lin Xiaoyue hesitantly responded, "Right here, what if someone walks in?" "Don't worry, no one will see," Ding Hao replied indifferently. "And rest assured, even if someone does, they won't speak of it." While he couldn't guarantee that Jiang Lenning and the others wouldn't unexpectedly appear, he could assure her that this was his home, and he could do as he pleased without fear of gossip. If someone dared to talk, he would simply deal with them on the sofa. Ding Hao raised his hand once more, playfully patting Lin Xiaoyue's backside. She understood that there was no room for negotiation on this matter. Biting her lip, she climbed onto the sofa, softly reminding him, "Mr. Ding, I haven tea, please be gentle."
Ding Hao responded nonchalantly. "Ah."
Just as Ding Hao lifted his hand, eager to admire Lin Xiaoyue's enticing calves wrapped in white stockings, the doorbell suddenly rang. Upon checking the surveillance, Ding Hao was taken aback to see an unexpected visitor. Noticing Ding Hao's peculiar expression, Lin Xiaoyue quickly inquired, "Mr. Ding, is something wrong?" Ding Hao handed her his phone, saying, "You can see for yourself." Lin Xiaoyue, puzzled, took the phone, and the next moment, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh no, why is my sister here? This is bad. I can't let her find out about this, or I'm finished. What should I do, Mr. Ding?" Lin Xiaoyue was instantly flustered, nearly begging Ding Hao as she said, "Mr. Ding, let us pause for a moment. You have plenty of rooms here, can you let me hide in one? Once my sister leaves, I promise to fulfill any request you have." Ding Hao stroked his chin, feigning deep thought for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. "Alright.
Thank you, Mr. Ding."
Lin Xiaoyue promptly leaped off the sofa, her high heels clicking on the floor as she hurried. "Follow me." Ding Hao set aside his phone, momentarily ignoring the presence of Lin Xia at the door, and led Lin Xiaoyue to one of the themed rooms on the first floor. Upon entering, he switched on the lights, and pink, seductive illumination flooded every corner of the room. "Come here," Ding Hao pointed to the oversized bed adorned with a heart pattern in the center. Lin Xiaoyue immediately climbed onto it. Kneeling there, Ding Hao produced a black silk scarf from somewhere and blindfolded her. "Mr. Ding," Lin Xiaoyue's anxiety surged. Ding Hao interrupted her softly, "Don't worry, we're just going to play a little game.
I assure you, you won't be harmed."
At that moment, Lin Xiaoyue found herself in complete darkness, feeling exceedingly insecure, yet, the thought of her sister waiting outside compelled her to comply with Ding Hao's wishes. "Alright." Ding Hao clapped his hands and exited the room, leaving a trembling Lin Xiaoyue alone. Ding Hao stepped into the small courtyard and opened the main door. Lin Xia's gaze quickly turned in his direction. "Ding Hao, I was hoping to." Lin Xia seemed somewhat reluctant to speak.
"Are you looking to borrow some food, Ms.?"
"Lin Eve, come in, it's cold outside, we can talk inside," Ding Hao said, appraising Lin Xia from head to toe while gesturing toward the interior of the iron fortress. "Well, since you insist, I won't be polite," Lin Xia replied, her cheeks tinged with crimson.
She hadn't anticipated that Ding Hao would see through her intentions so easily, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. Before long, Lin Xia stepped through the grand entrance of the iron fortress. As it was her first visit, she, like others, was taken aback by the wave of warmth that enveloped her upon entering. "Ding Hao, this place is truly delightful," Lin Xia exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Chapter 93, Teacher Lin, you were intoxicated. Upon entering the hall, Lin Xia felt an overwhelming heat. She contemplated removing her outer garment but hesitated, feeling a touch of embarrassment. It was Ding Hao who broke the silence, saying, "Teacher Lin, if you feel too warm, you may take off your coat." With that, he fetched a wooden hanger. Seeing this, Lin Xia shed her outer layer, leaving only a delicate lavender thermal top that clung to her figure, accentuating her curves. A hint of perspiration mingled with a subtle fragrance emanated from her, an intoxicating allure. "Ding Hao, this bag is filled with provisions. You may take it home later," he said, placing a black bag on the table that he did not wish to impose on Lin Xia, for she had shown him kindness during their school years, a debt he had long cherished in his heart. Lin Xia gazed at the black bag, a wave of gratitude washing over her.
At this moment, food was akin to life itself. Even though Ding Hao's family was well stocked, no one could predict when this calamity would subside. Having an extra supply of food was tantamount to securing a measure of safety for the future. Yet here was Ding Hao, unhesitatingly offering her a portion of sustenance, a gesture that stirred her deeply. In that instant, the image of her husband, Li Daxiang, flashed before her, and her brow furrowed in a deep frown, a flicker of disdain appearing in her eyes. In stark contrast to Ding Hao's generosity, Li Daxiang's insistence on making her seek food in the dead of night felt utterly despicable. A wave of frustration surged within Lin Xia, intensifying her disdain for the coldness of her home life. Ding Hao, I cannot thank you enough, she said, her gaze toward him becoming somewhat dazed. If only her husband possessed even a fraction, no, a tenth of Ding Hao's admirable qualities. Alas, Teacher Lin, there is no need for formalities. Come, you must be famished, let us eat before you depart. Ding Hao rose to fetch the dishes from the kitchen, discreetly retrieving them from his storage. Before long, the table was once again laden with an array of delectable dishes. Ding Hao, this is too extravagant, it would be wasteful, especially in these trying times. Please, take some back. I can manage with just a few bites of rice. Lin Xia exclaimed, a fleeting glimmer of desire flickering in her eyes before she suppressed it. Attempting to dissuade him, her words took Ding Hao by surprise. With a smile, he replied, Teacher, please do not worry, I have plenty of food left, this is but a small offering. Afterward, he produced 2 bottles of exquisite imported red wine, recalling that Lin Xia had a fondness for it. But this is excessive. I cannot consume so much. Lin Xia gazed at the wine, her eyes welling with tears. Since her marriage, she had scrimped and saved, never tasting a drop of red wine, all while enduring Li Daxiang's relentless criticisms about her meager earnings. Feigning displeasure, Ding Hao remarked, Teacher, do you harbor disdain for your students? Is that why you refuse to partake in the meal we prepared for you? If that is the case, I shall dispose of it. He lifted a plate, heading toward the trash. Ding Hao, it is not like that. Lin Xia quickly intervened, I do not dislike you. I merely worry about the waste. In times like these, one must be prudent, lest we find ourselves hungry when it matters most. Ding Hao nodded, since you do not dislike me, then please, take a seat and enjoy the meal. Reluctantly, Lin Xia complied. Ding Hao sat across from her, pouring a glass of red wine, and said with a smile, Teacher, I have already dined, I could not possibly eat more, let us share a drink instead. Lin Xia, who usually maintained a teacherly demeanor in Ding Hao's presence, felt a twinge of shyness. Ding Hao, I am at a loss for words. Ding Hao shook his head, if words escape you, let us simply enjoy a few glasses of wine. He raised his glass in a toast to her. As they chatted and sipped their wine, Lin Xia gradually relaxed. By the time they finished the 2 bottles of red wine, Ding Hao discreetly retrieved 2 more from his storage. Lin Xia, who usually held her liquor well, found herself unexpectedly tipsy after just 2 glasses this evening. Under the influence of the wine, she began to share her grievances with Ding Hao, who listened attentively, offering occasional words of comfort. As her frustrations with Li Daxiang grew more fervent, Lin Xia became increasingly animated. Once the wine was entirely consumed, she was thoroughly intoxicated. Glancing out at the enveloping darkness, she suddenly approached Ding Hao and embraced him tightly. Ding Hao, I feel so miserable, so despondent. I have not known happiness for years, why must life be so difficult? Such is the nature of existence, Ding Hao replied lightly. But I do not wish for it to be this way. I long to live joyfully, Lin Xia retorted, lifting her gaze to meet his. Ding Hao, could you grant me happiness? You are intoxicated, Ding Hao stated, shaking his head gently. I am not. I am not drunk. Lin Xia's voice rose defiantly, her eyes now resolute. Ding Hao paused, looking down at her. In her eyes, there was only a hint of inebriation, the rest was clarity. Oh. Ding Hao understood, Lin Xia needed to vent her pent-up frustrations, and he was well equipped for this task. If that is the case, he said with a faint smile, placing a hand on her waist, shall we change into something more comfortable? Change? Lin Xia's brow furrowed in confusion. But in the next moment, her face flushed crimson as she beheld the white silk nun's attire in Ding Hao's hands. This, please, go change in the other room. Ding Hao urged, pressing the garment into her arms and gently nudging her toward a room. Moments later, Lin Xia emerged, and upon seeing her, Ding Hao felt a rush of warmth flood through him, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Chapter 94 Betrayal of Teacher and Ancestors. Teacher Lin, let us proceed in this direction. Ding Hao shook his head, suppressing the excitement bubbling within him as he guided Lin Xia towards the room where Lin Xiaoyao was located. How much longer must I wait? I can barely endure this. Lin Xiaoyao lamented silently, having knelt for nearly an hour without a sign of Ding Hao's arrival. There's a sound. Just as Lin Xiaoyao finished her complaint, the echo of high heels clicking against the floor resonated down the corridor. What is happening? Why is it a woman? Lin Xiaoyao pondered in confusion. In the next moment, her uncertainty morphed into panic. The woman spoke, and from the voice, it was unmistakably her elder sister, Lin Xia. Weren't we supposed to keep my sister unaware of my presence here? Why is she being brought along? Lin Xiaoyao's heart raced with trepidation. She could hardly fathom the expression her sister would wear upon witnessing her in such a humiliating position. Teacher Lin, please cover your eyes before entering. At that moment, Ding Hao's voice rang out from outside. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xiaoyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, if her sister entered blindfolded, although it would still be exceedingly humiliating, as long as she remained silent, her sister would not recognize her. Soon, the door creaked open. Ding Hao and Lin Xia entered. One after the other, Ding Hao guided Lin Xia to kneel beside Lin Xiaoyao, mirroring her position on the bed.
Ah, it seems there is someone beside me. Lin Xia exclaimed in bewilderment.
Ding Hao quickly replied, indeed, there is another person. If it troubles you, teacher, I can have her leave.
Never mind.
Lin Xia seemed transformed today, exuding boldness and confidence. On the other hand, Lin Xiaoyao was utterly stunned by their conversation. She had assumed her sister merely came to take a look, yet unexpectedly, she too was shackled to the bed, just like herself. Could it be that her sister, for the sake of food, had also acquiesced to Ding Hao's conditions? The thought filled Lin Xiaoyao with a sense of sorrow. She had never imagined that her proud sister would one day beg before a man for something so trivial as food. What was even more tragic was that the two of them, sisters, were entangled in this plight. In the midst of her despair, Lin Xiaoyao also felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Fortunately, her sister was unaware that it was she beside her, otherwise, her humiliation would have been compounded.
2 hours later, Ding Hao escorted Lin Xia to the entrance of the Iron Fortress.
As the cold wind swept through, the remnants of her inebriation vanished instantly. As she recollected her recent reckless behavior, Lin Xia felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Had it not been for the alcohol, she would never have dared to act so boldly.
Ding Hao, let us pretend that nothing happened tonight, shall we?
Lin Xia tucked a few disheveled strands of hair behind her ear and addressed Ding Hao. Ding Hao, however, shook his head resolutely. Teacher Lin, what has transpired is an undeniable reality that cannot be erased by mere subjective desire. You may choose to disregard this evening's events, but I cannot.
Everything that occurred tonight will remain etched in my memory for a lifetime.
But Ding Hao's words warmed Lin Xia's heart, yet she felt a tinge of anxiety.
There is no need for concern, teacher.
I believe that in time, all that you desire will manifest. Ding Hao gently interrupted her, offering reassurance. Hearing the tenderness in his voice, Lin Xia felt her heart lighten considerably. Tonight, Ding Hao, you have somewhat betrayed your teacher. Lin Xia leaned closer to Ding Hao, whispering playfully. After planting a kiss on his cheek, she added, but the teacher rather enjoys it. With that, Lin Xia appeared to shed some invisible burden, beaming as she waved goodbye to Ding Hao and departed.
As Ding Hao watched her receding figure, his smile gradually faded. Li Daxiang.
He uttered the name slowly. Had tonight's events not transpired, he would have refrained from meddling in matters concerning teacher Lin. However, now that they had unfolded, he saw no reason to refrain from pulling her out of this quagmire. Of course, his motivation to intervene was certainly not solely due to teacher Lin's beauty. It was purely a matter of not wanting to witness her suffer.
Ding, you finally remember me.
After standing for several minutes, Ding Hao returned to the room and unfastened Lin Xiaoyao's restraints. She collapsed onto the bed, tears streaming down her cheeks. At that moment, Ding Hao chose not to disturb her. Once he observed that she had regained her composure, he gently patted her on the rear and said, "It's about time to head back."
Upon seeing Lin Xiaoyao remain unresponsive, he continued, "If you're in no rush, that is fine.
Soon there will be people everywhere outside. Given your beauty, some might even offer you food, provided they have any. Otherwise, you might just become their meal." Lin Xiaoyao shivered at Ding Hao's words, fully aware that he was not exaggerating. The 30 or so individuals who had gone missing last night had all departed in the late hours. What should we do? It's already very late, and even if I return now, it would still be dangerous.
By the way, did anything unfortunate happen to my sister on her way back? Lin Xiaoyao inquired with concern.
Of course, she is fine. Ding Hao affirmed, shaking his head as he observed Lin Xiaoyao, deep in thought.
But your situation is less certain. Lin Xiaoyao gasped in alarm. What should I do?
At present, there is no solution. Ding Hao glanced at her disheveled appearance and shook his head. You should take a shower first. If it comes to worst, you may need to spend the night here and return in the morning.
That won't do. If I return in the morning, my sister will surely suspect me.
Lin Xiaoyao protested. In response, Ding Hao could only shrug and spread his hands, saying, then there is nothing that can be done. With a sigh, Lin Xiaoyao contemplated hastily dressing to take the risk of leaving. However, the odor emanating from her was too overwhelming. She could only imagine how her sister and brother-in-law would react upon her return. Therefore, she decided to heed Ding Hao's advice and take a shower before heading back. A few minutes later, as the sound of running water filled the air, Ding Hao pushed the door open and stepped inside. Chapter 95. He has a fatal flaw. Half an hour later, Lin Qiuyao lay over the washing machine, her delicate figure trembling slightly. Not only was she unable to muster the strength to dress, but she also lacked the energy to rise. She cast a glance at Ding Hao, her heart heavy with sorrow, yet words eluded her. She appeared on the verge of tears. At that moment, Ding Hao's voice resonated in her ears. This time, even if you recover twice, you may come directly to me for food next time without incurring further costs. Lin Qiuyao felt a flicker of relief within her. At least her sacrifices had not been in vain. However, she quickly grappled with the realization of what that meant for her identity. Summoning an unexpected courage, she gritted her teeth and declared, Mr. Ding, I do not require your pity. I shall not shy away from the price that is due next time. Very well, Ding Hao replied, suddenly recalling something. I must remind you, I have a penchant for cleanliness. I expect that you will not seek the company of other men, for should you do so, I shall ensure you never cross this threshold again. His words served as a cautionary note for Lin Qiuyao, aware that in the current climate, one could easily resort to unsavory actions. Rest assured, I am not that sort of woman, she retorted, the words striking her like daggers. The implication stung deeply, leaving her unsettled. Did she truly resemble a woman of loose morals? If not for, I only care for results. Before Lin Qiuyao could ponder further, Ding Hao shook his head and exited the bathroom. After a few minutes of regaining her composure, she slowly donned her clothing. The thick cotton coat concealed her alluring figure once again. Ding Hao escorted her to the door, and as she gazed into the boundless darkness, a sense of trepidation washed over her. Ultimately, Ding Hao reluctantly accompanied her to the base of her apartment building. After all, Lin Qiuyao had entrusted him with her first experience, which made her, in a sense, partially his. Moreover, being the sister of teacher Lin, he could not allow her to come to harm, if only for the sake of her brother's reputation. Upon returning home, as Ding Hao approached the imposing steel fortress, he cast a contemplative glance at the distant shadows, a subtle smile gracing his lips before he stepped through the entrance. Approximately 5 minutes later, several figures emerged from the darkness, with Wang Wei, who had been frightened by Ding Hao days prior, leading the group.
Brother Wei, that kid seemed to have noticed us just now.
Why did you stop us from confronting him? A yellow-haired youth with a face marred by acne inquired. Smack. Wang Wei slapped the yellow-haired boy on the head, only for him to dodge unexpectedly.
Frustrated, Wang Wei cursed, "Are you questioning my authority?"
"I would never," the yellow-haired boy quickly replied, lowering his tone. Before the apocalypse, Wang Wei had been a petty underboss in the society, commanding a certain level of respect that drew a crowd around him, who looked to him for guidance. Wang Wei took a drag from a cigarette scavenged from a dumpster and said nonchalantly, "That Ding Hao is cunning. If he dares to wander out alone at this hour, he must have some sort of backup. If we charge in recklessly now, we would undoubtedly fall into his trap." "Brother Wei has a point," the others nodded in agreement upon hearing his reasoning, yet the yellow-haired youth interjected, "But Brother Wei, we can't just sit here indefinitely. Several of our brothers haven't eaten in days, and if this continues, they'll starve to death. If we linger here for days without seizing any food, we might end up starving ourselves.
What will others think if word gets out? And let us not forget, we're not the only ones keeping an eye on that kid. If someone else swoops in first, where would we go to lament our misfortune?"
The yellow-haired boy's words cast a pall of silence over the group, as their validity sunk in. Even Wang Wei, usually quick to anger, found himself contemplative. After a prolonged pause, Wang Wei finally spoke. "In that case, we'll strike tomorrow night. However, we mustn't wait for him to emerge. He will surely be on guard. We need to take the initiative and launch a surprise attack to catch him off guard." The thought of the robot with glowing red eyes sent a shiver down his spine. He understood that the machine could only handle 1 or 2 targets at a time, while they had a dozen men, yet he was unwilling to gamble on whether the robot would target him. "Agreed, we'll follow Brother Wei's lead. Tomorrow night, we'll capture that kid and secure our future supply of food. But let's be realistic, with our strength, it will be challenging to breach that iron fortress. If we can't devise a plan to lure him out, we will be powerless against him." The yellow-haired youth raised the concern again, plunging the group back into silence. Indeed, without luring Ding Hao out, they stood no chance against him, but Ding Hao was no fool. He had no shortage of food at home. What could they possibly use to draw him out? Wang Wei pondered this dilemma for several minutes, struggling to devise a clever strategy. Finally, he turned to the audacious yellow-haired youth and asked, "Aren't you supposed to be clever? Tell us, how can we entice that kid out and deal with him? If your idea proves viable, the women inside will reward you handsomely." At the mere mention of women, a lewd grin spread across the yellow-haired youth's face. He had seen the photos Ding Hao had posted, and the 2 women by his side were stunningly beautiful. Such exquisite women were once the stuff of his dreams. Now, he was about to have one for himself. With that thought, he eagerly began to strategize. "Brother Wei, on the surface, it seems Ding Hao lacks for nothing: food, women, and he comes across as exceptionally cunning, making him appear difficult to deceive. However, he harbors a fatal flaw. If we can exploit this weakness, his demise is all but assured." "What flaw?" the others inquired with keen interest. "He's a lecher," the yellow-haired youth exclaimed. "In recent days, numerous women have passed through that gate, and judging by their demeanor, it's clear that his encounters are anything but mundane." The group nodded, pondering this revelation. Yet Wang Wei furrowed his brow and questioned, "What use is it to know he is a lecher? Are we to expect him to meet his end at the hands of a woman?" "Brother Wei, do you think I am that foolish?" the yellow-haired youth retorted, shaking his head. Lowering his voice, he shared his plan with an air of mystery. "We simply need to find an alluring woman to seduce Ding Hao out. His lust will surely cloud his judgment, and at that moment, we will swarm him and eliminate him. Then, we can storm the villa, claiming all the food and women within."
Chapter 96, The Sister-in-Law Takes the Lead. 1 is worth 2. Excellent.
As soon as Huang Mao finished speaking, Wang Wei burst into applause. He truly had not expected that beneath his command lay such an astute individual. Well, for now, he would temporarily overlook the earlier boastfulness. While Wang Wei was contemplating this, someone suddenly directed a question at Huang Mao. "Huang Mao, your reasoning is quite sound, but at this moment, where are we to find attractive women to entice Ding Hao?"
Huang Mao casually replied, "Isn't that simple? Just have any of your girlfriends come along."
After saying this, Huang Mao scanned the crowd. To his surprise, the individuals he looked at all averted their gazes.
I apologize, but I currently do not have a girlfriend."
"Same here, I've been single for 30 years. I do have a girlfriend, but she weighs over 230 pounds.
"Are you sure you want her to seduce that young man?"
"Well, never mind, if that lad doesn't fancy pork, it could become problematic." Huang Mao reluctantly shifted his gaze to the last person, only to discover that this individual had an even more outrageous excuse, stating that his girlfriend had passed away last month after falling in the restroom during her 80th birthday celebration. "Wang Wei, it seems we are at a dead end." Huang Mao helplessly turned to Wang Wei, But just as he began to speak, he suddenly recalled something and excitedly pointed at Wang Wei, saying, "Wang Wei, I remember, your sister-in-law is quite beautiful and alluring, isn't she?" At once, feeling the murderous gaze from Wang Wei, Huang Mao realized he had misspoken and quickly stopped. At that moment, his reminder sparked a reaction from the others, who chimed in. "Indeed, your sister-in-law resembles a big star. If she were to step in, she would undoubtedly captivate that young man's soul. Wang Wei, why not discuss this matter with her? After all, there is nothing to lose. Once we deal with that young man, we'll be able to enjoy the good life." If this plan succeeds, Wang Wei will deserve the credit, and when it comes time to distribute the spoils, he should take the lion's share.
I support it. So do I.
Seeing that everyone was in unanimous agreement, Wang Wei, despite being the leader, found it difficult to refuse. Moreover, the allure of the spoils was indeed substantial. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stated, "Very well, I will speak to your sister-in-law about this matter. If she agrees, we shall commence our operation tomorrow night."
Splendid. Wang Wei is magnificent. The sister-in-law takes the lead, one is worth two. The crowd echoed enthusiastically. At that moment, Huang Mao produced a small black bag from seemingly nowhere and presented it to Wang Wei, his face contorted in pain as he said, "Wang Wei, for the sake of everyone, I have made this great sacrifice, so I cannot keep this to myself. This is a pound of rice and pork I found outside the villa, a gift for you." Wang Wei, with a mix of skepticism, accepted the black bag, opened it, and indeed revealed glistening rice and a block of frozen pork. The freshness was evident in its hui. In response to the puzzled gazes of those around, Huang Mao explained, "It was dropped by a woman who came out from inside. I picked it up." Upon hearing this, the attendees felt a surge of excitement. How many more delicacies could there be? Let us get him.
At that moment, Wang Wei's last shred of hesitation evaporated, consumed by thoughts of how to eliminate Ding Hao the following night.
The others were equally exhilarated. Ultimately, they agreed on a time 8 o'clock the next evening. Before dispersing, each returning home, Huang Mao and 2 or 3 others walked together for a while before diverging in another direction, swiftly disappearing into the darkness. Had Wang Wei and his companions possessed night vision, they would have noticed Huang Mao veering off and returning to the iron fortress, then entering through the door. At Lin Xia's residence, Li Daxian looked at the 2 black bags laid out on the table, filled with inexplicable excitement. His tone had markedly improved. "You two have truly worked hard. Please take a moment to rest, I will prepare some food for you."
Li Daxian, unusually, did not yell at Lin Xia but instead took it upon himself to cook. In the past, such an act would have thrilled Lin Xia. However, at present, she found Li Daqiang's behavior to be insincere. Unconsciously, she compared him to Ding Hao, and in that comparison, Li Daxian was utterly crushed. She managed a strained smile and replied perfunctorily, "That sounds wonderful.
I appreciate your efforts tonight." "Not at all, not at all."
Li Daxian cheerfully responded. Internally, he was calculating how to divide the food. He would consume 2/3, leaving the remaining third for Lin Xia and her sister. After all, as a robust man, he felt responsible for the household, and thus, it was only right for him to eat more. As for Lin Xia and her sister, they typically ate little, and with no chores to do, as long as they weren't starving, that was sufficient. With this thought, Li Daxian lifted the 2 bags, only to suddenly display a look of suspicion as he remarked, "Why do the bags you brought back look identical?"
Both black bags bore the same logo.
Upon hearing Li Daqiang's words, Lin Xiaoying panicked momentarily, yet, maintaining an air of nonchalance, she glanced at the garbage bags and explained with a smile, "Brother-in-law, isn't that quite normal?" Before the snow fell, there were activities at the entrance of the community. Anyone who scanned the WeChat QR code could receive a roll of garbage bags for free. Perhaps my friends and sister students obtained theirs during that time.
All right then. After Lin Xia's explanation, Li Daxian seemed to understand and did not dwell further.
However, just as Lin Xia believed she had evaded scrutiny, Li Daxian opened the black bags, and suspicion only deepened in his eyes. For inside, the contents were exactly the same, with barely any difference in weight. It consists of a pound of rice, approximately 4 ounces of pork, 2 eggs, and a 1.5-liter bottle of Ebo mineral water. Upon seeing these items, Lin Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback. How could this individual be so oblivious as to not discern the appropriateness of his offerings? If her sister and brother-in-law were to discover that her so-called friend was Ding Hao, she would surely be overwhelmed with embarrassment. Moreover, just moments ago, Chapter 97 A Sister's Confession. Upon observing the contents of the 2 bags, Lin Xia's expression turned contemplative. Soon, it appeared as though a sudden realization dawned upon her, and an unusual blush crept across her goddess-like, stunning visage. Noticing that Li Daxiang was already harboring suspicions, Lin Xiaoyao could only muster her courage and feign surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, what extraordinary luck, the items I borrowed from my sister are exactly the same."
After her remark, Li Daqiang's doubts were significantly alleviated.
Moreover, his hunger had reached a critical point, prompting him to wave his hand dismissively and say, "All right, enough of these tedious matters, I'm nearly starving. By the way, I must clarify that although this food was borrowed by you, I am the mainstay of the household. Should any issues arise, it will ultimately fall upon me, so it seems only fair that I take 2/3 of the food, wouldn't you agree?" Lin Xiaoyao nodded repeatedly, "I have no objections. I might not be very hungry tonight, as I've been quite active, so you needn't prepare any food for me, brother-in-law." Having indulged in a lavish feast at Ding Hao's place, she was still quite full and could hardly manage any more food, even if Li Daxian were to cook for her. Li Daxian turned to Lin Xia, who quickly added, "I feel the same, I lack an appetite at the moment."
Hearing this, Li Dachang's face broke into a beaming smile. Well, that's what you both have said, so don't blame me later for not cooking. With that, he cheerfully headed into the kitchen. In an attempt to gain a little more for himself, he poured 2/3 of the rice into the pressure cooker. This way, he could enjoy a hearty meal tonight and still have the remaining third to share with the two women the next day. Unbeknownst to Li Dachang, he believed he was the one reaping the benefits, while in reality, his goddess-like wife, who had been married for over half a year without even holding hands with him, would be thoroughly satisfied tonight. Li Dachang's actions did not escape Lin Xia's keen observation. She harbored no objections, though disappointment increasingly clouded her gaze.
Xiu Yao, come here for a moment. Lin Xia called out to Lin Xiuyao and walked into the bedroom.
Uncertain of Lin Xia's intentions, Lin Xiuyao followed her in with a sense of trepidation.
Xiuyao, the person who was just beside me was you, wasn't he it?
As soon as they entered, Lin Xia posed this shocking question, leaving Lin Xiuyao momentarily stunned, unable to respond.
Sister, you need not conceal anything. I am already aware.
Lin Xiuyao felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and hesitated to admit it, but just as she was about to speak, Lin Xia, with a serious demeanor, interrupted her.
Observing Lin Xiuyao's anxiousness, Lin Xia sighed and said, Xiuyao, it is I who has wronged you.
With that, 2 streams of clear tears cascaded down her exquisite face. Being as astute as she was, she could deduce much from a single outcome.
Lin Xiuyao, puzzled, asked, Sister, do you not wish to scold me?
Historically, Lin Xia had been quite strict with her sister. In the past, when Lin Xiuyao was caught in a romantic entanglement during high school, Lin Xia had given her a severe reprimand.
Scold you?
Why would I do that? You are now grown, and regardless of your choices, I hold no right to judge.
Lin Xia gently patted Lin Xiuyao's head. Moreover, this matter is my fault.
If it weren't for your brother-in-law's constant pressure, you would not have gone out to borrow food, and thus, at this point, Lin Xia paused momentarily, her eyes dimmed, and with a somber tone, she continued, Furthermore, my actions have been no better than yours.
Even though I am married and have a husband, I still find myself about Xiuyao. Do you think of me as a villain?
Sister, how could that be? Lin Xiuyao's heart warmed at her sister's words, and she fervently rebutted, Sister, only I know that although you are married, you have never truly been happy, for this is not the happiness you sought.
No matter what others say about you, I believe your choices are justified.
If marriage brings you such distress, you should abandon it sooner rather than later. Lin Xiuyao's words struck Lin Xia like a hammer, shattering the shackles that had confined her.
Perhaps, I indeed should relinquish it. Lin Xia murmured.
The following day unfolded splendidly for Ding Hao. He engaged in role-playing games in the morning, portraying a demon king and an elf. During lunchtime, he took the opportunity to visit Lang Er. In the afternoon, he played doubles in a game of Landlord with Jiang Langning. Whether in Landlord or any other game, Jiang Langning faced utter defeat, eventually leaving Ding Hao's room with a soft whimper. Unyielding in her defeat, Jiang Langning insisted on rematching Ding Hao the next day. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after finishing dinner, Ding Hao descended the stairs. Tonight, an intriguing drama was set to unfold. Outside the Iron Fortress, a group of about 10 individuals stealthily approached.
Where's that yellow-haired guy from yesterday? Why hasn't he shown up?
At this moment, Wang Wei, who was leading the group, suddenly inquired. Although the yellow-haired fellow had embarrassed him the previous day, he had also showcased his potential as a strategist. If he could contribute ideas now, it might yield significant results.
Yellow-haired, I haven't seen him since he left yesterday. That doesn't make sense. That kid nearly lit up with excitement upon seeing a beauty yesterday. How could he possibly miss out today? Forget about him, let us proceed with the plan. We will surely capture that guy tonight.
After searching for a while without success, the group surrendered their pursuit. Wang Wei nodded and addressed a figure draped in a coat ahead of him. Honey, you'll have to bear with it tonight. Once we take control here, you can enjoy the finer things in life, and besides, there is electricity here for hot showers. The figure turned, revealing a beautiful face. This person was Wang Wei's wife, Chen Lily. While she may not surpass the beauties within the Iron Fortress in appearance, her physique exuded a mature allure, reminiscent of a ripe peach, irresistibly inviting. Chapter 98 Harvesting Negative Emotions. Honey, do we really have to go? At that moment, Chen Lilia's face did not exhibit joy, rather, her brows were tightly knitted. After all, she had heard whispers about that astute fellow named Ding Hao. If anything were to go awry, it would spell disaster for her. Of course we're going. Wang Wei, noticing Chen Lilia's apprehension, spoke reassuringly, rest assured, we meticulously devised this plan last night. It is foolproof. You won't have to do much, just lure the Ding Hao fellow a mere 2 meters outside. Well, alright then. Chen Lili, seeing Wang Wei's resolute demeanor, reluctantly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, she shed her warm outer garment, revealing a captivating cheapal paired with alluring black stockings and high heels, complemented by her mature and voluptuous figure. She was undeniably enticing. With a sultry sway of her hips, Chen Lili elegantly strode toward the steel fortress. This scene would undoubtedly leave 90% of men utterly captivated. Even Wang Wei found himself entranced, unable to resist the allure of his own wife. It was only the presence of others that restrained him. Otherwise, he would have rushed forward without hesitation. Wow, sister-in-law is quite the seductress. Suddenly, someone in the shadows could not contain their exclamation, causing Wang Wei's face to pale. However, he recognized that this was not the time for infighting. With a swift motion, he instructed, silently maneuver to the sides of the main entrance. As soon as that rascal steps out, we will pounce and dismember him. Wang Wei directed his ire solely at Ding Hao. Nevertheless, he remained level-headed, cautioning, be careful not to get too close to the entrance. If that fellow catches on, our efforts will be in vain. Everyone nodded in agreement. One individual, armed with a machete, stealthily advanced through the darkness.
Meanwhile, Chen Lili arrived at the entrance of the steel fortress. After pressing the doorbell, she retreated a couple of meters, her eyes glistening with moisture, her body trembling from the cold, presenting a pitiful visage that evoked a desire to comfort her. Here he comes. At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing a dashing young man. It was him, Ding Hao. The sight of him caused the onlookers to collectively hold their breath, tension mounting. The success of the evening hinged entirely on whether Ding Hao would take the bait. Hey there, it's freezing outside, might I come in to warm up a bit? Chen Lili cooed, her voice dripping with sweetness. Simultaneously, she inadvertently adjusted her qipao, revealing her enticing long legs clad in black stockings. Of course, Ding Hao's eyes gleamed with an unmistakably lascivious gaze, thoroughly surveying Chen Lili's stunning legs. In truth, beyond his lewd stare, there was no pretense. He genuinely appreciated her beauty. He had seen her photographs before, but in person, she exuded far more sensuality than he had anticipated. Yet, in terms of acting skill, Chen Lili fell slightly short. Additionally, her scantily clad appearance in the dead of night was conspicuously out of place. Even a fool could discern something amiss. Ding Hao sighed inwardly. Despite his meticulous planning for these individuals, he was astonished by their foolishness in executing it. Perhaps he would indulge their antics for amusement on this dreary night. At that moment, upon hearing Ding Hao's words, Chen Lili felt a surge of elation. She had not anticipated that he would take the bait so swiftly. This was fortunate, for standing there in such minimal attire would soon lead her to catch a cold. With this thought, Chen Lili's voice turned soft as she implored, "Thank you so much, but I'm absolutely freezing, and I accidentally twisted my ankle. Could you assist me?" After speaking, though reluctant, she straightened her posture, her enticing lips slightly parting. "If you prefer not to assist elsewhere, you may lend a hand here." This scene was enough to set pulses racing. "Certainly," Ding Hao exclaimed eagerly, his face displaying an unmistakable expression of desire as he prepared to approach. Excellent. As Ding Hao took a step forward, the onlookers mentally cheered in excitement. If he advanced just a bit further, they would spring forth, ready to enact their violent plan. Among them, only Wang Wei's expression darkened. He was painfully aware that the woman flaunting herself in the snow, attempting to entice men, was his wife. Even though he had orchestrated this plan, he felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Suddenly, Ding Hao's eyes lit up as he took a step forward, only to shiver and halt abruptly. "My apologies, beautiful lady, but it's simply too cold outside. I cannot endure it any longer. Perhaps you should come in yourself," he said apologetically before retreating back to the doorway. Just as victory seemed within grasp, Ding Hao's unexpected retreat left many cursing under their breath. In mere seconds, Ding Hao amassed approximately 7,000 points of negative emotional energy. It appeared that collective frustration was substantial. At that moment, a gust of cold wind swept through, causing Chen Lili to shiver. She realized that if she didn't act quickly, she might freeze to death. With this in mind, she forced a smile and said, "Dear sir, I truly cannot walk any longer. Please, I beg you to help me. If you are willing to assist, I will grant you anything you desire afterward." In a bid to ensnare Ding Hao, she laid her cards on the table. As anticipated, Ding Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really, you would let me sleep with you?" A blush crept across Chen Lili's cheeks as she shyly nodded. "As long as you like it, I am willing." "Fantastic," Ding Hao exclaimed joyously. This scene invigorated the onlookers, igniting hope that success was imminent. True to form, Ding Hao stepped out once more, half a meter, then a full meter. Just as it appeared he would take another step forward, Ding Hao shivered again and retreated, exclaiming, "It's still too cold. I am afraid you'll have to come over yourself." Damn it, the crowd once again cursed Ding Hao in frustration. How could he be afraid of a few steps in the cold? Could he truly bear to leave such a stunning beauty waiting in the icy night? Chapter 99. Grateful for the gift of a wife from my brother. From Ludapio. Negative emotion value 500. From Wang Wei. Negative emotion value 2000. From Chen Lili. Negative emotion value 1000. What is there to feel sorry about? Freezing to death is none of his concern. As the system's melodious notification echoed, Ding Hao felt an immense sense of joy. Of course, had he been able to hear the thoughts of those around him, he would have simply shrugged in indifference. Subsequently, Ding Hao employed the same tactics, playfully toying with everyone multiple times, leaving them utterly exhausted. Even Chen Lili had lost her flair for seduction, merely standing by to watch Ding Hao's antics. Consequently, their negative emotion values dwindled, eventually becoming negligible. Clearing his throat, Ding Hao solemnly declared, "My dear lady, I am deeply ashamed of my prior hesitance. Grant me one final chance, and I assure you, I shall not allow you to suffer any longer." Is it finally happening? Upon hearing Ding Hao's words, the nearly drowsy crowd immediately perked up, gripping their long knives tightly, vowing to chop Ding Hao into minced meat to relieve their pent-up frustration. Even Chen Lili's spirits brightened, as a button from her cheongsam inexplicably popped off, causing the garment to slide down, revealing her fair skin and a glimpse of enticing lace lingerie. "You should have done this earlier, young man. Come here, I can hardly contain my anticipation," Chen Lili teased, extending her delicate tongue to moisten her alluring red lips. Unable to restrain himself, Ding Hao stepped forward 1 meter, 1.5 meters. Just as Ding Hao was about to reach their predetermined spot to engage, his expression suddenly morphed into one of utter shock as he glanced behind Chen Lili, shouting, "Holy crap, there's a ghost!" This exclamation instinctively drew everyone's gaze. Even Chen Lili turned her head involuntarily. In that instant, Ding Hao seized the opportunity, scooping Chen Lili up and sprinting back. "Damn it, we've been tricked by this brat." By the time the others regained their senses, Ding Hao had already carried Chen Lili inside the gate. No matter how she struggled, Ding Hao remained unyielding. "On this long, dull night, I am grateful for the delightful toy my brother has provided. To show my respect, I promise I will not disappoint my brother." After shouting this to the crowd, Ding Hao slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. "Damn you!" Wang Wei cursed, his eyes reddened as he rushed forward to pound on the door in fury. What toy? This is his wife, and she has fallen into Ding Hao's hands. The mere thought of Ding Hao's lecherous expression made his head itch uncontrollably. It felt like he was destined to wear a green hat. Wei Ge, accept your loss with dignity, a younger brother consoled, approaching him. Wang Wei retaliated with a slap to his face. Accept my loss, my wife is not dead yet, go find something, and break down this door. I must tear that scoundrel to shreds. By the way, what about that yellow-haired kid? If anyone sees him, be sure to let me know. He keeps giving me terrible ideas, just wait until I smash his brains out. Realizing Wang Wei was on the brink of a violent outburst, the others dared not provoke him further. They obediently scoured for stones to hurl at the door. From Lu Dapio negative emotion value 1000, from Lu Chao a negative emotion value 1000, from Wang Wei negative emotion value 5000, from Chen Lili negative emotion value 3000. Inside the steel fortress, Ding Hao was in high spirits as he set Chen Lili down, remarking, not bad, your figure is quite appealing, though it's a pity your intellect seems lacking. Chen Lili took 2 steps back, eyeing Ding Hao warily, and retorted, perverted scoundrel, I advise you to release me soon, or my husband will not let you off easily. Is that so? Ding Hao shrugged nonchalantly, then I shall remain right here. I am curious to see how he intends to make me suffer. Faced with Ding Hao's insolence, Chen Lili's chest rose and fell in agitation. Ultimately, she came to terms with reality and inquired, what must I do for you to let me go? What must you do? Ding Hao's gaze roamed over Chen Lili, and with a grin, he countered, what do you think? Expecting to leave without some form of sacrifice was indeed an unrealistic notion. That's impossible. However, to Ding Hao's surprise, Chen Lili firmly rejected, don't hold on to such delusions. I am not that kind of person. Although she had appeared quite open earlier, she was, in truth, a rather conservative individual. Had it not been for Wang Wei's strong insistence, she would never have consented to seduce Ding Hao. Nevertheless, whether she was conservative or not mattered little to Ding Hao. After all, he possessed ample leverage to transform a modest woman into one of exceptional openness in his presence. Contemplating this, he shook his head, saying, I genuinely feel sorry for you. A beautiful and virtuous woman like yourself ended up with a man beneath contempt. I will not allow you to speak ill of my husband. He treats me very well, you amuse me, he treats you well, yet he allows you to dress provocatively to entice me? Before Chen Lili could finish her sentence, Ding Hao mercilessly interrupted, you merely believe he treats you well. In reality, he views you as a disposable tool. That cannot be. Ding Hao's words began to shake Chen Lili's convictions. Indeed, if her husband truly cared for her, how could he bear to let her dress seductively to attract other men? Seizing the moment, Ding Hao pressed on, I suggest that if he is ungrateful, you need not remain steadfast in your principles. In this day and age, such principles won't fill your stomach. Once you agree, I can immediately take you in to enjoy exquisite delicacies. Rest assured, the soundproofing here is exceptional. Even if we are only separated by a wall, our conversation will not reach the ears of those outside. Ding Hao's words dispelled her last lingering doubts. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Lili nodded in agreement. All right, I accept your terms. Ding Hao smiled, this will be the wisest decision of your life. With that, he once again employed his infamous technique. Chapter 100. How could one s-mouth? Ding Hao, having indulged in frivolity for a considerable time, ceased his antics only when Chen Lili, her cheeks flushed, protested with labored breaths. Ding Hao nodded, let us proceed inside. With that, he turned and strode into the hall, prompting Chen Lili to hastily follow suit. Soon, enveloped in the villa's warmth, a smile unwittingly graced Chen Lili's lips. In truth, Wang Wei's actions merely served as a pretext. The genuine reason behind her acquiescence to Ding Hao lay in her inability to resist temptation. Furthermore, Ding Hao's final remark, which was cloaked in a soundproofing effect, ensured that Wang Wei remained oblivious to their exchange, allowing Chen Lili to fully relax. However, unbeknownst to her, Wang Wei stood outside the door, utterly bewildered. His actions of pounding and striking the door had come to an abrupt halt. Moments earlier, he had distinctly overheard the conversation between Ding Hao and Chen Lili, the volume as if amplified by speakers affixed to the door. From Wang Wei. Negative emotional value 3000, 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 from Wang Wei. Negative emotional value 3000. Ding Hao felt immense satisfaction. Chen Lili was indeed a woman of maturity, rich in experience. The substantial negative emotional value Wang Wei provided further elevated his spirits. Having achieved his aim, Ding Hao's gaze turned frigid. All right, you may leave now. Yet, enveloped in the surrounding warmth, Chen Lili did not feel elated by Ding Hao's dismissal. Rather, she hesitantly inquired, might I, in the future, reside here? At that moment, she found herself reluctant to depart. Returning to her previous home meant enduring days of foraging for wild vegetables and subsisting on thin porridge. Here, not only was it exceedingly warm, but she could also feast on sumptuous meals and enjoy fine wine daily. It was clear to any rational being what choice to make. However, in response to her plea, Ding Hao unhesitatingly declined, I'm afraid that is not possible, but should you desire delectable treats in the future, you may still seek me out for exchanges, provided I am pleased. Anything edible can be arranged. He added, of course, the prerequisite is that you survive the night. What do you mean? The notion of transactions was undoubtedly feasible. Having engaged once, a second encounter seemed inconsequential. Nevertheless, Ding Hao's final statement left her perplexed. What did he mean by her needing to survive the night? You shall understand in due course, Ding Hao replied without elaboration, merely issuing a command to open the door. In a sudden motion, he pushed Chen Lili outside. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Chen Lili, caught off guard, found herself thrust out the door, her expression one of utter confusion. It was only then that Wang Wei realized Chen Lili had emerged. Honey, smack, just as Chen Lili opened her mouth to speak, Wang Wei struck her across the face.
Honey, why did you hit me? Chapter 101.
The bounty. Chen Lili pressed her aching cheek, bewildered as she inquired. In response, Wang Wei raised his hand and delivered another sharp slap across her face. He cursed furiously, you filthy bitch, why are you asking me why I hit you? Did you not enjoy yourself just a moment ago? You even wished to remain in that boy's villa. I heard everything. What? He heard everything? Wang Wei's words struck Chen Lili like a thunderbolt, reverberating in her mind. Did Ding Hao not claim that the soundproofing was excellent and that nothing could be heard from outside? Ah. Before Chen Lili could ponder further, Wang Wei forcefully seized her hair and yanked it viciously, causing her to nearly collapse to the ground. Tears welled in Chen Lili's eyes as she attempted to speak, but her lips trembled, rendering her speechless. Ultimately, Wang Wei delivered another slap, scolding, you are truly bringing shame upon me. When we return, I will make you pay.
Feeling the murderous intent in Wang Wei's tone sent a chill through Chen Lili's heart.
It was only at that moment that she comprehended the true meaning behind Ding Hao's last words. Alas, realizing it now was far too late. After sending Chen Lili away, Ding Hao returned to his room and retrieved a printer from his space. In mere minutes, the printer whirred to life, producing page after page of photographs. Although not exceptionally clear, they were identifiable enough. Had Wang Wei and his companions still been present, they would have quickly recognized the faces of their gang. Among them was also Chen Lili's photograph. Casting a cold smile at the images, Ding Hao mused that it was time to establish his authority, otherwise, each night, the iron fortress would be besieged by a swarm of flies. With this thought, Ding Hao descended the stairs and affixed the photographs, along with a printed notice he had prepared, to the outer side of the iron fortress's entrance. Half an hour later, shadows began to gather, drawn to the contents of the notice. Poisonous, it was truly ruthless. After perusing the information, each individual appeared utterly astonished, and without a moment's hesitation, they hastily departed, fearful of being a step too late. The general content of the notice was a bounty issued by Ding Hao, seeking the heads of the individuals depicted in the photographs. Indeed, it was simply the heads he desired. A human head shall yield a reward of 5 pounds of rice, half a pound of pork, 3 eggs, and the liberty to choose anyone 1.5L bottle of beverage. Should the head belong to Wang Wei or Chen Lili, the reward is doubled instantly. Yet, this is not the most insidious aspect. The most treacherous stipulation is that if one delivers the head of a certain individual listed on the bounty board, they will not only receive a doubled reward but also have the bounty on their own head revoked. This incites betrayal in the most heinous of deeds. It is certain that tonight, the entire neighborhood will be engulfed in a fervor to hunt down targets. After all, the temptation of 5 pounds of rice is simply irresistible, sufficient to sustain a person for over 10 days. In Building 8, a man bearing a small scar across his face, looking thoroughly dejected, was preparing to return home to sleep. Suddenly, a figure clad in a black jacket appeared before him.
Goodness, you startled me.
Aren, what are you doing out here in the middle of the night? The scar-faced man said, his expression a mixture of disbelief and annoyance. The man in the black jacket, known as Aren, wore a mysterious smile and replied, what else could it be? Yesterday, I procured half a pound of rice and half a bottle of beer from a friend, and I thought I'd come to reminisce with you. Are you serious? How is it that you've suddenly turned so generous? The scar-faced man responded, skepticism evident in his voice. Aren scoffed, forget it, it seems like a dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a good heart. If you want to eat, I'll just finish it all myself. Eat, eat, eat. Seeing Aren's demeanor, the scar-faced man quickly exclaimed. After all, it would be foolish to pass up a bargain even if it turned out to be a ruse. At worst, he would have wasted a trip with that. Aren chuckled, then let us go. It has been far too long since we sat down together for a proper chat. He gestured invitingly. The scar-faced man, without further thought, stepped forward. Upon reaching Aren's home, he found it shrouded in darkness and an eerie silence, devoid of even a candle's flicker, prompting a sense of unease. At that moment, a dagger swiftly sliced across his throat. Bang! Minutes later, his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The news of Ding Hao's bounty spread like wildfire, taking wing and swiftly reaching every corner of the community. The earlier scene replayed in various locations, as many failed to grasp the peril until betrayed by those closest to them, meeting untimely and inexplicable deaths. A few, however, reacted quickly and attempted to flee, only to be pursued relentlessly by a dozen assailants, ultimately meeting the same grim fate. Once their heads were severed, they were seized by the very mob that hunted them. After issuing the bounty, Ding Hao remained seated in the courtyard, waiting. Nearly half an hour had passed when a figure appeared at the gates of the iron fortress, carrying a severed head. For the beverage, I desire a large bottle of Nutritional Express. The individual cautiously surveyed the surroundings before discarding the head onto the ground and loudly calling out toward the surrounding walls. Chapter 102. Wang Wei is dead. Barely minutes after the man had shouted, a robot with eerie green light emanating from its eyes suddenly appeared, scanning the severed head.
It is Lu Dabiao, confirmation accurate.
Ding Hao examined the photographic information transmitted by the robot and swiftly recognized the owner of the head as a subordinate of Wang Wei, who had previously attempted to con Ding Hao during a money scheme, employing moral coercion. Ding Hao nodded, issuing a command. The compartment at the rear of the robot opened, and a black bag tumbled out. Conduct an inspection, and also take the head away. Do not leave it here, it brings ill fortune. Ding Hao's voice reverberated from a small speaker above the door. The newcomer opened the bag and examined its contents, a visible expression of delight spreading across his face. Thank you.
After expressing his gratitude, he departed, carrying the bag and the head. In the ensuing 2 hours, several more individuals arrived, some masked, while others brazenly presented severed heads without any concealment. A diverse array of characters emerged. The most absurd incident involved a group of over a dozen individuals who arrived together with a head. A dispute over beverages erupted into a brawl, resulting in one fatality. Subsequently, as Ding Hao's robot had just discarded a black bag, they began to tussle once more, leading to the deaths of 2 or 3 more individuals. Droughts and floods, both extremes played out. Just as one group exited, another individual appeared, bearing 3 heads and laden with goods. Upon his return, Ding Hao waited for another 2 hours, as the heads continued to accumulate, leaving only those of Wang Wei and Chen Lili outstanding. This piqued Ding Hao's curiosity. Could it be that these two had some form of cheat? Their bounties were the highest, yet they managed to survive until the end. Ding Hao's patience began to wane after waiting for over an hour. He was on the verge of sleep when a shadowy figure approached stealthily. "Place it on the ground," Ding Hao said lazily into the speaker. The individual complied immediately, and soon the robot identified the head as belonging to Wang Wei. Indeed, only Chen Lili's head remained. Ding Hao commanded the robot to dispense a large black bag, which was, by regulation, double the amount given to the previous individuals. However, the person did not even glance at the bag. Instead, he turned to the door and said, "No, I wonder if what you said earlier still holds true." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Ding Hao sprang to his feet. It was Chen Lili. She had actually killed Wang Wei and brought his head with her. This was an unexpected twist that Ding Hao had not foreseen. He addressed the speaker. "Of course it holds true." Upon finishing his statement, he sent a command, and another black bag, bulging with contents, fell from the robot's rear. The bounty notice had stipulated that any betrayal would warrant a double reward, and a bounty had been issued. Since all heads had now been accounted for, the bounty notice was rendered unnecessary. Ding Hao instructed the robot to tear down all the attached photographs and explanatory notes. However, upon glancing back, he noticed that Chen Lili had still not collected the items on the ground. "What's the matter? Is it insufficient?" Ding Hao opened the massive steel fortress door and stepped outside. Chen Lili shook her head, biting her crimson lip, and said, "That is not what I meant. You previously promised me that as long as I survived tonight, I could trade with you in the future." "Ah." Ding Hao recalled that this woman was indeed aware of the distinction between a hearty meal and a constant feast. He nodded affirmatively and replied, "No problem, I will keep my word. By the way, my back has suddenly become a bit itchy. Could you assist me in scratching it?" Chen Lili immediately understood Ding Hao's implication. With a swift kick, she sent Wang Wei's head flying, then picked up the 2 large black bags and entered the steel fortress. Chen Lili possessed a commendable foundation, yet her face bore several bruises, diminishing her allure slightly. Though Ding Hao paid no mind. An hour later, Chen Lili imploringly inquired, "Am I truly not allowed to stay here?" "Not permitted," Ding Hao replied coldly without hesitation. She was merely second-hand merchandise. It sufficed to keep her contented, but housing her within the steel fortress was out of the question. "Very well." A flicker of disappointment crossed Chen Lili's face as she handed the bags to Ding Hao, saying, "If I take them outside, I will surely be robbed by many." "Could you hold on to them for me? I will return periodically to retrieve some." "That is agreeable." Ding Hao snapped his fingers, and a robot approached, consuming the 2 bags once more. "All right, you may leave now." "Okay." Chen Lili cast a reluctant glance around before donning her coat and stepping away in her high heels. However, as she reached the door, she suddenly turned back, seemingly concerned that Ding Hao might have reservations, and added, "Actually, I did not kill Wang Wei for the bounty. He pulled my hair and struck me with a stick when we returned. In a moment of panic, I grabbed a fruit knife and stabbed him, leading to his demise. I was terrified and hid his body. I only brought his head here after overhearing others speak of it." Ding Hao had not anticipated such a backstory. He shook his head and remarked, "I am unconcerned with how Wang Wei met his end. I will remind you from now on, aside from being here, you are not permitted to share a bed with any other man unless I relinquish you. Do you understand?" In his eyes, both Wang Wei and Chen Lili were simply 2 insignificant ants. Even if Chen Lili harbored ill intentions, she posed no threat to him. He could crush her with ease. However, should she flit about carelessly, bringing diseases back to him, that would be far from ideal. Ding Hao pondered the matter, considering whether to procure some testing tools from his space to periodically check Chen Lili. "Rest assured, I will not seek out other men. I am not foolish. Currently, within the entire district, there is no one as generous as you," Chen Lili candidly proclaimed, displaying a commendable sense of propriety. Ding Hao felt considerably relieved and replied mildly, "That should suffice. You may depart now." Chen Lili turned and left, her silhouette quickly vanishing into the wind and snow. Well, that was satisfactory. Ding Hao smiled slightly. He then closed the door of the steel fortress, preparing to return for some rest. Yet, at that moment, the system's upgrade notification suddenly echoed. Negative emotional value from Song Bao 10,000. Ding Hao was perplexed by the inexplicable surge of negative emotional value in the dead of night. What could be the cause? He had not seen that troublesome brat for several days. Why, all of a sudden, did he come to mind? Chapter 103. A tiger does not eat its young. As Ding Hao pondered in confusion, within the temporary abode of Sophie, for candles flickered atop a table. The members of the Su family, with the exception of Song Bao, appeared gaunt and emaciated as they gathered around the table. A pot of steaming meat simmered atop a gas stove, filling the room with an enticing aroma. Su Sheng rubbed his hands together, his voice tinged with excitement as he exclaimed, "After enduring such hunger for so long, we can finally enjoy a hearty meal today. Mother, father, sister, do make sure to eat your fill. After today, such delectable food may be a rare luxury."
Su Dafeng nodded in agreement, a smile breaking across his face as he remarked, "That scoundrel has feasted at our expense for so long. At last, he has made some contribution." Before he could finish, Sun Hongmei discreetly tugged at his sleeve, prompting him to notice Sophia's expression of hesitation and inner turmoil. With a sigh, Su Dafeng offered, "Feifei, do not dwell in sorrow. Life is fraught with unpredictability. Though Xiaobao has departed, he has indirectly saved the lives of the four of us, which is not without merit." He added, "If your conscience weighs heavily, once the blizzard has passed, you may offer some paper offerings for Xiaobao." Encouraged by Su Dafeng's words, Sophia's countenance brightened slightly. Yet, she still voiced her concerns, but just moments before he passed, I saw the resentment in his eyes. Bang. Before she could finish, Su Dafeng slammed his bowl onto the table, declaring, "What good is resentment? Would our actions change if we harbored it? One death is not enough, must all five of us perish?" Seeing Su Dafeng's ire, Su Sheng quickly interjected, "Sister, he was merely the illegitimate child of a rogue. Do not let it trouble you. If you desire children, once the snowstorm has passed, you may find another. Moreover, you must understand, it was not we who killed Xiaobao, but that butcher Ding Hao. Had he not deceived us and taken our provisions, we would not have been reduced to this state. If there is anyone to blame, it should be Ding Hao." At the mention of Ding Hao, Su Dafeng's anger flared. "Indeed, it is all that rascal Ding Hao's fault. Should an opportunity arise, I shall feast upon his flesh and drink his blood." Sophia's initial uncertainty was swiftly enveloped by a fervent desire for vengeance. She nodded resolutely, declaring, "My son shall not have died in vain. I shall ensure Ding Hao pays for this." "Yes, sister, I stand with you." Su Sheng shouted in agreement. In that moment, Sophie felt a weight lift from her heart. Indeed, it was Ding Hao who had caused her son's demise, a matter that bore no relation to her. Her consumption of meat now served a purpose, to survive and one day exact vengeance upon Ding Hao for her son's death. That should suffice, just add some chili. It's bland, add more salt. After their meal, every face radiated with contentment. Sophie savored several large bowls, her face gleaming with oil. With each bite, she felt as if Xiaobao was urging her to avenge him by slaying Ding Hao. This is delightful. There is still half left in the refrigerator. In a few days, when hunger strikes again, we can indulge once more, perhaps even survive this snowstorm." Su Sheng exclaimed while patting his slightly distended belly. Sun Hongmei nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, it was my son's cleverness that conceived this idea, otherwise, our family would have faced starvation these past few days." Su Sheng waved his hand modestly, stating, "All credit goes to father. I merely suggested it." As he turned to Su Dafeng, he noticed his father's face bore no trace of joy, only a shadow of gloom. Confused, Su Sheng inquired, "Father, what troubles you?" Nothing at all," Su Dafeng replied, forcing a smile. Yet, the darkness in his eyes deepened with unspoken thoughts. He understood that the current snowstorm would not be so easily weathered. Thus, despite the remaining provisions, he remained anxious, fearing that once they were consumed, they would soon find themselves in dire straits once more. Unbeknownst to anyone, a glimmer of malice flickered in Su Dafeng's eyes as he discreetly surveyed Sophie. Had Ding Hao been present to witness the unfolding scene, he would have marveled at the spectacle. In this reincarnation, due to his interventions, the outcomes had altered significantly. In the previous life, thanks to Ding Hao's efforts, the Su family, while experiencing food scarcity, had not yet reached the brink of starvation. It was only after the appearance of mutated beasts, when Ding Hao failed to return with food, that the Su family resorted to consuming him. Now, under Ding Hao's reverse influence, the family's descent into despair had accelerated dramatically. Within a mere few weeks, they found themselves in utter desperation, ultimately resorting to consuming Sophia's son, Song Bao. Furthermore, Su Dafeng had quietly marked Sophie as the next target. That said, now that we are sated and have regained our strength, we must devise a plan to eliminate the fool Ding Hao. If we can succeed, we may take residence in his villa and no longer fret about food or clothing. Su Sheng suddenly proclaimed. The sting of Ding Hao's previous slaps, which had nearly claimed his life, was a memory he had long harbored. In recent days, he had fantasized about exacting revenge, envisioning himself repeatedly slapping Ding Hao until he met his end. Regrettably, during their period of starvation, they had lacked even the strength to lift a finger, let alone seek vengeance upon Ding Hao. Now, with their bellies full and strength restored, it was time to settle those scores. While that is a sound notion, the challenge lies in the fact that Ding Hao is holed up in that iron fortress. We have no means to reach him, Su Dafeng cautioned. Moreover, he is not a fool. Even if we employed a beauty to lure him out, he may not fall for it, he added, shaking his head. His words doused Su Sheng's enthusiasm with a cold reality. The vision was idyllic, yet the truth was stark. As long as Ding Hao did not act foolishly, they had no way to confront him. Additionally, apart from Su Sheng occasionally venturing out for food, the rest of the family remained isolated, lacking any contact with the outside world. Consequently, they were unaware of the bounty placed upon Ding Hao's head. Otherwise, even with tenfold courage, they would not dare to provoke him at such a precarious juncture. I have a plan. Su Sheng suddenly shouted, his face lighting up after a long period of contemplation. The expectant gazes of Su Dafeng and the others quickly converged upon him. Chapter 104. A delicate atmosphere. What method? Observing Su Sheng's jubilant expression, Su Dafuku felt a surge of joy within his heart and hurriedly inquired. If they could eliminate Ding Hao and seize his provisions, their family would truly ascend to the pinnacle of life. Using another's blade to kill. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Su Sheng's eyes as he declared, given the current circumstances, avenging ourselves against Ding Hao solely by our own strength is nearly an insurmountable task. Thus, we must rely on others' hands to eliminate Ding Hao and quench our heart's resentment.
Su Defuku asked. This is indeed a clever plan, but who would be willing to assist us in taking action against Ding Hao? Moreover, this person must possess considerable capability, otherwise, they would be as ineffective as we are, unable to even breach the door. Sun Hongmei and Su Fei nodded in agreement, clearly reflecting the concerns that had also crossed their minds. Rest assured, I have recently heard of a person called Brother Dao, who resides in Building 17 and wields significant power. We still have some meat left, let's package it nicely and present it to him as a gesture, and I am certain he will oblige. Ding Hao's household is also abundant in provisions. If we inform Brother Dao about this, it is said that he values loyalty highly. After he seizes Ding Hao's supplies, he will undoubtedly share a substantial portion with us. Su Sheng articulated his analysis with conviction. His reasoning was not without merit, stirring a profound sense of intrigue among Su Defuku and the others. After pondering for a few moments, Su Defuku suddenly slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "Very well, it shall be done. Tomorrow, we shall seek out Brother Dao and ensure that we expedite Ding Hao's demise." Tears streamed down Su Fei's face as she exclaimed, "Xiao Bao, did you see that? Mama is soon to avenge you." With that, she downed the remaining half-bowl of meat soup in one gulp, followed by a satisfied burp. The following day, just before noon, two rotund figures trudged through the snow, making their way toward Ding Hao's fortress. The atmosphere between them was palpably delicate and awkward. "Sister, brother-in-law's temper is becoming increasingly foul. If this continues, trouble is inevitable." As they approached the fortress, one of the figures voiced her concerns. These two figures were none other than Lin Xie and Lin Xiaoyue. Just the night before, they had brought back provisions, only for Li Daxiang to devour 2/3 of it alone. Consequently, the three of them had to share the remaining food, leaving none fully satisfied. However, Lin Xie and Lin Xiaoyue managed to endure it, as their appetites were relatively modest. But Li Daxiang was not so forgiving. Last night, he had raged for hours, berating them for not borrowing more food when they went out. Today, he was in a furious uproar, demanding that they go out again to procure supplies, threatening that if they could not secure any, they should stay outside and not return. Well, let him be, Lin Xie sighed helplessly, feeling powerless in the situation. Lin Xiaoyue cautioned, "Sister, remember to mention to Mr. Ding that we need a different colored bag today, otherwise, if brother-in-law sees it later, he will surely become suspicious." The last time, Li Daxiang had grown suspicious, but thankfully, she had managed to deflect his inquiries. The thought of what would ensue if he discovered the truth sent a chill down her spine. Once the snow disaster had passed, Li Daxiang would undoubtedly relay these events to their family, and by then, the story would spread like wildfire, leaving the two sisters utterly embarrassed. Thankfully, Li Daxiang remained oblivious to everything for now. "Alright, I will tell him." Lin Xie acknowledged the gravity of the situation and promptly agreed. She then hesitated and asked, "Xiaoyue, why don't you go ahead first? I'll wait for you to come out before joining you." Compared to the previous day, when she had indulged in alcohol, her mind was much clearer today, and she felt less at ease, especially knowing that the person beside her was her own sister. "Sister, that might not be the best idea," Lin Xiaoyue replied unexpectedly, insisting, "Sister, let's go early and return early. Otherwise, brother-in-law will grow suspicious." "Very well," Lin Xie nodded, biting her lip and conceding, "Fine." With that, the two of them walked side by side toward the steel fortress. Just minutes after their departure, a figure stealthily emerged from behind them. If Lin Xie and Lin Xiaoyue had seen this person, they would have been utterly astonished, for it was none other than Li Daxiang, the one who had forced them out to borrow food. At that moment, Li Daxiang glared at their departing figures, his face twisted with rage. "You wretched harlots, claiming you have no ties to that pretty boy, humph, had I not sensed something amiss and followed you, I would have died in ignorance, oblivious to the fact that you were deceiving me. And you, sister, are equally shameless. Very well, I shall deal with you both when you return." Although Li Daxiang was furious, he ultimately refrained from pursuing them. After all, if he dealt with Lin Xie and Lin Xiaoyue now, who would go out to procure food for him? With that thought, Li Daxiang turned and stormed away, entirely unaware that if he had not incessantly pressured Lin Xie and Lin Xiaoyue to scavenge for food, none of this would have transpired. In the grand hall of the steel fortress, the clattering sound of mahjong echoed loudly. "Who?" After a brief exchange of words, Ding Hao grinned as he pushed down his tiles across from him. Jiang Lenning, her face plastered with paper, was on the verge of leaping from her seat in frustration. "You bastard, how could you win again? You must be cheating. According to the rules, the loser must endure punishment from the winner. This morning, she had not won a single round, and those who lost were left in a daze." Hearing her words, Ding Hao shrugged nonchalantly. "Cheating? Apologies, my skill speaks for itself, there is no need for deceit." The twin sisters, who had also lost, showed no signs of despondency. Instead, they cheerfully cheered for Ding Hao. "Master, you are amazing. Master, you are incredible." Jiang Lenning felt a pang of bitterness upon witnessing this scene. These two women must be blind to favor this scoundrel. Chapter 105. The meeting of teacher and students. "Master, eat some grapes." Today, Shushue was adorned in a charming pink little devil ensemble, complete with a pair of fleshy wings and thigh-high stockings accentuated by high heels. She placed a grape into her rosy little mouth, then leaned forward, extending her lips. Ding Hao opened his mouth wide. Delicious. A soft, fragrant touch grazed Ding Hao's lips, and a grape slipped effortlessly into his mouth. "Master, don't choke." Chu Qing, dressed in a dark red succubus outfit, cast a flirtatious glance before feeding Ding Hao a sip of apple cider vinegar beverage in the same manner. Scoundrel. Jiang Lenning observed this scene, and for reasons unknown, a faint sourness spread within her heart. She turned to Lin Fengyu beside her and remarked, Fengyu, since you're not participating, be my strategist, I intend to win this round handsomely and then teach that scoundrel a lesson. As she spoke, she ground her silver teeth. It was evident that her resentment towards Ding Hao was quite profound at that moment. Seeing her friend so resolute, Lin Fengyu nodded in agreement. All right, no problem. Observing Jiang Lenning's current demeanor, Lin Fengyu felt a sense of relief, thankful she hadn't joined the fray, for her fate would not have been much better than Jiang Lenning's. However, she felt confident about the next round, believing that with their combined efforts, their chances of victory would significantly increase. At that moment, Ding Hao seemed to sense Jiang Lenning's discontented gaze and turned to her with a smile. Lenning, it's your turn. Jiang Lenning scoffed, you scoundrel, remember to call me by my full name. Our relationship isn't so amicable. Is that so? As Jiang Lenning approached, Ding Hao lowered his voice. Just yesterday, someone was begging me to call her Lenning baby. Jiang Lenning's face flushed crimson. She had indeed uttered those words during their encounter the previous day. Immediately, she shot Ding Hao a fierce glare, a mix of embarrassment and anger. I was just talking nonsense, it doesn't count. Ding Hao feigned surprise, then I shall call you that the next time you indulge in nonsensical chatter. Jiang Lenning's face grew even redder. Their hushed conversation was inaudible to Lin Fengyu, who merely observed as Ding Hao and Jiang Lenning exchanged a few whispered words, noting how Jiang Lenning's cheeks turned pink, leaving her perplexed. Before she could ponder further, Jiang Lenning had already knelt on the sofa, her rear elevated. Today, she wore a JK uniform adorned with a blue plaid skirt, complemented by an adorable bear hairpin, exuding an aura of innocence and charm. However, her current posture was rather undignified. Once Ding Hao's punishment concluded, Jiang Lenning's face was entirely flushed. She felt a tingling pain emanating from her rear. Clenching her tiny pink fist, she provocatively declared to Ding Hao, scoundrel, with Fengyu as my strategist, I shall surely triumph over you in the next round. Very well, I eagerly await that day, Ding Hao responded with a grin. Soon, the next round commenced. With her strategist by her side, Jiang Lenning was indeed transformed. She immediately began to play aggressively, her confidence soaring as she plotted how to reduce the trio of scoundrels to tears. Perhaps overwhelmed by her own hubris, she disregarded her strategist's counsel. Lenning, you should play 30,000 this time. 30,000? No, it should be 50,000. Lenning, enough, Fengyu, I can win this on my own. Just watch. As predicted, Jiang Lenning lost once more, and this time, she lost to all three opponents simultaneously. This meant she would face punishment from all three. In that moment, a surge of impulse to flee surged through her. Yet, as she attempted to rise, Ding Hao seized her, pressing her firmly back onto the sofa. Thus, she endured a round of spankings from the trio. Afterward, Jiang Lenning lamented to Lin Fengyu, Fengyu, I'm in such a predicament. Serves you right. Lin Fengyu shot her a glare, exasperated, who told you not to heed my advice? With the conclusion of this round, the morning session came to an end. At noon, it was the turn of the twin sisters to prepare lunch. After sharing a kiss with Ding Hao, the twins entered the kitchen to cook. Ding Hao, captivated by the alluring aura they exuded, felt a strong desire to join them in the kitchen. Just then, the doorbell of the Iron Fortress rang. Through the surveillance, Ding Hao spotted two familiar figures bundled in thick coats. Teacher Lin had arrived, accompanied by her sister, Lin Xiaoyue. Upon seeing them, Ding Hao instinctively licked his lips. A sinister, utterly wicked, he hurried to open the door for them. Ding Hao, I apologize for the interruption, Lin Xia said, her cheeks slightly flushed upon encountering him. Not at all, not at all. Teacher Lin, should you wish to visit in the future, feel free to come anytime. Don't be too polite please, come inside, it's cold outside. Ding Hao ushered Lin Xia and Lin Xiaoyue into the grand hall of the Iron Fortress. They soon spotted Jiang Lenning and Lin Fengyu. Oh, there are two others? Lin Xia felt a peculiar sense of being caught in an affair, discomfort washing over her. When she discerned the identities of Jiang Lenning and Lin Fengyu, her entire being jolted, her eyes widening in shock. Jiang classmate, Lin classmate, what are you both doing here? Teacher Lin? Jiang Lenning and Lin Fengyu's eyes also widened in disbelief, utterly astonished. For Lin Xia was Jiang Lenning's university homeroom teacher and also Lin Fengyu's instructor. Despite Jiang Lenning's lack of academic enthusiasm, her vivacious personality had endeared her to Lin Xia, fostering a relatively close relationship during school. As for Lin Fengyu, a top student often seeking Lin Xia's guidance, their connection had similarly grown closer due to Jiang Lenning's influence. However, since the onset of the snow disaster, they had not encountered any teachers or classmates. Now, suddenly seeing Lin Xia, they felt a flicker of joy. Yet, after the initial excitement, a question surfaced in their minds. How did Teacher Lin end up here? As Lin Xia inquired, their responses were somewhat hesitant, particularly Jiang Lenning, whose face was flushed, stating, Teacher, we were just a bit bored, so we came to find Ding Hao to play. She only mentioned play without elaborating on the specifics. Chapter 106 Communication. Indeed, it would be beneficial for you to engage in more dialogue. Ding Hao is your senior and the chairman of the Ding Group, possessing numerous admirable qualities from which you may learn, Lin Xia remarked, nodding in a teacherly manner. She then turned to Ding Hao, saying, Ding Hao, don't you have many questions to ask the teacher? Let us proceed to a private room for our discussion. Concerned that Jiang Lenning and her companions might pose awkward questions, Lin Xia swiftly steered the conversation away. Ding Hao quickly caught on, responding in agreement, yes, I appreciate your assistance. Teacher Lin, please, follow me, we shall find a room on the second floor where we can converse without interruption. Lining, Fengyu, please wait here for a moment. We will be having dinner shortly, Ding Hao added before leading Lin Xia and Lin Xiaoyue upstairs. Observing the thick coats worn by Lin Xia and Lin Xiaoyue, Jiang Lenning felt a pang of confusion. The hall was quite warm. Why hadn't they removed their outer garments despite being in here for some time? And what was that woman, who bore a slight resemblance to Teacher Lin, following them for? Could it be that the lecherous scoundrel had questions for her as well? At that moment, Lin Fengyu suddenly whispered, "Lining, don't you find the relationship between Teacher Lin and Ding Hao somewhat peculiar?" Peculiar? Indeed. Lin Fengyu leaned in closer, whispering a few words into Jiang Lenning's ear. Jiang Lenning's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "That scoundrel, a fickle-minded rogue." Almost letting slip her words, she was taken aback. Lin Fengyu, equally astonished, added, "Did you notice it too?" "Wow, that scoundrel," Jiang Lenning cursed without restraint. Lin Fengyu quickly covered her mouth, hushing her. "He saved us and allowed us to stay here. It wouldn't be right to speak ill of him behind his back." Jiang Lenning fell silent but secretly resolved to confront Ding Hao later. When did this fellow begin his affair with Teacher Lin? Wait a moment, Jiang Lenning pondered, suddenly realizing a troubling thought. With Ding Hao's devilish disposition, life ahead could be quite daunting. The mere contemplation of it made Jiang Lenning's cheeks flush crimson. "Lin Ning, you're not coming down with a fever, are you?" Lin Fengyu asked, noticing her sudden change in complexion. Jiang Lenning quickly shook her head. "No. How could she possibly be ill?" Ding Hao, accompanied by Lin Xie and Lin Xiaoyue, chose a room on the second floor. "Phew, it's quite warm," Lin Xie sighed, finally feeling at ease without Jiang Lenning and Lin Fengyu's watchful eyes. She began to remove her outer garments, one by one, revealing her alluring figure. To Ding Hao's surprise, what Lin Xie wore beneath was no longer the usual warm autumn attire, but a stunning blue silk lace nightgown. Coupled with her curvaceous form and black stockings, she appeared utterly captivating. Since Lin Xie had shed her coat, Ding Hao's gaze lingered on her form incessantly. "Today, Teacher Lin looks even more exquisite than last time," he unabashedly complimented. He finally understood why she had hesitated to remove her coat downstairs. The attire beneath was meticulously chosen for him, not wanting to reveal it to Jiang Lenning and the others. Lin Xie felt her cheeks warm as she replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Ding Hao." At that moment, Lin Xiaoyue also removed her coat, revealing a figure that was equally enticing, rivaling that of Lin Xie. Sensing the atmosphere, Lin Xie, now more relaxed, donned her golden-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of intellectual maturity. She stated directly, "Ding Hao, let us commence." Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyue appeared somewhat reserved and taciturn. "Teacher Lin, there's no rush. Given how warm it was earlier, you must have worked up a sweat. Perhaps a shower would be in order to feel more comfortable," Ding Hao suggested with a smile. Pleased by Ding Hao's thoughtfulness, Lin Xiaoyue responded, "Thank you, Ding Hao." "Not at all. I shall adjust the water temperature," Ding Hao replied before stepping into the bathroom. What Lin Xie failed to notice was that upon hearing the word shower, Lin Xiaoyue's legs trembled slightly, as if she had heard something dreadful. A few minutes later, Ding Hao emerged from the bathroom, regretfully announcing, "Teacher Lin, the hot water is running low, shall we proceed?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Xie acknowledged that although they were sisters, they were no longer children, and such candidness could feel somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, since Ding Hao mentioned the lack of hot water, she acquiesced. "Very well then." Chapter 107 Threats and Gifts. Half an hour later, the two young women accompanied Ding Hao downstairs for dinner. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Xie expressed her apologies. "I sincerely apologize for keeping everyone waiting. I had several queries that I needed to discuss with Ding Hao, which took a bit longer than anticipated." "Lin teacher, it is not your fault at all. It is this scoundrel's doing." Jiang Lenning quickly defended upon hearing Lin Xie's apology. She then shot a glare at Ding Hao, who, without hesitation, returned the look, as if silently vowing to teach her a lesson later. The mere thought of how Ding Hao had nearly kept her bedridden the previous day made Jiang Lenning instinctively retract her neck. Soon, the twin sisters lifted the lids off the dishes, releasing a tantalizing aroma that filled the room, igniting everyone's appetite. "Dig in!" Jiang Lenning cheerfully exclaimed as she was the first to start eating, followed closely by the others. Throughout the meal, apart from the occasional remarks from Jiang Lenning, the remaining guests maintained a rather subdued demeanor, primarily due to the awkwardness of the situation. Once the meal concluded, Lin Fengyu made an excuse to retreat to her room, and Lin Xie along with Lin Xiaoyue also bid their farewells. Following Lin Xie's lead, Ding Hao packaged the food he had prepared for them in a red bag and a black bag, ensuring the portions were distinct. After Lin Xie and the others departed, Ding Hao finally returned to his room on the third floor to rest. Just as he was about to close the door, a small hand reached out to halt him. "What do you want?" Ding Hao inquired coolly, observing Jiang Lenning's smug expression from the hallway. "Humph." Jiang Lenning scoffed, "You really have some nerve, don't you? Not only do you betray your mentor, but you even involve Lin teacher's sister. If it weren't for my cunning and keen insight, you might have continued to deceive us." "Oh, I didn't realize you were so astute." Ding Hao smirked. "By the way, you haven't come here to threaten me with that, have you?" He discerned from Jiang Lenning's self-satisfied demeanor that she likely had no other agenda. "Of course not. I could never be that kind of person," Jiang Lenning vehemently denied, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she continued. "However, I cannot let you off so easily, you scoundrel of this morning. You seem to enjoy smacking my backside quite a bit, didn't you? Hee, my demands are quite modest. All I require is for you to present your backside willingly for me to deliver 10 slaps, and I shall keep this incident under wraps, otherwise, heh." With that, a triumphant smile graced Jiang Lenning's lips. The humiliation Ding Hao had inflicted upon her earlier would ultimately be avenged. At that moment, her imagination ran wild with visions of Ding Hao pleading for mercy while she administered his punishment. Lost in thought, she suddenly noticed Ding Hao beckoning her. What is it? Jiang Lenning regarded him warily. Ding Hao, exasperated, replied, I agree, but you must come inside. How else can I receive my punishment? Ah, that makes sense, Jiang Lenning nodded, taking a couple of steps forward. Wait, you little rascal! Intend to realization struck her, and she turned to flee, but it was too late. Ding Hao swiftly pulled her inside. With a resounding thud, the door shut behind them. Moments later, Jiang Lenning's cries for mercy echoed from within. An hour later, she finally emerged from her room on the second floor, her legs trembling. Meanwhile, on the other side, the four members of the Su family donned thick outerwear, carefully concealing a hefty piece of meat weighing about half a kilogram, their nerves frayed as they approached Building 17. They had heard numerous rumors over the past few days. Not only could a piece of meat incite a frenzy, but even a mere packet of instant noodles could provoke a stampede in public. Thus, for safety's sake, they had mobilized the entire family to deliver this piece of meat, with Su Sheng and Su Dafu even concealing a kitchen knife beneath their clothing. Stop! What are you doing? Just as they were about to enter the building, a chilling voice rang out. Two menacing figures brandishing gleaming machetes approached them menacingly. This sight sent shivers down the spines of the Su family members. Two sirs, we have come to seek an audience with Brother Dao. We wish to request a small favor. Su Dafu stepped forward respectfully to address the men. Ha! One of the men sneered, stepping up to slap Su Dafu across the face, a light blow, yet laden with contempt. Who do you think you are? Brother Dao wouldn't waste his time on you. Scram, or take another step forward, and I'll make you regret it. Under the menacing glare of the man, Su Dafu retreated in fright. Yet, he was not willing to give up. He retrieved the hidden meat and, with a sycophantic smile, said, Gentlemen, we truly come with sincere intentions to request Brother Dao's assistance. Please, this is our humble gift to him. I implore you to allow us entry. A gift? The man eyed the heavy bag in Su Dafu's hand, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes as he beckoned. Hand it over, let me have a look. Su Dafu dutifully extended the bag. Upon receiving the meat, the man shoved it into his clothing without a second glance. Su Dafu was taken aback, but the man contemptuously declared, Gift? What gift? I saw nothing and I'll get lost, and disappear from my sight at once. Su Dafu's anger flared at the sudden reversal, but recalling the men's allegiance to Brother Dao, he could only swallow his indignation. Fine, let's go back, he waved his hand in resignation. This trip had been a complete loss. Not only had they forfeited a piece of meat, but they had not even caught a glimpse of Brother Dao. Chapter 108 Brother Dao absolutely not. If we leave just like this, who will avenge little Bao? As Su Dafu and the others prepared to depart, Su Fei was unwilling to let it go. Gritting her teeth, she swiftly removed her coat, revealing only a Chongsam. The IT accentuated her oddly shaped figure, and combined with her face, she resembled a peculiar spectacle. The two men, who had previously dismissed her as merely unattractive, were now taken aback by her appearance. They stumbled back a couple of steps, unable to suppress their exclamations. What, if we don't let you in, are you planning to scare us like a ghost? Upon hearing this, Su Fei, who had intended to seduce the two, nearly choked on her indignation. How dare you? I am undeniably beautiful. Even if you don't go crazy over my devilish figure, how can you dare to utter such things? She suspected they were merely playing a game of seduction and retreat. Feeling she had discerned their intentions, Su Fei coyly proposed, Gentlemen, if you are willing to let us in to see Brother Dao, I could allow you to touch a bit. How does that sound? With that, she stepped closer, deliberately enhancing her already unconventional curves. What the hell? Are you sick? The two men turned pale, thoroughly disgusted by her actions. One of them, unable to contain his revulsion, raised his fist and struck Su Fei squarely on the nose. Just as she had managed to recover, her nose was smashed again, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Ah, my beautiful face, ruined by you, you must take responsibility. Su Fei shrieked, her appearance rendering her outcry quite impactful. At that moment, the two men could no longer contain their reactions and immediately retched. What is all this shouting about? What on earth is happening? A deep, menacing voice echoed as a bald man, exuding an air of authority and intimidation, approached, flanked by several followers. The sight of him sent shivers down the spines of the two guards, who hastily swallowed back their nausea and respectfully greeted, Brother Dao. The bald man, dressed in a long coat and radiating a palpable pressure, advanced towards them. Upon noticing him, the two hurriedly embellished their account of the earlier events, claiming that Su Fei and her companions had intended harm towards Brother Dao, and that they had only managed to stop them when Su Fei resorted to undressing to discuss them. Fearing Brother Dao's wrath, Su Dafu quickly interjected, That is not how it happened. In truth, we silence. Brother Dao interrupted him, then turned his gaze towards Su Fei, appraising her with newfound interest. My lady, please enlighten me as to what transpired. Hearing Brother Dao refer to her as my lady brought relief to Su Fei. Finally, she encountered someone with discerning eyes. Seizing the opportunity, she was determined to exact revenge on the two men. Thus, she exaggerated the tale, painting the two as particularly vicious when she recounted their disrespectful remarks about Brother Dao, claiming he was nothing significant, and how they had assaulted her and stolen the gifts meant for him. Brother Dao's fury ignited. The two men, upon hearing her words, were paralyzed with fear, quickly kneeling and pleading, Brother Dao, this ugly woman is lying. Even if you gave us 100 lives, we wouldn't dare show you disrespect. Preposterous. Brother Dao coldly retorted, cutting off their pleas. It is clear that this lady is an unparalleled beauty, and you audaciously label her as ugly? You are clearly fabricators. Bring them here. Search their persons for any gifts this beauty might have sent me. Unparalleled beauty, the two men were taken aback by Brother Dao's words. How could anyone be so blind as to consider such an oddity a beauty? They recalled the rumors that circulated about Brother Dao's peculiar tastes, which they had previously dismissed as mere talk, and now they were convinced. As Brother Dao finished speaking, 4 men emerged from behind him. Su Fei pointed at the one who had been overly eager earlier and said, "Brother Dao, the gift prepared for you is right on him." With a swift motion, Brother Dao commanded the 4 to search him, and they quickly retrieved a piece of meat from his person. The man's face drained of color. He realized that no explanation would suffice and collapsed to the ground, begging for mercy. "Brother Dao, spare me, I see my error now." Brother Dao snorted coldly, "Take off his left hand. If there is a next time, chop him up and feed him to the brothers." Moments later, the man's left hand was severed, blood spilling profusely. Su Dafu and his companions trembled at the brutality displayed. Brother Dao was not merely ruthless. Afterward, Brother Dao beckoned them to follow him to a room on the 3rd floor, which served as his temporary office. The original residents of the entire 17th building had long been expelled. Now, all who remained were Brother Dao's men. "You mentioned earlier that you sought me out for assistance?" Brother Dao brewed a pot of tea and poured each of them a cup, leaving them astonished. In this era, a figure like Brother Dao was akin to a local emperor, wielding life and death at his discretion. The fact that he personally served them tea was beyond their expectations. "Brother Dao, it is as follows." After taking a sip of the warm tea, Su Dafu felt a wave of comfort wash over him. He then respectfully recounted the entire saga involving Ding Hao and Su Fei, painting Ding Hao as a nefarious demon who had abandoned his wife and child, intent on annihilating their family. Bang! Brother Dao slammed his hand on the table, fury igniting within him. "This is outrageous. I truly did not anticipate that such shameless men still exist in this world. Just because the child is not his, he would abandon his family? Had I encountered such a person before, I would have swiftly dealt with him." Seeing Brother Dao's indignant demeanor, Su Dafu felt reassured and cautiously inquired, "So, Brother Dao, does this mean you are willing to assist us?" As his words hung in the air, Su Fei and Su Shang looked to Brother Dao with hopeful anticipation. Their fate rested on his next pronouncement. Alas! To their dismay, Brother Dao sighed deeply before discreetly appraising Su Fei once more, his satisfaction growing with each glance. He then continued, "I wish to assist you, but alas, my hands are tied. There are numerous internal matters within our Dao gang that require attention, and we are short-staffed. Even as the leader, it would be imprudent to allocate men for external affairs, as it may breed discontent among the brothers." Upon hearing Brother Dao's words, their hearts plummeted to despair. Chapter 109. Too fast. After pondering for a moment, Su Dafu inquired, "Brother Dao, do you have a solution? If there is anything you need us to do, we will certainly spare no effort to accomplish it." This opportunity was singular. If they failed to seize it, it was likely that they would find themselves powerless against Ding Hao in the future. "Of course, there is a solution, and it is quite simple," Brother Dao replied, gesturing towards Su Fei and then to himself. He candidly stated, "As long as this beautiful lady is willing to be my woman, we shall be allies, and helping one another would be only natural. At that point, my brothers will have no objections." Su Fei furrowed her brow. To become Brother Dao's woman, truthfully, she was deeply reluctant. After all, it was only due to the snow disaster that Brother Dao had the chance to rise. Once the disaster subsided, in a society governed by law, a person like Brother Dao would swiftly revert to being a powerless petty thug. She had no desire to spend her life with a small-time criminal. In her eyes, given her beauty, even if she couldn't marry a big boss, securing a wealthy second-generation heir would not pose a problem. If worse came to worst, marrying a small business owner and living a modestly comfortable life would still be preferable. Seemingly perceiving Su Fei's thoughts, Su Dafu quickly pulled her aside and urged, "Fei, now is not the time to be choosy. Brother Dao's attention towards you is a stroke of fortune. In this day and age, a man like Brother Dao is the one who can truly thrive. As long as you stay with him, our family will bask in your good fortune and we will no longer suffer from hunger." But Su Fei hesitated, and suddenly, Su Dafu lowered his voice and insisted, "There are no buts here. First, you should follow Brother Dao, and once the snow disaster has passed, you can part ways with him if you wish." Indeed, upon hearing Su Dafu's words, Su Fei's eyes lit up. Following Brother Dao for now was merely a temporary measure. If she became dissatisfied later, she could easily sever ties with him. With this thought in mind, Su Fei approached Brother Dao, casting a flirtatious glance, and caressed the muscles on his arm, saying, "Brother Dao, it is an honor to become the woman of such a formidable man. How could I possibly refuse?" Hearing this, Brother Dao was elated, clapping his hands and laughing heartily, "Excellent, excellent. You just said your name is Su Fei, right? Since you are willing to be with me, I hereby officially declare that you are now my woman. Fei, you are undeniably stunning. The moment I laid eyes on you, I was quite taken. Let us retreat to a private room to get better acquainted." With that, Brother Dao boldly picked Su Fei up and rushed into an adjacent office. The Su family, witnessing this scene, did not attempt to intervene. Instead, smiles of delight adorned their faces. Su Shang remarked, "Mom and Dad, now that my sister is with a figure like Brother Dao, our family will once again enjoy prosperity." "Indeed, indeed." Sun Hongmei praised, "My daughter is beautiful and ambitious. She has captured Brother Dao's heart effortlessly." Though Su Dafu said nothing, he nodded in excitement. However, no sooner had they spoken than Su Fei emerged from the room, the entire encounter lasting less than 5 minutes. Seeing this, the Su family was filled with concern and hurriedly approached her, asking, "Fei, what happened? Why are you out so soon? Could it be that Brother Dao has changed his mind and no longer wants you?" "Yes, if Brother Dao no longer desires you, what will we do?" We will have to endure a life of hardship once more. Sun Hongmei added with a pained expression. However, Su Fei shook her head, stating, "It's not that Brother Dao doesn't want me, but rather, the rest of her words remained unspoken, fearing Brother Dao might overhear." As time flew by, after being cast aside by Ding Hao, she had lost all interest in seeking another man. Her heart had begun to falter just moments ago. Seeing Brother Dao's impressive physique had sparked a flicker of anticipation within her. Yet, the outcome had been disheartening, unworthy of mention. This left her feeling somewhat despondent. How was she to navigate the days ahead? At that moment, Su Dafu seemed to sense something and gestured subtly to Su Fei. She understood immediately and nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief pause, Su Dafu consoled her. "Fei, this is a unique situation. It is not of great importance." Before he could finish his sentence, Brother Dao emerged from the room, fastening his trousers, and confidently declared, "How does it feel to be conquered by me?" The members of the Su family exchanged glances that conveyed their resignation. Su Fei forced a smile, repeatedly praising, "Brother Dao, you truly are remarkable. I almost couldn't withstand it just now, of course." Brother Dao produced a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. He then called over a subordinate, instructing, "Inform everyone that from now on, she is your big sister-in-law. Aside from me, all of you must heed her commands. Additionally, prepare a feast. I want my sister-in-law to enjoy a lavish meal." Upon hearing Brother Dao's commands, the subordinate hurried off. "Thank you, Brother Dao. It is my honor that you have taken an interest in my daughter. If you have any further tasks for us, please do not hesitate to ask." Overwhelmed with excitement, Su Dafu bowed gratefully at Brother Dao's words. "Since you are all Fei's family, there is no need for you to do anything. Simply enjoy a life of comfort by my side." Brother Dao nodded, then turned to Su Shang, saying, "You are Fei's younger brother, Xiao Shang, correct? I will arrange a position for you shortly. If you work diligently, you will become my right-hand man." "Thank you, Brother Dao, thank you." Su Shang's face flushed with excitement. He attempted to bow in gratitude like Su Dafu but was stopped by Brother Dao. "We are family." "No need for such formality," Brother Dao replied casually. "Yes, Brother Dao." Su Shang responded respectfully, his excitement barely contained. At that moment, he was already plotting how to make Ding Hao's life miserable in the future. Chapter 110 Wounded by Desire. 20 minutes later, one by one, the younger brothers entered, carrying dishes. In no time, the table was adorned with 7 or 8 sumptuous dishes, accompanied by a small bowl of fluffy white rice. The enticing aroma quickly wafted throughout the room. Upon seeing the spread, Sophie and her companions nearly drooled in anticipation. The feast was truly lavish. In addition to simple stir-fried dishes like scrambled eggs with green peppers and stir-fried pork with carrots, there was even a bowl of seaweed and egg soup. Goodness, during these extraordinary times, how could they indulge in such a delightful meal? Just how formidable was Brother Dao? Initially somewhat reluctant, Sophie gazed at Brother Dao with newfound admiration. Soon after, upon Brother Dao's proclamation to commence the meal, they eagerly began to feast with reckless abandon. Halfway through, each person's face was glistening with grease. At that moment, Brother Dao suddenly inquired, "That scoundrel Ding Hao, who abandoned Fei, resides in our community, doesn't he?" "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Sophie and the others realized Brother Dao was gearing up to confront Ding Hao and quickly provided him with the address. Calling upon one of his younger brothers, Brother Dao arrogantly commanded, "You shall go to the address I provided, find someone named Ding Hao, and demand that he prostrate himself before Fei and apologize at once. I might spare his life, but should he refuse, I will ensure not a single one of his family members remains unharmed." "Wait." Just as the younger brother was about to depart, Sophie suddenly called out to him. "Brother Dao, merely uttering such threats is too lenient for this fool. He has plenty of provisions at home. When he comes to apologize, he should bring all of it with him." "Provisions?" Brother Dao inquired, "Are there truly many?" Sophie affirmed, "Indeed, there is a considerable amount. Just the other day, we saw him indulging in barbecued meats." Additionally, someone shared photos in the homeowners group showcasing his lavish spread, which included over 100 pounds of meat and rice laid out on the table. "It has only been a few days. He certainly cannot consume such an abundance, and from what I know of him, what he flaunted is undoubtedly not all his stock. He likely has hidden away a significant quantity, easily amounting to several hundred pounds." Brother Dao, much like Sophie, was among those who had been strategically brought into the community. Thus, he was unaware of Ding Hao's boasting. Hearing Sophie's description now piqued his interest. Several hundred pounds of food was indeed a considerable temptation. "Very well." Brother Dao instructed his younger brother, "Bring along a few more brothers and ensure Ding Hao dutifully surrenders all his provisions. Should he refuse, eliminate him on the spot." "Yes, Brother Dao." The younger brother departed. Less than half an hour later, he returned, holding an envelope. Sophie eagerly asked, "Has that fool already begun pleading for mercy?" The younger brother shook his head and replied, "I conveyed Brother Dao's message to him, but he was uncooperative. We, along with several brothers, attempted to subdue him, but his door was far too sturdy. We could not gain entry. In the end, he merely tossed us this letter, instructing us to deliver it to Brother Dao." The younger brother handed the envelope to Brother Dao. With a grin, Brother Dao took the letter and remarked, "That lad must be terrified, writing to plead for my forgiveness. Rest assured, I will not let him off so easily. Brother Dao is mighty." Sophie and the others quickly showered him with flattery. At that moment, Brother Dao opened the letter. Sophie and her companions leaned in, eager to see how Ding Hao would beg for mercy. However, upon the letter's unveiling, their expressions turned to astonishment, for it contained merely 2 words: "A fool." Bang! Brother Dao's expression darkened, feeling his honor was tarnished. He slammed his palm onto the table and furiously declared, "This insolence shall not go unpunished, I will see him dead, and no plea for mercy will sway me." At that moment, the younger brother who delivered the letter suddenly leaned closer to Brother Dao and whispered a few words in his ear. Brother Dao's brow initially furrowed before relaxing after a few moments. To eliminate 10 or so individuals overnight through a bounty, it seems he possesses some skills, however, that will not suffice. He dares to show me disrespect, and he must pay the price. With that, he pulled Sophie into his embrace and kissed her, saying, "Feifei, do not fret. There are significant matters to attend to within the organization these days. Once those are resolved, we shall deal with this Ding Hao." "Thank you, Brother Dao, let him linger a few more days for now." Sophie willingly reciprocated, entwining herself with Brother Dao. In the large bathtub on the third floor of the Iron Fortress, Ding Hao luxuriated in the warm water, savoring his leisure. Suddenly, the system emitted a notification sound. "Chan Daorong?" Recalling the individual who had foolishly demanded he kneel and apologize to Sophie, a cold smile crept across Ding Hao's face. I never imagined the Su family would possess such resilience. Not only have they avoided starvation, but they have also latched onto a powerful ally. Very well, let them live a few more days, I shall have my fun with them, and when the time comes, they will meet their end in despair. Initially, Ding Hao's intent was to eliminate the repugnant members of the Su family as soon as the apocalypse began, to relieve his pent-up frustrations. However, he gradually altered his approach. To let them die so swiftly would be far too merciful. Ding Hao desired to torment them slowly, allowing them to perish amidst repeated hopelessness. "Master, may I enter?" A knock interrupted his thoughts. The murderous intent in Ding Hao's eyes swiftly faded as he replied nonchalantly, "Come in." As his words fell, Zhu, clad in a sultry summer bikini, entered the room. Although the external temperature was quite low, the warmth within the Iron Fortress consistently exceeded 28 degrees Celsius, making her attire perfectly suitable. "Where is Zhu?" "She is resting." "Do you have something to discuss?" Ding Hao inquired. "Oh, nothing much, master. I merely wished to keep you company." Zhu approached with alluring eyes. Without needing to be told, she positioned herself behind Ding Hao, massaging his shoulders and assisting in his cleansing. Ding Hao gazed at Zhu's voluptuous form and found himself parched with desire. "Master?" Zhu looked up, her gaze hinting at anticipation. "You truly are impossible to resist." Ding Hao chuckled, shaking his head. An hour later, Zhu left the room, satisfied. Ding Hao, on the other hand, entered a moment of introspection. Though I am currently at the foundational stage, with my physical prowess significantly enhanced, excessive indulgence is still detrimental. I must exercise restraint in the future. He then retrieved a mirror to examine himself, only to discover a hint of weariness reflected back at him. Anger surged within him as he seized the mirror, ready to hurl it to the ground. Wounded by desire, I have become so haggard. From this day forth, I shall abstain. However, the thought of the mournful gazes from the women dissuaded him from uttering the final word. To prevent causing them sorrow, he ultimately refrained from completing his vow. The mirror was returned to its place. Chapter 111 Chaos Building 8, Apartment 903. Upon returning with food, Lin Xie and Lin Xiaoyou noticed that Li Daxiang did not exhibit his usual joy. Instead, he remained silent, fixated on the food laid out before him. This unnerved Lin Xie and Lin Xiaoyou immensely. Could it be that Li Daxiang had discovered something? In this oppressive atmosphere, an hour passed before Lin Xie could no longer restrain her curiosity. "Daxiang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Could it be a cold?" Unconsciously, Lin Xie had shifted from addressing him as husband to calling him Daxiang. "If it is indeed a cold, you must take some medicine right away. We cannot afford to delay. If it worsens, it could become troublesome." Lin Xiaoyou chimed in hastily upon hearing their words. A flicker of anger ignited in Li Daxiang's eyes. "A cold? To hell with that. I have been betrayed." He yearned to rise and slap these two wretched women, but after weighing the consequences, he suppressed his fury. After all, times had changed, and he still relied on these two for sustenance from the man who had wronged him. With this thought, Li Daxiang endeavored to ease the tension, forcing a strained smile as he said, "I'm fine." "Even in this state, you claim to be fine. Very well, I shall prepare dinner for you." "You should rest," Lin Xie declared, seizing a bag of rice to head to the kitchen, only to be stopped by Li Daxiang. "No need for that, cooking is a trivial task, I can manage it. You two simply sit and await your meal." The two women exchanged glances, their faces betraying their discomfort. Lin Xiaoyou then said, "Brother-in-law, we just returned from outside and currently lack an appetite. You need only prepare your own portion, do not worry about us." "That will not do," Li Daxiang exclaimed with fervor. "The food you have so painstakingly brought back must not go uneaten, I shall cook. You both should rest for now, and we will dine together shortly." Recognizing Li Daxiang's insistence, the two women understood that further refusal might reveal the truth, and thus reluctantly acquiesced. Then, very well. If necessary, they could manage another meal. After all, they had only eaten moderately at Ding Hao's place before their return, and the walk had consumed some energy. That's the spirit. You are women, and your bodies require extra nourishment to fend off the cold, so be sure to eat heartily. Li Daxiang beamed. However, Lin Xie and Lin Xiaoyou found Li Daxiang's demeanor somewhat unfamiliar. Was this truly the selfish Li Daxiang they remembered? Nonetheless, they dismissed their doubts. Perhaps today, he had simply undergone a transformation. Little did they know, the moment Li Daxiang stepped into the kitchen, his expression twisted grotesquely yet he cursed, "Those two filthy bitches, playing with that pretty boy while leaving me out, how shameless. If that is the case, I shall resort to some forceful measures." With that, Li Daxiang's thoughts turned to the enticing figures of Lin Xie and Lin Xiaoyou, and he involuntarily swallowed hard. He retrieved a beige packet from his person. This had been procured before the snow disaster, and with just a sprinkle in their food, it would turn virtuous women into wanton ones. He had previously contemplated administering it to Lin Xie and Lin Xiaoyou but refrained, fearing imprisonment, yet now, with no law enforcement to fear, who would stop him? Besides, Lin Xie had wronged him. If he did not take his revenge now, when would he eat? With this in mind, Li Daxiang rinsed the rice and opened the packet, but hesitated just as he was about to pour it in. What if, after his pleasure, Lin Xie and Lin Xiaoyou became angry and refused to prepare his meals? His gaze flickered uncertainly as he began to waver. Is pleasure more important, or is sustenance more critical? It was a dilemma. In the ensuing days, the toxic hail ceased abruptly. Strangely, the corrosive black snow vanished, replaced by the original white snowflakes. This uplifted the spirits of the residents in the community, who believed the snow disaster was finally coming to an end. Some, in their joy, even danced in the snow. Meanwhile, Ding Hao, nestled within his iron fortress, felt no elation. Instead, his expression grew exceedingly grave, for he alone understood that this was not a harbinger of the snow disaster's conclusion, but rather the prelude to a new wave of terror in the impending storm. The magnitude of this impending calamity would far surpass any prior event, with 80% of the population likely to perish in the forthcoming upheaval. Ding Hao's somber demeanor stemmed from the realization that this time frame had arrived much sooner than in his previous life. Contrary to the gradually improving weather, the living conditions for the community's residents had worsened. A faction known as the Knife Gang swept through the area, comprised of numerous armed desperados. The members of the Knife Gang rendered the residents as meek as sheep. They pillaged, burned, and committed unspeakable atrocities, marking the entire community as their territory. Every individual was required to surrender their food to them. Failure to comply meant death. In the span of just a few days, horrific incidents unfolded throughout the community. A newlywed couple, their celebratory decorations still intact, was brutally slain by the Knife Gang for their inability to provide food. The red wedding symbols were stained an even deeper crimson with their blood. The couple's heads were displayed at the building's entrance as a grim warning. Another pair, a grandfather and his granddaughter, were bound to a lamppost outside, their suffering paraded before the community. The elderly man, having shed all tears, pleaded for mercy, indifferent to his own fate, but wishing only for his granddaughter's safety. The Knife Gang remained unmoved, dousing them in gasoline and burning them alive. This scene instilled fear in the hearts of the other residents. Those who had contemplated hoarding food surrendered everything in terror. Within mere days, the majority of the community's provisions had been looted. The notoriety of the Knife Gang's leader, Chen Daorong, spread rapidly, especially that of the grotesque woman who accompanied him, instilling dread among the populace. Rumors circulated that many of the gang's heinous acts were her design. Simply her presence could silence adults and hush crying children. As for why the community's residents did not resist, it was primarily due to the Knife Gang's swift actions. Many did not even have time to react before their buildings were overtaken. Moreover, most residents lacked a sense of unity. When crisis struck, they failed to band together, and many even took the opportunity to settle scores with those they disliked. In such circumstances, what could they possibly use to resist the Knife Gang? Chapter 112. Open the door, bring warmth. Naturally, there are some astute individuals within the community. Even at the slightest hint of trouble, residents from certain buildings would discreetly communicate among themselves, ready to unite against any external threats. This was precisely the case with the residents of Building 14. When members of the Knife Gang attempted to invade Building 14 in search of food, they were met with a well-laid ambush. Not only did they fail to seize any provisions, but they were also swiftly dealt with by the residents of Building 14, who retaliated fiercely, resulting in the brutal deaths of over a dozen intruders. Upon hearing of this incident, the leader of the Knife Gang was infuriated and sought vengeance. However, the savvy residents of Building 14 promptly secured the main entrance, refusing to confront the gang head-on. Even the once dominant Knife Gang found themselves at an impasse. Beyond Building 14, only a handful of other buildings managed to withstand the onslaught of the Knife Gang. Nevertheless, this resistance was merely temporary. The Knife Gang had commandeered most of the community, placing sentinels at the entrances, effectively trapping the inhabitants within. Once the food supplies within these buildings were depleted, their fate would inevitably be sealed. Apart from these few buildings, two villas remained untouched by the Knife Gang's reach. One belonged to Ding Hao, known as the Iron Fortress, while the other was the residence of Miss Jean. Ding Hao's fortress required no further elaboration. Even without his intervention, the motley crew attempting to breach it would find it impossible. The fortress boasted walls akin to an impenetrable barrier, and its 4 all-weather surveillance robots would be a formidable challenge for the Knife Gang. The crossbow bolts launched from within were crafted from the finest materials, boasting incredible lethality capable of threatening even the most terrifying mutated beasts, let alone ordinary people. Ding Hao had stockpiled over 10,000 such bolts in his warehouse. The Knife Gang could scarcely hope to deplete his resources, even if they sacrificed the lives of the entire community. Should Ding Hao choose to engage personally, the Knife Gang would stand no chance whatsoever. As for Miss Jin's villa, while it lacked the impenetrable defenses of Ding Hao's stronghold, she was well equipped with firearms and guarded by the formidable bodyguard, Cold Air, who offered round-the-clock protection. When the Knife Gang dispatched a dozen men to her villa, they found themselves overwhelmed within half an hour, leaving a grim tally of corpses in the snowy courtyard outside. Faced with this outcome, the Knife Gang had no choice but to temporarily retreat. Building 8, where Lin Xie resided, had also fallen under the Knife Gang's control. In apartment 301 lived a peculiar family that had previously vandalized Lin Xie's car.
Despite it being broad daylight, they had drawn the curtains tightly and lit candles as they feasted within their home. "Mom, the meat you cooked is delicious, I haven't had meat in days." "Where did you find it?" exclaimed the young boy, Li Si's, clutching a bowl as he devoured his meal. His mother, Chen Fang, affectionately ruffled his hair and replied, "Son, don't ask so many questions. Just be grateful that we have enough to fill our bellies, alright?" Chen Fang added a piece of meat to her own bowl but suddenly recalled something, her eyes glistening with bitterness. "Dear, those two women living on the ninth floor, how shameless they are. I've seen them trade their bodies for food not once, but twice. Once, when they were entering the hallway, they stumbled and dropped their belongings. I saw it, a large chunk of meat and a bag of rice. I can't imagine what those men must have done to them for such provisions. How can the heavens be so blind? How have such people not been struck down by lightning when they step outside?" Chen Fang's agitation grew, and by the end of her tirade, the meat in her mouth lost its appeal. "I agree. I've heard that the one named Lin Xia is a university lecturer, so haughty in her demeanor, yet behind the scenes, she's utterly depraved. Such a person lacks any sense of ethics as a teacher. Once the snowstorm passes, we must report her to her school." Li Hong added, his expression sour. They still harbored resentment from the beating they received from Ding Hao over the incident involving Lin Xia. "Yes, let's report her. Let her be stripped of her position as a teacher." At the mere mention of such vindictive schemes, Chen Fang's face lit up with excitement. Li Hong scoffed, "That woman is nothing but a pretty face, a mere vixen. Compared to you, my dear wife, she pales in comparison. During your previous outings for food, though you only managed to scrounge up a bag or two of instant noodles, at least you did so through your own efforts. This woman, on the other hand, is shamelessly serving men in bed to obtain her goods." Chen Fang's expression turned peculiar as she forced a smile and nodded, "Indeed, thank you for the compliment, dear." As the couple engaged in their conversation, Li Sai suddenly exclaimed, pulling a complete fingernail from his mouth, painted with a delicate shade of blue polish. "Mom, why is there a nail in the meat? It's so hard and tastes awful." Chen Fang's expression shifted as she took the nail and tossed it into the trash bin, explaining, "Oh dear, that's just a nail I didn't need. I don't know how it ended up in there. No worries, you can just eat around it." Li Sai obediently nodded but then asked, "Mom, isn't Aunt Xiaohong, who lives on the 4th floor, always coming to visit you? Why hasn't she come by lately? Is she out of food? Should we send her some meat since we have a whole freezer full?" The expressions of Chen Fang and Li Hong darkened instantaneously. "Son, don't speak out of turn. Aunt Xiaohong has never come to visit Mom," Chen Fang said sternly, her face grave. "Okay." Li Sai glanced between the trash bin and the freezer, his eyes turning as if he understood something, and he ceased to inquire further. "Knock, knock, knock. Open the door." A sudden, urgent knocking resounded at the door. "What is happening?" Chen Fang and Li Hong exchanged anxious glances, fear creeping into their hearts. Before they could ponder further, a man's voice called from outside, "Apartment 301, we are the community committee. With the snow subsiding, external relief supplies have arrived in the neighborhood. Your household has been allocated 100 pounds of pork, 200 pounds of rice, and 50 pounds of vegetables. If you wish to claim your share, please hurry and open the door. If not, we will leave." Initially hesitant, upon hearing this, greed flickered in their eyes. So much food, it would be enough to sustain their family for a month or two. "Yes, yes, yes. Don T go." They peered through the peephole and saw only two young men, each holding a large bag, which eased their apprehension. As the men turned to leave, Chen Fang panicked and, without a second thought, flung open the door, calling out loudly. But in the very next moment, she was left in shock. The instant the door swung open, 4 or 5 menacing figures surged into her line of sight, brandishing gleaming knives. Li Hong, quick on his feet, attempted to slam the door shut, but one of the burly men kicked it wide open, sending him sprawling to the ground. It was over. In that moment, Chen Fang and Li Hong's hearts were filled with despair. Chapter 113: The Atrocious Tyranny. Do you realize that trespassing into private residences is against the law? In just a few days, the snow will cease, and you shall undoubtedly face the consequences, Chen Fang proclaimed, attempting to maintain her composure in the presence of the menacing figures before her. In an instant, a resounding slap struck her face, causing it to swell grotesquely while blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Li Hong, witnessing this horrifying scene, was paralyzed with fear, unable to offer assistance or even move. Mere moments later, he found himself trembling as urine dripped from his pants, filling the room with a pungent odor. Utterly useless, the leader of the group shot a cold glance at Li Hong, instructing one of his henchmen, "Go and deal with him." "Please, no." As the thug approached, Li Hong's body went limp with terror, collapsing onto the ground. Crack, the flash of a blade cut through the air. A crimson stain spread beneath Li Hong as he writhed in agony. This gruesome display left both Li Hong and Chen Fang utterly petrified. The leader, satisfied with the chaos, declared, "If you do not wish to see a corpse hanging at your doorstep shortly, it would be prudent to hand over all your provisions immediately. Please, do not kill us." Chen Fang, initially intent on causing a scene, was rendered helpless as the blade was raised menacingly toward her throat. In a panic, she rushed to the refrigerator, retrieving every morsel of food within. "Take it away." The man counted the items with evident satisfaction, ordering his lackeys to carry them off. Chen Fang and Li Hong's eyes brimmed with resentment as they watched their hard-won provisions disappear. "That belongs to my family.
As the enormous pot filled with meat was about to be taken, Li Xijia, who had been eating, rushed forward to protect it, only to be kicked to the ground, rolling in pain. A look of venomous resentment flashed in his eyes. Chen Feng, witnessing Li Xijia's plight, felt a mix of urgency and fury, yet, the glint of the man's blade instilled a profound fear within her. This cannot be. We cannot be the only family to suffer. Chen Feng's face contorted in desperation as she addressed the leader. You cannot solely target us, the family in apartment 903 has ample food hidden, you cannot overlook them. And in 703, your men have visited before, yet they still conceal a 5-kilogram bag of rice beneath the wardrobe. Furthermore, 1401. Chen Feng rattled off the names of numerous households, revealing that many had been visited by the knife gang but still harbored secret reserves of food. Unable to bear her own suffering, she sought to drag others into the turmoil. Upon hearing her words, a smile crept upon the leader's face. He nodded to the thug who had been confiscating the pot, saying, "Return the pot to them." With that, he and his cohorts departed, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. The room was plunged into an oppressive silence. After having lured someone into their home and finally acquiring some food, it was now snatched away. How would they endure the days to come? Chen Feng and Li Hong exchanged glances, both reflecting the same bewilderment in their eyes. "Husband, what shall we do now?" Chen Feng inquired. Li Hong, drenched in blood and pallid, attempted to rise from the floor but failed repeatedly. The weight of Chen Feng's question only deepened his complexion. "It's all the fault of those two brazen women on the 9th floor. Had we not been discussing them, we might have remained vigilant. If it weren't for the fact that their husband was home, we would have taken care of them ourselves." Li Hong's words resonated with Chen Feng, igniting a shared ire. Yet contemplating these grievances was futile. They needed to address the pressing issue of sustenance, otherwise, it wouldn't be long before starvation claimed their family. Chen Feng cast a glance at the injured and helpless Li Hong, a flicker of an inscrutable emotion crossing her face. After departing from their home, the knife gang employed the same deceitful tactics to ensnare several other families. One individual, fighting desperately for their life, was brutally slain and tossed from the upper floors, the scene awash in blood. Meanwhile, at Li Daqiang's residence, upon hearing that the neighborhood committee had come to deliver food, he disregarded the protests of Lin Xijia and Lin Qiuyue and flung the door open. Subsequently, all the provisions they had painstakingly borrowed from Ding Hao were confiscated. Not only that, but Li Daqiang's initial resistance led to a brutal punishment. His left pinky was severed by the knife gang. Knowing full well the dangers outside, why didn't you stop me earlier? After the gang departed, Li Daqiang, gritting his teeth against the pain, shouted in anger at Lin Xijia and Lin Qiuyue. We couldn't stop you," Lin Xijia replied, her heart heavy with disappointment and fear. "Brother-in-law, we warned you repeatedly not to open the door, but you insisted on doing so. We wanted to intervene, but it was too late." Lin Qiuyue added in support. What do you mean too late? It seems you had no intention of stopping me at all." Li Daqiang retorted angrily, waving his hand dismissively. "Enough, I cannot be bothered to argue with you." In that moment, regret gnawed at his insides. Had he known this would transpire, he would have ensured Lin Xijia and the others gathered more food and hidden it away days prior. And now, the building was entirely under the dominion of the knife gang, and anyone entering or exiting was subject to a thorough search. Even if Lin Xijia managed to procure food, a large portion would inevitably be seized by the gang, leaving him perpetually hungry. Another day passed. This marked the 17th day since the onset of the apocalypse. Recent days of hail and the sudden disappearance of the black snow had provided a glimmer of hope to all, yet, on this day, the dark snowflakes returned, dancing ominously through the air. Even the temperature, which had remained stagnant for some time, plummeted by approximately 10 degrees once more. As night fell, the temperature descended to a terrifying -50 degrees. The daytime fared slightly better, yet remained at a frigid -30 degrees. In the early days of the apocalypse, such extreme temperatures were daunting but manageable. However, now, with the knife gang ravaging the community and pilfering the majority of food supplies, many found themselves caught in a dire predicament of cold and hunger. Just the previous night, numerous souls perished within their homes. On the streets of the community, beneath the great trees, lay the frozen bodies of those who had failed to provide food or disobeyed the knife gang's commands and were subsequently expelled. Due to the excessively low temperatures of the past 2 days, even the internal temperature of the steel fortress had been affected. Ding Hao had no choice but to activate the secondary temperature control system. Chapter 114. Lin Fengyu arrives alone. Although this method allows for better and more powerful heating, it also significantly increases energy consumption. Meanwhile, the steel fortress will inevitably radiate some heat to the outside. Ding Hao lay in bed, gazing at the surveillance footage on his phone. The screen displayed the exterior of the steel fortress, where an array of oddly shaped tents in various colors had been erected, as if the entire fortress were encircled. "How amusing," Ding Hao chuckled, shaking his head. "They dare to gather at my doorstep without my permission?" These individuals were primarily those ousted from their homes by the knife gang, carrying only minimal supplies. It was unclear who first discovered that the steel fortress exuded warmth. Word spread quickly, and before long, a multitude had gathered outside within a single night. Were it anyone else witnessing this scene, they might feel compelled to disperse the crowd. However, for Ding Hao, such considerations were irrelevant. The fates of others held no significance for him. Moreover, based on his experiences from a past life, he perceived these individuals as merely pitiable. Given the opportunity, they would undoubtedly devour those who had once aided them, leaving nothing behind. A knock, knock. As Ding Hao scrutinized the surveillance, he heard Lin Fengyu's voice from outside. "Hey there, can I come in for a moment?" Ding Hao felt a flicker of confusion. It was one thing for Jiang Lenning to seek him out, but what could be Lin Fingyu's purpose? Had she come to a realization? He glanced at the clock. It was still just past 7 in the morning. He had hoped to catch a few more moments of slumber, but that now seemed unlikely. Come in, the door's unlocked. Ding Hao called out. Moments later, the door swung open. Lin Fingyu stepped inside, her face betraying a hint of trepidation. She wore a beige dress, paired with short socks and fuzzy slippers. Though her makeup was light, she appeared quite lovely nonetheless. Hey there, I came to talk to you about Lenning. After a brief silence, Lin Fingyu mustered her courage and addressed Ding Hao. Ding Hao was taken aback. Oh, you already know? Although Jiang Lenning communicated with him daily, their exchanges were discreet, kept from Lin Fingyu, yet, she seemed to be aware after all. As expected, Lin Fingyu nodded, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Every time Lenning returns from your room, she walks as if she has been knocked about. Moreover, her fabricated excuses are riddled with holes. Unless I were blind, it would be impossible not to notice. Pretending otherwise and playing along with her charade is genuinely exhausting. Her mind was filled not only with exasperation but also a modicum of confusion. She had often encountered discussions online about matters between men and women, typically suggesting that it was the men who bore the brunt of exhaustion. Yet, why was it that every time Jiang Lenning emerged from Ding Hao's room, she appeared utterly drained, while Ding Hao always looked invigorated? This conundrum had left Lin Fingyu perplexed. So, since you already know, what is your purpose in coming here? Do you wish to persuade us to cease this affair? Ding Hao inquired nonchalantly. Not at all. Lin Fingyu quickly replied. You saved my life, and I haven't yet repaid your kindness. I have no right to meddle in your affairs. Furthermore, while Lenning and I are the best of friends, this is ultimately her decision, and I have no authority to criticize. Ding Hao nodded, pleasantly surprised by Lin Fingyu's self-awareness. Indeed, her only shortcoming was that she had yet to engage in a conversation with him. What, then, is your reason for visiting me? Lin Fingyu hesitated for a moment, then found her resolve. I merely wish to ask you to treat Lenning kindly. Though she may appear carefree and frivolous, she is, at heart, a sensitive soul, having never been cherished at home. Is that all? Ding Hao asked, incredulous after hearing her words. That is indeed all. Lin Fingyu took a deep breath, affirming her statement. To her, this request was already quite substantial, especially considering the numerous women surrounding Ding Hao. She had pondered this for days, and it was only this morning, while Lenning was still asleep, that she ventured to confide in Ding Hao. If that is all, then you needn't worry, Ding Hao nodded. He did not refuse but chose to say little more. Were it not for the impending apocalypse, he might have been able to assure her, yet, at present, he could not even discern the future for himself, let alone make bold promises. Very well. Lin Fingyu recognized this hesitation and, with a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes, asked, Do you have any inkling of how long this calamity might endure? Though she had been quite comfortable within Ding Hao's steel fortress these past few days, an inexplicable anxiety stirred within her each night. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart, filling her with dread as if some great horror were imminent. Initially, she intended to keep this matter to herself, but the intensity of that feeling had only grown over the last few days. Her heart was undoubtedly sound, she valued her health and regularly accompanied Jiang Lenning for checkups. The results always showed her to be in excellent health, thus, she could only surmise that this unsettling sensation was tied to the current dire circumstances. Among all those around her, only Ding Hao appeared thoroughly prepared for this disaster, leading her to suspect he might possess some knowledge regarding it. As anticipated, upon hearing her question, Ding Hao did not immediately respond with uncertainty. Instead, he stroked his chin and countered, Why do you ask? He must know something. Lin Fingyu's eyes brightened at this response. During this time, her worries had been mounting, and she felt almost stifled. Well, you see, Lin Fingyu did not hold back, sharing her experiences and the sensations that haunted her during the dark hours. My goodness! Ding Hao exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as if confronted with something utterly unfathomable. Unable to restrain himself, he uttered an exclamation of disbelief. Chapter 115 Signs of Evolution. What is it? Upon witnessing Ding Hao's sudden widening of eyes after she finished speaking, Lin Fingyu felt a bit bewildered and quickly inquired, fearing something might be amiss. Please elaborate further. Around what time did it all begin? Ding Hao, however, did not provide an explanation. Instead, his eyes gleamed with intrigue as he scrutinized Lin Fingyu repeatedly, simultaneously posing his question. From her words, he harbored suspicions that Lin Fingyu could very well be an evolver. In his previous life, when mutated beasts emerged, those of lesser strength possessed flesh and fur as hard as gold and stone, impervious even to bullets. Countless lives were lost to the jaws of these abominations. The stronger variants were even more terrifying, capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks with ease. During one of his adventures, when he ventured out of the city in search of sustenance, Ding Hao encountered a vague yet horrifyingly mysterious figure standing amidst the mountains. Its crimson fur billowed like flames, and its eyes shone like two moons suspended in the night sky. Fortunately, this terrifying entity was merely searching for something within the mountains and did not intrude upon the city. Had it done so, entire swaths of humanity would have perished. The dreadfulness of these mutated beasts rendered humanity's survival environment exceedingly harsh, yet, despite these dire circumstances, humans displayed remarkable resilience. The reason for this endurance lay in the fact that while the mutated beasts were fearsome, humanity also boasted evolvers. In his past life, Ding Hao had encountered evolvers, some capable of rapidly expanding in size, their physical strength astonishing, enabling them to engage in direct combat with mutated beasts.
Others could transform into beings of flame, unleashing torrents of searing fire that incinerated all in their path. These formidable evolvers exhibited certain omens in the days leading up to their transformation, much like Lin Fengyu. Thus, upon hearing her descriptions, Ding Hao felt a jolt of astonishment. There was indeed an evolver in his midst. "Oh, it's nothing, I merely recalled something rather intriguing," Ding Hao replied with a smile, his gaze sweeping over her. He wondered what distinctions existed between an evolver and an ordinary woman when it came to play. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes, while Lin Fengyu felt a chill under his scrutiny, as if he might devour her whole. Of course, this devour was not of the gastronomic sort, but rather akin to the way John Lenning had been treated. "Brother, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Lin Fengyu did not wish to find herself in a situation akin to John Lenning, emerging from Ding Hao's room while leaning against the wall every day. As for her inner questions, she could seek answers from him at a later time. Wait. Just as Lin Fengyu had taken a few steps, she heard Ding Hao's voice behind her. "Did you not wish to know how long this calamity will persist? I can tell you unequivocally that this disaster will not cease, or rather, in your lifetime, you may never witness its conclusion." What? Lin Fengyu's eyes widened in disbelief at Ding Hao's pronouncement. How is that possible? Based on her understanding of Ding Hao, he would have no reason to deceive her regarding such matters. This meant that the snow disaster truly would not come to an end, but if that were the case, how would she continue her education? How would she return home? Was she destined to remain within the confines of the steel fortress for eternity? The thought left her feeling utterly lost. "As for your health, there is no need for excessive concern. You will recover in a few days," Ding Hao reassured her once more. Having said that, he tossed her a warm winter coat and added, "Come with me for a moment." "Oh, all right." Still in a state of confusion, Lin Fengyu agreed without a second thought upon hearing Ding Hao's request. By the time she realized what was happening, refusing was no longer an option. Watching Ding Hao stride toward the exit, Lin Fengyu hastily donned the coat and followed in his wake. Upon reaching the ground floor, Ding Hao seized a communicator and declared, "Everyone, step back, no one is permitted within 10 meters of the main entrance." At that moment, although it was still morning, many outside had already risen. In such frigid weather, even if one wished to sleep, slumber would be elusive. "Who is this guy, speaking so boldly and ordering us to retreat? What can he do if we refuse?" grumbled a man with a scarred face and a hat, displaying disdain for Ding Hao's command. The others surrounding the entrance remained unmoved, evidently sharing his sentiment, dismissing Ding Hao's words entirely. Yet, the man referred to as third brother shook his head, stating, "One cannot say that, after all, this is someone else's doorstep. We are mere outsiders occupying their space. We must not take it too far." "Pfft, whose doorstep are we talking about? What era is this? The victor is king, and the vanquished are but thieves. We've been cast out of our homes. Who has the luxury to care about such things? We're entrenched here now. What can he do about it? If he is bold enough, let him call the authorities and see if anyone will intervene," retorted a shivering man wrapped in a blanket, his voice dripping with scorn. This man was Lu Zhenming, who had also been introduced to the community during the last influx. He had initially believed he was on the verge of a better life, only to find the snow disaster intensifying shortly after his arrival. With few warm clothes to his name, he felt as frozen as a quail. Moreover, it wasn't long before food supplies dwindled, nearly leaving him to starve in his home. Just a few days prior, while searching for food, he stumbled upon an incredible stroke of luck. He unearthed roughly 5 pounds of rice from a deserted corner garbage bin. Elated, he thought he could sustain himself for several more days with this bounty. However, his joy was short-lived. As members of the knife gang soon arrived, they not only seized his food but also forcibly evicted him from his residence. To add insult to injury, when he hesitated while retrieving the rice, he was ruthlessly beaten by the gang, leaving him limping even now. This compounded his simmering resentment. Thus, when he heard third brother's remarks, he couldn't help but lash out in return. Another voice chimed in, "Exactly, third brother, he has a point. What era are we living in? What does it matter if we set up tents at his doorstep? We're merely seeking a bit of warmth. We're already showing him respect. If it were the knife gang, they would have stormed in and killed him long ago." Precisely. This sentiment resonated with many, garnering a chorus of agreement. However, beneath their seemingly pleasant words lay a palpable envy as they gazed at the impregnable steel fortress, as if they longed to take the place of those within. In truth, the majority harbored such thoughts, yet the indomitable door stood resolutely against their ambitions, keeping them forever at bay. Chapter 116, The Insatiable He. Upon hearing the words of the crowd, Zhang Laosan did not refute them. Instead, he calmly remarked, "While this reasoning holds true, my esteemed friends, what shall we do if we utterly offend him and he decides to turn off the heating?" His statement plunged those present into a profound silence. How could he turn off the heating? Surely, he fears the cold as well? Only a scant few continued to feign bravado. Zhang Laosan shook his head and countered, "Are you suggesting we compete to see who freezes to death first? Let us not forget, he is ensconced within a room, while we have but a meager tent for warmth." The assembly fell into a hush. Ultimately, Zhang Laosan waved his hand, declaring, "Step back." This time, no one uttered a word, and all obediently retreated. Inside the doorway, Ding Hao observed that the crowd had dispersed before nodding and preparing to open the door. Although he harbored no fear of these individuals, he was mindful that they could very well bring him negative emotional energy, and he did not wish to frighten them prematurely. Since Ding Hao had not allowed Lin Fengyu to view the surveillance footage and had discreetly muted the sounds from outside, the moment the door swung open, he startled Lin Fengyu profoundly. A gaunt assembly of individuals stood before her, their emaciated forms delivering an unparalleled shock. Despite having endured the apocalypse, her experiences had been limited, whether in her former villa or in Ding Hao's company, and she had rarely ventured outside. Thus, she remained oblivious to the dire conditions that now prevailed beyond her shelter. Heavens, Lin Fengyu's heart trembled violently. Even the disaster victims she had seen in television dramas paled in comparison to the horror of those before her. Among them were several skeletal infants, wailing for nourishment. It had only been a few days since the snowstorm began, and already they had deteriorated to this extent. The scene before her stirred a deep well of compassion within Lin Fengyu. Observing this, Ding Hao's lips curled into a faint smile, yet he refrained from voicing any words. As the silence lingered, the gathering of individuals grew restless, uncertain of Ding Hao's intentions.
Brother, allow me a moment for a smoke.
As no one else stepped forward, Zhang Laosan finally emerged, retrieving a whole cigarette from his pocket, a smile gracing his face as he approached Ding Hao.
Stop right there.
I have no desire for a cigarette, nor should you approach me, otherwise, I shall promptly close the door. Ding Hao replied coldly, offering Zhang Laosan no opportunity for camaraderie. While he was not afraid of covert schemes, he understood the necessity of maintaining an appearance of vigilance. Moreover, a cigarette was a treasure to others but mere refuse to him, for he possessed an inexhaustible supply in his storage space. Zhang Laosan recognized Ding Hao's wariness and bore no ill will. Instead, he earnestly implored, Brother, we find ourselves in dire straits, and it is only out of necessity that we seek refuge on your property. I hope you can show us some magnanimity and not hold it against us. He finished, casting an expectant gaze towards Ding Hao. To his surprise, Ding Hao shook his head and replied mercilessly, I'm afraid I'm not a magnanimous person. This is my doorstep, and your presence is an eyesore to me.
Thus, I kindly ask that you vacate.
This, Zhang Laosan fell silent, then pondered before saying, Brother, the weather is exceedingly cold. If we leave here, I cannot fathom how many among us might perish. As the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. But if you would be so kind as to assist us, I assure you that good fortune will return to you in due time.
At this declaration, all eyes turned to Ding Hao with fervent intensity.
Though they harbored resentment towards him, the reality was that many of their lives hung in the balance of his decision. Even Lin Fengyu gazed at Ding Hao with anticipation. She was not a bleeding heart, yet witnessing the plight of these individuals softened her resolve. If she could lend them assistance without compromising her own safety, she would be inclined to do so. Indeed, there is a semblance of truth in your words. After a moment of contemplation, Ding Hao nodded, alleviating the tension in the atmosphere. They had not been utterly rebuffed. Very well, you may remain here, but you must not inconvenience me. With that, Ding Hao turned to lead Lin Fengyu back inside. Wait. At that moment, a man with a pockmarked face stepped forward, calling out to Ding Hao, Mr. Ding, if I recall correctly, your household possesses ample provisions. Might you show a charitable spirit and share some with us? Many of us have gone 3 or 4 days without food. The pockmarked man was the same individual who had earlier referred to Zhang Laosan as Brother 3. Initially, he had held Ding Hao in disdain. However, he now wore a mask of feigned respect. Ding Hao, upon hearing his words, couldn't he help but smirk inwardly. It seemed they considered him a plump target. Nevertheless, he maintained an expression of surprise and asked, I believe you must be mistaken. Although my surname is Ding, my household has no food. That cannot be. How could I mistake you? Moreover, Mr. Ding, it was you who mentioned having provisions. The pockmarked man exclaimed with fervor, then produced a mobile phone from his pocket. After a clattering sound, the device powered on. The onlookers were left agape. Goodness, after such an extended power outage, the phone still had battery life. With a grin, the pockmarked man explained, I possess a power bank that was fully charged before the outage, and since I haven't used my phone much, it retained its charge. As he spoke, he opened the chat group for property owners on WeChat. Though the internet was down, previous messages were still stored locally. Mr. Ding, do you recall when we had no food, and everyone was discussing what to do in the group? You posted a photo and asked us if we were simply unproductive, which led to our inability to purchase 100 jin of rice. I was the one who suggested cooking leather strips. I previously spoke inappropriately to you and was reprimanded. With that, he magnified the image Ding Hao had sent and displayed it to those around him. Instantly, avarice registered on the faces of the crowd.
I remember now.
Mr. Ding's household not only has rice but also an abundance of pork and beef. It hasn't been long since the last supply, yet Mr. Ding's home is overflowing. Surely, they cannot consume it all. That goes without saying.
They certainly cannot.
Conversations erupted amongst the gathering. Seeing this, the pockmarked man could not hide a smirk of triumph. He turned to Ding Hao, thinking, now, what will you say? In his estimation, at this juncture, if Ding Hao failed to produce some provisions, he would lose face. Chapter 117 of The Meaning of Shame. This matter, it seems I am also a participant, murmured Lin Fengyu, unable to restrain herself upon hearing the words of the crowd, while Ding Hao remained silent. A peculiar expression flickered across her exquisite face. It is worth noting that at that time, she and Jiang Lening regarded Ding Hao as nothing more than a boastful fool. While everyone was criticizing Ding Hao, she and Jiang Lening joined in the scorn, and with even greater fervor than most. If Ding Hao's mother suffered 100 points of damage during that period, at least 50 of those points could be attributed to her and Lin Fengyu. Reflecting on this, she discreetly stuck out her tongue, feeling immensely relieved that Ding Hao was unaware that they were the ones who had been so disparaging. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly be engulfed in shame at this moment. Moreover, if Ding Hao were to discover that Lening's ID was not in love with Alisara, he would surely bully her even more. For some inexplicable reason, Lin Fingyu's mind conjured an image of Jian Lenning begging for mercy on the bed, causing her face to flush crimson. She cautiously glanced at Ding Hao, relieved to see that he had not noticed the shift in her expression. I beg your pardon, but I cannot comprehend what you are discussing. Facing the expectant gazes of the crowd, Ding Hao feigned ignorance, scratching his head in a manner that suggested he was utterly bewildered.
Goodness, does this person have no sense of shame at all?
The man with the pockmarked face silently cursed. However, upon recalling Ding Hao's comments in the group chat, he felt somewhat reassured. If this individual had any sense of dignity, he would not engage in such behavior. With this thought, he said, Mr. Ding, if you have forgotten, it is of no consequence. As long as you are willing to provide us with some food, we shall forever remember your kindness. Once the snow disaster has passed, we will repay you. This time, Ding Hao did not refuse. His expression turned serious as he replied, given your dire circumstances, it is indeed the least I can do to offer you some food. However, I have always believed in doing good deeds anonymously, so I do not require any repayment for my kindness.
Thank you, Mr. Ding.
Seeing that Ding Hao had finally relented, the man with the pockmarked face was beside himself with excitement. The others also began to lavish praise upon Ding Hao.
Mr. Ding is truly wise. Adversity reveals true feelings. I cannot believe I previously criticized you. What a wretch I am. From now on, should you point west, I will assuredly not go east.
Individuals like Mr. Ding are indeed rare. I would gladly pledge my lifelong brotherhood to you with just a word. I feel the same way. My admiration for Mr. Ding is as boundless as the Yellow River's waters. If I were a woman, I would surely bear you children. Several women in the crowd were now casting flirtatious glances at Ding Hao, including a heavily pregnant woman. Upon witnessing this scene, Ding Hao could not help but curl his lip in disdain, as the appearances of these women left much to be desired. Even those who were marginally acceptable in looks appeared gaunt from hunger.
Any woman accompanying Ding Hao would easily overshadow them.
You speak the truth. Since that is the case, take this food. Subsequently, under the eager gaze of the crowd, Ding Hao slowly reached behind him and produced a packet of instant noodles.
What the hell?
The crowd gasped in astonishment at the sight of the single packet of noodles. How could one packet suffice for over 100 people? Divided among them, each person would scarcely receive a single mouthful. At that moment, Ding Hao coughed lightly and declared with an air of unfounded confidence, seeing your expressions, I can tell you are all quite pleased. After speaking, he noticed the crowd's increasingly hostile stares directed at him and, seemingly oblivious, tossed the packet of noodles before them.
You all enjoy it.
I must return to indulge in barbecued meat. Sigh, eating barbecued meat every day is becoming tiresome. I truly envy you for having instant noodles.
With that, Ding Hao grasped Lin Fingyu's hand and swiftly entered the building.
With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, immediately met with a chorus of curses from outside. However, Ding Hao effectively blocked out those sounds, as none of it penetrated within.
Instead, the system's notifications rang incessantly.
Negative emotional value from Zheng Xiqing 1000, negative emotional value from Lu Zhenming 1000, negative emotional value from Li Rong 500, negative emotional value from Chen Chunhua 500. Within a mere 30 seconds, the system alerts rang over 70 times, with each instance of negative emotional value starting at a minimum of 200, most hovering around 500. Cumulatively, the negative emotional value exceeded 30,000. It appeared that Ding Hao's recent actions had incited considerable ire among the group.
Not bad, not bad. Ding Hao nodded, feeling no pangs of guilt.
After all, he had heard every disparaging comment made by those individuals before opening the door, whereas Lin Fengyu had not. Young man, I fail to understand the purpose of your actions. At that moment, Lin Fengyu, who had witnessed the entire episode, asked with a puzzled expression. Had she not been familiar with Ding Hao, she would have undoubtedly labeled him a fool. After all, such behavior could only be attributed to someone lacking sense, yet, based on her current understanding of Ding Hao, he did not seem like the type to engage in such antics.
Could it be that there was a hidden motive?
It serves no purpose, it is merely a personal preference, Ding Hao replied, shaking his head and offering a vague excuse to deflect her curiosity. It would be unthinkable to reveal that it was all part of a system task. While he might divulge other information, the system remained his most guarded secret.
Very well.
Seeing that Ding Hao was unwilling to elaborate, Lin Fengyu chose not to press further. At this juncture, Ding Hao, who had been contemplating for some time, suddenly inquired of Lin Fengyu, Fengyu, do you not feel that those people earlier were particularly pitiable? Lin Fengyu was perplexed as to why Ding Hao would pose such a question.
After hesitating for a moment, she bit her lip and nodded. They are indeed somewhat pitiable, but while they are pitiable, we also lack sufficient food to assist them, do we not?
Noticing that Lin Fengyu had paused mid-sentence, Ding Hao completed her thought and then asked, if we had enough food to ensure their survival, would you be willing to help them?
This question genuinely took Lin Fengyu aback. To speak candidly, she harbored a sense of compassion. However, she was acutely aware that the food belonged to Ding Hao, and she had no right to make decisions on his behalf. Chapter 118 Capturing Lin Fengyu. Little brother, rest assured, although I may feel a pang of compassion upon seeing their plight, I would never be foolish enough to sacrifice myself for their sake. Lin Fengyu contemplated, addressing Ding Hao.
Moreover, since the food I consume daily is provided by you, I lack the standing to urge you to save them.
Ding Hao shook his head, sensing a misinterpretation.
In his past readings of novels, he often encountered the notion that, during apocalyptic times, one must first eliminate the saintly mother. However, whether Lin Fengyu was indeed a saintly mother held little significance for him.
Even if she were to evolve into a formidable being with terrifying abilities, it would not alter his perspective. What truly mattered to him was, his gaze fixed upon Lin Fengyu, and a series of images flooded his mind. Previously, if Lin Fengyu had shown no signs of evolution, Ding Hao would have felt indifferent about her capture. After all, in this era, the value of a stunning beauty had diminished significantly. Even those once regarded as unattainable goddesses or starlets could now be easily approached with a mere instant noodles. Yet, with the manifestation of evolutionary signs within Lin Fengyu, her fate was no longer solely hers to dictate. Although Ding Hao possessed immense strength, having reached the foundational stage, and could potentially contend with even the most powerful of evolved beings, he ultimately stood alone. There were times when oversights were inevitable, necessitating the presence of formidable subordinates to fill in the gaps. Thus, the women he had conquered naturally became the optimal choices in such scenarios. While betrayal could not be entirely averted, having them by his side was certainly preferable to relying on others. Of course, he would undoubtedly devise more sophisticated methods to prevent betrayal in the future. As for his subordinates, Lin Fengyu currently stood out as the most suitable candidate. The only drawback was that she had yet to fully become his. I hold no intention of testing you, Ding Hao acknowledged, proceeding to elaborate. I merely wish to convey that I possess ample provisions. Not only can I sustain the 100 individuals outside, but I could also provide for 1,000. However, my food is not so easily obtained. If you desire my assistance for the 100-odd individuals outside, you might consider engaging in a small wager with me. Should you win, the decision to feed them will rest in your hands. Should you lose, I will require you to agree to one condition. As he spoke, Ding Hao's gaze bore an assertive intensity, fixated on Lin Fengyu. What condition? Lin Fengyu stammered, a vague intuition stirring within her, yet she sought clarification. As anticipated, Ding Hao replied nonchalantly, what do you think it could be? A wave of confusion washed over Lin Fengyu, and as realization dawned upon her, a blush crept across her cheeks. Before she could ponder further, Ding Hao retrieved his phone and displayed the external surveillance footage before her, smiling as he said, you may take your time to think, there is no rush. It was still early, barely 8 in the morning, and others had yet to awaken. Lin Fengyu glanced at the monitor, and upon witnessing the emaciated figures trembling in the snow, their faces gaunt from hunger and despair, her heart ached anew. Among them were several infants, whose joyful growth had been abruptly snatched away by calamity, rendering their survival a mere wish. There were also frail, elderly individuals, their once vibrant spirits dulled, tears glistening in their eyes, surrounded by a sea of strangers, bereft of family and kin. Many had likely perished in the snow or fallen victim to the ruthless hands of marauders. They who should have relished their twilight years now faced the tragic fate of burying their own children. As she watched, Lin Fengyu's eyes misted with tears. Ultimately, she clenched her teeth and declared, little brother, tell me, what are the terms of the wager? Resolutely, she resolved that as long as the odds were not overwhelmingly unfavorable, she would agree. Before we proceed with the wager, allow me to pose a question. If you were to provide food to those outside daily, do you believe they would remain grateful to you? Ding Hao inquired. Certainly. Lin Fengyu answered instinctively, without a moment's hesitation. Ding Hao smiled, nodding in agreement. Very well, let us wager on this. For 3 days, we will deliver meals to them at every mealtime. If they continue to express gratitude, you shall be the victor. However, if not only do they fail to show gratitude, but instead harbor ulterior motives and engage in actions detrimental to us, then I shall be the victor. What say you? Agreed, I accept. Lin Fengyu nodded, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. With such terms, victory seemed assured. Ding Hao added, oh, and one more thing I almost forgot to mention. During these 3 days, each time we deliver food, you may only take 1/3 of the total amount. This is acceptable. Yes, of course, the quantity you choose to bring each time is entirely up to you. His intention was simple. Regardless of the amount Lin Fengyu chose to take, only 1/3 could be delivered, with the remainder to be returned to the Iron Fortress. Upon hearing Ding Hao's stipulation, Lin Fengyu found it somewhat peculiar. What could be the significance of this? After pondering for a while, she could not discern any disadvantage to herself, and thus she assented, all right, that is acceptable. Excellent, but I have already won. You will soon witness the outcome, Ding Hao said with a slight smile, pulling Lin Fengyu into his embrace. An hour passed. Lin Fengyu awoke, weary and pained, her brow furrowed. 2 streams of tears slipped down her cheeks. Little brother, you cannot go back on your word. As she accepted a piece of paper Ding Hao offered, she wiped her tears and lamented. Just like that, everything had slipped away from her grasp. Chapter 119. Now it's your turn. It's merely fulfilling the agreement in advance. If you don't believe me, just watch what happens next. In response to Lin Fengyu's inquiry, Ding Hao displayed no semblance of guilt, merely shrugging his shoulders. At that moment, Lin Fengyu's delicate visage was flushed with a rosy hue, her tousled, light brown curls cascading chaotically over her shoulders. Theoretically, she should have been infuriated by Ding Hao's forceful actions. However, in reality, she felt not a trace of anger. In fact, there was a peculiar sense of relief. Dear brother, how can you be so certain that I will lose? What if, perchance, I were to win? Lin Fengyu asked, cocooning her petite form with the quilt as she gazed at Ding Hao. You win, Ding Hao asserted with unwavering conviction. But what if? Lin Fengyu pressed on. Ding Hao raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. In that case, I shall compensate you. I came here once before, and if you win, apart from the wager we previously agreed upon, I will come again, thus balancing the scales. Even Lin Fengyu, who typically refrained from using coarse language, nearly succumbed to exclaiming a curse at Ding Hao's audacious remarks. Ultimately, she took a deep breath and, after a moment of contemplation, calmly stated, Dear brother, Lin Ning must have mentioned that I have always been rather competitive since childhood, right?
He has mentioned it, Ding Hao replied, somewhat perplexed, unable to discern the implication behind Lin Fengyu's words. Lin Fengyu continued, though I have always been obedient, my competitive spirit is ingrained in my very being. Throughout my academic journey, I have consistently held the top position in my class. If someone were to usurp that, I would double my efforts to reclaim it. What do you mean by that? Ding Hao was baffled by her discourse. What did she mean? Suddenly, a radiant smile illuminated Lin Fengyu's face as she addressed Ding Hao. Dear brother, could you please come a little closer? Ding Hao obliged, sitting beside her. Without warning, Lin Fengyu extended her graceful arms, encircling Ding Hao's neck, and her soft, cherry-like lips pressed against his. Before he could comprehend the situation, her warm tongue slipped between his lips and into his mouth. What the hell does she think she's doing? Ding Hao was bewildered by Lin Fengyu's sudden boldness and aggression. However, he refused to be led astray by a woman and immediately mounted a counterattack. As Ding Hao retaliated, Lin Fengyu found herself retreating step by step, her already flushed cheeks becoming even more enchanting. Even her usually clear gaze betrayed a rare hint of feminine allure. Dear brother, let us put the wager aside for now. It was my turn first, and now it's yours. As soon as Lin Fengyu's lips were freed, she spoke up. What difference does it make? Ding Hao attempted to gently embrace Lin Fengyu, only to be pushed down by her forcefully. Of course, it makes a difference. An hour passed. Once everything had settled down, Lin Fengyu lay disheveled on the bed, her gaze vacant. Beside her, Ding Hao appeared invigorated, sipping on a nutrition drink he had retrieved from his space. With a slight smile, he remarked, Fengyu, being strong-willed is commendable. It ignites your fighting spirit and strengthens you. However, excessive competitiveness can yield counterproductive results. Lin Fengyu remained silent for a considerable time before finally uttering 3 words. A bastard. Just moments ago, it was she who had pushed Ding Hao down, enjoying the upper hand. Yet, Ding Hao's overwhelming strength had rendered her helpless, and in the ensuing struggle, he had proven to be devilishly formidable. Consequently, after it was over, her body felt as though it had been thoroughly dismantled. Not only was getting out of bed a challenge, but even turning over felt like an extravagant desire. It was only at this moment that she comprehended why Jiang Lening frequently referred to Ding Hao as a bastard. Because uttering those 3 words brought about an exhilarating release of pent-up frustration, Ding Hao, dismissing her exclamation, said, if you're still feeling unsatisfied, we can continue our battle tonight for another 300 rounds. Dear brother, are you out of your mind? Seemingly having seen through Ding Hao's intentions, Lin Fengyu's already rosy cheeks blushed even deeper. She huffed in protest. This lecherous man was harboring such fanciful thoughts. It was utterly impossible. Not only her, but even Jiang Lening, with her carefree demeanor, would hardly agree to such a notion. After receiving a thorough lesson from Ding Hao earlier, Lin Fengyu's speech had lost its previous restraint. Ding Hao shook his head, saying, when you sweetly call me dear brother while simultaneously accusing me of having inappropriate thoughts, it feels rather strange. Moreover, when you call me dear brother, I can't shake off this inexplicable impulse. What if you changed my title instead? Lin Fengyu felt somewhat speechless. The mere act of calling him dear brother could provoke such feelings. That was rather absurd. After pondering for a moment, she gritted her teeth and declared, that title doesn't quite suit you. From now on, I shall refer to you as lecher, old pervert, lustful fiend, or wolf of desire. In one breath, Lin Fengyu unleashed 4 derogatory titles, expressing her resentment. Ding Hao, however, was displeased. What do you mean by not quite suitable? I am a man of integrity. Why bestow upon me such unflattering titles? What will others think of me if they hear? No way, I'll handle it myself. Ding Hao stroked his chin and then brightened as he suggested, how about you call me baby or hubby from now on? That sounds much more pleasant. Of course, if you prefer, you may call me anything else. Lin Fengyu's eyes widened in disbelief. How can that be? If others hear that, they would surely learn about us. And what did you mean by that last part? How could I ever call you? Those 2 words she had called him since childhood suddenly felt impossible to utter. Chapter 120. I am a god. Are you implying that you are unwilling? Upon witnessing Lin Fengyu's hesitance, a fierce glint flickered in Ding Hao's eyes. This gaze was all too familiar to Lin Fengyu. It was under this very look that she had recently endured utmost humiliation. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Ding Hao lunged towards her, flipping her over, and delivered a resounding slap to her rear. The crack echoed throughout the room, sending a sharp pain coursing through her. Lin Fengyu nearly cried out in agony, but alongside the pain surged an overwhelming sense of shame. Having been treated like a princess throughout her life, revered by all, she now found herself disgracefully struck by a man. Before Lin Fengyu could ponder further, another strike landed. Will you call out? Ding Hao's voice resonated. No. Lin Fengyu gritted her teeth, resolutely refusing to yield. Slap. Will you call out? Please don't hit me, I will. After 10 minutes of relentless pressure, Lin Fengyu finally conceded, her crimson lips parting to exclaim, darling. Ah, such a sweet voice. I like it. Call me husband again for my ears to savor. Husband. Lin Fengyu shouted through clenched teeth. Ding Hao nodded in satisfaction and continued, keep calling, darling. Have you forgotten another phrase? At his words, Lin Fengyu's face flushed a deep crimson. Was this something one could utter? Just as she was about to refuse, she noticed Ding Hao's hand poised to strike again. The protest died on her lips, transforming into a reluctant husband. Upon uttering those words, Lin Fengyu felt her face burn with embarrassment, her shame peaking at that moment. Very well. From now on, when we are alone, refer to me as such. Ding Hao finally released her, yet, in that instant, Lin Fengyu unexpectedly opened her mouth and sank her teeth into Ding Hao's wrist. How dare you? Are you a dog? By the time Ding Hao reacted, Lin Fengyu had already finished biting, triumphantly declaring, whether I am a dog is uncertain, but I know for certain that you are no human. With that, she glanced at the bite mark on his wrist and broke into a smile.
Ding Hao, unfazed, nodded and remarked, "You are right, I am indeed no human." Lin Fengyu thought he had come to recognize his own inadequacies, but Ding Hao swiftly added, "I am a god." Lin Fengyu was momentarily speechless, unable to fathom why a man of his age would still possess such juvenile tendencies. Ultimately, she cast these thoughts aside and, somewhat indignantly, stated, "Young man, while I appreciate your past assistance and the debt I owe you, your actions today, without my consent, have left me quite displeased. Thus, I propose an addition to our wager. If you lose, beyond the original stipulations, you must endure an extra punishment. Humph, this time, you shall not resist, I will turn the tables and sing my song." Though she harbored no animosity towards Ding Hao, her pride would not allow her to be utterly defeated. Ding Hao smiled gently and replied, "That is acceptable, but if I win, I shall impose an additional condition. When you accompany me, you must obey my every command. Whatever I ask you to do, you will do. Whatever I ask you to say, you shall say, without resistance. What do you think?" "Agreed." Lin Fengyu readily acquiesced without a second thought. A smile crept across her lips. This time, victory was assured. Afterward, she rested in Ding Hao's room for over an hour. During this time, Ding Hao refrained from any inappropriate advances and instead engaged her in conversation, reminiscing about childhood experiences and discussing recent events. Upon learning that Ding Hao had been cuckolded by Sophie, Lin Fengyu, much like Jiang Lenning, could not suppress her laughter. She declared that if she were Ding Hao's woman, she would certainly ensure he wore a green hat, just to settle the score. Ding Hao, upon hearing this, was left speechless. At that moment, he finally understood why Lin Fengyu and Jiang Lenning, two individuals with drastically different personalities, could bond so closely. Fundamentally, they were cut from the same cloth. Ding Hao, unperturbed, readily agreed, stating that if she wished to cuckold him, she must first bear him a child. The mention of children sent Lin Fengyu's face aflame, and she quickly retreated, no longer daring to mock Ding Hao's situation with Sophie. The bond between them grew more intimate during this hour. As Lin Fengyu's strength returned, Ding Hao tenderly assisted her in donning her clothes, which warmed her heart. Despite his sharp tongue, he proved to be quite kind. Memories of Ding Hao's valiant rescue of her and Jiang Lenning flooded her mind. At that moment, his broad shoulders had provided them with unparalleled security. Perhaps, being his woman was not such a bad prospect after all. A thought quietly emerged in Lin Fengyu's mind. Before long, she shakily descended from the bed. Though her gait was somewhat unsteady, it was a vast improvement over her previous inability to rise. "Young man, please do not let Lenning know about this," she implored softly. "Rest assured, I shall keep it from her." Ding Hao replied assuredly. He had lost count of how many times he had heard the same request. Nearly every woman in his life had uttered those words. Sighing, Ding Hao pondered why these women felt the need to hide their actions. What harm would come from acceptance and shared joy? Seeing Ding Hao's agreement, Lin Fengyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She turned the doorknob, preparing to leave. However, as she opened the door, she froze, her face betraying a mix of embarrassment and concern. "Fengyu, what are you doing here? I've been searching for you." Standing outside was Jiang Lenning, her eyes wide with a blend of embarrassment and worry. Having awoken to find Lin Fengyu missing, she had searched high and low, ultimately deciding to visit Ding Hao for conversation. She was taken aback to find Lin Fengyu there. Hearing Jiang Lenning's question, Lin Fengyu, feeling guilty, replied, "I woke up too early and had nothing to do, so I came for a stroll." "What is there to stroll about?" "Playing cards." Jiang Lenning paused, sensing that Lin Fengyu's words sounded oddly familiar. Chapter 121. I truly have a good heart. Jiang Lenning, with her astute and clever mind, could not fathom much and excitedly inquired, "Is it a two-player game of landlord? Is it enjoyable? If it is, please teach me how to play." Lin Fengyu, instantly struck by a wave of exasperation, shot her a glare and retorted, "You should ask someone else, I have no idea." With that, Lin Fengyu turned away from Jiang Lenning and departed. Her legs felt weak, causing her to sway as she walked. Jiang Lenning, finding it difficult to maintain her balance, leaned against the wall for support. The scene struck Jiang Lenning as peculiar, prompting her to ask Ding Hao, "What happened? Did Fengyu fall?" "Yes, she took a tumble," Ding Hao replied with an expression of disbelief. It baffled him how this girl could consume so much yet fail to gain any weight, and now her intellect seemed equally lacking. Jiang Lenning expressed her concern. "Fengyu appears quite upset. Did I come at an inopportune moment?" "No, your arrival is perfectly timed," Ding Hao declared as he swept Jiang Lenning off her feet. The door slammed shut behind them. Just as Lin Fengyu recalled that she had forgotten something, her cheeks flushed anew. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, "This guy is a monster. How can he play so much? And that little girl, Lenning, actually, TSK, this is quite the spectacle." As noon approached, they finished their meal, and Jiang Lenning along with the twin sisters retreated to their rooms to rest. Meanwhile, Ding Hao took Jiang Lenning to the warehouse to gather provisions. Most of Ding Hao's supplies were stored within his spatial abilities, with only a scant few kept in various warehouses around the Iron Fortress, from which they typically sourced their meals. It was Lin Fengyu's first encounter with the warehouse, and despite her mental preparation, she was still taken aback by the abundance within. Beef, pork, rice, everything one could desire was present. From her observation, it appeared that items like beef and pork were measured by the ton. Ding Hao informed her that there were several such warehouses within the Iron Fortress, and besides these, there was a secret underground warehouse accessible only to him, leaving Lin Fengyu agape for an extended period. She finally grasped that Ding Hao's earlier claims were not mere boasts. He truly had the means to sustain a large number of people. Ultimately, Lin Fengyu selected a 100-pound bag of rice, 3 pounds of pork, and 10 pounds of vegetables. The two made their way to the entrance. Ding Hao picked up his communicator and announced, "Everyone, retreat immediately. No one is allowed within 10 meters of the door." Outside, apart from their gaunt appearances, many bore bruises of various colors on their faces.
Earlier, when Ding Hao had tossed a bag of instant noodles, they had vehemently cursed at him, but when it came to seizing the noodles, they were unyielding. The moment Ding Hao shut the door, over 70 individuals lunged towards the package of noodles, creating a chaotic scene. Fists flew and feet kicked. Ultimately, the noodles were torn apart, scattering across the ground, with none managing to eat a single bite. This only fueled their mounting resentment towards Ding Hao. Had they not been barred from entering the Iron Fortress, they would have torn Ding Hao apart in their fury, and now, hearing Ding Hao's voice only intensified their ire.
Damn it, that son of a dog, he made us suffer this morning, and now what does he want? Ignore him.
I refuse to leave. If he's got the guts, let him turn off the heating.
Exactly, why should we cater to him?
The air was thick with angry shouts. Amidst the uproar, a distinct voice emerged from the crowd. Why don't we heed his words?
Although a single pack of instant noodles isn't much, if we don't fight over it, it could at least allow 20 or so people to have a bite, right?
This voice, though soft, silenced the crowd. Indeed, while it was little, it could provide a modicum of sustenance for many who had gone days without food. With this thought, the crowd, albeit reluctantly, began to shuffle away from the door. Inside, Ding Hao confirmed that no one was lurking nearby before swinging the door open. Facing 100 pairs of glaring eyes, Ding Hao cleared his throat and said, "How can you all behave this way? I have kindly taken you in and provided you with food, yet you look at me with such disdain. Alas, it seems that doing good deeds yields no good outcomes." Upon hearing Ding Hao's words, the crowd's eyelids twitched, clearly struggling to suppress their simmering rage. Negative emotion value from Zhang Xiqing. 300, negative emotion value from Lu Zhenming. 200, negative emotion value from Li Rong. 300, negative emotion value from Chen Chunhua. 100, that in a single utterance, Ding Hao's negative emotion value surged by over 10,000. Yet, it still felt insufficient. Perhaps their hunger had dulled their emotional responses. Just as Ding Hao was contemplating whether to escalate the situation with sharper words to provoke them further, Zhang Laosan emerged from the throng, looking crestfallen as he said, "Brother, everyone is already enduring great hardship.
Please refrain from seeking amusement at our expense.
Moreover, we do not expect you to provide us with food, we simply wish for you to leave us be." He bore a sizable bruise on his face, a testament to the chaos that had ensued during the scramble for the instant noodles that morning. He had done nothing to incite the conflict, yet had been struck simply for being too close to the bounty. Hearing his plea, Ding Hao sighed in resignation. "Alas, I genuinely have the best intentions for you all. I even brought provisions for you, but if you do not require them, then so be it, I shall take them back." As Ding Hao spoke, he casually shifted his body, revealing a bag of pristine white rice behind him. In an instant, all eyes converged upon that bag of rice, their gazes brimming with fervent desire, breaths quickening. Even the usually composed Zhang Laosan widened his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that this notoriously stingy miser had truly changed his tune and brought them a bag of rice? Zhang Laosan estimated that this bag of rice weighed at least 100 pounds. 100 pounds, in an era where even a single pound of rice could incite a frenzy, 100 pounds would undoubtedly drive countless individuals to madness.